Chapter 1. The animals have gained sentience. Die far away, and do not bring misfortune upon the tribe. A man's voice, laced with suppressed anger, cut through the air coldly. Lon Xin felt a splitting headache as she opened her eyes and sat up. Before her stood the man who had just spoken harshly, his face strikingly handsome, yet his brow bore an expression of irritation and disdain as he gazed at her. In the next moment, he transformed into a magnificent white lion, his fur glistening like silk. Roar, he growled at her, if you're not dead, get up quickly. Lon Xin felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her whole being utterly scorched. She fainted on the spot. Goodness, animals have become sentient. She must be hallucinating, or perhaps she was trapped in a nightmare. Seeing her collapse, the man reverted to his stunning human form and roughly pushed her. His tone was filled with impatience. Lon Xin stopped pretending to be dead. At that moment, Lon Xin dared not open her eyes, fearing that if he were displeased, he might devour her whole. Suddenly, her mind buzzed and unfamiliar fragments of memory invaded her consciousness. She had died from overwork, yet absurdly, she had been reborn. The place she found herself in was known as the Beastman continent. Here, Beastmen could shift between human and animal forms. The man who had spoken to her was named Si Yihin, her destined partner. Si Yihin was once the leader of the Sienua tribe, but after injuring his left leg in battle, he could no longer hunt. He voluntarily relinquished his leadership and moved to the outskirts of the tribe to live alone. On the day Lon Xin came of age, the chieftain assigned her to the crippled Si Yihin. The original soul was discontent, cursing the chieftain for binding her to a cripple. Thus, after only a few days with Si Yihin, she fled, only to be pursued by wild beasts and, in her haste, fell and struck her head. Ultimately, she was rescued by the tribe, and upon waking, she found herself in this new life. Gurgle, gurgle, her stomach growled, bringing a flush of embarrassment to Lon Xin's cheeks she hadn't eaten in 2 days. Her immediate priority was to fill her stomach and resolve the issue of food. Resources on the Beastman continent were not as plentiful as those on Earth, and the Sienua tribe was particularly impoverished. The original soul had been lazy and indulgent, and with Si Yihin unable to hunt due to his injury, their home had become devoid of sustenance, relying solely on the meager relief from the tribe. As her stomach continued to rumble, Lon Xin awkwardly asked the man beside her, is there anything to eat at home? Upon hearing her stomach's protest, Si Yihin snorted coldly and tossed the wild boar meat he had brought next to the stone basin. This is the food distributed by the tribe, make it last. The meat, which had been thrown to the ground, was small and already decaying. How could she possibly bring herself to eat this rotten flesh? After speaking, Si Yihin lay in a corner of the tent, seemingly quite weak. It appeared that this household was even poorer and more difficult than she had imagined. Si Yihin must be very hungry too, and with his leg injured, he was in no position to contribute. As a 22-year-old doctoral student from an agricultural college, she was determined not to let this family starve any longer. Noticing her frown at the meat, Si Yihin's tone turned particularly cold. What? Can't eat it? Then just starve to death. Chapter 2. Gaining his favor. Lon Xin observed his expression of disdain, and he seemed ready to reclaim the meat. The Sienua tribe was already impoverished, with resources severely lacking. That meager bit of meat was a precious commodity, and yet she was expected to turn her nose up at it. Hey, who said I don't want it? Lon Xin rubbed her grumbling stomach and quickly begged for mercy, though she knew from the original soul's memories that this household was indeed destitute. Si Yihin watched her protectively clutching the food, recalling her previous selfishness, and issued a stern warning. If you ever run off again and bring trouble to the tribe, don't expect to eat. You might as well die outside. Lon Xin felt an intense sense of frustration. What had she done to deserve such a wretched fate, being trapped in this detestable persona? With no parental affection and a partner who despised her, her situation was dire. In truth, Si Yihin was not of poor character. He genuinely disliked the original soul, but still showed compassion, giving her all the little food the tribe provided. A classic case of a sharp tongue and a soft heart. No, Lon Xin resolved silently. She had to redeem herself. At that moment, a sweet childish voice echoed in her mind. Welcome, host to the Beastman continent. I am Rebirth System 001 at your service. In the next instant, Lon Xin found her consciousness drawn into a space. The space was a vast farmyard, complete with a wooden house that housed a plethora of food supplies, everything one could desire. Moreover, the vegetables she had planted in this space were now flourishing. Even the chickens, ducks, and fish she had raised were still alive. Were these perks for the transmigrators? The food in this space is not available in the Beastman continent. To prevent unrest, the host cannot use these items lightly. Lon Xin's eyes widened. What? So these are merely for show? System 001 continued. The host must earn the favor of the Beastmen to exchange for points. These points can be used to redeem anything in the space, and more features will be introduced later. Lon Xin sighed, relieved that there was something to negotiate. However, it seemed that the original soul was highly unpopular in the Xianhua tribe. To win their favor, she would have to devise a long-term plan. System 001 stated, "Your initial points are 10. Only then did Lon Xin notice that everything in the little wooden house was marked with a price. Potatoes, 50 points, chicken, 300 points. Her current points were insufficient to redeem food, so she opted to exchange for seasonings from the wooden house. Lon Xin made her choice. I want to exchange for a bottle of barbecue powder. Filling her stomach was the priority. She would return to study this system later. Lon Xin took a jar of barbecue powder from the wooden house and quickly exited the space. A fire crackled in the tent, and Lon Xin picked up the wild boar meat that Si Yihan had discarded. Starving, she cut away the rotten parts and roasted the remaining meat over the fire. Once the skin was charred and the inside tender, she sprinkled on the barbecue powder, releasing an enticing aroma. Lon Xin swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to devour it immediately, picked up a bone knife, sliced the meat in half, hid the barbecue jar back in a space, and called out to Si Yihan, who lay on ground. Hey, come eat some meat. Si Yihan rolled over, clearly uninterested in her. To him, Lon Xin was lazy and troublesome. She selfishly hoarded the tribe's food supplies, so how could she possibly be so generous today? Si Yihan harbored no fondness for this partner, even feeling a degree of aversion. Since marrying him, she had never missed an opportunity to insult him for being a cripple, and the thought of it made his teeth grind. He resolved to divorce her one day. I see you're looking rather weak. Come and eat with me. The meat I roasted is delicious, Lon Xin urged softly, trying to see if this would earn her some favor, thereby gaining points from the system. Chapter 3. Even cold shoulders must be cured. Si Yihan had long caught the tantalizing scent in the air and could not help but lick his lips. However, he was baffled by how she managed to make the meat smell so delectable. Noticing that Si Yihan remained unmoving, Lon Xin surmised that he must not trust her. In her memories, the only time the original soul had shared food with Si Yihan was when the tribe's meat had gone bad, causing him stomach pains for days. Determined to show her sincerity, she deftly prepared the meat and placed it beside Si Yihan. Here, eat. I genuinely want to make amends. Si Yihan scrutinized Lon Xin, feeling as if she had transformed into a different person. The former Lon Xin had fiercely guarded her food, never allowing him, the useless cripple, to partake, yet today she was extending an olive branch. He looked at her with suspicion. You didn't poison it, did you? Lon Xin took a bite of the meat in her hand. If I had poisoned it, we'd both be dead. Seeing Lon Xin's honest demeanor made Si Yihan feel somewhat petty. Lon Xin savored the wild boar meat with great relish, thoroughly enjoying it. Si Yihan watched her eat with such pleasure, pondering that whatever her motives, at least the meat was definitely not poisoned. He then took the meat without hesitation, biting into it, and was astounded by the explosion of flavors. The tender meat and chewy sinews were so delightful he could have swallowed the bones whole. In that moment, he found it hard to believe that such exquisite taste existed. How could this notoriously difficult female possess such remarkable culinary skills? He felt as though he were dreaming, for this person before him was utterly surreal. Seeing his mood improve, Lon Xin continued, From now on, let's live harmoniously. You provide the shelter and I'll prepare the food. Once your leg heals, we could dissolve our partnership and part ways amicably. Sound good? Si Yihan finally grasped the reason behind Lon Xin's sudden kindness towards him. It was a cunning ploy, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, harboring ulterior motives. In the realm of the beastmen, due to the scarcity of females, a polyandrous system is commonly practiced. The original host had repeatedly threatened Si Han during her time, declaring her intent to evict him from their dwelling to bring back her outside lover. Lan Xian, feeling helpless, remarked, "You misunderstand." Si Han continued to regard her with an icy demeanor, his eyes glinting with a chilling light that radiated a potent warning. Lan Xian endeavored to persuade him. "Do you believe me? I can heal your leg, as a way to repay your kindness in sheltering me." Si Han's gaze flickered momentarily, a hint of embarrassment mingling with annoyance. "Ha! I had no idea my partner was a legendary healer. The leg that even the shamans here could not mend." Lan Qingxin claimed she could heal. Was this not a mockery of him? Si Han drew the curtains of the room and turned to leave, preferring to shield his heart from sight. The curtain, fashioned from animal hide and propped up by a tree trunk, served to partition the space between Lan Qingxin and Si Han. Such a small tent required animal hide to separate two occupants, revealing just how much Si Han despised the original host. Observing him hobble away with great difficulty, Lan Qingxin instinctively reached out to assist him, only to be rebuffed. "Do not touch me." With a slight shrug, she felt a twinge of anger and called after him, "Suit yourself." His lack of gratitude was one thing, his obstinate demeanor was as stubborn as that of a mule. Lan Xian resolved that once her system upgraded and she secured stable housing and ample food, she would sever her partnership with Si Han. After all, cohabitation under such circumstances was far from pleasant. However, by the following day, Lan Xian promptly retracted her previous sentiment, as the cheerful chime of her system echoed in her ears. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 55 points yesterday." Upon awakening, she was greeted with this delightful news from 001. Could it be that the roasted pork from yesterday had sparked a flicker of goodwill in Si Han towards her? Lan Xian bolted upright. If she could heal Si Han's leg, would she not amass points beyond her wildest dreams? From what Lan Xian understood, the food resources in this tribe were exceedingly scarce, and without the system's points, a lone female like herself would struggle to procure sufficient sustenance. Heal. Immediately heal. Even if it meant pressing her warm cheek against his cold back, she was determined to heal him. Chapter 4. The timely arrival of the little vixen. Lan Xian entered her space, her smile stretching from ear to ear as she beheld the quaint wooden cabin. With merely 50 points, she could exchange for potatoes, the most affordable food available in her space. 001. I wish to exchange for potatoes. Certainly, host. A minute later. Potatoes are ready, please collect them. With a resounding thud, all the potatoes in the cabin were piled around Lan Xian. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the wooden door of the tent, prompting Lan Xian to exit her space to answer. At the door stood a strikingly alluring female, holding a wild rabbit in her hands, her fox-like eyes exceptionally captivating. Lan Xian rifled through her memories and recognized her as an he, a female with the essence of a fox. And he was a solitary beast. Her partner had tragically passed away a year prior due to an accident, leading her to set her sights on the unclaimed Si Han, unaware that the original host had already claimed him, thus nurturing a deep-seated resentment towards her. Si Han, the leader of the tribe, possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, making it entirely natural for him to be the object of affection for many females. With her head lowered, and he spoke, "Si Han, I've caught a wild rabbit for you today." She bashfully extended the rabbit towards him, only to be taken aback upon realizing that it was Lan Xian who had opened the door. Her expression shifted abruptly, her eyes widening with a flicker of panic and astonishment. Did not those orcs claim that Lan Qingxin was already lifeless when she was carried back? To think she is still alive is truly a calamity that haunts for 1,000 years. She even wishes to seize this opportunity to be with Si Yan. Lan Qingxin narrowed her eyes, keenly sensing the panic in He's gaze. She had long found it peculiar that the Xianhua tribe was built against the mountains, where wild beasts had never been seen. Yet the original owner had stumbled upon one. There must be some hidden agenda. Perhaps the little vixen was behind it, since she had taken over the original owner's body. She would help her seek revenge. Lan decided to probe, and He's intentions first. She graciously accepted the rabbit from He's hands, saying, "I thank you on his behalf. Oh, this little fox spirit has arrived just in time." Eating potatoes alone is insufficient. A meaty addition is just perfect. Holding the hefty rabbit, Lan seemed to catch the enticing aroma of stir-fried rabbit meat, and he, infuriated, stamped her foot, attempting to reclaim the rabbit. "How shameless of you! Give it back. It's for Ziyin." Lan deftly dodged her hand, arching an eyebrow as if it were only natural. "Oh dear, Ziyin is my partner. What is his is also mine. We share everything." And He's face turned a shade of fury, just as she was about to unleash a torrent of insults. However, upon catching sight of Ziyin behind Lan, she immediately switched to a pitiful expression. "Lan, you are going too far. This rabbit was something I painstakingly caught alone from the mountain yesterday. How could you just snatch it away?" After glancing at Ziyin, she complained in a whiny tone. "Ziyin, look at her!" Lan internally rolled her eyes, still maintaining a facade of surprise that, "Oh dear." And he, "How could you, a girl, dare to go hunting alone in the mountains? Haven't you heard that a ferocious beast has recently been spotted in Sianua Mountain? It's incredibly fierce. I nearly died of fright." And he froze, fully aware that there were no wild beasts on Sianua Mountain. That it was merely her disguise as a beast intended to scare Lan. She wanted Lan to leave the tribe and return Ziyin to her, hence the charade. Lan perceived the underlying emotions in He's demeanor. It seems that incident with the beast was undoubtedly related to He. Since she had survived using the original owner's body, she could not let this scheming beauty off the hook. "If you have nothing to do, could you refrain from coming here so often?" Ziyin stepped forward, glancing at He with a nonchalant tone. The incessant chattering of these females was truly tiresome, and he dared not bring up the rabbit hunting incident again, if it were discovered that she had orchestrated the beast's scare. Not only would her image in Ziyin's eyes suffer, but the entire tribe would condemn her. She quickly shifted the topic. I came to invite Lan to go berry picking in the mountains. With the recent appearances of wild beasts, the tribe leader suggested we team up for safety. Lan, let us form a pair. Lan indeed wished to venture out and see what this Orc continent had to offer, but she had no desire to accompany the scheming Is that so? However, I prefer not to pair with you. Lan flatly rejected her, and he widened her eyes, feigning hurt. "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Why does Lan reject me so?" Lan assumed a hesitant demeanor. "Do you truly wish for me to speak candidly?" Chapter 5. She discovers food, and he nodded earnestly as she gazed at her. Lan returned her sincerity with a genuine smile. "Dear sister, are you not aware that your body odor is quite overwhelming? It's enough to ruin one's appetite. I simply cannot endure such a scent." She feigned covering her nose in distaste. Just then, Ziyin, who had returned to drink water, heard this scathing retort and spat out his drink. When had Lan become so cunning? And he, humiliated before the one she admired, felt her temper flare and, in a fit of rage, stormed off. Lan couldn't help but chuckle at He's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with delight as the morning sun cast a gentle glow upon her face, creating shadows beneath her lashes. The original owner rarely smiled. She was often seen frowning in discontent or cursing the tribe leader for assigning her a cripple, burdened with negativity that made her appear sinister. This was the first time Ziyin had witnessed Lan smile so joyously as Ziyin gazed at Lan unrestrained laughter, momentarily taken aback, before he averted his gaze and awkwardly took several sips of water. Returning to the tent, Lan declared, "I'm going out to gather food. If you have nothing to do, fetch some water and prepare the rabbit. I'll cook a feast for you when I return." Ziyin coldly offered no response. Yet the mention of a meal reminded him of the roasted pork from the previous night, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Lan placed the wild rabbit and he had delivered on the ground. Speaking as she exited, as Ziyin turned away, ignoring her words, but as thoughts of the delicious meal crossed his mind, he unconsciously licked his lips again. He was eager to see what this indulgent female could procure for sustenance. Due to the previous incident with the wild beast, the tribe leader had forbidden the orcs from going out alone, and as Lan stepped out, she coincidentally encountered a large group heading up the mountain. So she followed along, and he was also among the group, her gaze fixed on Lan Xin with a frosty demeanor. Lan Xin had humiliated her this morning, and she was determined to exact revenge. Lan Xin, of course, noticed this palpable hostility, but she dismissed it. Why was she here? What was her purpose? To hinder me. The orcs murmured among themselves as they spotted Lan Xin. The Luoxing tribe prided itself on diligence and shamed laziness. The original owner, being indolent and reliant on the tribe's aid, had never sought food herself and shamelessly requested assistance, inevitably becoming a target of disdain and ridicule. Lan Xin understood their sentiments and refrained from justifying herself. She would demonstrate her transformation through her actions. Someone whispered, "I guess it's because Miss Sayer is here today." Isn't Lan Xin fond of Miss Sayer? The one named Miss Sayer was the object of the original owner's affections. A young, strong warrior of the tribe, and the original owner's beloved. With a scarcity of women, the Orc continent practiced polyandry, so although the original owner had already partnered with Si Yihan, she still clung to Miss Sayer, desperately wanting him, unaware that Miss Sayer had eyes solely for an he. Such a cliché love quadrangle. Lan Xin mused. Lan Xin, a large black wolf in the rear of the group, suddenly transformed into a human and called out to her. Lan Xin quickly recognized him as Miss Sayer. With his tousled black hair and sharp features, he exuded a rebellious charm, contrasting starkly with Si Yihan's refined handsomeness. If Si Yihan was the epitome of beauty, Miss Sayer was akin to an enticing young wolf. Approaching Lan Xin with an impatient expression, he reiterated, "Let me emphasize once more, do not follow me. I will never have feelings for you. You should abandon any hope. My heart belongs solely to an he." "Understood," Lan Xin replied succinctly, leaving Miss Sayer momentarily speechless. He furrowed his brow and continued, "Once I become the leader, I will bond with an he that I hope you can keep your distance and not create misunderstandings." Chapter 6. The Sassy Fox Spirit Understood. Lan Xin reiterated, not sparing him a glance as she turned to leave. Lan Xin was averse to complications. Unless necessary, she preferred to avoid entanglements with those who had emotional ties to the original owner. Miss Sayer, for the first time, felt ignored by Lan Xin, his expression darkening as a surge of frustration welled within him, yet he had no outlet for it. The orcs following Miss Sayer were taken aback. "What is happening? Has Lan Xin changed? She usually clings to you. Why is she so composed today?" Someone scoffed. "I see she's merely playing hard to get. Miss Sayer, don't fall for her tricks." Miss Sayer took a deep breath. Snorting, "No matter what trick she plays, I have no interest in her." Someone derisively remarked, "I see she's merely playing hard to get." Miss Sayer, "Don't fall for her tricks." Miss Sayer suppressed the fire within him, thinking, "That wretched female better not cling to me. Otherwise, I'll make her regret it." Lan Xin paid no heed to meat-size affairs. Her thoughts today were solely devoted to examining the soil of the Orc continent. Once a PhD in agronomy, she swiftly discerned its deficiencies. Cradling a small handful of soil, Lan Xin observed that the plains here were not as fertile as those on Earth, but rather exceedingly barren. Devoid of any vegetation, resembling a desert. In contrast, the mountains were abundant with resources, albeit most consisted of inedible wild grasses and trees. The orcs of the Orc continent were categorized into grass-type and meat-type orcs, with a greater number of meat-type orcs indicative of a tribe's strength. The Falling Star tribe, burdened by a predominance of grass-type orcs, found themselves unable to contend with other tribes and were consequently ostracized and driven to this desolate region, struggling to survive amidst a small hill and an endless expanse of wasteland. However, potatoes were a different matter. They thrived best in sandy soil, and with the spirit water from her space, Lan Xin could ameliorate the soil's nutritional deficiencies. If she could cultivate potatoes, it would significantly alleviate the tribe's food shortages. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Lan Xin retrieved a few potatoes from her space and buried them in the ground. Then called out to her companions, "Look, I have discovered food." Her primary purpose for venturing out today was to learn about the Crescent Moon tribe and to seek potential food sources, as their supplies were woefully inadequate. Several orcs quickly gathered around. A squirrel orc's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What is this? I have never seen it before. Is it edible?" "I found it in the soil," Lan replied, picking up the potato and washing it in the river. After taking a small bite, her eyes widened in surprise. See, it is edible. Most of the orcs, simple-minded and earnest, marveled, wow, it's true. Lan is amazing. Let us quickly dig up the potatoes and take them back, with the discovery of food. The orc's fondness for her surged. However, she regrettably could not share too much this time. The main intent was to inform the orcs that potatoes were indeed edible, paving the way for future cultivation. At noon, when the group convened to tally their provisions, they found that their expedition had yielded 3 wild boars, 6 rabbits, 2 bags of wild fruits, and a small bag of potatoes, yet with over 100 mouths to feed in the tribe. This amount was utterly insufficient. As they rested by the river, the atmosphere grew tense, with food dwindling day by day. Ever since their leader, Saiyan, was injured, surrounding tribes had continuously provoked them, creating a dire situation both internally and externally. Lan Xi noticed the river, which the orcs referred to as Crescent Moon River. Approaching the water's edge, she asked, "Are there no fish in the river? Why not catch fish to eat?" Yi Qing, the female orc who had just praised Lan Xi's prowess, her true form being a small squirrel, eagerly replied, "The fish are too clever. They are slippery and impossible to catch. Sometimes we spend the entire day in the water without catching a single one. And they can bite, so we dare not enter." Lan Xi stroked her chin thoughtfully. "If we cannot catch them in the water, why not try from the shore?" Yi Qing looked puzzled, glancing at the river. Unsure how to catch fish without entering the water, and he, having overheard, mocked, "You'd rather daydream than return home to care for Saiyan. He is gravely injured. If I were his partner, I would never leave him alone in the tent." Lan Xi chuckled. "Why are you so intent on meddling in others' relationships? Truly, you are a vexatious vixen." Chapter 7. Nothing to brag about. And he, taken aback by her retort, could only grind her teeth in frustration and retreat with a huff. Lan Xi, meanwhile, was eager to fashion a fishing rod to catch fish, as the Crescent Moon River promised a bountiful feast. "Why, Yi Qing, is there any sturdy and flexible vine around here?" Yi Qing thought for a moment and replied, "Yes." Transforming into a small squirrel, she darted into the woods, soon returning with a vine in her mouth, chattering excitedly. "Excellent." Lan Xi took the vine, playfully ruffling the little squirrel's head. She was simply adorable. However, she still lacked bait. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted he glaring at her from a distance, a sly smile creeping onto her lips as she seized the opportunity to utilize the vixen. Suddenly, Lan Xi jumped up, exclaiming loudly, "What was that?" Startled, Yi Qing inquired, "What happened?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a petal fallen. I thought I saw a worm, but I truly detest those little creatures," Lan Xi said, patting her chest. Meet Sai, resting against a nearby rock, rolled over in discontent, scoffing, "How useless. Afraid of worms." Then his ears perked up. Having caught the commotion, she mischievously transformed into a fox and darted into the woods, unable to suppress her irritation any longer. And he was eager to find a way to vent her frustration, wishing to catch a handful of worms to toss at Lan Xi to ensure her plan's success, and he focused on catching the largest, plumpest worms, filling an entire bag with them. Upon her return, she spotted Lan Xi peacefully asleep against a rock, an opportune moment indeed. And he stealthily deposited the worms into Lan Xi's leather pouch. The mere thought of Lan Xi's startled expression upon discovering the writhing mass of worms brought her joy, though she regretted not witnessing it firsthand. Exhausted, Annie hung her tail over a branch and drifted into a deep sleep, even chuckling in her dreams. I could see that moment. Lan Xi awoke, her eyes devoid of any drowsiness. Upon opening her leather pouch, she indeed found it filled to the brim with worms. Although she had anticipated this outcome, she couldn't help but feel that the little fox had been excessively malicious. Had she truly been afraid of worms, she would have been utterly terrified. Lan Xi gently patted the small squirrel resting on her shoulder. Why Yi Qing rubbed her eyes, puzzled. Go. Lan Xi hooked a worm on her fishing line, exclaiming, "Bait is ready. You wanted to see how I catch fish from the shore, didn't you?" Yi Qing, suddenly wide awake, transformed back into her human form, her expression a mix of anger and confusion at the sight of the bag full of worms. "Who did this? Where did all these worms come from? I thought you were afraid of worms." "Oh, I'm not afraid anymore. Lan Xin blinked innocently, preparing her leather pouch for the feast to come. With a flick of her wrist, Lan Xin cast the fishing line into the water. After a brief wait, she felt a tug on the line. With a swift motion, she pulled the rod up, a fish dangling from the hook. Yi Qing watched in astonishment as she instantly became Lan Xin's little admirer, respectfully offering her pouch to collect the fish. Incredible. Lan Xin is amazing. With each fish caught, Yi Qing squealed in delight, praising Lan Xin. The other orcs, awakened by the commotion, were greeted by the sight of the usually lethargic Lan Xin, now energetic and skillfully reeling in fish after fish, filling her pouch. Some even rubbed their eyes, questioning if they were dreaming. The orcs buzzed with excitement. Lan Xin is so clever. Who would have thought of this method to catch fish? From now on, anyone who calls her lazy will have to answer to me first. I bet Lan Xin stays home not out of laziness, but to figure out how to catch fish. This fishing tool is brilliant. Lan Xin, what is this? Can you teach me how to make one? While fishing, Lan Xin explained, this is called a fishing rod, made from vines and branches. Eager to gather the orcs' admiration, she readily offered to teach them. The orcs, eager to learn, surrounded Lan Xin and began crafting their own fishing rods with materials at hand soon, and he awoke, observing Lan Xin handling worms and a fishing rod. Showing no signs of fear, it quickly dawned on her that she had been outmaneuvered by Lan Xin. The sight of numerous males from the tribe gathering around Lan Xin to learn how to fish ignited a fierce jealousy within her. These males had always been at her side, vying for her attention, and he was so furious that smoke seemed to billow from her 7 orifices, and she soon realized that Meat-Sai's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. Chapter 8. How dare she strike him aside from the small group of orcs who typically surrounded Meat-Sai, and found Lan Xin rather disagreeable. The other orcs spent the entire afternoon learning to fish from her, sparing themselves the arduous task of scouring the hills for prey. They caught fish by the riverbank all afternoon. Upon returning to the tribe, the news of Lan Xin's discovery of potatoes and her invention of the fishing rod quickly spread throughout the community, and she became a celebrated figure within the tribe. The supplies brought back by the expedition were plentiful, with several large bags brimming with fish, so much so that even the chief personally came out to welcome them. The chief, an amiable old goat in his 50s, had once kindly taken in the original owner, who had been abandoned by her previous tribe, earning Lan Xin's deep respect. She presented him with some fish and potatoes, leaving the chief astonished by her kindness, since assigning Lan Xin to Si Han. The chief had faced her resentment. He never anticipated that one day she would treat him with such gentleness. Chief, Lan Xin said, I was ignorant in the past and caused you much sorrow and worry. Now I have matured, and I shall repay your life-saving kindness. The chief nodded, visibly pleased. Very well. In the Xianyu tribe, the distribution of food was governed by regulations, due to the scarcity of resources. To ensure the survival of every tribe member, the orcs were required to contribute a portion of their food to the tribe at intervals, with the remainder available for their own distribution. Lan Xin still remembered Si Han, who awaited her return with provisions at home. On her way back, the 001 system announced, Congratulations, host, you have earned 50 points. Lan Xin was taken aback. Only 50 points? What kind of useless system is this? Surely there must be an error. I earned the favor of many orcs today. The system does not make mistakes, 001 replied. Favor points are categorized into different types: romantic, platonic, familial, teacher-student, and so forth, each with varying increments. Waving her hand dismissively, Lan Xin said, Enough with the nonsense. I just need to cling to Si Han's leg for now. Upon arriving home, she found that the water had already been fetched. The rabbit cleaned and skinned, and the place tidied up, with firewood neatly stacked in the corner. However, Si Han was nowhere to be found. Lan Xin was surprised to see that Si Han had indeed been obedient and diligent, reminiscent of a diligent girl tending to her chores. Her father in her previous life had been a gambling drunkard, so Lan Xin had always yearned for a virtuous husband and father. To her astonishment, Si Han seemed to fit her ideal in this regard. Feeling buoyed by the sight of a well-kept home, Lan Xin began to prepare dinner. She rendered some lard from the pork and stir-fried the rabbit with it. Though she regretted the absence of chili peppers, which cost 400 points, an expense she could not afford at the moment, Instead, she had to make do with some barbecue seasoning. Yi Han soon returned. Catching the tantalizing aroma wafting from the tent from a distance, he quickened his pace, entering the tent to behold a sumptuous dinner laid out before him. He could hardly believe that this seemingly lazy female had managed to bring back such a bounty of food. As if he were dreaming. Hesitating, he stood to the side, wondering if this female would still share her food with him today. Hearing the commotion, Lan Xien called him over. "Come wash your hands and eat." A flicker of joy crossed Si Han's face as he reached for a roasted fish, only for Lan Xien to swat his hand away. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed as Yi Han withdrew his hand. His face a mask of disbelief. This female had dared to strike him. "Go wash your hands," Lan Xien insisted, unmoved. "You need to be a hygienic or seated." Yi Han frowned but complied, limping away to wash his hands. Upon his return, Lan Xien noticed that his legs seemed to be in worse condition than before, and she couldn't help but voice her concern. "Where did you go today?" "Your leg is injured. You should refrain from wandering about." "Just took a stroll," he replied, dismissively, unwilling to share his day's experiences with Lan Xien. He had intended to transform into his beast form for hunting, but after running several hundred meters, the pain in his leg had forced him to abandon the effort, returning without even a single rabbit. He recalled Lan Xien's earlier derision, calling him a cripple. Indeed, she had been right. He was nothing but a useless cripple now, incapable of accomplishing anything. Lan Xien offered him a roasted fish, urging him to taste it. "You must have never eaten anything so delicious." Yi Han turned his head in distaste. "I can manage myself." Taking the fish from her hand, he tentatively took a bite, his eyes widening in surprise before he began to devour it ravenously. It was the first time he had tasted such delectable fish. He nearly swallowed the bones whole. "Try this too," Lan Xien suggested, presenting the stir-fried rabbit. "This is stir-fried rabbit?" Si Han echoed, puzzled. "What an odd name. Is the rabbit wrapped in grass?" "No, it's stir-fried rabbit, meaning it's cooked in a pan." Lan Xien corrected him. Stir-fried. Si Han had never encountered this term before. The food in the tribe was either boiled or roasted. Never fried, he took a tentative bite and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Swallowing the rabbit meat, he casually inquired, "I heard the orcs say you study fishing tools at home every day, yet I've never seen you do so. How did you suddenly create a fishing rod?" Lan Xien's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily replied, "I learned how to make fishing rods in the original tribe that, as focused was she on filling her belly and accumulating points that she forgot Si Han was a suspicious person." Si Han was about to say something else when Lan Xien interrupted him. "Why overthink it? Just eat." He fell silent for a moment, gazing at the fragrant dinner that a person's appearance may change. But habits are hard to alter. The old Lan Xien would never have prepared such a feast, nor would she have washed her hands before dinner. He could almost certainly conclude that this Lan Xien was a different person altogether. This Lan Xien was clever, industrious, and didn't belittle him as a cripple. Yi Han had despised the former Lan Xien, but found himself inexplicably fond of this new version of her. Seated on the ground, both with hidden agendas, they shared a meal. Lan Xien sat cross-legged, feeling quite uncomfortable, and thought to herself that she must make a proper set of tables and chairs when she had the time. It would make dining much more pleasant. She offered Si Han the tenderest piece of meat, saying, "This is a reward for your good behavior today in tidying up the house. If I had to do all this alone, I would be exhausted," as Yi Han muttered under his breath. "Who asked for your praise?" Yet, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, savoring the delicious meat. The two enjoyed a relatively harmonious dinner, marking the first night since his injury that Si Han felt truly full. After the meal, Si Han instinctively began to clean up, diligently washing the stone basin until it gleamed. Occasionally glancing at Lan Xien was taken aback. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Si Han, maintaining his composure, stole a glance at the spotless stone basin. An absurd thought crossed Lan Xien's mind. Could this orc be seeking her praise? Tentatively, she remarked, "You've cleaned it so well. This is truly remarkable." Chapter 10. Do not easily trust her words, however. Si Han seemed entirely unfazed by her words. He collected the stone basin, drew the curtains between them, and stepped outside. Lon Exon, however, noticed the faint blush on the tips of his ears and suddenly found this beast man somewhat endearing. After satisfying her hunger, Lon Exine comfortably reclined on the animal hide. Feeling content, she placed the soil she had collected that day into a small stone basin and fetched a bucket of well water from her space to nourish it. Instantly, the barren soil in the basin transformed into something fertile. Lon Exine was so overjoyed that she felt like jumping with delight. She could almost envision the vast, endless wilderness of the Sienyu tribe becoming a significant source of wealth in the not-so-distant future. After planting the potatoes, Lon Exine began to ponder how to broach the subject of healing Si Han's leg. The last time she had merely mentioned it, he had resisted vehemently. Only by healing his leg could she garner more favor with him. Furthermore, the wild vegetables of the Beastman continent were notoriously unpalatable, and although she wished to exchange some for better produce, the cheapest cabbage cost a staggering 400 points. The night on the Beastman continent lacked candles. With only a faint fire flickering in the center of the room, crackling softly and lulling her into slumber, as she drifted off, Si Han returned with the water and found Lon Exine fast asleep. Her slightly rounded belly exposed, he limped over to cover her with a blanket. In the darkness, he gazed at her and suddenly whispered, "Who are you?" The original Lon Exine could never have prepared such a multitude of dishes with such skill. Previously, she would have mocked and dismissed him rather than offer praise. It seemed that since Lon Exine had suffered a blow to her head that day, she had become a different person entirely. Si Han stared at her in the dark for a long while, unable to discern the reason behind her transformation. The pain in his leg intensified, and he could only drag himself back to his position to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Lon Exine entered her space. The potatoes in the basin had indeed matured, sprouting vibrant green leaves. Eagerly, she unearthed the potatoes, which resembled modern varieties perfectly, after boiling a few for breakfast. She found them delightfully soft and tender. She saved 2 for Si Han before hurrying to the chieftain's home. Lon Exine hoped to rally everyone together to plant potatoes, which would bolster the tribe's food supply and, in turn, increase her favorability. Upon her arrival, she found the chieftain concluding a conversation with several beastmen, including Misai. Is this truly the case? The chieftain exclaimed excitedly after hearing about Lon Exine's potato planting experience. Lon Exine refrained from mentioning her space and the spiritual water, instead claiming she had inadvertently buried cut potatoes in the soil and watered them, resulting in the next day's growth. With a puzzled expression, she posed a question to the chieftain. "Chieftain, what do you think is happening? How can a plant mature overnight?" The elderly chieftain, filled with fervor, declared, "This is simply miraculous. Surely, the beast god is watching over us, guiding us. Lon Exine, you are the fortunate one chosen by the beast god." The chieftain attributed everything to the mysterious deity and quickly instructed Misai Air to inform the tribe, preparing to lead the beastmen in a ritual to honor the beast god and promptly plant the potatoes. Misai Air frowned, clearly disapproving. "Chieftain, do not be so quick to believe Lon Exine's words. It has never been heard in the Beastman continent that anyone can cultivate crops." Chapter 11. Do you have something to say to me? And his father had once been a close friend of the chieftain, so the chieftain took care of her from time to time, and he, who had a voice in the tribe, also opposed the idea of planting potatoes. "Chieftain, we already struggle to find food. Must we waste time and resources on planting potatoes?" Lon Exine secretly thought they were both troublemakers and endeavored to persuade the chieftain. "Chieftain, I have no reason to deceive you. In just 20 days, the potatoes will grow." And he retorted, "It's easy for you to say, but you are wasting everyone's time." And he had many followers who quickly aligned with her to reject the potato planting proposal. As an outsider taken in by the chieftain, Lon Exine found herself voiceless in the tribe and had to concede. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Seeing Lon Exine's capitulation, and he smiled. "How about this? I will agree to your potato planting, but if you do not produce them in 20 days, you must leave the tribe as compensation for everyone, and you will also have to sever your bond with Si Han." Lon Exine raised an eyebrow. "Agreed, but if I successfully grow the potatoes, you must swear before the beast god to recount the exact circumstances of what you did on the day I fainted on the mountain." And his heart raced as she looked sharply at Lon Exine. Did Lon Exine know that she had disguised herself as the beast that day. If this were to be revealed, she would face ostracism and lose her standing in the tribe. Oh, you dare. Lon Exine fixed her gaze on it, and he knew that if she backed down now, it would raise suspicion. Caught between a rock and a hard place, she steeled herself and replied, "What is there to fear?" And thus, an agreement was made. Lon Exine stated, "Good, I will not force anyone. Those who do not wish to plant potatoes may leave. But the potatoes that grow will not be shared with you." Instantly, a significant portion of the beastmen departed, most still skeptical that anyone could cultivate potatoes. This outcome was within Lon Exine's expectations. Managing too many people would be cumbersome, and the current number was just right. Turning to the chieftain, she said, "Chieftain, yesterday I had a dream in which an elderly man taught me how to plant potatoes. I can share this knowledge with everyone." The chieftain, convinced it was guidance from the beast god, led the remaining beastmen to plant the potatoes according to Lon Exine's instructions. Lon Exine taught the beastmen how to prepare the soil, cultivate, and sow. For 3 full days, the beastmen toiled until they had finally planted the potatoes. The beastmen, kneeling in prayer, earnestly beseeched the beast god's blessing. The chieftain brought forth a basin of water. "Lon Exine, you are the chosen one of the beast god. I must trouble you to personally water these potatoes. Thank you for your hard work, chieftain." Lon Exine took the water, and while everyone was engrossed in their worship, she discreetly added some spiritual water to the bucket, mixing it in before diligently watering the earth. After completing this task, the chieftain presented her with portions of wild boar and rabbit meat. And he, who had just returned from foraging on the mountain, watched this scene with resentment, her nails nearly digging into her palms. She had heard the rumors about Lon Exine, a mere calamity abandoned by her original tribe, now audaciously posing as a fortunate one guided by the beast god. Utterly absurd. One of his lackeys cautiously remarked, "And he, with such a spectacle, could it be that Lon Exine really can grow potatoes?" And he scoffed, "The chieftain is simply being fooled. I see this Lon Exine as merely trying to swindle food and drink. Let us see how long she can bask in her delusions." Lon Exine, can we truly grow potatoes? Chapter 12. The little catechism on the way back, Yi Qing asked anxiously. She had also stayed behind to plant potatoes, as her parents had passed away. Leaving her with numerous siblings, they had gone several days without a full meal. Initially, she had used a fishing rod to catch fish to feed her younger siblings, but recently, the fish in the Xianyu River had become wise and rarely took the bait. The weight of the family rested heavily on her shoulders. She would not have chosen this risky endeavor of staying to plant potatoes if it weren't absolutely necessary. Lon Exine glanced back at the beastmen trailing behind her, most of whom were emaciated, their ribs showing. These beastmen were primarily herbivorous, lacking hunting skills and often going hungry, hoping that by planting potatoes, they could improve their circumstances. That it could be said that Lon Exine's potatoes represented a glimmer of hope for them. She patted her chest and assured them, "Rest assured, I will not let you regret following me." Finally, after successfully planting the potatoes, Lon Exine returned home and slept until she naturally awoke, stretching comfortably. The next day, the sound of gentle rain fell from outside, signaling the arrival of the long, rainy season. "Congratulations, host. You have received 100 points. The voice of 001 echoed in her mind. 001. How many points do I have now? 135 points. 135. I still need over 200 points to purchase cabbage. Lan Xin now consumes potatoes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner daily, to the point where her mouth feels as if it may fade away due to the rain. Lan Xin has no intention of venturing outside. Instead, she prepares 2 potatoes for her breakfast. As she cooks, she reflects on the days gone by. Her relationship with Saihan has been relatively harmonious. He has ceased to glare at her coldly, having learned that one should not bite the hand that feeds. Their roles are distinctly defined. Saihan is responsible for fetching water and chopping wood, while Lan Xin takes charge of preparing meals. And their interactions remain minimal. They scarcely resemble partners. Rather, they appear akin to 2 cohabiting roommates. This cannot continue. She must seek some breakthrough, lest her affection for him grows at an unbearably slow pace. She is determined to find an opportunity to heal Saihan's leg. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a mewling kitten emanates from Saihan's vicinity. The curtains obstruct her view. leaving Lanshin unaware of what transpires there. Could it be that Cyan has adopted a cat? The pitiful sound of the kitten suggests it is in distress. Cyan? Lanshin inquires, "What is happening over there?" "What is that sound?" A hint of schadenfreude colors her voice. If Cyan is in trouble, then the opportunity for her to act has presented itself. Cyan, bewildered, gazes at his diminutive paws, likely due to the onset of the rainy season, which has caused his injury to throb painfully, thus reverting him to his beastly form. Yet, who can explain to him the current situation? He is transformed, but where is the majestic lion he once was? Why has he become this adorably foolish cub? If Lanshin were to see him like this, she would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. "I'm coming in," Lanshin declares as she prepares to draw back the curtain. The kitten's cries sound harrowing, as if it has endured some inhumane treatment. Alarmed, Lanshin hastily pulls aside the curtain, only to freeze in place. Within Cyan's tent lies a small, pure white kitten, its fluffy fur appearing soft and its round, glistening eyes like sapphires, fiercely clawing the air as it regards her with a fierce expression. This is simply too adorable. Wow, where did such a cute kitten come from? Lanshin's heart nearly melts at the sight of the charming creature, and she scoops the kitten into her arms, entering full-on petting mode. However, as she cuddles it, she realizes something is amiss. The kitten's body temperature is alarmingly high, as if it is feverish. Moreover, its left leg appears injured, the wound untreated and festering, with traces of blood and a broken bone, creating a ghastly sight. A wounded kitten remaining in Cyan's room prompts Lanshin to exclaim, "You can't possibly be Cyan, can you?" Chapter 13. Melancholy in the rain, the kitten lets out a fierce cry, its voice still retaining a childlike quality, and Lanshin's familiarity with its gaze confirms her suspicions. This is undoubtedly Cyan. Huh. Lanshin laughs without mercy. "Weren't you supposed to be a grand lion? How did you end up like this?" She never expected the typically aloof and imposing beast to transform into such a soft and adorable form. The kitten glares at her before burying its head beneath the animal hide, leaving only its rear exposed, appearing quite bashful. Lanshin pulls it out, tucking the blanket around it. "You seem to have a fever. Just wait. I will fetch some medicine for you, and we need to tend to that wound." Cyan, feeling lightheaded from the fever, is oblivious to Lanshin's words. 001. "Do you have any medicine for treating fever in beasts?" She queries mentally as her consciousness enters the space. The system responds coldly and mercilessly. "No." What to do now? Lanshin recalls encountering plants resembling fish mint and summer withering grass on the mountain a few days prior, which could be used to reduce fever and stop bleeding. However, the rain continues to pour, accompanied by thunder. After a moment's hesitation, she dons a hide and heads outside. That a day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. She resolves to consider this as a means to increase her affection points. "Don't go." Lanshin's hand is seized. Cyan is unexpectedly transformed back into human form, gripping her hand tightly, his face flushed, exhaling warm breaths. "Cyan, let go of me. I must go find medicine for you." Lanshin insists, attempting to free herself from his grasp. She gently touches his feverish forehead, warning, "If this continues, you'll become a foolish lion." Cyan, as if his ears were stuffed with cotton, hears nothing, watching helplessly as Lanshin pulls away and departs without a backward glance. The silence in the room becomes oppressive. The handsome man lying on the bed is filled with a sense of desolation and a touch of fragility, the rainy day amplifying his agitation. The original Lanshin has left, and now this new Lanshin is departing as well. That it is no wonder. He, a crippled wretch, would drive any female away if she wants to leave, then let her. He does not care. The rain pours down incessantly, and Lanshin, wrapped in a hide, struggles to find herbs on the mountain. At last, she discovers several plants beneath a tree. The fish mint and summer withering grass here differ somewhat from their modern counterparts, and she tastes a sample to confirm their identity. Having finally found the necessary herbs, Lanshin stumbles and falls into the mud. "Damn it," she curses as she rises, covered in grime. Thinking of Cyan waiting for her home, she disregards her muddy state and rushes back. Approaching her home, she is taken aback to see a tall figure crouched at the entrance. The silhouette resembles Cyan. She quickens her pace, and indeed, it is him. Saihin squats at the doorway, his head bowed in deep thought, drenched from the rain, droplets cascading down his forehead. Have you lost your mind? Why are you out here in the rain? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the tent? Lan Xin exclaims, both angered and exasperated at his disregard for his own well-being. She braves the downpour to fetch a medicine, and yet he stands outside, soaking wet. Upon hearing her voice, Saihin suddenly looks up, as if struck by some revelation. Did you not leave? Why have you returned? Lan Xin is momentarily taken aback. Who said I was leaving? I went out to fetch medicine for you. She adds, I'm not going anywhere. At the very least, she intends to heal his leg and gather enough affection points before departing. Lan Xin silently reassures herself. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly realizes, you thought I was leaving, hence your melancholy in the rain. Didn't you? Saihin, I never expected that beneath your typically cold demeanor, you possess such loyalty. Saihin, flustered and angry, retorts, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely feared you would be swept away by the rain. It would be difficult to explain to the clan leader otherwise. Lan Xin regards him with an understanding expression. All right, I truly do not intend to leave. I merely went to find medicine for you. You need not explain. It matters not to me whether you stay or go. It has no bearing on my life. After the emotional outburst, Saihin seems a bit embarrassed, unable to meet Lan Xin's gaze. You look dreadful. Hurry and wash up, change your clothes. You're filthy. Understood. Lan Xin responds with a hint of dissatisfaction. You should at least acknowledge that I did this for you. Saihin's ears twitch, and his face flushes slightly. The two of them prepare a basin of hot water and wash up in the yard. The bathing area is merely a simple cover of thatch with a trench for drainage, utterly primitive. Initially, Lan Xin feels somewhat bashful during her first wash, but she quickly grows accustomed to it, adapting to local customs. Her expectations are low. As long as her privacy is shielded, she is content. After her bath, Lan Xin feels significantly refreshed and returns to the tent to prepare medicine for Saihin. The fish mint is boiled into a dark blue broth, exuding an unpleasant medicinal aroma. Saihin, weakened from the rain, has reverted to his beast form, a small creature now lying upon the hide. Lan Xin brings him the medicine, urging, drink this to reduce your fever. The kitten, finding the herbal concoction too bitter, takes a sip and immediately protests with a loud mew, its voice still retaining a childish quality. What is this bitter concoction? Are you trying to poison me? Chapter 14. It might hurt a little. Lan Xin cannot comprehend its words, but seeing its soft, white, and adorable form, she chooses not to take offense. Instead, she endures the discomfort and exchanges 5 points from her space for a packet of sugar to coax him into drinking the medicine, which he reluctantly finishes. Lan Xin places the remaining sugar beside him, saying, These are all for you, but don't eat too much at once. The kitten gathers the sugar into its embrace, cherishing it, and softly responds. Understood that Lan Xin's heart nearly melts at this response. Were it not for her knowledge that this adorable kitten was, in fact, the irritable Saihin, she would be tempted to snuggle it close and savor its sweetness. The summer withering grass serves as an excellent hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herb, and she applies its juice to the wound on his left leg. Once your fever subsides, I will tend to your leg. She assures him, as Yi Han discovered that after applying the medicine infused with Lan Xen, his leg no longer ached, and he finally believed in Lan Xen's capabilities. This time, he did not refuse. Obediently nodding his head, Lan Xen, being a plush enthusiast, could not resist the temptation and stealthily reached out to give Yi Han a playful rub. Instantly, Yi Han's fur bristled, his tail standing high. What was this female doing? Was his noble body something she could touch at will? Seeing his intense reaction, Lan Xen quickly raised her hands in surrender, exclaiming it was an accident. The little cat, feeling proud, turned her head away with a huff. That night, after finishing her meal, Lan Xen lay exhausted within the animal hide and fell into a deep slumber. Yi Han had finally consented to her treatment for his leg. And throughout the night, Lan Xen dreamed sweetly. In her dream, she had healed Yi Han's leg, and he expressed immense gratitude, her points soaring, allowing her to indulge in whatever she desired in the middle of the night. Yi Han's fever subsided, and he finally returned to his adult beast form. His long, snow-white fur glowed in the darkness, and in his lion form, he exuded an aura of majesty and strength that commanded respect. The white lion pulled aside the curtain that separated them, and indeed saw that Lan Xian had kicked off her blanket, curling up in the corner with her arms wrapped around herself. What a foolish girl. Knowing it was cold, yet she still kicked off the covers. In the dim light, Lan Xian was half covered with the animal hide, her snowy shoulders and delicate, oval face adorned with a faint blush, appearing exceptionally enchanting. The subtle fragrance emanating from her captivated Siyihan's senses, It felt as though ants were crawling on his heart. He seemed to be reacting physically. He quickly shook his head. Scolding himself for being insane, he hurriedly leaped over to cover her with the blanket she had kicked off, then lay down facing her direction, slowly drifting into dreamland. Siyihan. Be gentle, Lan Xian's soft voice whispered in his ear. Her delicate arms wrapping around his shoulders, Siyihan embraced her, his voice deep and alluring as he called her name. Lan Xian, Lan Xian. Suddenly, Siyihan let out a low growl. Jolting awake in the middle of the night, he sat up abruptly, his heart racing at the memory of a dream, daring not to glance in Lan Xian's direction. Seizing the cover of darkness, he stealthily got up to wash his animal hide pants, feeling a sense of guilt. What was happening to him? How could he have such a dream? Siyihan knew that beastmen had a specific mating season, typically during the warm months. Yet, he had not even entered that season and found himself dreaming of Lan Xian. In his heart, although he regarded her as a partner, he had never contemplated any further development between them. When Lan Xian awoke and saw Siyihan had returned to human form, she surmised that his fever had subsided. She proceeded to examine his leg, and as she suspected, it was indeed fractured. The medical standards on the Beastman continent were abysmally low. Fractures like this often meant waiting for death. Siyihan, with a broken leg, still ran about, leaving Lan Xian at a loss for words. Taking advantage of the light morning rain, Lan Xian ventured up the mountain to gather some herbs. Upon seeing her serious expression, Siyihan's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. But how's my leg? Is it beyond repair? Chapter 15. I'll make a bed for you while grinding the herbs. Lan Xian reassured him, Don't worry, you're quite fortunate to have encountered me, that if we had waited any longer, the bones would have healed improperly, requiring a break and realignment, as Siyihan inquired. So there's still hope? Previously, he had lost all hope for his leg, but her presence inexplicably made him believe that miracles could exist in this world. Lan Xian confirmed, Of course there's hope. Have you forgotten my promise? I will heal your leg. Now I need to realign your bones. However, it might hurt a bit. The rain persisted for days, and after helping Siyihan with his leg, Lan Xian found herself unable to go outside, leaving them confined to the tent. Fortunately, under her meticulous care, Siyihan's leg injury improved day by day, and after some time of rest, he might be able to move normally again. However, the lack of entertainment on the Beastman continent made time seem to drag on. So during her leisure hours, Lan Xian began to ponder creating some simple furniture. She intended to craft a set of tables and chairs, along with 2 beds. Lan Xian urgently needed 2 beds, as the beastmen here typically slept on animal hides laid on the ground. The cold and dampness of the floor could lead to wind. Cold and dampness invading the body, resulting in rheumatism. Especially with the recent rain, she felt uncomfortable sleeping on the ground. Siyihan, who needed to rest due to his injuries, required a proper bed, without any blueprints. Lan Xian drew a simple design on the floor with branches. However, she soon realized that she lacked any talent for this craft. No matter how she arranged the wood, it either came out too short or crooked. Exhausted, she finally gave up and fell asleep on the animal hide. Siyihan, while washing the bowls from their meal, contemplated the sleeping Lan Xian. He noticed that she had inexplicably brought several logs into their home to tinker with. As he examined the logs, he grew increasingly suspicious. These were the materials used for setting up a tent, weren't they? Suddenly, Siyihan recalled Lan Xian's previous words about wanting to dissolve their partnership once his leg healed. Could it be that she had begun preparations to build her own house? How heartless of her! A tinge of bitterness filled Siyihan as he stared at the logs on the ground and kicked them in frustration. The logs rolled aside, revealing Lan Xian's drawings on the floor. Lan Xian was awakened by a series of sounds, and upon opening her eyes, she found Si Han successfully assembling a bed from her logs. The bed that she had struggled to construct was taking shape under his skilled hands. "Wow, you made this," Lan Xian exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the irritable lion to lend her a hand. Si Han, noticing her wakefulness, replied, "You've been at this woodwork all day, making a racket. I reluctantly helped you out. Consider it a trade for your healing services." Lan Xian had grown accustomed to Si Han's sharp tongue. She laid down the animal hide on the newly constructed bed and sighed. Having a bed is so much more comfortable. It's far better than lying on the damp ground. Looking at the remaining logs, she said, "Si Han, there is still a lot of wood left. I originally intended to make a bed for you, but clearly you have a knack for this. Why not make another bed for yourself?" A bed? Si Han had never heard of such a thing before, but he was puzzled by the myriad of strange ideas that seemed to populate Lan Xian's mind. "Yes, with this thing called a bed. You won't have to sleep on the damp ground anymore. It's not good for your leg injury to sleep on the floor." To Lan Xian's surprise, Si Han suddenly asked, "What is our relationship?" Without hesitation, she replied, "We are partners." "Then why are we making two beds?" Si Han's handsome face flushed slightly as he looked at her. Lan Xian was taken aback by his intense gaze. Coughing, she clarified, "To be precise, we are merely collaborators." As she spoke, she hurriedly attempted to escape, but Si Han pressed her back down onto the bed. His robust form loomed over her, his warm breath brushing against her face as he whispered, "Lan Xian, we are partners. Shoot and tea, we share a bed." Lan Xian felt her cheeks flush at his proximity, deliberately averting her gaze. "But you said you didn't want to sleep together," gazing at her blushing face. Si Han felt a stirring in his heart and could not help but reach out to gently caress the corner of her mouth. Lan Xian's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes shimmering like moonlight as she spoke in a husky voice. "Si Han, what are you trying to do?" In a sudden move, Si Han leaned down and captured her soft lips with his. Lan Xian's eyes widened in shock, feeling as if her very soul had been electrified by his kiss. "Lan Xian, you silly girl. That was in the past," he whispered softly in her ear and kissed her once more. This time, he left no room for Lan Xin to resist. His kiss transitioned from tender to aggressive, meticulously exploring every inch of her fragrant softness. Lan Xin felt her mind short-circuit, all her thoughts swept away by him. Beyond losing her reason, she surprisingly found that this kiss was not unwelcome. Gradually, Si-Han sensed that this kiss was no longer sufficient for him. His lips trembled, his breathing grew rapid, as memories of yesterday's dream flooded back. In that dream, they were entwined, the heat of their connection igniting their fervent breaths. The sudden desire trickled into his veins, coursing through his limbs and heart, an unbearable itch. Abruptly, he reached out, fiercely capturing the teasing softness beneath him, twisting and delving deeper. His once forceful tongue transformed into a gentler caress, delicately exploring every fragrant softness. Enticing her into a lingering embrace, Lan Xin let out a soft moan, a shiver coursing through her body, her eyes fluttering open slightly, her face flushed with youthful innocence and embarrassment. Ultimately, she could not resist the burning desire within her and asked in a hushed tone, "Lan Xin?" He called her name, slowly placing his palm against her chest, feeling the clear and distinct rhythm of her heartbeat, as if it danced within his grasp. "Lan Xin, may I?" Chapter 16. Her disappearance and your involvement. Lan Xin's thoughts gradually returned to the present as she glanced at the distance between them. Without hesitation, she firmly rejected him. "No, you cannot." She pushed him away, incredulous that this insufferable lion had taken advantage of the moment, and even more so, that she had somehow managed to refrain from exploding in anger just moments ago. "Lan Xin, you were clearly enjoying it just now." Si-Han was not about to let her off the hook. She had, after all, wanted it too. If he hadn't been so gentlemanly as to inquire first, things might have been different. No, that was you leading me on, and don't you remember what you said? You would never touch me, even at the cost of your life. Lan Xin cited past events, cautioning him not to undermine his own words. Si-Han recalled that on the very first day Lan Xin moved into the tent, he had taken a bee skin to serve as a curtain, clearly signaling his lack of intention to share their space. Reflecting on the past, Si-Han found himself at a loss for words. silently crafting another bed. During the rainy season, when venturing outside was impossible, Lan Xin discovered that despite his injured leg, Saihan was quite adept with his hands. He fashioned stools, tables, and chopsticks based on the drawings Lan Xin had made. Influenced by Lan Xin, Saihan learned to use chopsticks as well. Gradually, the furnishings in their tent became complete, and the quality of life for the young couple steadily improved. The only downside was the monotony of their meals. Lan Xin was growing weary of eating potatoes and fish day in and day out. She eagerly wished to accumulate points quickly to exchange for some variety in her diet. The rainy season continued for over 10 days before finally relenting, and the sun emerged one day. Yeqing came to find Lan Xin, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Lan Xin, our potatoes have sprouted. Yeqing pulled Lan Xin to the fields. Look! What had once been a barren expanse was now lush with greenery. The quantity of potatoes buried beneath the soil was astonishing, and the beastmen were busily harvesting them. One beastman even brought a sack of potatoes to give to Lan Xin, saying, "If not for you, we would never have been able to grow so many potatoes." Lan Xin hastily waved her hands in refusal. No, please keep them for yourselves." After days of consuming potatoes to the point of nausea, she had exhausted all possible preparations, fries, mashed potatoes, tornado potatoes, in her culinary repertoire. Saihan savored every bite, but for Lan Xin, who had tasted the delights of modern cuisine, the daily potato fare was a torment. All she desired was to gather enough points to trade for some cabbage to treat herself. The beastmen who had not partaken in the potato planting could only sit by, their faces filled with envy as they watched their companions harvest sack after sack of potatoes, filled with regret. "Next time, I will also plant potatoes. Me too. I will follow whatever Lan Xin does from now on." Lan Xin gestured for them to quiet down. "I can help you plant potatoes, but you must promise me one condition. The fact that the tribe has grown potatoes must remain a secret. Otherwise, other tribes will surely covet our land's resources." The chief nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the surrounding tribes have always eyed us with suspicion. We cannot afford to be careless." The beastmen wore serious expressions, reaffirming their loyalty. "Absolutely." Satisfied, Lan Xin nodded as everyone joyfully harvested the crops. Mitsai suddenly appeared before Lan Xin, her face twisted in anger. "Lan Xin, what have you done to Anha?" Lan Xin was utterly bewildered. "What?" "Anha has gone missing," with an air of indifference. Lan Xin replied, "What does her disappearance have to do with me?" She recalled the wager with Anha. If she grew potatoes, Anha would have to confess to the beast god what she had done to the original owner. Once the truth about her masquerade as a beast was revealed, Anha would surely be cast out from the tribe, and no tribe would dare accept her again. That cunning little fox was likely terrified of being exposed and had fled, seeking refuge in another tribe, as long as she didn't have to see her again. Lan Xin was indifferent. Mitsai, incensed by Lan Xin's nonchalance, retorted, "Lan Xin, how can you be so heartless? Are you really saying that Anha's disappearance has nothing to do with you?" Chapter 17. Expanding resources. Lan Xin found the situation laughable. "She fled out of guilt for the wrongs she committed against me, and I should be blamed for that. Your approach to handling matters as a future leader truly opens one's eyes." Mitsai caught the sarcasm in her emphasis on future leader, and his face darkened with anger as he stormed away. He had originally sought to become chief to prove himself superior to Saihan in Anha's eyes. Now that Anha was gone, he had lost all desire to pursue leadership. Time passed swiftly, and Saihan's leg improved day by day. He was now able to venture outside, which was beneficial for his recovery. Lan Xin used the remaining wood to craft a cane for Saihan, who cherished it dearly and took it with him on his daily outings. Beastmen who saw Saihan outside were astonished, especially since even the shaman had declared his leg irreparable. "Chief, your leg has healed. Almost. This is a cane my partner made for me." Saihan lifted the cane proudly. Another beastman inquired, "Saihan, does your leg still hurt?" Saihan replied, "Not anymore. Look, this is a cane my partner made for me." Some beastmen gazed curiously at his leg. "Chief, how did your leg heal? Did the shaman cure it?" Saihan stated, "It was Lan Xin who healed it." "Lan Xin healed it? Is she a shaman?" "No, she merely learned some medical skills in her original tribe." Saihan took every opportunity to showcase his cane, relishing the envious glances he received before returning home contentedly. He had also heard of Lan Xin's remarkable achievements in growing potatoes, a feat unparalleled in history. Initially, he thought Lan Xin's discovery of potatoes and invention of fishing rods stemmed from a combination of cleverness and good fortune. Now, witnessing her successfully cultivate potatoes, he could not help but regard her with newfound respect. Lan Xin possessed not merely cleverness and luck, but the most precious asset on the Beastman continent, wisdom. This morning, Lan Xin exchanged her points for cabbage, as her points had been accumulating rapidly, enabling her to finally enjoy some vegetables. The system remained generous, providing her with a full bag of cabbage, enough to last them a year. Today's lunch consisted of cabbage, roasted fish, and wild boar. Give it a try. Lan Xin placed the prepared cabbage on the table. I discovered this new food on the mountain a few days ago. Cyan glanced at the unassuming cabbage on the table, lacking appetite, and opted for potatoes instead. Just try it. It's truly delicious. Lan Xin insisted, placing a piece of cabbage in his bowl. Cyan tentatively tasted a bite, his eyes widening in surprise. He had not expected the seemingly bland cabbage to be so flavorful. Its sweet, refreshing taste delighted his palate. He had never encountered such sweet vegetables before and couldn't help but take several more bites, exclaiming, "This cabbage is even better than potatoes." Cyan was thoroughly captivated by the cabbage. Lan Xin began to devote herself to the study of cultivating cabbage, establishing a small garden behind the tent specifically for growing vegetables. Lan Xin, through relentless experimentation and the enhancement of the spiritual water, witnessed a remarkable acceleration in the growth of her crops. After just 3 days, the cabbage finally sprouted its tender shoots. With the success of her experiment, Lan Xin confidently scattered all the cabbage seeds across her garden. Now, her little plot was brimming with potatoes and cabbages. Once she acquires other food sources, she plans to cultivate even more land for her vegetables. There remained many cabbages in Lan Xin's space, but this time she refrained from giving them away for free to the orcs. Instead, she decided to trade them for game at the tribe. Cyan was injured, and with no male to hunt, they were in dire need of prey. Being a carnivorous orc, Cyan's health would gradually deteriorate without meat, and relying solely on cabbage and potatoes was not a sustainable solution. On the 31st day in the Orc continent, Lan Xin had reached a point where she no longer worried about food. She began to explore the creation of more convenient furniture. She contemplated making pottery, which would not only facilitate food storage but also allow her to cook. Currently, her methods of cooking were limited to either roasting over the fire or boiling in a stone basin. However, the stone basin was prone to cracking under heat and often left behind shards that could ruin a meal if bitten into. Firstly, she needed to select suitable clay, as not all types of earth could be used for pottery. It must possess both stickiness and plasticity. After 3 days of searching the mountains, she finally found the appropriate clay, and mixing it to the right consistency consumed a great deal of her time. The next step was firing the pottery, which required careful control of the flames, and Lan Xin spent every day by the fire. It was not until 10 days later that she successfully crafted a commendable piece of pottery. The first item she produced was a pot. Though its base was slightly uneven, it served its purpose to make tea last. She possessed a durable pot. Eager to share her joy, Lan Xin pulled aside Cyan's curtain, holding the pot aloft. "Look, can you guess what this is?" Her face was smeared with soot, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a dirty little kitten with only her teeth gleaming white, unable to suppress his amusement. Cyan poked her cheek. "You look ridiculous. Go wash your face first." With his handsome features accentuated by a smile, Lan Xin found herself momentarily entranced, feeling a warmth where he had touched her. Quickly, she splashed water on her face to cool the burning sensation. Calm down, she reminded herself. She was human, and Cyan was an orc. Their worlds were fundamentally incompatible. After mentally preparing herself, she turned to Cyan. "So, did you guess what it is?" Recently, Cyan had observed Lan Xin molding the sticky clay into various shapes, but could not fathom that she was crafting a pot. Lan Xin beamed with pride. "This is not an ordinary pot. It is pottery, more heat-resistant, so we won't find stones in our soup anymore." As Cyan examined the pot, he expressed his astonishment. "Pottery? Is this really made of clay? How can it be so sturdy? Of course, not only is it durable and heat-resistant, but it's also lightweight. Just wait until dinner." That evening, Lan prepared a delicious meat stew in her pot, yielding an exquisite flavor that even made the broth more delightful. Although Saihan said little, he consumed every drop of the soup. Given Lan warning about the fragility of pottery, he handled the pot with utmost care while washing it, fearing it might break, depriving him of such delectable soup. The successful creation of her first pot filled Lan with joy, prompting her to craft several cups and jars. The following morning, Yi Qing arrived early to find Lan Xin. Lan Xin, the market in the northern district has commenced. Would you like to accompany me? The market? Lan Xin pondered, as this was her first time hearing of it. Yi Qing, aware of Lan Xin's limited outings, explained, the market gathers orcs from various tribes, where one can exchange goods and even earn some crystals. These crystals can be traded with southern tribes for items. Lan Xin understood that crystals in the Orc continent were akin to modern-day currency. As the saying goes, money may not be omnipotent, but without it, one is utterly powerless. Although Lan Xin was uncertain about the future, saving some crystals seemed prudent. She was eager to explore the market for potential opportunities. All right, I'll join you to check it out. Inviting Yi Qing in her tent, she suggested, let us have breakfast together before we go. Upon entering, Yi Qing was captivated by the furniture. Wow, Lan Xin, your tent looks incredible. With a smile, Lan Xin explained, this is a stool, which makes dining more comfortable. This table is for placing items, and this is a bed that if you like, I can draw some designs for you to replicate. Yi Qing gazed at her in admiration. Lan Xin, your mind is truly brilliant. I bet these items would be immensely popular at the market. Lan Xin agreed wholeheartedly. Nodding, let us first visit the market. Yi Qing surveyed the tent. She suddenly inquired, where's the chief? I heard you healed his leg. Is that true? Yes, Saihan is still sleeping, and I did indeed heal his leg. Yi Qing's face radiated admiration for Lan Xin. Her voice barely a whisper. That's amazing. Lan Xin prepared a bowl of cabbage and gathered some wild fruits for breakfast. It was Yi Qing's first experience with cabbage, and she praised it profusely, nearly devouring the plate, so much so that she transformed into a squirrel out of excitement, her cheeks puffed and her tail wagging, endearing her to Lan Xin. When Saihan awoke, he was greeted by the sight of Lan Xin cradling a small squirrel, blissfully petting its head while feeding it. The breakfast table lay empty. Saihan felt an inexplicable irritation at the sight of the squirrel, wishing to kick it away for having devoured his breakfast and resting on his partner. What little glutton! This is Yi Qing, Lan Xin retorted, displeased. Gugu, the squirrel, seemed to find courage to protest the nickname, but upon meeting Saihan's gaze, she immediately cowered and bowed her head, silenced by the presence of the chief. Lan Xin retrieved another plate of cabbage for Saihan, saying, I saved this for you. Only then did Saihan feel a bit more at ease, wolfing down the cabbage. Once he finished, Lan Xin informed him, today, Yi Qing and I are going to the market. It's quite a distance, so you should stay behind since your leg isn't fully healed. Reluctantly, Saihan nodded, his gaze lingering on his leg. When would it finally heal, he possessed a slight desire to accompany Lan Xin outside, merely a fleeting whim. Chapter 20. You plead with me. Lan Xin prepared lunch for Si Yihan before venturing out. She and Yi Qing traversed for an entire morning before arriving at the bustling marketplace. The market was far grander than she had anticipated, bustling with orcs from various tribes, creating a lively atmosphere. Stalls offered an array of wares, including animal pelts, handcrafted artifacts, necklaces, bracelets, and game. After wandering for half the day, Lan Xin spotted a beautiful bracelet and exchanged it for 3 potatoes. As they walked, Yi Qing remarked, this is not even the peak of the hustle and bustle. Once the snow season approaches, the southern camel caravans will arrive, bringing with them unique local specialties. At that time, we can trade our crystal stones for desired items. Their salt and fruits are far superior to ours, especially the salt, which is snatched up in an instant. Lan Xin felt a spark of excitement. She resolved to return in a few days to exchange some crystal stones. The northern salt was laden with impurities and lacked flavor, so Lan Xin yearned for the southern salt. However, how could she acquire crystal stones? Trading furniture such as stools and tables seemed impractical. These items were cumbersome to craft, requiring significant amounts of wood and time. Moreover, the sheer size of the furniture would likely startle onlookers if she produced them from her spatial storage at the market. How about selling stone pots? These pots are sturdy and durable. The persistent calls of vendors sparked a moment of clarity in Lanxin. She could sell pottery. Determined, she awoke early the next day to gather clay. Upon finding the clay, she meticulously wrapped it in large leaves and descended the mountain, feeling quite pleased with herself. The morning air was crisp and fragrant with the fresh dew, and Lanxin strolled leisurely through the mountains. "Help? Is anyone there?" A familiar voice echoed from the bushes, prompting Lanxin to furrow her brow. Was that Mi Tsai? Following the sound, she discovered Mi Tsai had unwittingly fallen into a large pit. His handsome face was caked with mud, rendering him unrecognizable, and his animal skin clothing was tattered and torn, presenting a rather pitiable sight. "Someone's here!" Mi Tsai exclaimed with joy upon hearing footsteps. "Please help. I'm stuck down here." Having transformed into a wolf the previous day, while searching for Anha, he had rushed too hastily and stepped into the pit, unable to escape the entire night. Hearing someone approach filled him with overwhelming relief. Upon recognizing that it was Lanxin, Mi Tsai's plea faltered. "What are you doing here?" Lanxin crossed her arms, feigning indifference. "Do you want to pull you up?" Mi Tsai scoffed. "I don't need your help." "Very well. I shall take my leave then." Lanxin clapped her hands and turned to walk away. Mi Tsai widened his eyes in disbelief. This woman was actually leaving. How infuriating. Had she not previously professed her deep affection for him? "Stop right there," he called out. Lanxin glanced back. "What is it?" Seeing her turn back brought him a sense of comfort. He was certain Lanxin would not abandon him, given her evident fondness for him. Mi Tsai commanded, "Pull me up." Lanxin raised an eyebrow. "You're begging me now?" Mi Tsai, incredulous, gritted his teeth. "What did you say?" Lanxin relished the opportunity to teach this proud wolf a lesson. "If you don't plead for my assistance, then I shall leave. After all, there are bound to be others from the tribe arriving soon who can rescue you." Chapter 21. Who doesn't fancy crystal stones? Mi Tsai glanced down at his tattered clothing, feeling suffocated at the thought of being seen in such a disheveled state. A solitary wolf, reduced to falling into a pit and being trapped for an entire night. How would he ever recover his reputation? Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly muttered, "I beg you." Lanxin's eyes widened in surprise. "I seem to have trouble hearing today. Please, pull me up." One must adopt a proper attitude when pleading for help. Mi Tsai, worn down by the humiliation, conceded, "I sincerely request that you assist me." Lanxin, seeing the proud wolf finally lower his guard, Lanxin compassionately tossed him a vine. With great effort, she managed to pull Mi Tsai up, and as she examined her reddened palms, she remarked, "You really ought to lose some weight. Had I known this hefty wolf was so heavy, I would have walked away." Mi Tsai watched her hands, a flicker of emotion crossing his face as he quietly said, "Thank you for your help today." However, he quickly regained his composure, shielding his exposed skin with his hands, adopting a modest demeanor. "But if you think this means I would consider you as a partner, you shall be sorely disappointed." Lanxin was rendered speechless by his narcissism. "Rest assured, I have long since lost interest in you. If it weren't for our shared tribe, I would have had no inclination to assist you earlier." Mi Tsai furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. He refused to believe Lanxin's words. If she truly had no feelings for him, she would not have risked injuring her hands to save him. You're just being contrary. With that, he turned to leave, reminding her, "Don't follow me. I shall never look your way." Lanxin sighed, wishing to suggest he look in a mirror to see his current muddy state. Who would be attracted to that? Upon returning home, Lanxin began crafting pottery. She fashioned 5 cups and 3 pots, leaving them to dry in the sun. "What is the purpose of making so many pottery items?" Si Yihin inquired, observing the crooked array in the yard. Lanxin replied, "I intend to sell them at the market to earn some crystal stones." Si Yihin asked, "Do you have an affinity for crystal stones?" Lanxin sighed, "Is that even a question? Who doesn't like money or crystal stones?" Si Yihin stroked his chin thoughtfully. He possessed an abundance of crystal stones and had heard that females were particularly fond of them. It appeared Lanxin was no exception. Previously, he had been cautious around her, fearing she might seize his wealth, given her earlier greedy and domineering nature. However, the current Lanxin had treated him with kindness and prepared delicious meals. Even if she would take his crystals, he would willingly relinquish them. Approaching his bedside, Si Yihin retrieved a pouch hidden beneath his animal skins, eager to showcase his modest treasury to Lanxin. Unaware of his intentions, she spoke with anticipation. Once I earn enough crystal stones, I'll buy 2 animal skin coats, one for me and one for you. The rainy season would soon yield to the snowy season, necessitating warm clothing. Contemplating, she felt a pang of sympathy for Siyin, who spent his days alone at home. How about you join me tomorrow? Siyin, upon hearing this, secretly stowed away his pouch, elated at the prospect of finally accompanying her. He had never seen a crystal stone before. Lan Xin glanced at the dilapidated tent with sympathy. Fear not, I shall show you the world. With Siyin's deft hands aiding her, they improved the appearance of several pottery items on the eve of their journey to the market. Being mindful of Siyin's inability to walk long distances, Lan Xin bartered some cabbage with 2 white horse orcs. The next day, Lan Xin and Siyin mounted the backs of the White Horse brothers, setting forth for the marketplace. Upon reaching the marketplace, Lan Xin assisted Siyin down from the horse and offered the White Horse brothers some water as a gesture of gratitude for their hard work. The horses happily squinted their eyes, flicking their tails. Siyin, observing this, grew impatient and urged Lan Xin, casting a disapproving glance at the 2 horses. Let us move quickly. Stop dawdling. Chapter 22. Pack your belongings and depart quickly. Step right up. Come and see the sturdy, heat-resistant pots, Lan Xin called out energetically. They had arrived at the market rather early, and the vast expanse was still sparsely populated, drawing customers. Lan Xin decided to cook a pot of pork soup with the meat she had brought from the tent, offering free samples to entice buyers. Come taste our soup. Indeed, a couple noticed the enticing aroma. May we sample it? Of course, Lan Xin ladled some out for them. As they tasted the soup, their eyes widened in astonishment. This soup is exquisite, exclaimed the female, and there's not a single speck of grit. When using stone pots, we often find small stones. The male chimed in, this pot is remarkable. Indeed, it is quite impressive. How much does it cost? Lan Xin replied, 30 crystal stones. The price of 30 crystals seems rather steep. Lan Xin remarked, 30 crystals are quite a bargain. Consider this, a stone pot costs 10 crystals and is hardly durable. It nearly requires replacement every year. This ceramic pot, on the other hand, is far superior. With proper care, it can last 5 to 6 years, saving a considerable amount of crystals. During her student days, Lan Xin had briefly dabbled in sales, adeptly promoting products. Noticing the couple still hesitating, she feigned sorrow and suggested, how about this? I'll sell it to you for 20 crystals and throw in a cup that if you find it satisfactory, do me a favor and spread the word. The couple felt fortunate to seize such a deal and readily agreed. They produced the crystals, and Lan Xin gestured for them to hand them to Siyin, who carefully accepted the crystals. Thus, Lan Xin made her first profit. To put it plainly, these ceramic wares required no cost on her part. She had initially thought she would only manage to exchange for a dozen crystals, so 20 was beyond her expectations. Even Siyin was surprised that Lan Xin could command such a price, remarking, your persuasive skills are truly impressive. With a smile, Lan Xin replied, it's not merely my eloquence. The quality of my pot speaks for itself. She reveled in the scent of success. Siyin frowned. Success? What do you mean? Lan Xin clarified, crystals, they're crystals. Having discerned the prices accepted by the beastmen, Lan Xin felt a newfound confidence and promptly labeled her ceramics. 25 crystals for a pot and 2 crystals for a cup. While Siyin momentarily stepped away, Lan Xin tended to her stall alone. As she meticulously stirred the soup in her pot, a sudden figure darted past. The cacophony of clattering pottery rang out, but fortunately, none shattered. However, the soup spilled entirely, splattering onto Lan Xin's arm. Rising, she cast a cold glare at the instigator, Anha. Anha maintained her usual haughty demeanor, swaggering with arrogance. What are you staring at? Do you dare to have me gouge out your eyes? This is my territory. Sell your wares elsewhere. Anna had been selling stone pots in this area for several days. Today, upon seeing Lan Xin alone at her stall, memories flooded back of her own struggles and the humiliation she faced because of Lan Xin's actions. It was Lan Xin who had made her fear returning to the tribe, leading her to seek refuge with the leader of the Qiangdao tribe, a repugnant elder tiger beast man who had left her starving for days. All of this was Lan Xin's fault. Now Lan Xin had the audacity to appear before her, attempting to encroach on her business. With both old and new grudges combined, Without a second thought, she charged forward and kicked Lan Xin's pot aside. Anha raised her chin defiantly. Let me tell you, I am not to be trifled with. I am now a member of the Qiangdao tribe, and my partner is their leader. You cannot afford to provoke me. Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Chapter 23. How will he handle this? Passers-by among the beastmen pointed and whispered, expressing their discontent with Anha's brazen attitude. Yet none dared to intervene on Lan Xin's behalf. The tattoo on Anha's arm marked her allegiance to the Qiangdao tribe, known for their nefarious deeds, preying upon the weak. They did not wish to draw the ire of such a notorious faction. Noticing Lan Xin's reluctance to depart, Anha reached out to grab her hair and drag her away. Lan Xin scoffed. She was no pushover. This little vixen had persistently sought to provoke her, pushing her too far, and she could no longer hold back her anger. Oh, really? Then let me inform you today that I am not someone to be trifled with. With a sharp slap, Lan Xin's palm met Anha's face with a resounding crack. To deal with such a person, extraordinary measures were warranted. Anha spun from the force of the blow, collapsing to the ground, clutching her swollen cheek and nearly losing her mind. What are you doing? How dare you hit me? Lan Xin retorted. You initiated this by trying to grab my hair. The surrounding beastmen could not suppress their laughter at Anha's disheveled state. Anha's face turned as red as a cooked liver, and she lunged forward, claws outstretched, aiming to scratch Lan Xin's face. Lan Xin swiftly dodged, finding herself enveloped in a warm, robust embrace. What is going on? What happened? Cyan's warm breath brushed against Lan Xin's neck, causing her to squirm uncomfortably. Anha is trying to steal our stall. Upon hearing this, Cyan cast a frigid glare at Anha, his eyes like shards of ice, instilling fear. Yet, Anha appeared oblivious. She withdrew her hand aimed at Lan Xin, and instead gazed at Cyan's legs with surprise. Cyan, your leg is healed? Which shaman treated you? Clad in simple bee skin, Cyan's appearance remained strikingly handsome and robust. Anha reached out to touch his legs, but he evaded her grasp. Why are you bullying my partner? Hearing Cyan refer to Lan Xin as his partner caused Anha's expression to stiffen. She sensed a shift in Cyan's attitude towards Lan Xin as he seemed to defend her. Could it be that Cyan truly considered Lan Xin as his partner? This was unacceptable. Cyan should be hers. Besides, with his leg healed, he would undoubtedly reclaim his position as the leader of the Xianyue tribe. Only she, being the beautiful and exceptional female, was worthy of the leader. Anha squeezed out a few tears. Cyan, you misunderstand. I did not bully Lan Xin. I have been selling pots here for several days, and as soon as Lan Xin arrived, she stole my spot in my business. Even hitting me. Look at my face. Anha bit her lip, feigning innocence as she gazed up at Cyan. Perhaps this tactic had worked on males in the past, but with half her face swollen from Lan Xin's slap. Her once pitiful expression now appeared comical, evoking no sympathy from the beastmen. Cyan coldly replied, You deserve it. Anha felt utterly wronged. How can you say that to me? Cyan responded, I recall that this stall operates on a first-come, first-served basis. Since we arrived first today, it is rightfully ours. While this was true, Anha attempted to draw closer to speak with Cyan, but he blocked her path. Your Qiangdao tribe is known for stealing from others. Since we are not from the same tribe and our paths diverge, it would be best not to get too close in the future. Cyan's words pierced Anha like daggers, and she clenched her fists. Cyan, you know I like you. Why are you siding with Lan Xin? My forced departure from the tribe is all her doing. I also know you have never liked Lan Xin. That useless girl does not deserve you. Cyan, why don't you consider being with me? Anha's tone rose, her delicate arm attempting to drape over Cyan's shoulder. She was confident that no one could resist her charm. Standing aside, Lan Xin could hardly contain her laughter at the audacity of this vixen, openly trying to seduce Cyan right in front of her. She was curious how Cyan would respond. Chapter 24. I initially intended to gift you just as Anha approached him. Cyan forcefully shoved her away. Anha crumpled to the ground as if made of paper. Lan Xin is my partner. With that declaration, Cyan made his stance clear. Lan Xin's heart skipped a beat at the words. Quickly, she reminded herself that they were merely temporary partners. Cyan's statement was likely just a means to rid himself of Anha, and she mustn't take it to heart. Once Cyan's leg was healed, they would part ways and go their separate paths. Rising from the ground, Anha, having lost face, did not wish to linger any longer. She turned to flee, clutching several stone pots, only to be intercepted by Lan Xin. Anha, are you leaving just like that? What else do you want? Anha glared at her. It was evident that Anha had instigated the conflict, yet her words twisted the narrative as if Lan Xin were the unreasonable one. Lan Xin, uninterested in further conflict, retorted, "You spilled my meat soup. I calculate that you owe me 20 crystals as compensation." Anha trembled with rage. 20 crystals. Lan Xin was clearly taking advantage of the situation. Reluctantly, Anha extracted 20 crystals, seething with resentment. "Just you wait." After Anha departed, the onlookers dispersed. Saihin noticed the burns on Lan Xin's arm and took her hand, asking, "What happened to your arm?" Several small blisters marred Lan Xin's skin, quite unsightly. "It's nothing serious. I just got splashed by the soup." Saihin's gaze turned cold as he looked in the direction Anha had fled. "I'll take you to apply some medicine." He tended to her wounds with herbal ointment. A pang of guilt struck him. It was his failure to protect her that led to her injury. It's not your fault. Anha caught me off guard. Lan signed out as Yihin beckoned to a parrot soaring in the sky. Whispering a few words into its ear, he then placed a crystal in the palm of his hand, and after the parrot seized it, it flapped its wings and flew towards the Qiangdao tribe. Lan Xian observed their interaction with curiosity. Inquiring what he had said to the bird, Yihin replied, "I instructed it to relay everything that transpired at the market today to the Qiangdao tribe, without omitting a single detail." A subtle smile graced Lan Xian's lips as she realized Yihin possessed a rather cunning nature, and he had seduced the chief of the Qiangdao tribe and had only just begun to establish herself there. She had flirted with the tribe's leader and, shortly thereafter, declared her affections to Yihin at the market. It was rumored that the chief of the Qiangdao tribe was a brutal and bloodthirsty tiger with a strong possessiveness. If today's events were to spread, then he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Lan Xian felt no sympathy for her. After all, she had brought this upon herself. The broth that had spilled when he was kicked over had scattered, but the meat remained, and Lan Xian decided to concoct another pot of soup. As noon approached, the market became increasingly bustling, and Lan Xian's stall was filled with liveliness. Although most were merely seeking a taste of her soup, it inadvertently provided free publicity for her pottery, leading to a swift sale of her wares, earning her a total of 78 crystals. She and Yihin strolled around the market, indulging in various snacks. Lan Xian paused at a stall selling bracelets made from small shells and colorful stones, which appeared exceedingly beautiful. The stall owner, a rabbit beast man, enthusiastically informed Lan Xian, "We can engrave words on the stones and customize bracelets to suit your name." It turned out that the Beastman continent also had a form of writing. Upon closer inspection, Lan Xian noted that the engraved stones featured pictographs. Curiously, she asked, "Yihin, can you read?" Yihin shook his head, indicating he could not. The stall owner chuckled, explaining that aside from the tribal leaders and shamans, few could read on the Beastman continent. "I learned some characters while working under the chief." Lan Xian nodded, requesting a bracelet inscribed with her name. She then inquired, "Yihin, would you like one?" Yihin shook his head dismissively. "I have no need for such feminine trinkets." Yet, Lan Xian noticed him stealing glances at the stall. Clearly intrigued, but pretending to be indifferent, she feigned disappointment. "Very well. I plan to gift it to you, but I shall reconsider." Chapter 25. Your name. As soon as she finished speaking, Yihin hurriedly replied, "If you are gifting it to me, then I shall reluctantly accept." Lan Xian burst into laughter, turning to the stall owner. "Please engrave another bracelet with the name Yihin." Meanwhile, and he, upon returning to the Qiangdao tribe, did not share in their merriment. That Hu Chang observed the transformation of his partner's face, fury igniting within him. "And he, what has happened to your face? Who has wronged you?" It was the people of the Xianhua tribe, and he threw herself into Hu Chang's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks, explaining that it was Lan Xian, the very one she had mentioned previously, who had been jealous of her and driven her out of the tribe. Hu Chang clenched his fists, rage evident on his face. "How could this be? Did you inform her that you are Hu Chang's mate?" And he replied, "I did. yet she showed no fear. Upon hearing this, Hu Chang's teeth ground together in anger. This is outrageous. Just then, a parrot swooped down from the sky, chattering incessantly. The parrot circled once before landing on Hu Chang's shoulder, clearly having something to convey. After whispering in Hu Chang's ear for a moment, the parrot flapped its wings and departed. Hu Chang's complexion shifted from pale to green and then back to white. And he, feeling a sense of dread, could not help but ask, "Brother Hu, what is it?" Hu Chang's gaze was sharp as a blade directed at her, and he struck her with a single blow. "Wretched woman, how dare you seek another man behind my back?" Hu Chang was livid, feeling as though his dignity had been trampled upon by he. Upon her return, she had the audacity to twist the narrative. As if he were a fool, and he instantly realized that her actions at the market had been exposed by that infernal parrot. Bowing her head in supplication, she pleaded, "Brother Hu, I was wrong." Hu Chang let out a cold laugh. "Someone, take this woman away, satisfy my brothers, and then expel her from the tribe." The Qiangdao tribe had a notorious reputation, being male-dominated with few females willing to reside there. The males in the tribe had long coveted any new female, and now they eagerly anticipated their chance to enjoy themselves, hastily attempting to drag he away. Desperate, and he knelt on the ground, banging her head in supplication. "Brother Hu, I was wrong. Please spare me." Hu Chang's expression remained frosty, unmoved by her pleas. Suddenly, and he seemed to recall something, breaking free from the beastman's grasp and crawling swiftly to his feet. "Brother Hu, that Lan Xen is fair-skinned and beautiful, undoubtedly your type. If you forgive me this once, I shall bring her to you for your approval." Lan Xen, who was lazy and seldom ventured outside, had developed a pale complexion that seemed almost luminous. Although, and he was loath to admit it, she had to acknowledge that Lan Xen was indeed more attractive than herself. Hu Chang kicked her away. "Do you take me for a fool? Lan Xen is the mate of the Xianhua tribe's leader. If I were to abduct her, I would be offending the entire tribe." Hu Chang had once clashed with Si Yihan, and that white lion, despite his delicate appearance, was fierce in battle. He dared not offend him lightly, and he, undeterred. It is common knowledge that Lan Xen and Si Yihan do not have a good relationship. Si Yihan would not care about her. Moreover, the Xianhua tribe is but a small tribe. Even if their leader's mate were taken, they would simply endure it in silence, too afraid to confront U.S. Hu Chang pondered for a moment. If that Lan Xen truly possessed the beauty and he claimed. He felt a twinge of interest. Hu Chang replied, "I will trust you this once. If you can manage to bring Lan Xen to my tent, I shall spare you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." And he nodded in trepidation. She was determined to make Lan Xen experience the same suffering she had. Si Yihan, who had claimed disinterest in the bracelet, found himself unable to part with it on the way home, marveling at how my name was inscribed in such a manner. Chapter 26. The leader is unwell upon returning home. Lan Xen and Si Yihan resumed their pottery making. While crafting a bowl, Lan Xen's mind wandered, and she inadvertently scratched the surface. Just as Si Yihan was about to smooth over the blemish, she stopped him, seizing a small twig to draw a chibi version of a lion along the scratch. Once completed, she exclaimed, "How adorable! Look, I drew it to resemble your cub." Si Yihan's cheeks flushed. "That was merely a result of an illness that made me appear like a cub. My true form is quite majestic." Lan Xen chuckled softly, continuing to embellish other pottery with designs of small rabbits and tigers. She sensed that these patterned wares would surely sell well. Days later, when the pottery was fired, it turned out beautifully, prompting Lan Xen to eagerly awaken Si Yihan to show him the bowl adorned with the little lion. As Yihan inquired, "Is this for me?" He caressed the pattern lovingly, but his expression darkened as he noticed the other pieces. Lan Xen, puzzled, asked, "What is it? Do you not like them?" Si Yihan pointed at the other pottery. "Are these going to others as well?" Lan Xen nodded. "Yes, I intend to sell these at the market." Si Yihan's mood soured. "So, it is not solely for me." Lan Xen found it amusing that this grown man was being so petty. How could a big man be so sensitive? Akin to Lin Daiyu? Si Yihan, perplexed. "Who is Lin Daiyu?" Noticing that Si Yihan was still unhappy, she reassured him. "Even if these are not just for you, you're the first to receive one. And for the others, I will be charging them." You're the only one getting it for free. S.I. Yihan felt as though flowers were blooming within him, sweetly, yet he feigned indifference. I do not care for such things. Lan Xan smiled silently. Having grown accustomed to this lion's proud demeanor, S.I. Yihan's leg approached a stage of recovery. Lan Xian advised him to refrain from going out and to move about more within the house. Lan Xian ventured to the market alone, and her pottery, now adorned with patterns, proved exceedingly popular, selling out swiftly as the beastmen clamored for her wares. I want a rabbit design. Save me a tiger one. Mitsai was also selling beast skins nearby, but he had not seen Lan Xian in quite some time and was pleasantly surprised to encounter her there, watching her warmly engage with the beastmen. Her teeth white and her forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, he suddenly realized that Lan Xian was quite beautiful. Ugh, how could he think such a thing? It must be the sun that had affected him today. Ultimately, only a cup engraved with a gray wolf remained unsold, as wolves were scarce in the north, leaving it unwanted. That I will take this cup. At that moment, Mitsai approached, clutching a piece of beast hide. I will trade this with you. The cup belonging to Langson was priced at 3 crystal stones. Langson accepted the hide and inspected it. Its quality was exceptional, far exceeding the value of 3 crystal stones. Are you certain? She inquired. Mitsai frowned. What nonsense is this? Are you going to trade or not? His temper was as foul as a stagnant bog. Langson, in frustration, threw the cup at him, saying, Here. Mitsai scoffed, whistling a jaunty tune as he walked away with the cup, evidently quite pleased. After 3 days of selling pottery, Langson finally wrapped up her endeavors. By the end of the market event, she had earned over 400 crystal stones, marking her as a modestly wealthy woman. At the very least, she would no longer need to fret over finances in the foreseeable future. That Langson's next small goal was to craft 2 garments from the beast hide, using meat-sized piece as material. Having helped with the pottery for several days, Cyan had also toiled hard, and Langson wished to create a beast hide garment as a gift for him. As the snowy season approached, Langson could not transform in her beast form and lacked the fur to keep warm, thus necessitating warm clothing to endure the harsh winter. The task of kneading the beast hide required immense patience as she worked to soften the hide, which was as tough as bone, into a supple fabric. Wishing to surprise Cyan, Langson always drew the curtains while working, thereby obscuring his view. Consequently, Cyan had been rather vexed these days, gazing at the curtain with a strong desire to tear it down. One day, while Langson was diligently kneading the beast hide in her room, Yeching suddenly arrived, exclaiming, Langson, it's bad. The chieftain is in trouble. Chapter 27. There is still hope. Langson rose. What has happened? Please clarify the situation. The chieftain has been unable to move since he got up this morning, and he is in excruciating pain that we summoned the shaman. And she, wiping her tears, declared that the chieftain is beyond saving and instructed us to prepare for his funeral. Langson, you managed to heal Cyan's leg. Could you possibly take a look at the chieftain? Langson nodded. Take me to him. I will go as well. Cyan stood. Langson glanced at the rain outside. You shouldn't go out today. It's raining, and your leg can't handle it. Upon arriving at the chieftain's home, Langson and Yeching found many people gathered inside. The chieftain lay motionless on a beast hide, with only his eyelids trembling weakly. A woman clad in black beast hide sat nearby. She was a shaman from another tribe, taking the form of a crow, named Wu Shan. She had been hired by the Xianhua tribe at a high price to tend to the chieftain, having previously been summoned to treat Cyan's leg. The shaman served as the healer for the beastmen, and such practitioners were exceedingly rare on the beastman continent, each held in high esteem. Wu Shan merely glanced at the chieftain before declaring, He is beyond saving. Make haste to incinerate his body today. Some protested, but the chieftain's eyes are still moving. Shaman, please take another look. Wu Shan, growing impatient, retorted, The movement of his eyes is due to malevolent forces at play, which is why I urge you to hasten the cremation. Yeching pulled Langson forward. Chieftain, I brought Langson to examine you. Wu Shan shot Langson a displeased look and irritably addressed Yeching. What do you mean by this? Do you not trust my judgment? Yeching replied, It's not that. I merely wish to try. Langson healed the chief's leg, so perhaps she can save the chieftain as well. Wu Shan crossed her arms defiantly. Oh, really? If the Xianhua tribe has Langson, then my services are no longer required. Having never faced out since becoming shaman, Wushan felt disgruntled at being challenged by two young girls. Upon hearing Wushan's anger, the beastmen in the tent grew anxious, pleading for the shaman's forgiveness. They feared that if Wushan were to take offense and refuse them treatment in the future, it would spell disaster. Wushan smugly curled her lips in satisfaction. "Let Langson have a go." A young man stepped forward. Langson looked up to see a boy of around 18, with a cherubic face, dressed in vibrant red beast hide, exuding youthful energy. The boy was named Runi, the chieftain's adopted grandson. Wushan did not anticipate this boy's sudden emergence, and inhaled deeply. "Runi, what do you mean by this?" Once the old goat was burned, she could walk away with the crystal stones. The sudden appearance of Langson was truly a spanner in the works. Runi's clear eyes held a glint of coldness. "I'm the chieftain's grandson. I have the right to decide." Wushan, infuriated, snatched her bag. "Fine, I've gotten my crystal stones, and I've treated him to, if anything goes awry, don't come crying to me." She was eager to see just how much a foolish beast man could do to revive a corpse. Langson examined the chieftain's face and joints, gaining insight. She felt the beast hide he was resting on. It was indeed damp and heavy with moisture. "Runi, does your grandfather often struggle to move on rainy days?" Runi was taken aback, surprised that Langson knew this. "Yes, my grandfather often feels pain all over on rainy days." Langson continued, "He suffers from severe rheumatism, which is exacerbated by the rain." "Rheumatism?" Runi queried, having never heard the term before. Soon he brightened, "So my grandfather still has hope." Chapter 28. Get her out. In any case, he could no longer sleep on the ground. Sleeping on the ground easily triggered rheumatism. Langson stood. "We must construct a bed for him at once." The common methods for treating rheumatism include medication or acupuncture, but she had neither at her disposal and could only resort to massage. "Please assist by turning the chieftain over gently and removing his upper garment," Langson instructed. Quickly, the beastmen followed her orders. Langson recalled the human acupoints from modern medicine, uncertain of their applicability to beastmen. She used her hands to locate the meridians on his back, employing techniques such as pushing, kneading, lifting, pinching, and rubbing to unblock the meridians and promote the flow of qi and blood. As time passed, beads of sweat trickled down Langson's forehead that he moved. Grandfather's knee just shifted. Runi exclaimed in delight. Soon, the chieftain coughed. With Langson's firm yet gentle massage, he felt his blood circulating freely, and his previously immobile joints regained their flexibility. The chieftain truly awoke? "Oh my, Langson is remarkable." Could it be true that the chieftain's words were genuine? Langson was indeed the fated one chosen by the beast god. "That I believe Langson is the true shaman. She can heal ailments that Wushan cannot." Thankfully, we did not heed Wushan's words as these words were spoken. A hush fell over the crowd, their gazes towards Langson filled with admiration and respect. Shamans were exceedingly rare. A tribe could be fortunate to have even one that Wushan claimed to be a shaman, yet had never truly healed anyone that in comparison. Langson embodied the essence of shaman. The goat chieftain trembled as he grasped Langson's hand. "Langson, thank you. Are you truly a shaman?" Langson nodded. "I suppose so. If being able to heal makes one a shaman, then yes." She did not reject the identity of shaman, as it would facilitate her tasks within the tribe. Upon hearing this, the chieftain beamed, grasping her hand as if he had struck gold. "At last, our Sienue tribe has a shaman." The beastmen in the tent erupted in joyous cheers, gazing at Langson with both caution and reverence. Meanwhile, Wushan, clutching her crystal stones, attempted to slip away amidst the chaos, but was intercepted by Runi. "You deceitful fraud! How dare you attempt to escape with the crystal stones? If it weren't for Langson, my grandfather's life and Sion's leg would have been lost." Runi's eyes burned with anger. "My grandfather is clearly salvageable, yet you were so eager to have him cremated. What are your true intentions?" Wushan trembled, relying on her experience assisting a shaman years prior to falsely present herself as one. Over the years, her meager skills had led to numerous deaths, and now she found herself outmatched by Langson. The faux shaman, confronted by the true healer, lamented her ill fortune. The goat chieftain was already on the brink of death. She had anticipated that once he was burned, all would be well. Little did she expect that Langson would intervene and save him. "I no longer want the crystal stones," Wu Shan quavered. Just don't let this incident become public knowledge. If word got out, she would have no place to stand on the Beastman continent. Rini scoffed, snatching the crystal stones from her grasp. Someone, expel her from the Xianhua tribe. Let everyone know of her deceitful masquerade as a shaman. Chapter 29. A hot potato, please no. The shaman's desperate cry could not alter the tragic outcome. After bidding farewell to the clan leader, Rini accompanied Lan Xin to the door. Lan Xin, thank you for saving my grandfather. Rini gazed at Lan Xin with wide, earnest eyes, exuding sincerity and charm, as he witnessed the imminent danger of his grandfather being consumed by flames. Rini had initially approached Lan Xin with a mere hope of delaying the inevitable, not expecting that this female would turn out to be a shaman and heal his grandfather. His grandfather was the closest person to him, and Lan Xin had restored him to health. Rini, a newly adult orc, felt a blend of admiration and an incipient affection for Lan Xin. Lan Xin smiled gently. It was my pleasure. The clan leader took me in when I needed help, and I am glad to have the opportunity to repay him. Remember to construct the bed according to the diagram I provided, and let the clan leader soak his feet in warm water to alleviate rheumatism, while encouraging him to exercise regularly. Rini shyly nodded in response. All right. After parting from Rini, Lan Xin felt an odd sensation on her way back, as if someone was following her, yet every time she turned around, there was nothing there. Pondering this, she suddenly darted behind a tent. Where did they go? They were just here. Moments later, a series of footsteps and voices reached her ears. Indeed, someone was tailing her. The sounds did not seem malicious, so Lan Xin stepped out from her hiding spot. Are you looking for me? The group of orcs jumped in surprise at the sudden voice, standing silently and appearing somewhat bashful upon realizing it was Lan Xin. Lan Xin found their behavior peculiar. Is there something you need? One bear orc wiggled his substantial behind. I wish to be your mate. The remaining orcs, seeing his boldness, were not to be outdone and began to express their intentions as well. Me too. Choose me. I am strong. Pick me. One monkey orc brandished a banana to offer her. Another Tibetan mastiff orc kicked the monkey aside. You monkey, get lost. Shaman, I am fit and can surely bear you the strongest offspring. Upon learning that Lan Xin was a shaman, the orcs all desired to be her partners, transforming Lan Xin from an overlooked figure into the most sought-after female in the tribe. Lan Xin was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with thoughts. Although this society adhered to a polyandrous system, she did not expect the orcs to be so open-minded. She waved her hand dismissively. I'm not looking for a partner at the moment. However, the orcs completely disregarded her words, surrounding her and quarreling incessantly, even discussing how many children they would have and what names they would choose for them. Trapped in the middle of the commotion, enveloped by the scent of sweat, Lan Xin felt utterly despondent. Suddenly, an unknown hand reached out and pulled her away. Come with me. Mitsai dragged Lan Xin towards a quieter area, while the group of orcs remained oblivious to the fact that the main character had already fled. Thank you. Lan Xin expressed her gratitude, surprised that it was Mitsai who had come to her rescue. Mitsai awkwardly scratched his nose, maintaining his usual arrogance. Don't get the wrong idea, and don't flatter yourself. You helped me last time, so I am merely returning the favor. Lan Xin rolled her eyes. You should let go of my hand first. Only then did Mitsai realize he had been holding her hand, and he quickly released it as if it were a hot potato. His mind involuntarily recalled the sensation, soft and tender. Ugh, how could I have such thoughts about Lan Xin? Mitsai stammered. You. Lan Xin interrupted him. Don't misunderstand. I simply forgot to let go. She blinked. Is that what you meant? I've memorized those few phrases you've repeated. Mitsai, feeling inexplicably flustered, transformed into a wolf and dashed away. Chapter 30. Sleeping together, Lan Xin chuckled at his retreating figure. She had not anticipated that Mitsai would come to her aid. Despite his somewhat irritable temperament, he possessed a fundamentally good nature and had not caused any harm to the original host. Had it not been for the original host's incessant entanglements with him, they might have become friends. Noticing the unpleasant odor of sweat lingering on her, Lan Xin frowned and recalled the natural hot spring she had discovered not long ago, deciding to head up the mountain. As the sun began to set, Saihan waited at home for an extended period, yet Lan Xin had not returned. He knocked on the door of the neighboring tent. Yeching, Have you seen Lan Xin? I saw her not long ago. She seemed to be heading up the mountain. Yeching replied, "It's so late, and she hasn't come back." Sai nodded. "I will go find her." With the sun nearly set, various dangers lurked in the forest. And this foolish woman had ventured up the mountain alone. When Saihan found Lan Xin, she was blissfully soaking in the hot spring. The mist enveloped her, and with her eyes slightly closed, she appeared serene. Her fur garments neatly folded beside her, Saihan's frustration boiled over. It was far too late for her to be here, completely oblivious to her safety, bathing without a care in the world. Had she forgotten her previous scare from wild beasts? Determined to teach her a lesson and instill a sense of caution, he transformed into a lion and stealthily moved through the bushes, deliberately making noise. Who is there? Lan Xin's heart raced at the faint rustling sound. The soothing warmth of the hot spring had lulled her into a state of drowsiness, causing her to lose track of time. Fixating her gaze on the rustling foliage, she discerned a vague, white, beastly silhouette within. Terrified, Lan Xin scrambled out of the spring, hastily grasping her garments to cover herself. Her skin, fairer than that of the typical orc, glimmered like a pearl in the dimming light. Saiyan had not anticipated Lan Xin emerging directly from the spring, and he quickly averted his gaze. After a moment, once Lan Xin had dressed, Saiyan transformed back into his human form. Feigning a hurried approach, "Lan Xin, why haven't you returned home yet?" Seeing Saiyan felt like a lifeline to Lan Xin, and she rushed behind him. "Saiyan, I think I saw a white beast just now." Her voice trembled slightly, as this was the first time she displayed vulnerability in front of him, satisfying Saihan's sense of masculinity. "Have you learned your lesson? Don't go up the mountain this late again." Noticing Saihan's calm demeanor, Lan Xin suddenly realized, pushing him away fiercely, "Were you trying to scare me?" Little did he know how frightened she truly was moments ago. Saihan recognized he had crossed a line, and unease gripped his heart. On their way back, Lan Xin walked briskly ahead, deliberately keeping her distance from Saiyan. He trailed behind her, persistently explaining, "Please don't be angry. I just worried about you encountering a beast in the future." Yet Lan Xin remained upset, the fear still lingering in her mind. Upon returning to the tent, Lan Xin said nothing, turning her back to Saihan as she lay on the bed and abruptly drew the curtains. Saihan lay down facing her direction, and silence settled over the tent. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the scene he had witnessed in the hot spring. Lan Xin, half covered in fur, her alabaster shoulders glimmering. Hiding behind him with an expression of panic, her arms clinging tightly to him, a faint fragrance wafting into his senses. Chapter 31. But jealousy is unjust. Saihan felt as if ants were gnawing at his heart, and he irritably turned over, closing his eyes in an attempt to force himself to sleep. "Saihan, be gentle." Lan Xin's soft voice penetrated his ears as her delicate arms wrapped around his shoulders. Saihan embraced her, his voice deep and sultry as he called her name. "Lan Xin, Lan Xin." Suddenly, Saihan let out a growl, jolting awake in the middle of the night. He sat up abruptly, shaken by the dream he had just experienced. Afraid to glance in Lan Xin's direction, under the cover of darkness, he stealthily rose to wash his bee-skin trousers, feeling utterly bewildered. What was happening to him? How could he have such a dream? Saiyan understood that orcs had specific mating cycles, typically during the warm season. Yet he had not even entered that phase, and here he was, dreaming of springtime pleasures with Lan Xin. Although he regarded her as a partner, he had never considered any further developments. As Lan Xin had stated, they were merely partners in a collaborative sense. He provided her with shelter, and she healed his leg. Yet now, he found himself dreaming of his partner in such an intimate way. Si-Han sat on the edge of his bed in a state of vexation throughout the night. However, Lan Xian was not one to harbor grudges, and by morning, her anger had dissipated. She drew back the curtains, only to find Si-Han sitting on the bed, his dark circles under his eyes starkly evident, as if he had not slept a wink. The IT must be said. Si-Han's visage was truly superior to that of contemporary celebrities. His face was exquisitely cool and aloof, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, radiating an air of regal pride. Yet at this moment, those features were marred by the heavy shadows beneath his eyes. "Did you not sleep at all last night?" Lan Xian inquired. Could it be that Si-Han was too burdened with guilt over yesterday's events to find rest? He glanced at her briefly before hastily averting his gaze, his eyes flickering as he nodded slightly. The strange sensation washed over Lan Xen. She had forgiven him for what transpired yesterday. Si Han acknowledged, yet surprisingly rushed out the door with his cane, not once looking back. As if she were some ferocious beast, he left in such haste that he nearly stumbled at the threshold. Lan Xen was momentarily taken aback, then found herself laughing in irritation. Was he truly avoiding her? How could he have the audacity to evade her after his wrongdoing? She resolved to refrain from speaking to Si Han for the entire day. Upon exiting, Si Han encountered a few furtive beastmen loitering around his tent. Some bore flowers, while others carried wild fruits, and even a wild rabbit. A foreboding sense settled in his chest. What are you doing here? A seemingly naive panda beastman approached with flowers in hand, saying, Chief, I have come in search of the shaman. The shaman? Isn't that Wu Shan? How did you find your way here? Si Han queried. Bewildered, it was Lan Xen who had healed the clan leader yesterday, thus earning the title of shaman within the tribe. The panda scratched the back of his head, his cheeks tinged with crimson. I wish to become the shaman's partner. Chief, henceforth, we shall be family, and I hope for your guidance. Upon hearing this, Si Han's head throbbed, and his expression darkened to the hue of a soot-covered pot. The mere thought of Lan Xen having another partner suffocated him, as if his chest were being constricted. The panda beast man, oblivious to the tension, continued, Chief, I am quite capable and will handle all household chores. So leave it to me. I'm so adorable. The shaman will surely like me. Unable to endure any longer, Si Han snatched the flowers from the panda's grasp and crushed them beneath his foot. Get lost. Lan Xen can have only one partner, me. With his left leg still bound in a splint, he could only exert effort with his right foot, smashing the flowers into a pulp, yet it did little to assuage his fury. The panda beast man, bewildered, replied innocently, Chief, your jealousy is rather unbecoming. Several astute beastmen quickly pulled the panda away, advising him, Panda, are you seeking death? Si Han shot a menacing glare at the others, as if he intended to devour them. If any of you dare to lay your eyes on Lan Xen again, do not blame me for being ruthless. She can have only one partner, me. The audacity of these beastmen in approaching him stemmed from their belief that Si Han and Lan Xen's relationship was strained, combined with his usual leniency towards them. This was the first time they had witnessed their chief in such a rage. The lion, king of beasts, exuded an aura of authority in that moment, causing several beastmen to kneel in submission. Once the annoying flies were driven away, Si Han stood, hands on hips, seething with anger. Lan Xen's partner could only be him. Only him. He was unsure of the origins of his confidence. Yet it felt entirely justified. Inside the tent, Lan Xen remained incensed about Si Han's behavior. However, upon entering her space, her fury instantly waned. Her points had surged dramatically yesterday, exceeding 500 based on past experience. Such an effect could only be attributed to Si Han's favorability, yet she had been in a cold war with him yesterday. Could it be due to her healing the goat clan leader? Lan Xen did not dwell on the matter for long. She immediately exchanged 400 points for some chili peppers. For someone who could not live without spice, the days without chili had been torturous. With the peppers, she could prepare spicy sauce and stir-fry rabbit meat. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. What she truly desired was wheat, as it could be transformed into noodles or brewed into wine. She was no longer concerned about hunger. She craved a sumptuous meal. Having grown accustomed to rice, daily consumption of potatoes, cabbage, and rabbit meat left her stomach uneasy. However, the points required for wheat were 1,000. And unless an opportunity arose, amassing such points seemed unlikely to in Lan Xen's mind. That opportunity was Si Han's leg. Once his leg healed, she was certain she could accumulate a substantial amount of favorability points. Contentedly, she began to study the freshly acquired chili peppers. These were red peppers, moderately spicy, precisely the variety she sought, albeit in limited quantity. Lan Xen was eager to plant them in her garden to yield more. She selected some high-quality red peppers, extracted their seeds, and set about sprouting them. The sprouting process would take approximately 10 days, requiring her patience. The remaining peppers would suffice for several months. Impatiently, Lon Xin commenced stir-frying the rabbit meat with chili. To prevent the tent from filling with smoke, she moved the cooking to the yard. With the pan heated, she tossed in the rabbit meat, seasoning it with barbecue powder and chili. The aroma of the spicy rabbit meat wafted through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. The meat glistening with a rich hue, embodying an exquisite blend of color, fragrance, and flavor. Upon returning to the tent with the finished dish, Lon Xin discovered Si-Han had already returned. Recalling his attitude from the morning, she irritably drew the curtain shut. "What are you staring at? You have no part in this." Si-Han gazed at the drawn curtain before approaching to pull it open. As Lon Xin savored her rabbit meat, her lips flushed with spice, she looked up at him. There's something you need?" He shook his head. Lon Xin promptly closed the curtain again as Si-Han approached once more to open it. After several rounds of this back and forth, she could no longer contain herself. You take issue with me?" Si-Han shook his head. "No then, what are you doing? Since this morning, you've been avoiding me. And now you come to bother me. You still dislike me?" "Not at all," Si-Han replied. Lon Xin set down her chopsticks. "Your behavior makes me feel quite sad that if you dislike me, I shall move out tomorrow. In truth, Si-Han was the first beastman Lon Xin encountered on the Beastman continent, and he was also the one she had spent the most time with. Knowing him the best, she had thought they were friends, and a sudden change and avoidance left her feeling disoriented. Upon hearing her express her sadness, Si-Han's heart ached, his eyes flickered, and he resolved to speak candidly. "I had a spring dream." Lon Xin nearly choked on her chili. Cough, cough, cough. "What? Why are you telling me this?" She looked at Si-Han, who wore an expression of restraint, astonished that he would even have such dreams. "I dreamed of you and I," Si-Han confessed. The rabbit meat in Lon Xion's chopsticks fell onto the table. She had never imagined she would one day become the subject of someone's spring dream. So, that's why he hadn't slept all night and had been avoiding her? Her face flushed with heat. "I asked that why you couldn't bear to look at me." Si-Han nodded. "I do not understand why this is happening." He felt increasingly out of control since meeting the current Lon Xin, no longer resembling his former self. Si-Han was engulfed in confusion, even choosing to distance himself from her. Lon Xin pondered for a moment. Taking a deep breath, "I believe this is quite normal." After careful consideration, she concluded that Si-Han could not possibly develop feelings for her. She vividly recalled how much he had despised the original owner of her body. It was implausible for him to transition from loathing to affection in just a matter of days. Thus, there was only one possibility. You might simply be suppressing your desires, which led to the spring dream. "I'm the female you have spent the most time with these past few days. Hence I appeared in your dream." As Si-Han looked at her with innocent curiosity. "What do you mean by desires? What is suppression?" Lon Xin replied. "It's hard to explain to you, but it's perfectly normal. That so." Si-Han frowned. "However, today when I saw beastmen bringing you flowers, I felt an overwhelming anger and drove them away." "Is that also normal?" Lon Xin considered this and replied. "Yes, even friendship can harbor possessiveness. I am officially recognized as your partner, so your anger is understandable." Lon Xin never expected that as someone who had never been in a relationship, she would one day be tasked with resolving someone else's psychological issues. As Si-Han felt that something was amiss. Yet Lon Xion's explanation alleviated much of his tension. He exhaled in relief. "Then that's good," as Si-Han, having unraveled the knots in his heart, felt his appetite surge at the sight of the rabbit meat on the table. "What did you salt it with?" he inquired. "Chili peppers. I discovered a new species on the mountain yesterday." Lon Xin replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "It's quite sweet. You must have a taste." After a moment, a violent fit of coughing erupted from within the tent. "Cough, cough, cough." Si-Han, exasperated, covered his mouth, which had turned fiery red from the spice, tears streaming from his eyes. Lon Xin, "How dare you deceive me?" Without any forewarning, he had taken a generous bite of the chili. "Ha!" Lon Xin felt a surge of satisfaction, laughing heartily. "That is payback for pretending to be a beast and tricking me yesterday." The chili peppers proved to be remarkably effective in dispelling dampness, prompting Lon Xin to deliver some to the chief of the goat clan, advising him to add just a pinch when cooking. Armed with her stash of chili, Lon Xin concocted some chili sauce. seasoning it with salt and storing it in a ceramic jar, making it readily accessible for future cravings. She also prepared some spicy pickled cabbage, which she preserved in another ceramic jar, ideal for snacking during the snow season. Since the previous incident, Si-Han had developed a deep aversion to chili peppers, struggling to comprehend how Lan Xin could possibly find such an unpleasant food appealing, let alone grind it into a jar. He even began to suspect that her sense of taste had somehow gone awry. 10 days later, the chili seeds that Lan Xin had nurtured finally sprouted. She had sown these seeds in a pot filled with soil, placed it in a designated space, and watered it with spiritual water. Based on her past experiences, she anticipated that the plants would mature within a day. Strangely, however, the peppers refused to grow, suspecting that the concentration of the spiritual water might be the issue. She mixed various concentrations for a comparative experiment and successfully cultivated the peppers 3 days later. These newly sprouted peppers were considerably larger, yet their spiciness had diminished significantly, making them more palatable to the orc population. Lan Xin and Si-Han expanded their little garden and transplanted the peppers into it. As Si-Han gazed upon the neatly arranged garden, he felt a stir of emotion. It was undeniable that Lan Xion's ability to cultivate such a variety of plants and maintain them so well was truly impressive. He found himself curious about the origins of Lan Xion. "What are you standing around for? Come lend a hand," Lan Xion called out, wiping the sweat from her brow. Chapter 34. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass, though Lan Xion toiled diligently? Witnessing the seeds she had sown sprout, blossom, and bear fruit filled her with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. As Si-Han smiled, "I'm coming." After dedicating several days to tending her garden, Lan Xion sought to benefit the orcs of the Xianyu tribe. With her identity as a shaman, the orc members held her in high regard and were eager to follow her lead in cultivating food. Lan Xion began guiding the Xianyu tribe in planting potatoes, cabbages, and peppers. She shared both the seeds and the planting methods with them. Particularly with potatoes, a significant portion of the plains belonging to the Xianyu tribe became cultivated with this staple food. Lan Xion enriched the soil with spiritual water, ensuring that the orcs would no longer worry about food scarcity. In the Xianyu tribe, land disputes were non-existent. With so few inhabitants and ample land, there was no need for competition. When the powerful tribes had driven the Xianyu tribe to this desolate land, they could hardly have imagined the transformation that would ensue. Lan Xion's suggestion. The orcs began using beds, leading to a significant decrease in illness. Furthermore, she taught the crafty Yi Qing how to create pottery, which she then shared with others. The tribe's orcs soon embraced the convenience of ceramic pots and bowls. These orcs were remarkably skilled and intelligent, quickly mastering the craft, producing beautifully crafted wares, and even dyeing the pottery. Some orcs would bring their finished pieces to Lan Xion's tent as a gesture of gratitude. Lan Xion cherished the exquisite pottery gifted to her by the orcs, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with her own crooked creations. One day, she contemplated discarding all her pottery in favor of the beautiful porcelain from the orcs. But Si-Han strongly objected, leaving the matter unresolved. In short, the Xianyu tribe underwent a profound transformation, all thanks to one individual, Lan Xion. She welcomed these changes, her heart brimming with pride. Residing within the Xianyu tribe, she enjoyed the protection of the orcs. Thus, it was imperative that the entire tribe prosper for her own well-being. One day, after the orcs had finished planting the chili peppers, they gathered to chat. "Have you heard? And he has actually defected to the Chong Dao tribe. ISNT the Chong Dao tribe, our sworn enemy. How could he be so ungrateful?" The tribe members animatedly discussed the gossip. While in a corner, Misai Air appeared to be suffering some sort of blow, his demeanor downtrodden. How could this be? And he actually, Lan Xion, felt a pang of sympathy for the despondent Misai Air. It seemed he genuinely harbored feelings for he, but his fervent affections had ultimately been misplaced. Misai Air rose from the corner, and Lan Xion initially thought he was leaving, only for him to approach her instead. "Lan Xion, I have something to discuss with you." Following Misai Air to a secluded spot, he gazed at her for a moment before lamenting, "I've liked he since the day I entered the tribe, and now to learn she is a partner, I feel utterly desolate. I vow to never like her again." Misai Air was unsure why he felt compelled to share this with Lan Xan, but he had no one else to confide in, and he was curious about her reaction. Lan Xan was taken aback, not expecting Misai Air to share such personal sentiments with her. Given that he had previously defended her, their relationship had shifted from a state of tension to one of camaraderie. She offered him comfort, saying, "It's all right. Heartbreak is a necessary part of growth. As the saying goes, where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Why cling to a single flower?" Especially considering that he chapter 35, he heard everything Lan Xan paused mid-sentence. Given Misai Air's deep affections for he, she dared not speak ill of that wretched little fox in his presence, that Misai Air failed to comprehend Lan Xan's words. What was this about distant lands and fragrant grass? The disconnection between their thoughts was palpable. Regardless, Misai Air found Lan Xan's calm demeanor in light of his heartbreak disappointing. This female, who had harbored feelings for so long, should be pleased to hear of his misfortune. Yet she remained composed and even offered him solace. Misai Air inquired, "Do you know why he left the tribe?" Lan Xan raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say it was my fault?" She recalled how, on the very first day he had gone missing, Misai Air had stormed over to confront her in anger. Misai Air lowered his head, feeling somewhat dejected. "Now I don't believe that anymore." Lan Xan continued, "Do you remember the wager I made with her, deciding to guide Misai Air?" She elaborated, "And he promised that if I grew potatoes, she would publicly swear before the beast god to reveal the truth about where she was and what she did on the day I fainted on the mountain. The very day after I planted the potatoes, and he left. What do you think was the reason?" Misai Air pondered for a moment before responding. She must have felt guilty as to what exactly happened that day. Lan Xan sighed. "That day I encountered a beast, and in my fright, I fell and hit my head, nearly losing consciousness. As for that so-called beast, I suspect it was he in disguise frightening me." Misai Air was taken aback by the revelation. Oh, he had truly misjudged Lan Xan. Should he apologize? He wrestled with his pride, ultimately swallowing his words of regret. "I can't believe the person I've liked for so long turned out to be like this." Taking a deep breath, Misai Air made a decision. "I've resolved to find someone else to like." The unwavering tone of his declaration startled Lan Xan. "Are you certain you truly liked he?" While beginning a new romance is often the best remedy for heartbreak, this seemed a rather hasty transition. Misai Air nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I liked her once, but now I no longer do. I've decided to like you now." Lan Xan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. "No, that is far too casual. Do you even understand what it means to like someone?" Her expression was one of disbelief. "I must inform you that I have no interest in you." Lan Xan began to seriously doubt whether this wolf cub even comprehended the concept of affection. Suspecting that he was merely mocking her with their previous conversation, Misai Air, flustered and embarrassed, stumbled over his words. You are truly lacking in vision. You've liked me for so long, yet now you change your mind. Who else could you like if not me?" He suddenly thought of someone and hurriedly asked, "Have you developed feelings for our superior, Yihan?" Misai replied with a hint of acidity in her tone. "You once swore before me that you would never harbor feelings for Yihan this lifetime. Have you now shifted your affections?" Unexpectedly, Yihan, who had come to find Lan Xan, overheard this exchange. He paused, almost as if compelled by fate, and concealed himself behind the foliage, filled with an unspoken anticipation to hear Lan Xan's response. "I don't like anyone," Lan Xan replied, a mix of laughter and tears in her voice. Those vows of eternal love were spoken by the original owner. Now, she was left to bear the brunt of them. Just as Lan Xan was about to say more, she suddenly heard Yihan's voice. "Lan Xan, it's time to go home." With his back turned to the sunlight, his expression was obscured, and Lan Xan was left guessing how much he had heard. Chapter 36. Still capable of brewing wine, Yihan's tone seemed unchanged from his usual demeanor, suggesting he and heard much, prompting Lan Xan to breathe a sigh of relief. "All right," she said as she approached Yihan, not daring to glance back at Micah in a fleeting moment. As Yihan turned, his eyes locked with Misai's for an instant. His gaze was icy, filled with a warning that made Misai's heart tremble, yet she stubbornly continued to stare at them. her frustration unutterable as she observed their synchronized retreat as Yi Han was preoccupied. Over the past few days, Lan Xian had noticed something was amiss with him. He often appeared lost in thought. Her observations confirmed that he had something weighing on his mind. In truth, Si Han was troubled by the words Lan Xian had exchanged with Mitsai that day. Why didn't Lan Xian like him? When he heard her response, it felt as though his heart had plummeted into an abyss. It was only now that Si Han recognized the gravity of this dilemma. During his initial days in the Xianyu tribe, nearly all the females had openly and covertly presented him with gifts. Yet, back then, he had found their attentions exasperating and had no desire to seek a mate. Now he found himself tormented by the question of why Lan Xian did not reciprocate his feelings. As for how he and Lan Xian had become partners in the first place, Si Han's thoughts drifted back 6 months. After his injury, the tribe leader, concerned for his well-being, had decided to assign the newly matured Lan Xian to care for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Si Han had declined. Undeterred, the leader arranged for Si Han to meet Lan Xian. Upon seeing her for the first time, something flickered in his mind, a sense of familiarity that he could not place. He was certain he had encountered her before. Yet the memory eluded him entirely. This inexplicable sensation, as if Lan Xian existed deep within his memory, led Si Han to interpret it as love at first sight, prompting him to accept the leader's arrangement. The tribe leader was elated, having never witnessed Si Han express interest in any female before, and hastily assigned Lan Xian to him. However, when Lan Xian moved into Si Han's tent, he soon discerned her true nature: lazy, selfish, greedy, and cold-hearted. She would often berate him with cruel words like good-for-nothing and crippled. Yi Han deeply regretted his impulsive agreement to the arrangement, nearly pushed to the brink of despair by her sharp and contemptuous remarks. It was only with the emergence of this new Lan Xian that everything shifted. Yet, why did this Lan Xian not harbor feelings for him? Was it his waning charm? No, he was recognized as the most handsome male in the Xianyu tribe. Was it because of his leg? But she had never expressed disdain while treating him. Could it be his temperament, his inability to utter sweet nothings? Si Han, what's wrong? Lan Xian knocked on the table. I've called your name several times. Nothing. Si Han hastily shoveled a few bites from his bowl and lay back down on his bed. His jawline was tense, and a faint melancholy clouded his handsome features. Lan Xian noticed all of this. Si Han's furrowed brow was so severe it could crush a mosquito, clearly indicating he was troubled. The rainy season had yet to end, with several days of continuous downpour. Lan Xian frequently ventured out to treat the tribe's beasts, discovering a significant increase in goodwill, amassing over 500 points in just a few days. If she persevered a little longer, she could finally acquire the wheat she had long yearned for, allowing her to indulge in noodles and even brew wine. The mere thought made her mouth water. In her leisure time, Lan Xian had taken to studying the herbs of the Beastman continent, transplanting those she deemed useful into the yard behind her tent. Chapter 37. He was injured. The herbs of the Beastman continent resembled those of Earth, making identification a breeze for Lan Xian. Once an expert in agriculture, she possessed an innate familiarity with plants. To her astonishment, she discovered a plethora of medicinal herbs as well as poisonous ones. Initially, Lan Xian had intended only to cultivate herbs for healing. However, considering the long span of her life, she knew she might encounter unforeseen dangers. Unable to transform into a beast to confront wild animals, she resolved to prepare accordingly in other ways. Thus, she planted some poisons in her yard, issuing a stern warning to Si Han against consuming them recklessly. Her favorite poison was a red herb, somewhat akin to modern arsenic. After her experimentation, she found it to be even more toxic than arsenic, exhibiting extreme corrosiveness when in contact with water, specifically targeting the teeth of wild beasts. The teeth of beasts were their sharpest weapons. Without them, their offensive capability would be greatly diminished. Lan Xian named this concoction bone-dissolving powder. In this way, should she find herself in peril, she would have a means of defense. Additionally, she concocted various other poisons, transforming them into powders and storing them in her space. To her surprise, the very next day, they proved useful. While she was diligently studying the herbs on the ground, a wild boar with tusks charged at her. Its sharp tusks seemed poised to pierce her flesh, nearly giving her a heart attack. In a flurry of panic, she scattered the poison. With a sizzling sound, the wild boar's teeth were instantly corroded into powder, causing it to collapse in pain, rendered unconscious. Lan Xien slowly opened her eyes, exclaiming, "The lethality of this is astonishing." 18 noon, Lan Xien was sewing a leather garment, having already softened the hide to a comfortable texture. Now, she simply needed a stitch into the shape of a garment, one for herself and one for Si Yihan. Si Yihan, still reeling from an unknown blow, remained in a low mood, yet he did not neglect his chores, fetching water, chopping wood, and starting fires. Sometimes, when Lan Xien offered to help, he would refuse, insisting, "You've already worked hard cooking. This is a male's task." Lan Xien hoped that this garment would lift his spirits. Yes, she began stitching with a bone needle. The thread was made from animal sinew. Although crafting such leather garments was laborious, they were durable enough to last a lifetime. A truly remarkable feat. Just as she was about to make a crucial stitch, Yi Qing rushed in, breathless. "Lan Xien. Something's wrong." Lan Xien quickly tucked the leather garment into her bedding. "What happened?" Yi Qing replied, "And that traitor, has defected to the Changdao tribe, bringing many people with him, claiming they want to capture you. You need to hide, quickly." And Lan Xien thought the previous lesson had been sufficient, yet he was still unrelenting. Yi Qing attempted to pull Lan Xien away, but she held her back firmly. "Take me to see her." Yi Qing shook her head. "No, it's too dangerous. They aim to capture you. You're right. They're targeting me. If I leave, it would surely bring harm to the tribe. I'm a part of this tribe." "Yi Qing, take me to meet them. Trust me, I have a way to escape unscathed." Lan Xian's eyes gleamed with determination, leaving Yi Qing unable to dissuade her. Leaning on his cane, Si Yihan hobbled along. "I will go with you. These people need to be taught a lesson." Lan Xien stopped him. "Wait until your leg is healed. You would only hinder us." "You?" Si Yihan was taken aback by Lan Xian's bluntness. Left speechless and ultimately relented, "I'll wait for you to come back for dinner." He turned to Yi Qing. "What's the situation outside?" Yi Qing replied, "Luni has been injured, and Mitsai is currently confronting them." Upon hearing that someone had already been hurt, Lan Xien frowned. "What about Luni's condition?" Yi Qing sighed. "Not good. I only saw a black hyena biting into his neck, and he was bleeding profusely." Chapter 38, Do you think I would still regard a traitor? Lan Qing thought of that charming young man, and her heart ached. If she had not spared Anha time and again, Anha would not have caused so much trouble, endangering those around her. She merely wished to live peacefully. Yet there were always those intent on shattering her tranquility. A chill coursed through Lan Qing. This time, she would not let it slide. Lan Qing hurriedly gathered some herbs in the courtyard and dashed toward the tribe. Yi Qing watched her retreating figure with concern. "Chief, are you truly not going to see her?" "I fear Lan Qing may not manage on her own." "No, I believe she can handle it," Si Yihan replied. Taking a deep breath, "Lan Qing, do not let me down." Yi Qing remained anxious, but Si Yihan interrupted her. "Save your sympathy for the Qiangdao tribe. Lan Qing is a woman who single-handedly brought back a wild boar from the mountains." He recalled the day Lan Qing returned unscathed with a wild boar. The creature had suffered inhumane mistreatment, its teeth ripped out, and its expression of agony was almost unbearable to behold. Yi Qing swallowed hard. All she could think of was lighting a candle for the beastmen of the Qiangdao tribe. The atmosphere in the serene Xianyu tribe was now tense, as two factions stood opposed to one another. The beastmen of the Xianyu tribe had gathered today to harvest the crops from their fields, potatoes, peppers, and cabbages, and were about to distribute them when these unwelcome guests arrived. Who would have thought that the Xianyu tribe has such an abundant harvest this year? A lecherous man with a dog-like demeanor stomped on a spotted deer, his expression greedy. "Hand over Lan Qing and obediently surrender these provisions, and we shall not trouble you. Otherwise, this deer will perish beneath my feet." This man's true form was that of a hyena, and his arrogance was palpable as blood dripped from the deer's neck. Its situation dire, dared not act recklessly, his cold gaze sharp as a blade. "We cannot surrender Lan Qing. She the healer. Oh, you truly wish to make an enemy of her?" The hyena paused, then turned to Anid. "The Lan Qing we seek truly a healer. No one wished to offend a healer." for in their hearts she represented the beast gods. Even the notoriously wicked Qiangdao tribe held some trepidation. It is well known that the Beastman continent is divided into 4 regions, ranked by strength: the south, the west, the east, and the north. Healers hold considerable power in the south. To offend one is to offend many. Anha scoffed. Do you believe that if Lanqin were truly a healer, she would willingly remain in a destitute and remote place like the Xianyue tribe? She is merely a disaster cast aside by her original tribe. Misair was enraged at Anha's description of the Xianyue tribe as poor and remote, although he had already learned of Anha's true nature from Lanqin. Witnessing it firsthand was still a significant shock. Anha turned to Misair. Come with me to the Qiangdao tribe that I can make you my partner. Anha wished to take Misair away, ensuring that if she faced bullying in the Qiangdao tribe, she would have someone to protect her. Confident in Misair's affections for her, Anha was certain he would comply. Yet, Misair regarded Anha's self-assured demeanor with derision. Her arrogance was laughable, as was his previous affection for her. Misair's expression was devoid of mirth. Anha, you truly overestimate yourself. You think I would still regard traitor. I will not allow you to take Lanqin, he added firmly. Misair, who do you stand with? Anha's eyes glistened with tears. Have you forgotten it was for Lanqin that I left the tribe? Chapter 39. Pull out his teeth one by one, and on his heart, Misair would never betray her. Thus, even though she did not harbor feelings for him, she kept him dangling. But now Misair, under the spell of that wretched Lanqin, stood against her. Anha could scarcely believe that Misair would turn against her for anyone other than Lanqin. She had witnessed Misair's previous impatience and disdain for Lanqin, yet now it shattered her understanding that Misair looked at Anha. You need not pretend before me. Lanqin has revealed everything. Anha stammered. No wonder, but what does that matter? It is all Lanqin's fault. Had she not overstepped and become Ciyan's partner, none of this would have happened. The hyena had no time for their banter. Enough of your prattle. Hand over Lanqin. Lanqin finally arrived, her face impassive as she regarded the assembly. The hyena's eyes brightened upon seeing her. Just as Anha had described, her fair and delicate skin seemed flawless, exuding a cold elegance, truly a beauty. One wondered if their chief would grow bored of her and pass her to them. Are you Lanqin? The hyena leered, saliva pooling. Indeed, you are quite lovely. Our chief wishes to invite you to the Qiangdao tribe. I do not know your chief, Lanqin replied. The hyena chuckled. Tea matters not. Anha will introduce you. A chill gripped Lanqin's heart. Just as she suspected, this was all Anha's doing, suppressing the disdain in her eyes. She looked up and said, I must first tend to the deer beneath your feet. If this continues, it will bleed to death. The deer, named Looney, lay on the ground, its face pressed against the dirt, blood staining the earth beneath its neck. The hyena hesitated. You are a healer? Only healers would tend to the sick. If Lanqin truly were a healer, he would not dare offend her. Anha sneered, interjecting, Lanqin, are you still pretending to be a healer? Hyena, do not listen to her nonsense. She merely seeks to buy time. Take her away. Ignoring Anha, Lanqin addressed the hyena. If you wish to know if I am a healer, allow me to treat him, and you shall find out. Besides, Looney is the chief's grandson. Should you provoke trouble, you would not fare well upon your return, would you? Anha urged the hyena. No, since Lanqin has come out, simply take her away. Anha's sole aim was Lanqin, fearing that she might escape, that Lanqin's tone dripped with sarcasm. I had no idea that the Qiangdao tribe was led by an outsider. Anha's heart raced. Not sow discord. Unfortunately, the hyena had fallen into Lanqin's trap. He turned to Anha. You have no say here. Pointing at Lanqin, he commanded, You will treat him. I wish to see if you are deceiving me, if Lanqin truly were a healer. The hyena would not dare forcibly take her. But if not, he would ensure the Xianyue tribe learned the price of deceiving him. The hyena lifted his foot from Looney, revealing a ghastly wound on the deer's neck where sharp teeth had bitten deep, causing it to faint from pain. The deer's skin was torn, exposing its red flesh, fortunately missing the artery. Lanqin's hands trembled. She would make this hyena pay, pulling out his teeth one by one. And as for Anha, the instigator, she would not show mercy this time. Lanqin retrieved the herb she had prepared earlier, applying them to Luni's wound, but soon realized she did not have enough. The wound was too large, and she had rushed out without bringing sufficient supplies. Chapter 40. I want to show him a bit of color. Lan Xin could only turn slightly and discreetly retrieve some backup herbs from her space. After applying the herbs and using long leaves to bandage Luni's wound, she managed to stem the bleeding. She truly is a healer, someone gasped. The beastmen behind the hyena lowered their bone knives. The hyena's face darkened. He had not expected Lan Xin to genuinely be a healer. Healers were the most sought-after individuals among tribes, revered and respected, considering the immense power that accompanied healers. The hyena slapped Anha across the face. You kept such an important matter from us. The Qiangdao tribe nearly invited disaster upon itself. Anha shook her head. No, it must be she who is deceiving you. How could it be? Lan Xin is clearly a disaster. Anha was all too aware of Lan Xin's true worth. She could not fathom how, in such a short time, Lan Xin had transformed from a pariah into a healer. Humph. As for this matter concerning Lan Xin, I shall report to the chief. The hyena, with a semblance of benevolence, proclaimed, however, we have traveled great distances to arrive here, and we must reap some rewards. We shall accept this food. He gestured to the orcs behind him to remove the provisions from the ground, reasoning that with so few of you, you cannot possibly consume such an abundance. There is no need to thank us for alleviating your burden. The hyena then ingratiatingly addressed Lan Xin. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. Should the shaman wish, you are always welcome to join our Qiangdao tribe. To remain in this dilapidated little settlement is truly beneath you. Lan Xin firmly declined. No need. After her refusal, the hyena signaled for his orc companions to carry away the food. The orcs of the Xianyu tribe, filled with indignation yet lacking the courage to voice it, could only watch helplessly, as most of them were of the grass type and significantly weaker than the Qiangdao tribe. Mitsai was fuming with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. They were outmatched. A direct confrontation would surely result in the defeat of the Xianyu tribe, as the Qiangdao tribe prepared to depart. Lan Xin kicked a small stone at the hyena's leg, exclaiming, "You think you can bully us and simply walk away? Such an easy escape is unacceptable." The hyena halted momentarily, not bothering to turn around. Lan Xin, I spare you out of respect for your status as a shaman. But do not mistake my leniency for fear. Do not overstep your bounds. With the bleeding from Runi having ceased, Lan Xin felt no reservations. I do intend to overstep today. I demand your teeth before you leave. Mitsai, eyes wide with alarm, attempted to pull Lan Xin back. Are you courting death? The hyena's eyes darkened ominously. You truly are asking for punishment. Accustomed to tyranny, the hyena could scarcely contain his fury at such provocation and sought to teach Lan Xin a lesson. Transforming into his beast form, he bared his fangs and lunged towards her. Mitsai positioned himself in front of Lan Xin, ready to defend her. Lan Xin, however, pushed Mitsai aside and flung the powder concealed within her garments directly at the hyena. A blood-curdling scream escaped the hyena as his forelegs thrashed agonizingly upon the ground, his expression one of sheer horror. In mere moments, his teeth disintegrated into dust. What is this substance? What has she done to the hyena? The orcs of the Qiangdao tribe gazed in terror at this living nightmare, retreating in fear, with some even fleeing in abject panic. The unknown is the greatest terror. These orcs had no comprehension of what had transpired, only witnessing Lan Xin's gesture leading to the hyena's loss of teeth. Stop, Lan Xin commanded, halting the fleeing orcs. Chapter 41. Relentless, the orcs dared not defy her, casting aside their plundered provisions and pleading for mercy. Shaman, we were blind to your greatness. We implore you to spare us. In the orc realm, the loss of teeth means an inability to hunt, rendering one equivalent to a useless being. Lan Xin regarded them coldly. I will permit your departure, but you must agree to 3 conditions. First, henceforth, you are forbidden from setting foot within the Xianyu tribe. Should you dare to harass them again, the fate of the hyena will be yours. The orcs trembled in fear. We shall never return. Second, you must not disclose my identity as a shaman to other tribes that a prominent figure attracts unwanted attention, and I am not yet capable of safeguarding myself. It is best to remain inconspicuous, of course. We will keep this secret. Lastly, I demand that Anha be punished. As for the method of punishment, that is for you to decide, should I find your efforts unsatisfactory. Well, a cold smile from Lanshin lingered ominously in their minds, causing the orcs to shudder. Very well. Anha's face turned pale. Lanshin, are you not a shaman? Aren't shamans meant to heal and save lives? How can you be so cruel? You cannot treat me this way. Anha yelled and cursed. The orcs, fearing for her safety, stuffed dirt into her mouth to silence her cries. Lanshin finally relented. Begone. The orcs of the Qiangdao tribe swiftly whisked away Anha and the hyena, vanishing without a trace. Mitsai gazed in the direction they had departed, discontented. Are we truly letting Anha go? She nearly killed you. Letting her go? Lanshin chuckled lightly. I simply do not wish to soil my hands. The Qiangdao tribe is so brutal. Anha will undoubtedly suffer upon her return. She will wish for death. Mitsai remarked. This is all her own doing. Lanshin raised an eyebrow. Surprised by Mitsai's words, it seems you have truly moved on from Anha. Mitsai scoffed. Who do you think I am? I love fiercely and hate just as passionately. Lanshin turned to the orcs behind her. All right, everyone, return home. Point one voiced their concern. Lanshin, do you think the Qiangdao tribe will come looking for trouble again? Perhaps you should lay low for a few days. We will protect you. Lanshin smiled, her heart warmed by their sincerity. No need. The Qiangdao tribe is merely a pack of bullies. After today, they will avoid me. She patted Mitsai's shoulder. You should head back as well. By the time Mitsai returned to the tent, night had fallen. He poured himself a glass of water and drank. This cup was one he had purchased from Lanshin, and as he traced the patterns upon it, her visage filled his mind. Her tenderness as she bandaged Runi's wounds, her bravery in confronting the hyena, her cold demeanor while negotiating with the Qiangdao tribe. Each aspect revealed a different side of her. Lanshin, Mitsai murmured, feeling his heart race. Why was it beating so fast? It seemed he had truly developed feelings for Lanshin. Huge brother, I truly did not know. Please spare me. Anha knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Regret consumed her as she recalled her days in the Xianhua tribe, where she, as a female, was adored like a queen, pursued by countless males. How could she have been so foolish as to venture into the lawless Qiangdao tribe? Although the Xianhua tribe was impoverished, she had never known hunger, and the males had always treated her with kindness. Spare you, you nearly caused my demise. Do you have any idea how powerful that group of shamans is? Hu Chang gripped her chin. After spending so long in the Xianhua tribe, how could you not know that Lanshin is a shaman? I believe you acted with malice. You have caused the hyena's death, and I will not let you off easily. Chapter 42. His intentions are not what they seem. When the hyena was brought back, he had already succumbed, having literally died from the pain. Having accompanied Hu Chang for many years, the hyena's mysterious death left Hu Chang seething with unresolved anger. Although he could not confront Lanshin, he would not allow Anha to escape his wrath. Hu Chang forcefully shoved Anha away. Take her away and imprison her. Do with her as you will, then sell her to Heiha. Heiha was a place devoid of humanity, inhabited by uncivilized orcs who showed no mercy towards females. Once Anha arrived there, her days of comfort would be over. Despairing, she collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy, yet was dragged away by the orcs. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 points yesterday. Upon waking that morning, Lanshin heard 001's cheerful announcement and promptly sat up, entering the space. 500 points. This means I can exchange for wheat. Such a large sum. It was likely due to her driving off the Qiangdao tribe the previous day. Raising her favorability among the orcs. 001. How many points do I currently possess? 1,008 points. With 1,008 points, she could indeed exchange for wheat. I wish to exchange for wheat. 2 piles of wheat are ready. Please collect them. This time, 001 provided 2 large heaps of wheat, which Lanshin estimated would be sufficient for 2 adults for an entire month. Gazing at the 2 sizable piles of unhulled wheat in her space, she realized she could use these seeds to cultivate wheat on the Orc continent. Lanshin promptly began her research. Not long ago, she had exerted considerable effort to transport a great deal of Orc continent soil into her space. Now, this soil had merged with her space, transforming into a small plot of farmland. Though the area was limited, it would serve Lanshin's purpose well. she intended to use it to cultivate food seeds. The plants within her space matured in just one day, significantly saving her research time. Once the seeds cultivated in this small plot matured, they could be directly sown in the Orc continent's soil for large-scale planting. Lan Xin scattered the wheat seeds in the space's farmland and watered them with spiritual water. Unfortunately, the following day, the wheat did not sprout as hoped. Could it be a matter of spiritual water concentration? Similar to the peppers, Lan Xin endeavored to irrigate her crops with varying concentrations of spirit water and, after 10 days of diligent effort, successfully cultivated a superior quality of wheat. She carefully stored away this hard-earned grain. Collecting its precious kernels, seeking assistance, Lan Xin asked Cyan to help her tidy up the yard, clearing a substantial area for her work. Cyan, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly complied, knowing that Lan Xin would soon present him with delectable food. After planting the wheat with Cyan, Lan Xin finally turned her attention to the 2 heaps of wheat she had exchanged her points for. Fearing that Cyan might grow suspicious, she hesitated to reveal everything and only placed a small portion upon the table. Lan Xin, at that moment, a vibrant voice resonated from outside the door. Recognizing it as Lunny's voice, Lan Xin felt a sense of warmth. Ever since she had bandaged Lunny's wounds, he had frequently visited her home, bringing her treats, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to often invite him to share meals. Lunny was a cheerful young lad, his words as sweet as honey, always extolling Lan Xin's culinary skills, which brought her immense joy. However, Cyan harbored a disdain for the boy, showing him little kindness to make matters worse. Lunny had the audacity to express a desire to learn cooking from Lan Xin in hopes of prolonging his visits. Being a man himself, Cyan immediately recognized Lunny's ulterior motives. Just as Lan Xin was about to open the door for Lunny, Cyan, leaning on his cane, swiftly stepped ahead of her and opened the door with an irritated expression. "Why are you here again?" Lunny, holding a bag in his hand, exclaimed, "The greenheart fruits on the mountain are ripe. I thought Sister Luo might not have tasted them yet, so I picked some to bring over. I also found some bird eggs that I want to give to Sister Luo." He wore an innocent smile, and with his endearing address of Sister Luo, it was hard for Cyan to refuse him entry. Despite his annoyance, the chieftain's grandson, "You certainly have too much free time," he quipped. Lunny brushed off the remark, explaining, "Since I'm still quite young and just reached adulthood, my grandfather rarely asks me to do chores." Unlike the chieftain, who was already in his 20s, Cyan's expression darkened, sensing the subtle jab at his age, and retorted, "Indeed, at your age, you should have a partner, but I wonder what sort of arrangement the chieftain will make for you next year." Lunny frowned in distress. Ever since Sister Luo had saved him, he had longed to express his devotion to her. He had hinted at his feelings in her presence over the past few days. Yet she seemed to regard him merely as a younger brother. Leaving him at a standstill, he resolved to devise a plan. Unaware of the tension brewing between them, Lan Xin assumed they were engaged in casual conversation. "Lunny, come to the kitchen with me," she invited. Today she intended to teach him how to prepare spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Patiently, she instructed him, "First, you need to slice the potatoes into thin strips, then squeeze some sour juice over them." As vinegar was unavailable, she resorted to using sour fruit juice instead. Lunny, an astute young man, earnestly followed her instructions. As Lan Xin sliced the potatoes, she advised, "You and the chieftain cannot handle spicy food, so when making this dish, be sure to use fewer peppers." Lunny nodded seriously in agreement. After finishing the potato strips, Lan Xin discovered they were out of chili peppers. "I'll ask Cyan to fetch some from the garden," she said. Lunny interjected, "Sister, there's no need to bother Cyan. I can see them." Lan Xin paused, puzzled. "See what?" Lunny submerged the potatoes in water, splashing as he exclaimed, "You have a space, right? Don't you have any peppers in there?" Lan Xin's heart raced as she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "How do you know?" Realizing Lunny had seen her use herb from her space, she felt a flicker of danger. Could this young man be a threat? "When you bandaged my wounds the day the Thornblade tribe arrived, I noticed you conjured herbs out of thin air, which led me to guess," Lunny explained. Lan Xin had assumed Lunny was unconscious at the time, but it seemed he had been aware. "Now that you know, I hope you won't speak of it," she implored. "Rest assured, I won't tell anyone," Lunny replied with a charming grin, whispering, "This will be our secret." Lunny felt a surge of happiness, believing that sharing a secret with Sister Luo would bring them closer together. With a serious demeanor, he cautioned Lanxin, "Sister Luo, you must never disclose this to anyone. If it falls into the wrong hands, they could use it to sacrifice you to the beast god, and not even the chieftain could protect you." Lanxin had heard of the living sacrifices made on the Beastman continent, where the low productivity often led people to kill beastmen to beseech supernatural powers, using human blood and organs as offerings to their beast gods. She realized she needed to be more cautious in the future. Observing Luni's innocent demeanor, she felt reassured. "You are the first to know." Luni stayed for lunch before departing. "Sister Luo, this spicy and sour shredded potato is exquisite. I must make it for grandfather when I return." As he left, his excitement was palpable, his antlers gleaming, though he turned back frequently, reluctant to part ways. After bidding Luni farewell, Lanxin noticed a peculiar expression on Cyan's face, as if he were quite displeased. However, she brushed it off, having grown accustomed to his sour demeanor whenever Luni visited. She took out a small pile of wheat, still encased in its yellow husk, and prepared to thresh it. "What is this?" Cyan inquired, intrigued by the yellow grains. He popped one into his mouth, but quickly spat it out, grimacing in distaste. "Not tasty." Lanxin deftly removed the outer shell, revealing the translucent grains of rice before offering it to him. "Try this," she encouraged. Cyan eyed her warily. "Don't worry, it's better than the pepper." Reluctantly, Cyan accepted it, biting down with an indifferent expression. "Tasteless. Not particularly good, but not bad either," he commented. Lanxin chuckled. "You simply lack appreciation. Just wait until I make noodles. Then you'll be drooling." Cyan was perplexed. "What are noodles?" "I've never heard of such a thing." He examined a handful of wheat closely, questioning, "What exactly is this?" "This is called wheat. It can serve as a staple food and is beneficial for the digestive system." Lanxin explained. Cyan's eyes flickered with interest as he quietly asked, "Where did it come from?" "I picked it up from the mountain," she replied casually. Although she knew this excuse was rather flimsy based on past experiences, Cyan usually did not pursue matters further. However, to her surprise, he continued to inquire, "Really from the mountain? I've never seen such a plant up there, nor in such abundance that, let us say, I was just lucky." Lanxin said, sensing the danger and attempting to divert the topic, "I need to go collect some clothes." Cyan suddenly grasped Lanxin's hand, looking somewhat forlorn. Why wouldn't she tell him the truth? Hadn't they been together for so long? Why was she still so guarded? He recalled overhearing Luni and Lanxin's conversation earlier that day. Why did Luni receive her trust so readily while he, her partner, was met with suspicion, coupled with Lanxin's earlier words to meet Sai? A flame of jealousy ignited within Cyan, consuming him with fervor. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Lanxin, you have a space, right?" Feeling the heat radiating from Cyan's grip, Lanxin sensed his agitation. She, too, felt flustered, having been seen through by two individuals in one day. Yet she maintained her composure. "When did you find out?" Cyan replied softly, "A long time ago." Lanxin realized she should have anticipated his discovery, given their close proximity. Yet she could not decipher his thoughts. "Will you tell anyone?" Cyan's gaze fell, his heart sinking. "Do you truly believe I would do such a thing?" Lanxin's disbelief was clear, she replied. "I simply assumed you might, that I don't think you are that kind of person." Cyan asserted. "Otherwise, I would have been cautious from the beginning and wouldn't have allowed you to discover IT first." Lanxin was unguarded around Cyan, believing that he would not harm her. Despite the original owner's bullying of Cyan, he still fulfilled his responsibilities as a partner, relinquishing all the food at home to the original owner. With such a Cyan, Lanxin was convinced that he was at least not a bad person. Cyan's heart seemed to soar at Lanxin's words, yet he felt a twinge of confusion and awkwardly averted his gaze, pondering, "If that's the case, why didn't you tell me first, but instead informed Runi?" Due to the distance between them and their deliberately lowered voices, Cyan only caught fragments of their conversation. "Secret, the first to know." Based on these words, Cyan assumed that Lanxin had proactively disclosed information to Runi. It was then that Lanxin understood the reason behind Cyan's sudden outburst. She had always known he was somewhat petty, but hadn't anticipated he would hold on to such grievances. Thus, Cyan's displeasure stemmed from this. Amused, Lanxin thought, "I did not tell Runi first. I merely revealed the space while treating him last time." As Cyan's mood lifted instantaneously, Oh, that was it. He had always known that the naive young lad could never compare to him. Lan Xin raised their clasped hands, thinking it was time to let go. Only then did Saihan realize their hands had been intertwined all along. His face flushed, and he quickly withdrew his hand, momentarily forgetting the situation. Lan Xin stood on tiptoe to pat his head, saying, "Help me shell the wheat." Saihan looked at the pile of wheat, astonished by the amount that needed to be shelled. Oh, we have to shell all of this? Yes, let's start with this batch today, Lan Xin replied, winking. There's much more in the space. How do we shell it? Saihan inquired. Lan Xin grabbed a handful and demonstrated like this. Take a handful and rub it vigorously, and the outer shell will come off. As the husks fell away, revealing the pristine white rice beneath, Saihan followed suit, his larger hands and calloused palms making the task more efficient than Lan Xin's. In contrast, her delicate hands reddened quickly from the effort. After a while, Lan Xin frowned and shook her sore hands. This won't do. It's exhausting just to shell a portion of the wheat. Clearly, I need to create a tool for this task. She recalled her agriculture development course, where the teacher had introduced the concept of a rice pounder, which comprised a wooden mortar and pestle to be, while using the pestle to crush the grains, the husks could be removed. Noticing her actions, Saihan took her hand and frowned. No, you shouldn't shell anymore. Why not? She asked. Saihan retorted, you're clumsy. You aren't doing it cleanly. Your hands are already red from just this little bit. Females are truly delicate. Clearly, this skilled task should be left to me. Lan Xin felt indignant. What part isn't clean? I think I'm doing quite well. However, Saihan insisted that she refrain from helping, leaving her to watch him shell the wheat instead. Saihan was not only handsome, his hands were also aesthetically pleasing, with distinct knuckles and fair skin. Each grain of rice slipped effortlessly through his fingers, captivating Lan Xin's attention. It turned out that when someone was attractive, everything they did seemed delightful. As he shelled, Saihan would occasionally glance at Lan Xin. Upon noticing her watching him, he became even more motivated, working diligently while his ears betrayed a slight blush. The setting sun cast a warm glow through their simple animal skin tint, enveloping them in a serene beauty. After finishing the wheat, Lan Xin prepared 2 bowls of rice. She first placed the rice into small ceramic bowls, then steamed them in the pot. Once the fragrant rice was finally ready, Lan Xin nearly wept with joy. It had been almost 3 months since she last had rice. She eagerly dug into her bowl. The naturally grown, hand-shelled rice, though a bit coarse, was incredibly aromatic. Since it was hand-processed, some husks remained unremoved. As she ate, Lan Xin resolved to create a rice-pounding tool the next day. Noticing her enjoyment, Saihan wanted to give her his portion, saying, "Here, take mine, I can eat potatoes." Lan Xin declined, insisting they each have a bowl, stating, "From now on, we will eat wheat at every meal. Rice is rich in nutrients, and not consuming it for an extended period can lead to energy deficiencies and digestive issues." While treating the beast men, she had observed that many suffered from stomach ailments, and their generally short lifespans might be due to the lack of rice in their diets. Lan Xin thought that if given the chance, she would promote wheat within the tribe. Under Lan Xin's watchful eye, Saihan finished his bowl of rice and realized that this wheat was rather pleasant, sweet, even. Most importantly, it left his stomach feeling quite content. However, compared to potatoes and cabbage, wheat didn't quite hold the same appeal for him. Recalling Lan Xin's claim of 1 bowl a day, Saihan felt a hint of resistance and bargained, "How about just 1 bite a day?" Lan Xin firmly responded. No. Saihan sulked, feeling as if he had been struck by a frost. He now detested wheat, due to his prejudice against it. When Lan Xin proposed making noodles, he wasn't particularly interested. How delicious could anything made from wheat truly be? That night, as they prepared for bed, Saihan couldn't help but express his curiosity about Lan Xin's mysterious space, asking, "Can I take a look at your space? I want to see what it looks like." Lan Xin shook her head. "No, it's a place only I can enter. However, I can describe it to you. There's a well and a small wooden house." Saihan responded, "There's even a well inside. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered fetching water." He had been making daily trips to the river, unaware that a water source was so close at hand. Lan Xin shook her head. "The water from that well possesses magical energy. Drinking it in moderation can invigorate you, but too much will cause diarrhea. Tea must be diluted with regular water before consumption, so we still need to fetch water." Saihan nodded. I see. Their conversation flowed gently, and soon they drifted into slumber. The following morning, Lanshin rose early, as rice pounding required a mortar, pestle, and winnowing basket. Using a crystal stone, she purchased a large wooden stump and a straight tree trunk from the beaver beastmen living by the river. The beavers, industrious and skilled, could easily fell trees as thick as a bowl. They kindly delivered the wood to Lanshin's doorstep, for which she expressed her gratitude by gifting them a few potatoes. With the materials at hand, she began crafting. Using a bone knife, she carved a small pit into the wooden stump, then kindled a fire, placing charcoal into the hole. In no time, the charcoal burned a large cavity into the stump. This would serve as the mortar. Next, Lanshin took the tree trunk and smoothed its surface, creating a simple pestled as for the winnowing basket. Having grown up with her grandfather in the countryside, she had absorbed his craftsmanship. He often made baskets and winnowing trays from bamboo. However, lacking bamboo, she sought a similar wood to substitute, and after a long day of effort, managed to create a rudimentary basket. Although it was not aesthetically pleasing, it functioned well. Lanshin tested the mortar by placing in a handful of wheat and vigorously striking it with the pestle. Gradually, the husks began to separate. She poured the contents into the winnowing basket, tossing it up and down to separate the husk from the rice. By the time she successfully extracted the rice, it was already evening, and she was drenched in sweat. However, from now on, she would no longer fret over wheat, for she had an abundance of it and efficient shelling tools. Saihan had been observing Lanshin since she began crafting the mortar. Initially, he had no idea what she was doing and couldn't assist, but once the rice was separated, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So clever." Lanshin was taken aback. "Is this the first time you've praised me?" Si-Han scratched his head awkwardly, pretending he hadn't heard that. In the evening, Lan Xian cooked another bowl of rice. The method used resulted in slightly broken grains, yet it did not diminish the flavor. It was incredibly fragrant, each grain distinct, and Lan Xian felt particularly satisfied as she ate it. Yi-Han observed the effort Lan Xian put into making this bowl of rice after a long day. He didn't want to waste a single grain, even licking up a morsel that had fallen onto the rim of the bowl. After finishing, he volunteered, "From now on, I'll take on the task of pounding the rice." Having learned the term pounding rice from Lan Xian, he found it to be an arduous task, unsuitable for a female to undertake. Lan Xian chuckled. "You could use some exercise. I think you've gained weight." She recalled their first encounter when, despite his handsome features, Si-Han had appeared too thin, resembling a refugee. Thanks to her feeding him, he had visibly gained some weight. His jawline had softened, and he no longer appeared so sharp. Si-Han's face stiffened slightly. "Have I really gained weight? I hope I haven't become unattractive." He touched his face and quickly rushed to the basin. The reflection in the water revealed his striking features, sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding charisma. Thank goodness, still as handsome as ever, he thought to himself. If Lan Xian found him too plump, she might bring back flowers and plants from outside. It wasn't that he was unwilling to part with Lan Xian, but rather he couldn't bear to give up such delicious food. Indeed, that was Yi-Han resolved to start exercising the very next day. About 10 days later, Lan Xian discovered that the area in the yard where she had planted wheat had sprouted green stalks. This meant she had truly managed to cultivate wheat on the Beastman continent. Thus, Lan Xian diligently tended to the wheat every day, wishing she could dive right into the soil. However, once the ears of wheat began to grow, wild birds frequently came to steal them, carrying away the hard-earned produce and leaving behind a mess of droppings that prevent the wheat from being pilfered by small animals. Lan Xian specially constructed a fence using bamboo and wood, and fashioned a simple scarecrow from discarded animal hides. Upon seeing the scarecrow from a distance, the wild birds mistook it for a real person, and thereafter, they ceased their thieving ways. The fence, fields, tent, and scarecrow together created a picturesque scene reminiscent of a hidden paradise. As for Si-Han, he seemed to have been motivated by something in recent days, working exceptionally hard. Not only did he help with watering and tilling, but he also tidied up the house meticulously. Sometimes he would remove his shirt, deliberately strolling around the house to showcase his muscles. Lan Xian covered her eyes, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Put your clothes back on." Si-Han, clad only in a loosely wrapped animal hide around his waist, unabashedly displayed his toned physique, akin to wearing a bath towel. Did he think he was a model? With an innocent expression, Si Han replied, I've been working so hard, it's a bit hot. Hearing this, Lan Xian felt too shy to insist he dress properly and chose to pretend she hadn't seen. Eventually, she grew accustomed to it. After all, Si Han showed no shame. Why should she? However, with the snow season fast approaching, Lan Xian shivered at the thought of wearing just an animal hide, wondering how he could possibly feel so warm. Noticing his surplus energy with no outlet, she suggested he build a cabinet. Their home was accumulating more belongings, cluttering the table and floor, creating an unsightly mess. Lan Xian, who had a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, felt discomfort by the sight of it every day. Lacking paper, she drew a design in the dirt with a stick. Si Han, displaying impressive efficiency, followed her sketch and, in just 3 days, crafted a large 4-tiered cabinet along with several solid wooden storage boxes, thus bringing order to the items in their tent. Lan Xian's work on the animal hide clothing was finally complete. She presented the hide jacket to Si Han to see if it fit. This jacket was likely made from tiger skin, and Lan Xian marveled at how Meat Sai, a wolf, had managed to slay a tiger. She had made a long-sleeved, high-necked animal hide jacket for Si Han and a matching outer garment for herself. In truth, beastmen naturally possess their own pelts, which transformed into fitted clothing upon shape-shifting. But these garments only covered essential areas, necessitating the carrying of animal hide clothing, especially during the snow season. As Si Han received the jacket, asking, for me, Lan Xian nodded. As Si Han looked genuinely pleased, his expression brightening, but as he donned the jacket, he couldn't help but grumble. Where did you buy this? Which beast man sews so poorly? Lan Xian gritted her teeth. I made it. Realizing her displeasure, Si Han quickly remedied his comment, but the fabric is quite comfortable, and the size fits perfectly. He was not exaggerating. The jacket truly felt delightful, soft and warm, sure to be a comfort during the snowy season. After a while, as Si Han stroked the fabric of the jacket, his tail practically wagged with joy. I really like it. This was clothing made by his partner's own hands. As Si Han recalled how Lan Xian had often drawn the curtains and fussed in their room alone the other day. He had been quite frustrated about it, only to realize she was crafting his animal hide jacket. Now he was reluctant to take it off, even more so to remove it. Seeing him so pleased brought joy to Lan Xian's heart, a delight in having her labor recognized. Thanks to the magical water, the first batch of wheat ripened swiftly. Lan Xian and Si Han harvested it and carefully stored in jars, allowing her to enjoy rice every day. Lan Xian began to ponder making noodles, partly because Si Han seemed to genuinely dislike rice, and partly due to her own craving. Just thinking about the slippery noodles from her memories made her mouth water. And for several consecutive nights, she dreamt of slurping noodles. Once her craving struck, nothing could deter Lan Xian from making noodles. Lacking a rolling pin, she flattened a log to create a perfectly crafted rolling pin. Without a stone mill, she enlisted the help of Runi and a few sturdy beastmen from the tribe to construct a makeshift stone mill. With everything in place, she was ready to begin. First, she ground the wheat into flour, creating fresh flour, then added a bit of water to knead the dough. After rolling the dough into sheets, she cut it into long strips, and once done, she tossed them in flour. A large basin of noodles was ready. Next, she simmered a pot of rich, fragrant bone broth, sliced some tender pork, boiled the noodles, and served them with the broth, garnished with a spoonful of chili sauce. An irresistible aroma wafted through the air. If only she had scallions, ginger, and garlic, it would have been even more delightful. Lan Xian felt something was missing whenever she cooked meat dishes without these essential ingredients. 0.001. Do you have scallions, ginger, and garlic? Yes, scallions for 100 points, ginger for 100 points, garlic for 200 points. You currently have 67 points. Lan Xian sighed in regret. Ever since she exchanged 1,000 points for wheat last time, she had become quite the pauper. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Starting over, her next objective was to gather points to trade for scallions, ginger, and garlic, as Lan Xian enthusiastically made noodles in the yard. Si Han, however, showed little interest in her noodle endeavor. He thought wheat was unappetizing and couldn't believe that noodles made from it would taste good. While chopping firewood, He called out to Lan Xian. Don't cook too much. I won't be able to finish it. Lan Xian raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Si Han was resolute. I'm sure that I'd rather eat potatoes for the rest of my life than noodles made from wheat. In his mind, nothing could surpass the taste of potatoes. Yet the reality hit him swiftly. Once Lan Xian's noodles were served, they vanished in an instant. The two of them slurped the noodles with fervor. Too engrossed to speak, savoring each mouthful of steaming noodles, followed by bites of tender meat and slurps of rich marrow. The tent was filled only with the sounds of eating, and Lan Xian felt she had reached the pinnacle of life. Si Han, having devoured 7 bowls of noodles, yet still feeling unsatisfied, ate in haste, completely shedding his usual elegance. How could something so delicious exist in the world? The noodles were chewy and flavorful, and the broth was delectable. Better than potatoes, could this truly be made from the detested wheat? Unable to contain himself, Si Han let out a satisfied burp. Is there any left in the pot? He lamented that the bowl in his hand felt too small, yet it bore the little lion that Lan Xian had drawn for him, making him reluctant to switch it out. Lan Xian teased. Who was it that just said they wouldn't be able to finish? Lan Xin has been enjoying a rich and flavorful life, dedicating her days to exploring various culinary delights. One day, her long-lost friend Yeching visited her. The first thing Yeching did was express her deep envy for Lan Xin's tent, exclaiming, "My goodness, Lan Xin, your tent has become increasingly beautiful." Indeed, this tent had transformed from its original rudimentary state, now furnished with cabinets, a table, stools, and a small courtyard. After exchanging pleasantries, Yeching recalled the purpose of her visit. Lan Xin, the southern merchant caravan, is set to arrive at the market tomorrow. They plan to stay here for half a month. Have you prepared enough crystals to buy salt? Lan Xin nodded. Yes, I am ready to. I earned a significant amount of crystals by selling pottery at the market. The crystals here are quite valuable. During her last visit, Lan Xin had used only 1 crystal to enlist the beaver's help in gathering wooden stakes for grinding rice. Now, with 400 crystals in her possession, she was confident she could acquire ample salt. However, Yeching shattered her illusions, stating, "The salt from the south is quite expensive. A small bag costs 100 crystals." Lan Xin was taken aback. 100 crystal for a small bag? That's highway robbery. Yeching explained, "The salt from the south is the most delectable on the Beastman continent. Unlike our salt, which is bitter, only in their coastal region can they harvest it endlessly. Southern beastmen have artificially inflated the price of salt, amassing a great fortune and making their region the wealthiest on the continent. We can hardly afford their salt and are left to consume coarse salt." Realizing this, Lan Xin acknowledged, "Thank you. I understand now that I will prepare a sufficient number of crystals." Leaning back in her chair, Yeching said with keen interest, "I heard that the daughter of the southern shaman leader has also come along. I wonder what she looks like. She must be exceptionally beautiful." "Who is that?" Lan Xin inquired, having never heard of this individual. Yeching widened her eyes in disbelief. "You don't know her?" Chapter 51. The sole human. Lan Xin shook her head in confusion. Yeching continued, "There are 4 shaman leaders on the Beastman continent. The eastern, northern, western, and southern shaman leaders. Among them, the southern shaman leader is the most formidable. His daughter is named Tu Yu, and it is said she is as stunning as a deity, captivating the hearts of every male on the continent." She added, "The southern shaman leader is the only human on the Beastman continent." Lan Xin's heart skipped a beat as she stood up. "What did you just say?" Yeching was startled by Lan Xin's reaction and instinctively repeated, "The daughter of the shaman leader is named Tu Yu." Lan Xin pressed on, "No. What did you say at the end?" Yeching replied, "The southern shaman leader is the only human on the Beastman continent." Lan Xin took a deep breath. She had indeed heard correctly. Could it be that there were humans on the Beastman continent? An overwhelming sense of connection surged within her, akin to encountering a familiar face in a foreign land. "Do you know what humans look like?" Lan Xin asked. Yeching shook her head. "I have never seen a human either. I only know they are smarter than us beastmen. Just like you, Lan Xin, perhaps humans have 2 heads, which is why they are so intelligent." Lan Xin chuckled at her naive remark, her heart harboring a desire to meet the shaman leader in person, hoping she too might be a traveler from another world. Though she recognized this possibility was slim, Yeching continued her gossip. "Strangely enough, the shaman leader is a human, yet his daughter Tu Yu is a rabbit. Lan Xin laughed lightly. Perhaps her father is a rabbit. To gather enough crystals to purchase salt, Lan Xin resumed her pottery crafting. The following day, she arrived at the market Yecheng had mentioned, which was larger this time, filled with merchants from far and wide showcasing their specialties. Finding a suitable spot, Lan Xin set up her stall. Her pottery was immensely popular, drawing a crowd of beastmen. An alpaca beastman inquired, "Is this pottery?" My friend from the Xianyue tribe mentioned that soup cooked in this is exceptionally delicious and durable. Lan Xin nodded. "Indeed. Would you like to buy one for 25 crystals?" Her tone was gentle, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. The alpaca beastman, captivated by her beauty, fumbled for his pocket. "All right, I'll take one with an alpaca design." Chapter 52. Being chosen by you is a blessing. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, transactions unfolded one after another, and Lan Xin's crystals multiplied. Suddenly, the crowd erupted with excitement. The southern caravan had arrived. "I want to see Tu Yu." "Where is Tu Yu?" The beastmen jostled forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary beauty. The commotion was so great that even Lan Xin craned her neck, curious about what Tu Yu truly looked like. Soon, a pair of guards carved a path through the throng, allowing Lan Xin to finally behold Tu Yu's true form. There she sat, a woman clad in red beast hide atop a camel, with ruby lips and mesmerizing eyes, exuding an enchanting charm that captivated all. Indeed, she was a rare beauty, her skin an unusual shade of white for the Beastman continent, clearly pampered and favored by the shaman leader. Just as everyone had claimed in the crowd, an alpaca Beastman was pushed to the front, bewildered and muttering to himself, "Who is Tu Yu?" A nearby Beastman looked at him as if he were a fool. "You don't even know Tu Yu? She is the shaman leader's cherished daughter. The shaman leader dotes on her. Tu Yu has come to the north out of curiosity." The alpaca beastman wondered with my looks. "Is there any chance I could become the shaman's son-in-law?" Before he could receive an answer, he was swept along by the crowd and caught a fleeting glimpse of Tu Yu, only to scoff. "She's not even that pretty." Comparing her unfavorably to the lovely female he had seen earlier, Tu Yu gazed down upon the northern beastman from her lofty perch on the camel, noting that conditions here were indeed far inferior to those in the south. Her interest waned until she was suddenly drawn to a stall, signaling her camel to halt. With the assistance of her guards, Tu Yu dismounted and approached the stall. "What is this?" Lan Xin, surprised by Tu Yu's interest in her pottery, felt a surge of happiness as she introduced, "This is pottery. It can be used to cook soup." Tu Yu was astonished that such advanced items existed in this impoverished northern region and finally turned her gaze to Lan Xin. It was her first time seeing such a beautiful female, and she couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Tu Yu picked up a ceramic cup adorned with a rabbit design and told the woman, "I want this." Lan Xin hesitated. "I'm sorry, but this one has already been sold to someone else. She has a last-minute engagement and will come to pick it up later. How about this one instead? It also features a rabbit design." Tu Yu seemed to ignore her words, standing firm with the cup in hand. "I want this one." Yin, give her 30 crystals. No need for change. At a nearby Yin beastman retrieved the crystals to hand to Lan Xin. Lan Xin frowned. Does this Tu Yu not understand human language? Instead of accepting the crystals, she reclaimed the cup and insisted, "This belongs to someone else." Annoyed, Tu Yu retorted, "Are you dissatisfied with the amount? I can offer more." 50 crystals. Yin felt that these southern refugees were insatiably greedy. Yet she truly liked the cup and could spare a few more crystals. Lan Xin remained unyielding. A flicker of disdain crossed Tu Yu's eyes as she subtly signaled her guard. The guard, understanding her intent, stepped forward to seize the cup, declaring, "For Tu Yu to take an interest in your possession is your fortune." Lan Xin felt a chill run through her, her gaze turning cold. Yet she found herself powerless against this formidable female named Tu Yu. She was unwilling to create such a significant enemy. Chapter 53. Who bullied you? I never imagined that the child of the shaman leader would be so overbearing and unreasonable. Resorting to coercive purchases, a deep male voice interjected, and with a swift crack, a stone struck the guard's wrist, halting his advance. Having been interrupted multiple times, Tu Yu felt a surge of irritation. "Who is it?" From the crowd emerged Misai Air, tall and regal, a bemused smile playing on his lips. "Tu Yu." Long time no see. Tu was taken aback to encounter a familiar face here, narrowing her eyes. It's you. Mi Sai Er approached and casually draped his arm over Lan Xin's shoulder. Since we are all old acquaintances, you shouldn't make things difficult for my friend. Upon witnessing the scene, Tu Yu's smile faltered, and she turned to leave, her back radiating barely concealed anger. After she had walked some distance away, the wild goose closest to Tu Yu inquired with confusion. Tu Yu, who was that person? Having accompanied Tu Yu for many years, the goose had never before seen her exhibit any trepidation towards another. As Tu Yu recalled the man she had just seen, she noted the wolf-tooth necklace hanging from his neck, a symbol of the Western Wolf clan. He was the youngest son of the Wolf King from the West. The goose quickly surmised, "Is a Mi Sai Er. I've heard that he is quite lively by nature," and left the Wolf clan upon reaching adulthood. With the Wolf King searching high and low for him, it appears he is hiding in such a remote and impoverished area. Tu Yu pondered, "I never expected to encounter Mi Sai Er here." The goose suggested, "Tu Yu, should we inform the Wolf King? It will be a small favor." Tu Yu shook her head. "No need. Let us pretend we never saw him." The goose nodded in acquiescence. Tu Yu resolutely declared, "Before the Wolf King finds Mi Sai Er, we must first locate our leader, Si Han." The goose expressed concern, "But we do not even know what Si Han looks like. It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Tu Yu replied, "He is my mate, and we have met in our childhood, that if I encounter Si Han again, I will undoubtedly recognize him at first glance. Goose, please investigate the background of that female who is inexplicably with Mi Sai Er." Tu Yu harbored an inexplicable animosity towards that female. The goose affirmed, "Understood." Once Mi Sai Er noticed Tu Yu had walked away, he turned to Lan Xian and asked, "Are you all right?" Lan Xian responded with gratitude. She had not anticipated that Mi Sai Er would be acquainted with Tu Yu. They seemed worlds apart. Mi Sai Er offered, "Let me escort you back. Tu Yu can be quite petty and may cause you trouble in secret." Lan Xian felt reluctant to refuse. "You know her?" Mi Sai Er replied, "We met during childhood." Observing his unwillingness to elaborate, Lan Xian chose not to press further. Mi Sai Er escorted Lan Xian to the entrance of the tent, saying, "I shall take my leave now." Just then, the tent flaps swung open, revealing Si Han standing at the threshold. Observing them, Mi Sai Er raised an eyebrow. "Sure." Inside the tent, Mi Sai Er and Si Han sat across from each other. The atmosphere far from cordial, almost confrontational, as Yi Han stated, "Thank you for bringing my mate back." He emphasized the word mate with weight. This young wolf harbored ulterior motives towards Lan Xian and felt compelled to assert his claim. Ensuring Mi Sai Er had no opportunity to encroach, Mi Sai Er remained unperturbed, replying, "There is no need for the leader to be so tense. I merely saw that Lan Xian was being bullied and feared she might encounter trouble, which is why I brought her back." As Yi Han's attention shifted as he turned to Lan Xian, inquiring, "Who bullied you?" While pouring water, Lan Xian explained, "A female named Tu Er attempted to steal my pottery. But thankfully Mi Sai Er intervened in time." As Yi Han furrowed his brow, "Tu Er, I did not recognize her." Mi Sai Er accepted the water Lan Xian offered, surveying the tent's interior and sincerely complimenting. "This tent is remarkably comfortable." Lan Xian, "Did you make all of this?" Mi Sai Er had previously visited Si Han's home, where the tent had been a typical bachelor setup, featuring a bearskin, a few bow knives, and a pot. Chapter 54. Come back for me. Soon how things have changed. Now there are chairs, tables, and cabinets. Mi Sai Er was unsure whether to feel envy or jealousy. Reflecting on how if he had not fallen for an he, but had instead been with Lan Xian, Si Han would not even exist in the equation. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Lan Xian candidly replied, "My craftsmanship isn't this admirable. All of this was made by Si Han." Suddenly, Si Han adopted a theatrical demeanor, gazing at Lan Xian with yearning. "You are the clever one. I simply followed your designs." Lan Xian was taken aback by his gaze, which was filled with such affection that it felt reminiscent of a first love. Had Si Han taken leave of his senses? Lan Xian's hand trembled slightly around the water cup, a chill running down her spine. As Yi Han, seemingly unsatisfied, added fuel to the fire, gently grasping her hand. "Are you tired? You should rest on the bed. I may have exhausted you last night." Lan Xian's eyes widened. Did this insufferable man know what he was saying? Misai suddenly stood up, unable to endure the couple's sweet exchanges any longer. I will take my leave as Aihan observed Misai's hasty retreat with disdain. Humph, this fool thinks he can compete for my mate. Lan Exine slapped him on the head. What are you saying in front of Misai? Si Han feigned innocence. I'm merely stating facts. You were exhausted from making pottery with me last night. Your hands were trembling. Lan Xien was no fool. Si Han's tone clearly suggested otherwise. Noticing Lan Xian's prolonged silence, Si Han suddenly exclaimed with a teasing tone, "Could it be that you misunderstood?" Lan Xian's face flushed, and she slapped his head again. "Be quiet." The next day, Lan Xian prepared to head to the market to purchase salt. Si Han insisted on accompanying her. He leaned on a cane, following her like a shadow that could not be shaken off. Upon arriving at the bustling market, Lan Xian realized that the crowd was too dense for Si Han's leg to handle comfortably. She led him to a tree, saying, "All right, you stay here and wait for me while I go buy salt." Si Han obediently nodded. "Okay, return quickly." Lan Xian felt as if she were raising a pet son. Tuyu strolled aimlessly through the streets, attempting to avoid the cumbersome situation she had faced the previous day. Today she dressed more modestly in a plain animal skin coat, accompanied by only 2 guards. The north was indeed impoverished, with little of interest. After a day of fruitless searching, she was about to return home when her gaze was drawn to a male beneath a tree. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a high nose and deep-set eyes. Even the fallen leaves from the tree seemed reluctant to fall from his shoulders. Yet, an impatient expression marred his face, as if he were waiting for someone or had encountered some trouble. The man frowned slightly, and Tuyu felt as if her heart had been struck. She found herself drawn to him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Hello, are you facing any difficulties?" Chapter 55. Capture a sheep. Si Han was growing increasingly impatient, waiting for Lan Xian to return. Had she not promised to be back quickly? It had been ages, and still no sign of her. As Yi Han regarded the female who had approached him, the fervor in her eyes was unsettling. Typically, he would handle such situations with indifference, allowing them to lose interest and leave. However, Tuyu was no ordinary female. She was accustomed to being the center of attention, adored and pursued by many. Never having experienced neglect, noticing that Si Han had not even spared her a glance, Tuyu felt perplexed, assuming he had not heard her. She repeated, "Hello." At this, Si Han turned to leave. Only then did Tuyu realize that this male was intentionally ignoring her. Fury surged within her as she shouted, "Stop! I am speaking to you. Are you mute?" What male would dare to disregard her? This one was truly arrogant and ungrateful. Si Han coldly replied, "I cannot be bothered with you. Can't you see?" His tone dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Tuyu was incensed by his words. Her true nature revealed as she raised her hand to slap him as Yi Han's fingers twitched, ready to retaliate, when he suddenly caught sight of Lan Xian approaching. Yi Han quickly leaned on his cane, lowering his head, adopting an appearance of someone who had been wronged. Seeing this, Tuyu decided against striking him. She had only intended to intimidate him. She could not bear to ruin such a handsome face. "Humph, so you are a cripple," Tuyu scoffed. "What is your name?" Suddenly, a force pushed Tuyu aside, causing her to fall to the ground, her face contorting in pain. Lan Xian had rushed over, confronting Si Han. "Si Han, are you all right?" Upon returning from her salt purchase, she had witnessed Tuyu bullying Si Han, and anger surged through her, prompting her to push Tuyu aside. As Yi Han lowered his head, plaintively murmuring, "She called me a cripple." Lan Xian had never seen Si Han so pathetic, and her anger flared. She had only left for a brief moment, and already someone was mistreating Si Han. A guard helped Tuyu to her feet, stating, "Tuyu, it is that woman from last time. I believe her name is Lan Xian." Realizing the connection between the cripple and Lan Xian, Tuyu's interest waned. "So he is your mate. How dare a cripple claim CEHAN that I in the Beastman continent?" Due to the generally low cultural standards, it was common for names to be rather arbitrary at certain times. A particular name may become exceedingly popular, leading to a frequent occurrence of namesakes. The 3 characters of Si Han hold connotations of nobility and power within the Orc continent. Consequently, many individuals of authority within the tribes adopt the name Si Han to flaunt their status. Tu never anticipated that a cripple would dare to claim such an esteemed name. Only their leader is entitled to be called Sihan. Who is this impostor emerging from some obscure corner? Lan Xine let out a cold laugh. Do you reside by the sea? Tu, indeed living by the seaside, instinctively replied, yes. Lan Xine mocked. No wonder you meddle so much, even dictating what others should be called. You. Tu then realized that Lan Xine was ridiculing her, infuriated and stammering. You sharp-tongued little brat. I'll show you a thing or two, accustomed to striking those who defy her. Tu, the daughter of the shaman leader, faced no repercussions. She raised her hand to strike Lan Xine, but Lan Xine swiftly intercepted her, seizing her wrist and delivering a slap to her own face. The scene was undeniably comical. Tu, a pampered female, lacked strength, while Lan Xine, accustomed to laboring daily, effortlessly overpowered her. You dare to hit me? Tu exclaimed, covering her face in disbelief. Lan Xine replied, nonchalantly, I did not strike you. You struck yourself. Tu cast a glance at the guard standing behind her. What are you all waiting for? Strike her! Stop! A large goose descended from the sky, transforming into an orc upon landing, halting the chaos. Tu was astonished that it was the goose that intervened. Goose, what are you doing? The goose whispered a few words to Tu. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Is what you said true? The goose affirmed with unwavering certainty. Tu glanced at Lan Xine, her eyes filled with wariness and fear, before suddenly fleeing in a panic, her back betraying her alarm. Lan Xine wore a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yihan tugged at the hem of Lan Xine's garment, inquiring, is she the one who bullied you last time? Tu. He had learned her name from the guards. Yes, Lan Xine confirmed, Yihan declared fiercely. If I encounter her again, I shall avenge you properly. Lan Xine, with a tone of exasperation, admonished Yihan. Now you're tough, but where were you just now? If others strike you, strike back. If they insult you, retort. After all, you're a leader of a tribe. How can you just stand there and be bullied? Yihan smiled and replied. Understood. Tu bit her fingernails. What was that about Lan Xine breaking the hyena's tooth? The goose clarified. You asked me to investigate this female last time. I learned from the Chongdao tribe that her name is Lan Xine. A deformed orc who cannot transform into beast form. It is said that her combat prowess is formidable, and it remains unclear how she managed to break the hyena's tooth. Since we are new here, it would be wise not to court trouble. Tu, feeling apprehensive, touched her own teeth. The goose suggested, Tu, we should leave quickly. The shaman leader is quite worried about you. Tu frowned. Indeed, let us return. There's nothing entertaining about this place, and Yihan would certainly not linger here. Tu vowed. Lan Xine, is it? I will remember this grudge. Just pray you never cross paths with me again. Lan Xine exchanged half of her crystal stones for 5 bags of salt, enough to last a year. However, the salt was exorbitantly priced, as southern traders raised their prices dramatically. Lan Xine had to part with half her savings to obtain it. If only she could discover a method of salt production, such as through salt stones. Yet, that would depend on luck. After returning home, Lan Xine used the salt to prepare dishes, and indeed, the flavor was markedly different. Devoid of the bitterness she had previously experienced, she indulged in 3 bowls of rice point one day. While inventorying her food supplies, Lan Xine realized her stock of meat was running dangerously low, lacking hunting skills. She could only trade vegetables with the orcs for meat, but this was not a sustainable solution. Lan Xine yearned to domesticate some animals to address the persistent meat shortage, especially sheep. With sheep, she could enjoy fresh milk and use wool for blankets and clothing. However, the game brought back to the tribe was always dead, and occasionally, a few half-dead creatures barely clung to life. One day, Yihan set out, and Luni's voice echoed from the entrance. Sister Luo, Caxi has caught a live sheep. Chapter 56, a familiar yet strange feeling. Lan Xine hurried to open the door, finding Lu and I accompanied by a wild goat bound with grass ropes. How did you catch it? Lan Xine inquired. Lu and I explained. This goat had an injured leg and was slow to escape. Caxi bit its hind leg to subdue it. Knowing you wanted a live prey, I had Caxi handed over to me. Lan Xine was elated. Thank you, Lu and I. You have truly aided me. Blushing with embarrassment from the praise, Lu and I scratched the back of his head. Sister Luo, what do you intend to do with this live prey? I want to keep it in the yard, Lan Xin replied. Lu and I's expression shifted to one of concern. Sister Luo, these creatures are quite ferocious. They could break through the fence and even bite people. They are incredibly difficult to tame. You must not have witnessed our hunting process to think otherwise. I want to give it a try, Lan Xin insisted at Lu and I. Resigned, cautioned, then please be careful. Lan Xin added, also, I would like to ask you to have the orcs keep an eye out for a particular plant, one with long yellow leaves that has a scent reminiscent of green fruit, with pale purple flowers, likely found near wetlands and rivers. Yihan's leg was nearly healed, requiring only a final application of medicine for complete recovery. Lan Xin searched the mountains for a long time, without success, and had to enlist everyone's help. As the orcs had more sensitive noses and could locate things more efficiently, Lu and I nodded. Yes, I'll make sure everyone is attentive during our daily hunts. After Lu and I departed, Lan Xin scrutinized the bound goat. Her usual prey had always been obtained through trades with the tribe's orcs, and she had never encountered a live catch before. This goat possessed sharp teeth and a fierce demeanor. Lan Xin attempted to confine it within a pen, but the goat was unruly, desperately trying to escape and even attempting to bite her, nearly breaking through the fence as evening approached. Faced with no other options and fearing it might flee, she ultimately called for Yihan to come and put it down. In Yihan's presence, the goat transformed into a submissive creature, too afraid to move to the dinner table. Lan Xin sighed as she savored a delicious goat soup, realizing that until she found an effective method to tame her prey, she could not raise livestock. Strangely, Yihan had not touched a single drop of the soup for days. He asked, did Lu and I come again today? Lan Xin, aware of his aversion to Lu and I, sought to defend him. Yes, he came specifically to bring us this sheep. Yihan lowered his head, obscuring his expression. Had he not been injured, his partner would not have had to accept others' catches. Yihan's leg improved day by day, yet his heart grew increasingly anxious and insecure. Lan Xin had once stated that once his leg healed, they would part ways. Who would be Lan Xion's next partner? Mikai, Lu and I? Or perhaps that foolish panda they encountered last time? Regardless of who it might be, the mere thought of Lan Xion being with someone else ignited a fire within Yihan's heart. Recalling Lan Xion's words to Mikai, where she had openly admitted her lack of affection for him, Yihan felt an emptiness within. Yihan, what troubles you? Lan Xion noticed his sudden despondency. Yihan raised his head, forced a smile, and replied, it's nothing. He resolved that regardless of how his leg healed, he would not allow Lan Xin to leave, nor would he permit her to have another partner. He could only hope she would not resent his possessive selfishness. The lion gene within Yihan seemed to awaken, vowing not to allow anyone to taint his partner. About 3 days later, Lu and I excitedly approached Lan Xin, declaring he had found the herbs she sought. Upon examining the herbs he brought, Lan Xin confirmed they were indeed the yellow bright grass she had been searching for, which would greatly benefit Yihan's leg. Thank you, Lu, and Lu and I handed the yellow bright grass to Lan Xin, insisting, Sister Luo, there's no need to thank me. This is but a small favor. I should be the one thanking you for saving my life and my grandfather's. Lan Xin received the yellow Mingqiao, but discovered a beautiful bouquet of fresh flowers within an instant. Runi's doll-like face flushed crimson, and with his eyes tightly shut, he boldly declared, Sister Luo, I wish to be your partner. I could see that moment. Runi had wrestled with his feelings for quite some time before deciding to voice them today, fearing that his grandfather, who was already preparing to assign him a partner, might leave him with no opportunities if he delayed. Before Lan Xin could react, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and Runi was struck in the abdomen by an intruder. Collapsing onto the ground, his face paling and the flowers scattering and being trampled underfoot, Lan Xin exclaimed, Yihan, what are you doing? Runi, unable to straighten his back from the blow, drew Lan Xin's instinct to assist him. Runi's wounds had barely healed. How could Yihan inflict such harm upon him? Yihan seized Lan Xin, his expression menacing. Do not touch him. Witnessing this audacious youth professing his love with a bouquet in front of his tent and his partner, Si Yihin was already consumed by rage. Lan Xin shot him a furious glare and rushed outside to summon Yi Qing for assistance in bringing Runi back. Yi Qing was utterly taken aback by the scene, asking no questions, and simply lifted Runi to depart. Only two individuals remained in the tent, with Lan Xin regarding Si Yihin with a serious demeanor. "What is the matter with you?" Si Yihin retorted defiantly. "You dare question me? Runi is encroaching on my territory. Should I not be angry?" Lan Xin replied, "You may be angry, but you should not resort to violence." Runi, while Lan Xin could comprehend Si Yihin's anger stemming from his pride as a man, resorting to violence was indefensible. As Si Yihin turned his head away, a clear indication of his refusal to engage. "Humph, I do not wish to hear his name again." Lan Xin persisted. "Runi is still a child. How could anything happen between him and me?" In the York continent, Runi was considered an adult at 16, yet to Lan Xin, he remained merely a child. Si Yihin understood that Lan Xin harbored no feelings for Runi. Runi had merely found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, without Runi, there were still others like Connie and Huni. One day, when his leg healed, Lan Xin would no longer be his partner. Si Yihin found himself torn between hoping his leg would heal slowly and wishing for a swift recovery so he could hunt again. Observing Si Yihin's mood seemed to lighten, Lan Xin said, "I will apply some medicine to your leg first, and then we can discuss the matter." Lan Xin took out the herbs Runi had sent, crushing them into a juice, just as she was about to apply it to Si Yihin. He suddenly turned away, exclaiming, "I do not want it." Lan Xin, infuriated, shot back, "What are you throwing a tantrum for? Have you taken the wrong medicine today? You need the ointment for your leg to heal faster." Lan Xin's tone made Si Yihin feel utterly wronged. Why was she so harsh with him, but greeted Runi with a smile? Si Yihin sarcastically remarked, "Why not just give it to Runi instead? If my leg does not heal, you can always find another partner. There are plenty of suitors lining up for you. Meet Sai, Runi, and Mord." In a sudden turn, Si Yihin bumped into Lan Xin's hand, causing the herbs to fall to the ground. All the effort spent finding those herbs was in vain. Now thoroughly enraged, Lan Xin glared at the herbs scattered on the floor, thinking, "Fine, I was just worrying for nothing. My good intentions have been treated like dirt." Si Yihin stood up as well. "You already have a partner. Why are you still entangled with other males? Runi comes to find you repeatedly. I cannot believe you are unaware of his feelings. It seems you are reveling in it." Chapter 57. Perhaps here to argue, Lan Xin was taken aback by Si Yihin's words, letting out a cold laugh. "Yes, Runi seeks me out daily, but that is because I asked him to find herbs to heal your leg. I never anticipated that in your eyes it would be seen as promiscuity." The light in Lan Xin's eyes dimmed, leaving only coldness, as Si Yihin felt a pang in his heart, realizing he had misunderstood her. "You must not speak of yourself that way. I had no idea he was merely delivering medicine to you." Lan Xin abruptly drew the curtains, isolating herself from Si Yihin, her chest rising and falling in frustration. She thought of how she had tenderly ground herbs for Si Yihin, only to have him show no gratitude. Once his leg healed, she would certainly move away. Si Yihin regretted his words the moment he saw the anger in Lan Xin's eyes, but found himself unable to apologize. He had not intended for things to end this way, yet he could not control his temper. As Si Yihin gazed at the herbs on the ground, his expression filled with remorse. After a long moment, he squatted down and applied the herbs to his leg. With Lan Xin having such a forgiving nature, he figured a small gesture of kindness the next day would win back her favor. Early the next morning, Si Yihin rose to fetch water, chop wood, and even boiled 2 potatoes, placing them on the table before sitting on the bed to await Lan Xin's awakening. Lan Xin, still fuming from last night, pulled back the curtains only to be met with Si Yihin's face, which made her even more displeased. As Si Yihin rubbed his nose, saying, "I made breakfast. Come eat." On the table lay the 2 boiled potatoes. Lan Xin huffed softly, ignoring the potatoes and instead walking toward the yard. This time, she was determined not to forgive Si Yihin so easily. Si Yihin felt a sense of defeat as he picked up the potatoes. Did Lan Xin not like them? Lan Xin casually cooked something in the yard as a meal. Upon returning to the tent, she found Si Yihin holding a freshly picked bouquet of flowers, still glistening with dew. Clearly gathered that morning, Si Yihin awkwardly offered the flowers, saying, "These are for you." He had broken the flowers Runi sent yesterday, so he had gone out to pick some to replace them. Surely, this would placate Lan Xin? I do not want them, Lan Xin replied coldly. Upon seeing the flowers, her mood soured even further. Miss Yihan remained oblivious to the true reason for her anger. His spirit wilted as he realized that with Lan Xin cooking, he no longer had a place at the table, forcing him to forage for food in the kitchen daily. Miss Yihan contemplated feigning injury, dramatically complaining about his leg, but Lan Xin merely glanced at him, remarking, "Your acting is terrible." This left Xin momentarily speechless. He also thought about simply apologizing, yet those words remained trapped in his throat. Yihan had not anticipated that their Cold War would persist until the season's final rain, creating a stifling atmosphere within the tent. Each time he attempted to speak to Lan Xin, she would ignore him, and gradually he lost the courage to apologize. Meanwhile, Lan Xin began making arrangements to move out. She discussed it with Yi Qing, who offered to vacate her old house for Lan Xin to reside in. Lan Xin planned to move as soon as Si Yihan's leg healed. Initially, she had intended to build her own house, but the recent weather was unsuitable for construction, so she would have to wait until the warm season to make plans. One day, as she went out to gather herbs, a torrential downpour caught her off guard. She sought refuge in a cave until the rain ceased. Lan Xin, a voice, aged and familiar, called out. She looked up to find the leader of the goat clan, who had taken shelter under a large leaf to shield himself from the rain. Surprised to encounter the leader here, they decided to return to the tribe together. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Xin introduced wheat to the leader and suggested that the tribe consider cultivating it. The leader expressed his delight, but noted that with the snow season fast approaching, it would not be suitable for planting, and they would have to wait until the warm season. The tribe's food supply was plentiful now, and there was no longer any orc who went hungry, so the demand for wheat was not urgent. Lan Xin nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Lan Xin then inquired, Leader, is Runi's injury all right? Given that Runi was the leader's grandson, Lan Xin feared that Si Yihan's actions might have caused a rift. The leader chuckled warmly. No worries, he's a young lad and recovers quickly. He'll be back to his lively self in no time. Do not let it trouble you. I've already heard from Runi that he was in the wrong. Lan Xin was taken aback by the leader's words. How could that be? It was clearly Si Yihan who had struck first. The leader continued to smile. Si Yihan is a hero of our tribe. He cannot be in the wrong. Lan Xin was astonished, realizing the leader was showing blatant favoritism towards Si Yihan. Noticing her surprise, the leader chuckled softly. Let me tell you about Si Yihan. I remember finding him 5 winters ago, washed ashore by the Crescent Moon River. When he awoke, he had forgotten everything except his name. Si Yihan is brave and resolute. Our tribe had been oppressed by neighboring clans and was on the brink of collapse. Without his leadership to drive away those who bullied us, we would have become slaves. As the leader recounted the tale, Lan Xin envisioned a spirited youth, glimpsing another side of Si Yihan. So, he had lost his memory. But where had he come from originally? The chieftain sighed, the smile fading from his countenance, and continued. Ever since he sustained an injury to his leg, his temperament has grown peculiar and reclusive. He has distanced himself to the fringes of the tribe, convinced that he is a burden and wishing to avoid causing trouble for others. Lan Xian began to understand Si Yihan. In essence, he was merely a child stripped of his sense of security following his injury. This accounted for his frequent pettiness and irritability, akin to a child fearful of abandonment. At this moment, she was the sole individual by his side, but a sudden urge to return home surged within her. She had initially believed his leg would never heal. The chieftain inquired, Fortunately, you have appeared. Si Yihan's leg must be on the mend. Yes, Lan Xian replied. Indeed, he should recover before the onset of the snow season. Chieftain, I just recalled an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. The chieftain nodded. Very well, you may depart. Upon returning to the tent, Lan Xian discovered it utterly deserted. It appeared that Si Yihan had been gone for quite some time. The rain had just subsided. Where could he have gone? She reminisced about the time they first met, recalling how he had waited for her at the door, drenched in the rain for what felt like an eternity. Surely, this fool hadn't gone out searching for her. It seemed that whenever it rained, Si Yihan became particularly insecure. The thought struck her, and she hurriedly dashed outside. When Lan Xian found Si Yihan, he was completely soaked. Luckily, his limp prevented him from moving quickly. allowing her to catch up. Observing him limping forward, anxiously scanning the surroundings for her, she could no longer contain herself and called out loudly from a distance. Si-Han. He turned at the sound, gazing at her in stunned silence for a moment before snapping back to reality and rushing towards her, enveloping her in his arms. Where have you been? Chapter 58. I must depart. Lan Xian found herself breathless in his embrace. Nearly asphyxiated, I went to gather herbs as Yi-Han buried his face in her shoulder, muttering, I am sorry. I should not have lost my temper so easily. As the words of apology escaped him, Si-Han realized how simple it was. Perhaps it was not merely a figment of his imagination. He found Lan Xian's scent particularly captivating and could not help but hold her tighter. What she had long awaited was his apology. She pushed him away gently. Meeting his gaze, you must agree to 3 conditions before I can forgive you. Yi-Han nodded. Speak. Lan Xian stated, Firstly, you must promise never to strike my friends indiscriminately again. Si-Han replied, Agreed. Lan Xian continued, Secondly, you must apologize to Runai. Yi-Han instinctively began to protest, but she raised an eyebrow. He shifted his stance. That is absolutely required. Lan Xian concluded, Thirdly, do not venture out in heavy rain to find me again. Si-Han nodded. Understood, he resolved to seek her only after the rain had ceased. No, he would never again provoke Lan Xian's anger or risk losing her. Yi-Han recalled the day he had waited alone at home, anxiously anticipating Lan Xian's return. Countless possibilities filled his mind, the most probable being that she had left him. He cast aside his pride and bolted outside, only to realize he had no idea where to search. Ultimately, he could only head in the direction of her original tribe. His astonishment. He actually found her. Then I too shall promise that I will not leave until your leg is healed, she said, as Yi-Han embraced Lan Xian once more, as if clutching a precious treasure regained, murmuring, Do not speak. My leg is in agony. You must tend to it. Lan Xian agreed. Very well, let us return. Upon returning, Lan Xian prepared some hot water for a bath. Once inside, her system notified her that her affection level had reached 100 points. She promptly exchanged her points for ginger and brewed 2 bowls of ginger soup. The pungent aroma of the soup assaulted her senses as Yi-Han covered his nose, a look of distaste on his face. What is this? Lan Xian replied, This is ginger soup. It prevents illness. You are prone to sickness after being drenched in rain. You must drink a bowl. She placed the 2 bowls on the table, revealing the dark, mysterious liquid within. Yi-Han, feeling despondent, expressed his reluctance. Can one truly drink something so foul? Am I to be poisoned? Lan Xian reassured him, No, hurry and drink. Under her watchful gaze, Si-Han hesitated before taking a sip, grimacing as he contorted his handsome features. This is excessively bitter. Lan Xian laughed lightly. You are a grown man. Do you fear bitterness? I could drink an entire bowl without flinching when I was a child. Her grandfather often made her ginger soup, sweetened just right, the spiciness beautifully balanced, and she had adored it. Si-Han, driven by pride, resolved to prove himself. He straightened his expression and said nonchalantly, I merely find it momentarily intolerable. Wait and see. I shall drink it for you. With a furrowed brow, he gulped it down quickly before the bitterness could register on his tongue, proudly displaying his empty bowl. Now it is your turn. Lan Xian raised her bowl, intending to demonstrate proper consumption, took a large sip, and instantly regretted it, nearly choking on the taste. Had too much ginger been added? This was unpalatable. Seeing her distress, Si-Han inquired, What is wrong? Nothing, she managed to say, finally swallowing the bitter concoction and plotting to discreetly dispose of the remaining ginger soup. I need to step out for a moment. Wait, Si-Han called after her. What do you need the ginger soup for as you step out? Si-Han narrowed his eyes. I want to see you finish the ginger soup before you leave. After a lengthy silence, it was Si-Han who first conceded, I truly cannot win against you. He picked up a bowl and scooped a spoonful to feed her, open wide. Today, I want to see you finish it. This spoon had been crafted by Lan Xian from ceramics, somewhat crooked, but functional for soup. Gazing at the dark liquid in the spoon, Lan Xian felt tears welling. He must be seeking revenge. She attempted to take the bowl from him. I can manage this myself, Yi-Han reiterated. Open wide, he was determined to ensure she drank the soup, as it would prevent illness. Instinctively, she complied, and he spooned a mouthful into her mouth. Lan Xien closed her eyes, suppressing her nausea and swallowing. She vowed never to make ginger soup again. Seeing her swallow, Si-Han produced another item. Now, open wide again. Lan Xien kept her eyes shut, bracing for another mouthful of ginger soup. To her surprise, this time it was a sweet treat akin to candy, washing away the bitterness. She licked it several times, her eyes lighting up. "What is this?" Si-Han replied. "The sweet treat you gave me previously is still uneaten." Lan Xien recalled how she had exchanged points for a bag of candy to coax him into taking his medicine not long ago. She had not expected him to bestow such an endearing name upon it, and corrected him. "That is not called sweet treat. It is called candy." She was astonished. "Why have you not eaten it yet?" The candy had long since absorbed moisture, the exterior sticky with syrup, so Lan Xien initially did not recognize it as candy, revealing that Si-Han had saved it for a long time. Reluctant to consume, Yi-Han's tone softened, a hint of bashfulness blooming in his eyes. "Is so sweet. I saved it for you." In that moment, Lan Xien distinctly heard the rapid beating of her heart. Her mouth flooded with sweetness. Not overthink it." Si-Han added, "I had intended to finish it myself. I simply thought it unfair to indulge alone, which is why I saved some for you." He scooped another spoonful of soup, internally resolving. She must not discover that he had kept it solely for her enjoyment. Otherwise, she would surely gloat. "Understood," Lan Xien replied, pressing her forehead in resignation. Indeed, she should not harbor excessive expectations of Si-Han. He might as well be mute. As Yi-Han continued to feed her the ginger soup, deriving unexpected enjoyment from the process, as they prepared for bed that night. He suddenly remarked, "From now on, I shall feed you during meals. Go away." Lan Xien retorted, "She is not clumsy." After a while, Si-Han sniffed the air and detected an exceptionally sweet fragrance, reminiscent of flowers blooming in their most decadent glory. "Lan Xien, do you smell something? It seems to be emanating from you." Lan Xien felt a twinge of nervousness upon hearing this and lifted the covers to take a whiff. "Does it smell bad? But I just took a shower." Si-Han replied, "It's a delightful scent. I noticed it when I held you earlier." The noses of beastmen are far more sensitive than those of humans, allowing them to discern the unique scents that each individual carries. Lan Xien's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "How am I supposed to know? I can't smell anything." Yi-Han had promised to apologize to Runi. So the following morning, Lan Xien and Si-Han set off for the chieftain's home. Before knocking, Lan Xien reminded Si-Han, "Make sure to be sincere." "Understood," he replied. When Lan Xien knocked, the chieftain opened the door and welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Lan Xien. Come in, chief." Runi, having heard the commotion, rushed out with his round, doe-like eyes sparkling with delight. Lan Xien felt a bit awkward and greeted him shyly. "Hello. Are you feeling better?" Runi replied, "I've been fine for quite some time." Lan Xien noticed Runi glance at Si-Han standing behind her, nostrils flaring in disdain. What are you doing here?" Si-Han dismissed Runi's attitude, reminding himself that all he needed to do was apologize to Lan Xien that "I'm sorry for hitting you last time." Runi was taken aback by Si-Han's unexpected apology. He had no intention of forgiving him, but with Lan Xien present, he felt compelled to hide his true feelings. Since Si-Han had apologized, Runi didn't want to appear petty, so he huffed a couple of times before saying, "It's fine." With the two men having cleared the air, Lan Xien felt a weight lift from her heart as she stepped outside to discuss the spring planting of wheat with the chieftain. Once Lan Xien had moved away, Runi shot Si-Han a glare. "I'm only letting it go because of Lan Xien." Si-Han shrugged. "Your forgiveness matters little to me. Should you provoke me again, I will not hesitate to strike you. And I warn you to keep your distance from my partner. She belongs to me." Yi-Han emphasized the last few words with a heavy tone. When he assumed a serious expression, an aura of authority surrounded him, suffocating those in his presence. After delivering his message, Si-Han left to find Lan Xien, while Runi continued to glare at his retreating figure, his once clear eyes darkening, his face paling. After exchanging points for ginger, Lan Xien began to study its cultivation. Ginger, being both a medicinal and culinary spice, can be used for flavoring and pickling. Lan Xien ground the ginger into powder and stored it in jars for convenient use, allowing her to eliminate unpleasant odors when preparing meat. She cut off the sprouted ginger, watered it with a bit of spiritual water, and planted it in her yard. Within days, the ginger sprouted leaves, and Lan Xin tended to them meticulously. One day, while weeding in her garden, she noticed a sneaky figure lurking outside the yard. Observing closely, she called out, "Miss Sayer." It had been quite some time since she last saw him. Miss Sayer stepped through the fence, addressing her, Lan Xin. Confused about his intentions for suddenly coming so far just to call her name, she inquired, "What brings you here?" After a moment, Miss Sayer replied, "Lan Xin, I'm leaving." Chapter 59, You'd better get out, Lan Xin responded. "Where to?" Assuming he was merely going on a long trip. Miss Sayer kicked a pebble on the ground, his tone subdued. "I'm leaving the tribe to return to the Western Wolf Clan." He had received word from the Wolf Clan the previous day, urging him to return immediately. Uncertain how they had located him, Miss Sayer sensed turmoil within the Wolf Clan. Though he usually exuded a carefree demeanor, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He could no longer remain in the Xianyu tribe. Lan Xin was taken aback, feeling a pang of sadness at this unexpected farewell. Be careful on your journey. Despite their rocky relationship and past arguments, she had come to appreciate him over time. The thought of possibly never seeing him again stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Miss Sayer scratched his head, seemingly wanting to say something. "Forget it," he hesitated, initially intending to express his feelings to Lan Xin before leaving, but ultimately swallowed his words. If only their initial interactions had been less tumultuous. Clearing his throat, Miss Sayer asked, "Lan Xin, will you come to see me off tomorrow?" "The chieftain will be there too." "Sure. When are you leaving?" Lan Xin inquired. "Tea sunrise," he replied. After Miss Sayer departed, Lan Xin returned to the tent and shared the news of his impending departure with Si Yin, in stark contrast to Lan Xin's melancholy. Si Yin was practically itching to celebrate, reveling in the absence of an annoying presence. He insisted that Lan Xin take him along to bid farewell to Miss Sayer. Initially resistant, she eventually succumbed to his relentless persuasion. The next day, Lan Xin and Miss Sayer set out together. Upon arrival, Lan Xin was surprised to see a considerable crowd gathered to see Miss Sayer off, a warrior of the tribe with a boisterous personality. Miss Sayer had many followers who typically accompanied him. Spotting Lan Xin in the throng, Miss Sayer waved. "Lan Xin," she approached, handing him a bundle of dried meat. "This is my homemade jerky. It's a long journey. Take it with you in case you get hungry." After consulting with Si Yin, Lan Xin learned that the Western Wolf Clan was quite distant, requiring 5 days and nights to reach. Miss Sayer accepted the jerky, thanking her. Having pondered throughout the night, he decided to express his feelings, aware that he might never encounter Lan Xin again. Looking deeply into her eyes, he confessed, "Lan Xin, you are my favorite female." Lan Xin was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the sincerity reflected in his gaze, unsure of how to respond. Her primary concern, however, was Si Yin's reaction, dreading that he might erupt in anger. Stealing a glance at Si Yin, she was relieved to find only a displeased expression, without any extreme response. Realizing Lan Xin had yet to reply, Miss Sayer understood his heartfelt declaration had fallen flat. He forced a smile, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Well, I'm heading back to the Wolf Clan, though we probably won't meet again, so find someone else to like after I leave." Lan Xin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It was the Miss Sayer she recognized. "Then I wish you the best in finding your true love," she said. Miss Sayer gazed at her with deep affection. But Lan Xin pretended not to notice, averting her eyes as Yin cleared his throat, reminding everyone that he was still present. Had it not been for their shared past of hunting together, Si Yin would have already punched Miss Sayer in the face. Miss Sayer seemed to finally notice Si Yin. Turning to him, "You must take good care of Lan Xin. If I find out she is upset, even from afar, I will come back to take her away." Si Yin clenched his fists and struck Miss Sayer's chest. "I want to give you that chance." Miss Sayer grasped his fist and replied with a smile. "That's good." Yet the smile appeared forced. Miss Sayer transformed into his wolf form and crouched at Lan Xin's feet. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out to pat his head, saying, "Safe travels." Yin clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, but refrained from further comment. The great wolf let out a roar before dashing westward. With the tribe's beastmen waving goodbye in his wake on the return journey, Si Yin felt somewhat disheartened. Miss Sayer had boldly confessed his feelings to Lan Xin, while he himself struggled to comprehend his emotions toward her. Perhaps his role as her partner obscured his vision, preventing him from clearly recognizing his feelings for Lanxin. He had thought his irritation towards her admirers stemmed from pride and possessiveness, not wanting to be cuckolded. He assumed his dreams of her were merely natural physiological reactions, that he believed his reluctance to let Lanxin go was simply due to her exceptional cooking. However, in recent days, he began to suspect that it might be something more profound. Could it be that he had developed feelings for Lanxin? Si Han sought to probe Lan Xien. When Mi Tsai confessed to you, you did not respond immediately. Were you moved? Lan Xien shook her head. I was merely taken aback and a little frightened, as Yi Han inquired. Frightened? He could not fathom why she would feel fear. Although Mi Tsai was not as handsome as him, he was not unattractive. Lan Xien replied, I am afraid of anyone liking me. My first instinct is to flee, to distance myself. Lan Xien's father often manipulated familial ties to make her his personal ATM, and with a mere statement of I am your father. He compelled her to work multiple jobs after reaching adulthood to repay his debts of alcohol and gambling. Tragically, Lan Xien ultimately worked herself to death from overexertion. In her heart, she believed that love required sacrifice, which left her weary and wounded. Thus, she dreaded any form of affection. Upon hearing Mi Tsai's feelings for her, her instinct was not to blush, but to subconsciously evade. As Yi Han asked, what if I liked you? Lan Xien burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Unbeknownst to her, she had long ceased to be the original Lan Xien. Unless Yi Han had a penchant for masochism, given the things the original had done to him. It was inconceivable that he could harbor any feelings for her. Lan Xien believed she lacked such allure. This was also why she felt at ease in Si Han's company. Initially, Si Han intended to test her, but seeing her take it lightly, he grew anxious. I'm not joking. Lan Xien replied, being with you is much better. I know you won't like me, so there is no burden doubt if you truly did. I would leave immediately to her. Their relationship was purely collaborative, devoid of emotional investment, as Yi Han provided her with credits, and she treated his leg. Should any hint of discomfort arise, Lan Xien would swiftly extricate herself. Noticing Si Han's mouth agape, she asked, what were you about to say? Si Han silently swallowed his words, forcing a smile. Yes, I was just joking that I could never develop feelings for you. Yet, in his heart, he believed he had ample time to slowly unlock Lan Xien's heart and win her affection. Upon returning home, Lan Xien felt a peculiar discomfort, a heaviness in her abdomen. She presumed it to be a remnant of being caught in the rain and went to bed early after dinner. The following morning, upon rising, Lan Xien felt a sticky sensation in her lower body. Lifting the covers, she discovered, indeed, that her menstrual cycle had begun. The original body had not been well cared for, resulting in irregular periods. And Lan Xien had nearly forgotten this occurrence that, in ancient times, there were no sanitary products. What was she to do? Just as she pondered a solution, Si Han's voice filtered through the curtains. What is that smell? Having just awoken, he caught a whiff of a fragrance from Lan Xien's vicinity, even more potent than the previous night, tinged with an almost imperceptible metallic scent, accustomed to the hunt. Si Han was acutely sensitive to the smell of blood. Could it be that Lan Xien was injured? The thought propelled him out of bed, and as he drew back the curtains, the scent of blood intensified, causing his pupils to constrict. You are bleeding. Lan Xien was mortified. How could his sense of smell be sharper than a dog's? No, I'm fine. Please leave that. As Yi Han's expression turned serious. I can smell it. Your leg is injured. Ignoring Lan Xien's struggles, he attempted to lift the covers. Lan Xien's face flushed crimson. What was wrong with him? She began to suspect that Si Han was doing this on purpose. I am fine. I actually just got my period, she protested, covering herself with a blanket, as Yi Han's eyes turned icy. Your period? Who is that? Is she the one who hurt you? The mere thought of someone harming Lan Xien ignited a murderous rage within him. Lan Xien recalled that in the Orc continent, there was no concept of a period, as the females experienced their cycles only thrice a year, hence they referred to it as seasonal red. Forget about her. I got my seasonal RETS, Yi Han questioned. Seasonal red? What is that? Having never interacted with females and suffering from amnesia, he was entirely ignorant of their physiological structure. He only knew that Lan Xin was hurt. Now, unable to remain composed, Si-Han disregarded her protests and yanked the covers away, revealing blood between her legs. Panic washed over him. "You are bleeding from your backside." For orcs, bleeding was a serious matter. Moreover, Si-Han quickly realized the quantity of blood was substantial, indicating a severe injury. His heart felt as if it were being sliced. He was determined to obliterate whatever this seasonal red was. "Do not be afraid. Remove your pants. I need to examine the wound." Lan Xin slapped his head, shouting with all her might, "Get out!" Si-Han was at his wit's end. There was nothing he could do about her reluctance to confront her own condition. "I will take you to find a shaman." Lan Xin was thoroughly exasperated. "No need. Just bring me Yi Ching. Si-Han could only continue along her line of thought. "Yes, she's the only one who can help me." "All right, you must hold on." Si-Han released her hand and stumbled out. Chapter 60. The Mother Tiger reveals her true form, Yi Ching. Lan Xin could only play along. "Yes, she's the only one who can save me." "Okay, you must stay strong." Si-Han hurriedly rushed out. "What?" Lan Xin is bleeding from her backside. Yi Ching repeated in disbelief. "She said only you can help her." Si-Han implored anxiously. Why Yi Ching was momentarily puzzled. Why would someone bleeding from their backside seek her out? Then it struck her. Could it be that she had started her period? Seasonal red? Yes, she mentioned that she was having her seasonal red. Is it serious? Yi Ching found herself momentarily speechless. She suddenly did not want to acknowledge that this was their formidable leader. Seeing Yi Ching's silence and her somewhat pale complexion, Si-Han grew impatient. "Say something." Yi Ching cleared her throat. "Leader, this is not an illness." Yes, she provided Si-Han with a brief education on the matter. She prepared the necessary items for the seasonal red. "Give this to her. It will stop the bleeding." Si-Han, upon hearing Yi Ching's explanation, realized he had misunderstood and made a fool of himself. Yi Ching, noticing his complete lack of experience, provided him with further guidance regarding the seasonal red's precautions. Avoid cold water. And Lan Xin might experience cramps. As Si-Han felt his face flush to the roots of his neck as he processed her words, clearing his throat to feign calmness. "This matter remains between us." Meeting Si-Han's gaze, which seemed ready to execute a cover-up, Yi Ching raised her hand. "Absolutely." When Si-Han returned to the tent, he placed the seasonal red supplies beside Lan Xin's bed as if they were a hot potato and said, "Here are the supplies Yi Ching gave you." Afterward, he thoughtfully drew the curtains closed. Lan Xin picked up the supplies, noting that in the Orc continent, paper had not yet been invented. The females used thin animal hides filled with plant ash, tied with grass ropes around their waists as substitutes for menstrual supplies. When Lan Xin emerged, dressed appropriately, she found Si-Han preparing breakfast. "Come eat," he beckoned. Lan Xin nodded, suddenly astonished as she gazed at his legs. "Si-Han, your legs are healed?" Si-Han had left his crutch behind, and he walked without any limp. "I just realized," he exclaimed, astonished that in his rush, he had not even used his crutch to seek out Yi Ching. Tentatively, he took a few steps, delight filling him. "My legs are truly healed." Unable to contain his joy, he lifted Lan Xin and twirled her around. "It doesn't hurt at all." Lan Xin, "Thank you." Si-Han was genuinely grateful to Lan Xin. Had it not been for her, he could hardly fathom his current state. Surely, it was the beast god who took pity on him, sending him the most precious gift. Lan Xin embraced his neck, sharing in his joy. However, after the surprise, Si-Han set Lan Xin down, his smile fading. His recovery meant that Lan Xin might soon depart. Completely oblivious to his melancholic mood, Lan Xin exclaimed, "This is wonderful." After breakfast, the system's voice resonated in Lan Xin's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 points." Lan Xin was aware that Si-Han's recovery would elevate her favorability, yet she had not anticipated such a substantial increase. Struggling to adjust to the seasonal red supplies, she asked 001 with a hint of forlorn hope, "Do you have any sanitary pads?" "No," 001 replied. "How about a hot water bottle?" No. Lan Xin felt despondent. "Then what do you have? What can you offer to keep me here?" 001 paused momentarily. "There is sugarcane available for the making of brown sugar, requiring 1,000 points, which can alleviate menstrual pain. Lan Xin replied, I will consider it. Initially, Lan Xin intended to exchange these points for cotton. As with cotton, she could produce simple sanitary pads. However, cotton costs 1,500 points. If she chooses sugarcane, she currently lacks the energy to boil the brown sugar. Neither option presents a prudent choice. Lan Xin said, First, let me exchange for some scallions and garlic. These two items are relatively inexpensive and urgently needed, as they effectively eliminate the fishy taste of food. Although ginger can also remove the fishy flavor, it invariably leaves a spicy taste that is not as preferable as scallions and garlic. That night, the fire in the tent extinguished, plunging the space into pitch darkness. Lan Xin lay in bed, her eyes wide open and drenched in cold sweat, as waves of pain radiated from her abdomen, prompting an involuntary groan to her dismay. Even her persistent menstrual discomfort had traversed with her. Si Yihan, hearing her unrest, lit a fire in the tent, and upon drawing back the curtain, he saw Lan Xin trembling on the bed, his heart constricting. What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting? Si Yihan approached her with a cup of water. As Lan Xin reached out to take it, her fingers brushed against his, prompting Si Yihan to realize her hands were as cold as ice in the depths of winter. Alarmed, he wondered how she could be so frigid. Lan Xin, overwhelmed by the pain, lost consciousness, taking a sip of the warm water before lying back down. In her dreams, she found herself plunged into a frigid ice cave, surrounded by an aura of coldness. Her abdomen aching fiercely as she curled up in a corner, shivering uncontrollably. Suddenly, a rush of warmth enveloped her. Lan Xin could not discern what it was, but resembled a stove. Unable to resist, she inched closer to the source of heat. Feeling warmth wash over her entire body, alleviating her abdominal pain, she clung tightly to the stove. Si Yihan, witnessing Lan Xin finally relax her tightly furrowed brow, understood his method had succeeded. He had filled a ceramic pot with warm water, wrapping it in beast hide on the outside to prevent scalding. It was warm yet not too hot, fitting perfectly in Lan Xin's embrace. The only drawback was the need to continuously exchange the water. Once it cooled, it had to be replenished, all while being careful not to spill it. Si Yihan remained awake throughout the night, tirelessly changing the water and ensuring Lan Xin did not roll over and spill it. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the tent, Si Yihan could no longer stave off his fatigue and succumbed to sleep beside Lan Xin's bed. Upon waking, Lan Xin noticed Yihan sprawled beside her and the pot at her side. Instantly understanding the source of warmth from the previous night, that a wave of warmth surged through her heart, for she had never experienced such kindness from anyone before. Si Yihan, resting with his side profile exposed, appeared exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted by divine hands. Lan Xin draped the beast hide over her shoulders and carefully descended from the bed. Si Yihan did not awaken until noon, and his first inquiry was whether Lan Xin's abdominal pain had subsided. Lan Xin replied, It is all better now, not painful at all. Si Yihan exhaled in relief. Lan Xin asked, Did you stay awake all night to take care of me? Si Yihan haughtily scoffed, stating, Don't think too much of it. I merely did it to repay you for healing my leg. Lan Xin smiled without responding. Lan Xin donned a new seasonal red cloth, but she had to admit that the one made from plant ash was quite uncomfortable. Sitting on a chair, she could not help but frown and cross her legs. Si Yihan observed her closely. Taking everything in it, he knocked on Yi Qing's door, inquiring if she had any comfortable seasonal cloth available. Yi Qing expressed her envy of Si Yihan's attentiveness toward Lan Xin, stating, We usually use plant ash, but I've heard that some females buy white cloth from the Northwest trading convoy. Although expensive, the cloth made from it is better for the body and more comfortable to use. However, the Northwest convoy departed yesterday and will not return until next spring. The next morning, Lan Xin discovered that Si Yihan had vanished, only to return when darkness fell. When he arrived, he was covered in mud, as if he had traveled extensively, and carried a large bag on his back. As Lan Xin prepared hot water for him, she asked, Where have you been? Si Yihan handed her the bag, saying, This is for you. Upon opening it, Lan Xin was astonished to find a large bag of cotton. She exclaimed, How did you manage to buy this for me? Where did it come from? Si Yihan replied, Yi Qing mentioned that the white cloth is good for making seasonal cloth, so I exchanged some crystal stones for IT. It turned out that cotton also existed on the Beastman continent. Well, the locals referred to it as white cloth. Lan Xin chuckled incredulously. You bought so much. I can't possibly use it all. Although this cotton was insufficient to make a quilt, it was more than enough for sanitary pads. Si Yihin nonchalantly responded, If you can't use it all, just store it in your space. He was fortunate to catch up with an elderly woman from the Northwest trading convoy after pursuing her all day. Acquiring all her unsold white cloth, Lan Xin caressed the soft, comfortable cotton. Warmth filled her heart. Unfortunately, the cotton had already been processed, with the seeds removed. Otherwise, she could have planted it. However, Lan Xin was not in a hurry. Since cotton existed on the Beastman continent, the seeds must be obtainable as well. Yiyin, noticing Lan Xin's unwavering gaze, averted his eyes, saying, Don't think too much about it. I'm merely repaying you for healing my leg. Until Lan Xin opened her heart to him, he could not allow her to discover his feelings. Otherwise, her evasive nature would cause her to retreat far from him. Lan Xin felt a sudden discomfort at his words. Yet she brushed it aside, muttering, Oh, it must be that my period has come, causing me to feel strange. 5 days later, Lan Xin's menstrual cycle finally ended, coinciding with a grand bonfire celebration held by the tribe to commemorate Si Yihin's recovery. After CNS injury, Messier had been the most likely candidate to become the next leader. Now that Messier was absent and Si Yihin had recovered, the burden of leadership naturally fell back on Si Yihin's shoulders. The distinction between a leader and a clan elder is that the leader leads hunts and defends against external threats, typically being a strong warrior, while the clan elder oversees sacrificial rites and is generally a respected elder. Since Si Yihin's injury, neighboring tribes had frequently suppressed the Xianhua tribe both overtly and covertly. Now that Si Yihin had returned, everyone felt a surge of joy. Yihin ignited the bonfire with a torch, and the beastmen formed a large circle around the central blaze, dancing and celebrating, the firelight reflecting in their eyes, filling the atmosphere with joy that permeated every corner in its simplicity and authenticity. Some beastmen transformed into their original forms, leaping and frolicking around the bonfire. Lan Xin, too, was swept up in the festive atmosphere. She had initially wished to join everyone in dancing hand in hand, but Si Yihin forcefully pulled her back, saying, You are not allowed to go. Chapter 61. Digging a Hole. Lan Xin questioned in confusion. Why not? Si Yihin sat on the grass. I don't want to dance. Lan Xin replied. Then you could just sit here. I want to dance at Yiyin retorted. It's boring to sit alone. You should stay and keep me company. Lan Xin remarked. How domineering that moment. A small yellow squirrel dashed towards Lan Xin. Recognizing it as Yi Qing, she scooped up the furry little creature, asking, What's wrong? Ever since Lan Xin arrived, the tribe's food supply had been abundant, and it seemed Yi Qing had gained a bit of weight, transforming into a round little fluff ball. Yi Qing nestled in Lan Xin's sweet embrace for a moment, but ultimately could not withstand the leader's murderous glare, leaping from Lan Xin's grasp and transforming into her human form. A nasty leopard stepped on my tail. Yi Qing turned around to show Lan Xin her tail. Check if it's damaged. Lan Xin inspected it and noted that it was fine. Only a few hairs had fallen out at that moment. A handsome man approached, and upon seeing Yi Qing, his eyes lit up. I finally found you. Hello, my name is Bao Ming. I apologize for stepping on your tail earlier. Yi Qing gazed at his face, her cheeks slowly flushing. She was astonished that the leopard had transformed into such an attractive man. Yi Qing playfully scratched her ear, feigning displeasure. Is a simple apology all that is required? Bao Ming furrowed his brow in distress, but suddenly his eyes brightened. How about I treat you to some chestnuts? Yi Qing, being the foodie she was, immediately cast aside her earlier annoyance. Sure. Yi Qing transformed back into a little squirrel and leapt onto Bao Ming's shoulder, chattering excitedly. Take me to eat chestnuts. Lan Xin watched their retreating figures, a knowing smile gracing her face. It seems I've witnessed something intriguing. Si Yihin turned her head away, his expression tense as he anxiously scanned her for injuries. Where did you get hurt? Lan Xin. The food roasting over the bonfire was ready, and Lan Xin sprinkled some barbecue seasoning on it, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The orcs could hardly contain their saliva, eagerly grabbing the roasted meat to devour, some even scalding their hands yet unwilling to release their prize, gnashing their teeth as they feasted. Lan Xi deftly used 2 twigs as chopsticks to pick up some meat for herself. The orcs, observing her actions, were astonished. Wow, what is this motion? Lan Xi explained, this is called chopsticks. By using them, you can avoid burning your hands. You should give it a try. The orcs marveled and began to search for sticks on the ground to mimic Lan Xi's movements. Truly, Lan Xi is a shaman. She is remarkably clever. This is delicious. Absolutely delightful. Shaman, what seasoning did you sprinkle on top that makes it so fragrant? These orcs were accustomed to roasting meat directly over the fire, merely sprinkling some bitter coarse salt, never having thought it possible to make the meat taste so exquisite. Lan Xi smiled and replied, this is called barbecue seasoning. If you like it, I can teach you how to make it during the warm season, but the current weather is not suitable. Lan Xi's supply of barbecue seasoning, exchanged with points, was nearly depleted, and she had long wished to prepare more. However, making barbecue seasoning required dried chili peppers, which could not be sun-dried in such weather. The orcs were overjoyed. Wonderful. The shaman is our tribe's great blessing. After the bonfire gathering concluded, Saihin stood in the center of the firelight, rallying spirits. The cold snow season is approaching. Starting tomorrow, those who plant vegetables shall plant, and those who hunt shall hunt. Filling our tents with food, the orcs responded with cheers, brimming with enthusiasm. That day, Lan Xi finally showed Saihin her leg, confirming that it had completely healed. As she gathered her herbs, she inquired, do you wish to terminate our partnership? They had initially agreed that once Saihin's leg was healed, she would leave. Saihin did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly and responded decisively, of course not. Lan Xi was taken aback by Saihin's lack of hesitation. Why was that? Saihin, with utmost seriousness, stated, I have no female I fancy, and you have no male you are fond of. Let us maintain our partnership for the time being. Otherwise, the chieftain will surely arrange a new partner for you. In the tribe, dissolving a partnership was exceedingly simple, requiring only a word to the chieftain. However, females bore the burden of foraging for wild fruits and procreation, so the tribe would not allow any female to remain without a partner. Therefore, once a male and female terminated their partnership, the chieftain would immediately assign her a new partner. Lan Xi could not fathom being paired with an unfamiliar male, and upon reflection, maintaining her partnership with Saihin seemed quite convenient. Lan Xi nodded. Then let us keep our partnership for now, but I must move out of the tent. After all, this tent belonged to Saihin, and Lan Xi could not think of a reason to stay any longer. Saihin countered, no way. Lan Xi replied, Saihin touched his leg. My leg still hurts a bit. Lan Xi was puzzled. How can that be? You seem to be bouncing around. Saihin watched her warily, fearing Lan Xi might flee. In any case, you cannot leave until I am completely healed. Besides, with the snow season approaching, where will you stay? Lan Xi replied, I bought Yeching's old tent. She had prepared her lodging several days in advance. Just then, Yeching suddenly entered from outside. Lan Xi, I can no longer stay in my tent. My tea caught fire and burned down yesterday. Lan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? What a coincidence! Yeching slyly winked at Saihin before dashing outside. Saihin breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that he had already communicated with Yeching, that he had told her about a minor disagreement with Lan Xi, hoping she could persuade her to reconsider moving out. Yeching, being rather straightforward, had readily agreed without hesitation. Lan Xi, unaware of their exchange, said to Saihin, I may need to stay here for now, but I won't stay for free. I will provide food. Saihin pretended to be troubled. Is that so? Lan Xi, understanding, replied, well, if it is inconvenient for you, I will find somewhere to stay with Yeching. Saihin insisted. No. Lan Xi asked, what now? She is a partner now. If you go, we'll disturb them. I'll reluctantly let you stay for a while. Lan Xi was astonished. Yeching has a partner. Saihin nodded. Yes, Yeching is with Bao Ming, assigned by the chieftain yesterday. Bao Ming was the leopard that had stepped on Yeching's tail during the bonfire gathering. Lan Xi had thought they made a good match, and it turned out there really was something between them. Saihin suddenly asked Lan Xi, have you ever considered living here permanently? Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Xi rejected the notion. How could that be? You will meet a female you like and have a new partner. I would only be holding you back. Cyan lowered his lashes, sighing deeply, a visage of sorrow. Actually, I do have a female I care for, but she has already passed away. Since you do not wish for a partner, let us make do together. Lan Xin was taken aback to discover that the seemingly proud Saihin also harbored feelings for a female deep within his heart. She felt a pang of reluctance to leave. Everything here was crafted by her own hands, and she had tended to the garden personally. Lan Xin had never considered falling in love with a male, nor did she wish to be paired with a stranger at the chieftain's behest. Given that Saihin held a memory of an unforgettable female and was willing to maintain their partnership, why should she not stay? Completely convinced by her own reasoning, Lan Xin conceded. All right. Unbeknownst to Lan Xin, Saihin secretly smirked, his demeanor far from sorrowful. Their collaboration was indeed harmonious. The temperature dropped swiftly as the snow season approached, and the orcs diligently searched for prey on the mountains. Lan Xin harvested all the food from her garden, potatoes, cabbage, and some foraged fruits, storing them in her space to prevent spoilage. Ever since Saihin's leg healed, he had begun hunting on the mountains and returned each time with some game, recently favoring large, furry prey. That day, Saihin hunted a leopard on the mountain. These leopards were quite fierce, and Saihin sustained injuries, with 3 deep gashes on his shoulder from the leopard's claws. Lan Xin gasped at the sight. Applying medicine while admonishing, what were you thinking hunting leopards? They are ferocious, and their meat is unpalatable. Saihin skinned the leopards and tossed the pelts to Lan Xin. The fur is quite warm. It will keep you cozy during the snow season. It will be troublesome if you froze to death in my tent. Lan Xin was astonished that Saihin braved danger to catch leopards for her sake, unable to transform into a beast form. She lacked the fur for warmth, so Saihin had to prepare extra pelts for her. Lan Xin shot him a glare. Could you not express yourself properly? What do you mean it would be troublesome if I froze to death? Nevertheless, Lan Xin felt touched that Saihin risked himself to bring her pelts. Take me hunting with you tomorrow. Saihin firmly refused. No, Lan Xin insisted. I can catch prey. Just take me along. She did not want Saihin to be injured again and planned to set some simple traps to catch game. You are so formidable. Surely you can protect me in the end. Saihin could not withstand Lan Xin's persistent pleas and agreed to take her with him. The following day, Saihin transformed into a majestic lion before Lan Xin. His pristine white fur shone like gold in the sunlight, and his deep blue eyes surveyed the surroundings with regal pride, as if everything was prey. The great white lion stood 3 times Lan Xin's height, compelling her to look up in awe. Wow! She had only seen Saihin as a cub and was astounded by how beautiful he appeared in his adult beast form. Hearing Lan Xin's admiration, Saihin proudly shook his mane, crouching down to invite her to climb onto his back. Lan Xin clambered onto him, gently grasping his ears. Saihin galloped towards the mountain forest, carrying Lan Xin on his back. The speed was exhilarating, and the wind howled past her ears, causing Lan Xin to close her eyes tightly, clinging to Saihin. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, Saihin slowed down, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Once he confirmed it was safe, he set Lan Xin down. His nose twitched as he caught a whiff of prey nearby. There are animals around here, he noted. Lan Xin identified a suitable spot and directed Saihin. Dig a pit here. Chapter 62. I have a secret technique. Si Han flicked his tail, uncertain of Lan Xion's intentions, yet obediently began to dig a hole with his claws. While Si Han was occupied with the excavation, Lan Xion scoured the vicinity for herbs that could lure in prey. Once the hole was completed, she carefully concealed it with surrounding grass and placed a few herbs atop it. After ensuring that no flaws were visible, Lan Xion climbed onto Si Han's back, seeking a place to hide. Si Han began to grasp Lan Xion's plan. His white fur stood out starkly in the forest, compelling him to transform into human form and carry Lan Xion up into the trees. The two of them remained utterly still, cautiously observing their surroundings. A wild rabbit soon approached, sniffing the air as if searching for something delectable. It cautiously inched closer to the trap, while both Lan Xion and Si Han watched with bated breath. With a splash, the prey fell into the trap as Han swiftly leapt from the tree, reverting to his beast form to swiftly sever the rabbit's neck with his sharp teeth. The scent of blood exhilarated him, prompting Si Han to spin in place with elation. Lan Xion stowed the rabbit away in her space, tidied up the area, and patiently awaited the next target as the sun began to set. They had successfully caught 1 rabbit and 2 goats. With Lon Xen perched on his back, Si Han made his way home, deliberately slowing his pace to flaunt their catch upon returning to the tribe. The beastmen gazed at them with envy, peering out from their tents, exclaiming, "How impressive! You had such good fortune today. Shaman, how did you manage to capture so many prey?" Lon Xen dismounted from Si Han and replied, "We caught these animals using traps." The beastmen, eager to learn, inquired, "What are traps? Could you teach us?" The beastmen of the Xianyu tribe had taken her in, and Lon Xen felt a deep sense of gratitude towards them. Willing to share her knowledge, Lon Xen instructed Si Han to demonstrate a small trap right there, suggesting they place some bait that prey were fond of atop it, ensuring that animals would fall in. "What a clever idea! Why didn't I think of that?" One exclaimed, "You're not a shaman, so it's understandable you wouldn't." The beastmen surrounded Lon Xen, their eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to venture into the mountains for hunting. After bidding farewell to the beastmen and returning to the tent, Lon Xen and Si Han began to process their catches. To her surprise, Lon Xen discovered that one of the goats was still alive. This goat, though injured with a broken leg from Si Han's bite, was surprisingly fierce, nearly biting Lon Xen's hand during processing. Si Han, still in his beast form, glared coldly, ready to snap the goat's neck. The goat seemed to sense its impending doom and suddenly burst forth with tremendous strength, breaking free from Lon Xen's grasp and wreaking havoc within the tent, shattering a water jar with a loud crash. The goat appeared startled, hesitating for a moment, then lowered its head and licked the water that had spilled on the ground. Lon Xen was astonished to see its expression shift from ferocity to docility. However, Si Han remained oblivious. He lunged forward, roaring, and seized the goat's neck, intent on killing it. "How dare it break the pottery that Lon Xen made?" she exclaimed, grasping Si Han's tail. "Wait." Si Han released his grip on the goat, shaking his tail in confusion over why Lon Xen had called him a halt. "Put it down," she commanded. Reluctantly, Si Han complied. Indeed, after drinking the water from the jar, the goat had transformed into a gentle creature. The water had been the spiritual water that Lon Xen had poured in earlier that morning. Could it be that the spiritual water had the ability to tame prey? Lon Xen realized she had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. She now had a method to domesticate animals, paving the way for livestock rearing as the warm season approached. Si Han morphed back into human form, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Lon Xen eagerly shared a revelation. "Look, this goat has become docile after drinking the spiritual water." Si Han confirmed her observation. Lon Xen continued excitedly, "When the warm season arrives, we can raise some goats and wild rabbits. You won't have to risk your life hunting in the mountains anymore." Unable to contain her enthusiasm, she began to envision a bright future alongside Si Han, who gazed at her with tender eyes. "Lon Xen, you're truly a remarkable female." Lon Xen proposed they keep the goat for gradual domestication. But Si Han disagreed, stating that the old goat, being injured, would not survive long in the winter. Lon Xen conceded, and realizing the goat was male and incapable of producing offspring, she agreed it was not worth keeping. Si Han then dispatched the 2 goats and the rabbit. As evening fell, Lon Xen roasted the rabbit for dinner, preparing some dishes with cabbage. Since acquiring scallions and garlic, her meals had become even more fragrant. After dining, Si Han kindled a warm fire within the tent, the crackling wood resonating in the darkness. Lon Xen lay on the bed, preparing to sleep. At that moment, a message from 001 arrived. "Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 50 points. How many points do I have now?" Lon Xen inquired. "You currently possess 1,200 points." After surveying the wooden cabin, Lon Xen ultimately decided to exchange 1,000 points for sugarcane, which she could use to make brown sugar when time permitted. She inspected her space, feeling reassured by the abundance of prey and the potatoes and cabbages she had stored. The arrival of winter was abrupt, blanketing the entire Beastman continent in snow overnight, and temperatures plummeted as Si Han prepared numerous animal pelts and furs for their bed, having also gathered ample firewood. The next morning after breakfast, the 2 of them huddled by the fire for warmth. Lon Xen retrieved some snacks she had prepared earlier. All-natural spicy jerky and well-marinated spicy cabbage. Enjoying treats by the fire on a snowy day was simply delightful. Lan Xian found herself reminiscing about her arrival on the Beastman continent. Facing a partner with a crippled leg, a rudimentary tent, and a growling stomach. Now, through their diligent efforts, she and Si-Han had transformed their tent into a more comfortable abode. Unbeknownst to Si-Han, who was oblivious to Lan Xian's contemplative demeanor, he wrapped his fluffy tail around her to shield her from the cold, gazing at her with an expression full of affection. Despite Si-Han's carefulness, Lan Xian succumbed to the frigid weather, developing a fever on the third day of winter, BY morning. Si-Han discovered Lan Xian was burning with fever while a blizzard raged outside. Rendering it impossible to venture out, he had no choice but to merge their beds. Encircling Lan Xian with his tail, the lion's body temperature was slightly higher than that of a human. Fortunately, Lan Xian only had a mild fever, and nestled in Si-Han's embrace, she perspired, allowing her fever to subside naturally by noon. Her temperature had dropped, and she opened her eyes, still clutching Si-Han's leg tightly. The fever had left her feeling weak and lethargic. After rising, Si-Han rekindled the extinguished fire, finding some wheat in the kitchen to prepare porridge for her. Lan Xian's fever did not return. But following the blizzard, the weather grew even colder. After merging their beds, Si-Han seemed unwilling to separate again. He even tore down the curtain, officially combining their two rooms into one when Lan Xian discovered this. It was already too late. "Why did you take down the curtain?" "Move your bed back," she exclaimed. Si-Han responded with logic. "I did this to prevent you from falling ill again and causing me trouble. From now on, when you sleep, I'll wrap you with my tail." Lan Xian refused, asserting, "That's unnecessary. I can manage with a blanket." What did he mean by wrapping her with his tail? Although Si-Han's tale was indeed comforting, she had her principles. Si-Han unceremoniously pointed out, "You kick off the blanket at night." Lan Xian was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Si-Han would know her habits. He scrutinized her, his gaze filled with disdain. "What are you afraid of? I can't do anything to you in beast form. Besides, I have no interest in you." Lan Xian retorted defiantly, "I'm not afraid." Nevertheless, she couldn't help but feel that this lion lacked perception. Was she really that unappealing? Si-Han smirked, a triumphant glint in his eyes. Then it settled. Lan Xian, feeling uneasy, added, "You must promise not to transform back into human form." As long as Si-Han did not transform into human form, she would consider herself cradling a plush toy for warmth as she slept. Thus, it came to pass that Lan Xin and Si-Han found themselves slumbering in the same room, albeit in a rather muddled fashion. Si-Han finally fulfilled his desire to dismantle the bothersome curtains. During the night, a cozy fire crackled in the center of the tent, while Lan Xin nestled in the warm bed, cuddled up against Si-Han. In her dreams, she would occasionally nuzzle the large tail she held in her arms. Meanwhile, Si-Han's breathing remained steady as he lay in slumber, his front paw protectively resting on Lan Xin's belly to prevent her from kicking off the covers. "What happened to your paw?" Lan Xin inquired, holding Si-Han's paw in hers. She noticed the delicate pink pads on his paw had cracked, resembling frostbite. Si-Han nonchalantly withdrew his paw and transformed into human form. Dismissing her concern, "What is the fuss about? It's common for beastmen's paws to crack during winter." "Does it hurt?" Lan Xin asked. Although Si-Han initially intended to say it didn't hurt the moment he met Lan Xin's gaze, he altered his response. "Just a little." Lan Xin was well aware of Si-Han's stubborn nature. The hardest part of him was undoubtedly his mouth. If he claimed it hurt a little, it likely meant it was quite painful. Consequently, Lan Xin resolved to concoct some frostbite ointment for him. In her childhood, she had made homemade frostbite ointment with her grandfather, requiring only brown sugar and lard. First, she needed to boil some brown sugar for sugarcane. So she retrieved a stalk of sugarcane from her space. Si-Han, having grown accustomed to Lan Xin's knack for producing intriguing items at any moment, picked up the sugarcane and shook it. "What is this?" Lan Xin replied, "This is called sugarcane, but it's very sweet." Si-Han quickly took a few bites, and the sweet juice burst forth, which he eagerly swallowed without waiting for Lan Xin's warning. Lan Xin patted his back. "Fool! You're supposed to spit that out after chewing." Si-Han struggled to swallow, his face turning red from choking. Cough, cough. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lan Xin rolled her eyes. You didn't give me a chance to tell you. She instructed Si Yihan to peel the sugarcane. She then crushed the sugarcane with a wooden pestle to extract the juice, and lacking a suitable filter, she simply used chopsticks to separate the juice from the pulp. After boiling the yellow sugarcane juice in a pot until it thickened and turned red, she added some lard and mixed it well, successfully creating a batch of frostbite ointment. Lan Xin turned to Si Yihan, who was sneaking tastes of the brown sugar, and said, "Extend your hand," as Si Yihan, unsure of her intentions and fearing she might hit him, pleaded, "I only took a little. Don't be too harsh." Under Lan Xin's watchful gaze, he reluctantly extended his hand. Lan Xin scooped some ointment and applied it to his paw. The smooth, delicate texture glided effortlessly. She focused intently on treating Si Yihan, her curled lashes fluttering like delicate fans. Si Yihan felt as though soft clouds were drifting through his heart, wondering what this soothing substance was. This is frostbite ointment. Apply it to your paws 2 to 3 times daily, and your pads won't crack anymore. Lan Xin explained. Chapter 63. It seems he really likes her. After Lan Xin finished applying the ointment, she scraped some into a small jar and handed it to Si Yihan. Upon receiving the jar, Si Yihan discovered that his previously dry palm felt significantly better. Greedily, he gazed at the remaining ointment in the pot. Why not fill the whole jar? Lan Xin divided the remaining ointment, explaining that some was intended for the other beastmen in the tribe. Why share? It should be just for me, Si Yihan thought, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Lan Xin replied, their paws must be uncomfortable too. If I have something so effective, I should share with everyone. Besides, you can't possibly use all of this. You're not a centipede with that many paws. Lan Xin instructed Si Yihan to inform the other beastmen to come to the tent for the frostbite ointment. Though reluctant, he stepped outside. When word spread among the tribe that there was ointment to treat cracked hands, a swarm of beastmen rushed over, especially the more beauty-conscious females. Though Lan Xin repeatedly emphasized that it was free, the beastmen still brought her various items in exchange, including game and pottery. Lan Xin distributed the ointment among them. Due to the large number of tribe members, each beastman received only a small amount of ointment, sufficient for 3 or 4 uses, and they carefully stored the little jars. What is this made from? It smells so good. A small rabbit beastman, no more than 5 or 6 years old, could not resist licking a few times. Lan Xin explained, it's made from sugarcane and lard. The little rabbit looked up and asked, what is sugarcane? Lan Xin responded, sugarcane is a very sweet fruit. When the warm season arrives, I will plant sugarcane with you all, and then we will have an endless supply of frostbite ointment. That sounds wonderful. I love you the most. The little beastman squealed, jumping up and down and clinging to Lan Xin's leg, drawing a disapproving glance from Si Yihan. Lan Xin gently placed the ointment in the little beastman's hands, saying softly, but you mustn't sneak a taste. If you apply the ointment properly, your hands won't hurt, and we can plant sugarcane together in the warm season. The little beastman cheerfully replied, okay. After a week of applying the frostbite ointment, Si Yihan's paws healed completely, and he proudly flaunted them in front of Lan Xin. One day, as Lan Xin leaned against Si Yihan's furry back munching on snacks. Si Yihan lay contentedly on the ground, occasionally extending his rosy tongue to lick his paws. Without her phone or television, Lan Xin felt extremely bored. Her only form of entertainment was tugging at the soft, smooth fur on Si Yihan's body. Yes, she began to doze off. A sudden loud crash startled her, something falling and sending dust flying in the tent. Alarmed, Lan Xin sprang to her feet, and Si Yihan jolted awake, transforming into human form and shielding her behind him. After a moment, Lan Xin cautiously peeked out, discovering a large hole in the tent's ceiling, likely caused by the weight of accumulated snow. That was perilous. Thankfully, we weren't underneath it, or we would have been crushed, Lan Xin remarked. Si Yihan, wearing a serious expression, declared, I'll fix it. He spent the afternoon reinforcing the tent. Lan Xin suggested, Si Yihan, after the snow season, let us build a new house. Having endured the cold winter, Lan Xin envisioned a warmer, more comfortable dwelling. The current tent was neither warm nor safe. Si Yihan nodded. It is indeed a bit small. We need to construct a larger one. Lan Xin clarified. It's not just about size. I want to build a sturdier, cozier house. She then depicted her vision of the house, drawing on the ground with sticks. a house made of bricks, very sturdy, with many small rooms. Although Si Yihan had never seen such a structure, he could imagine it from Lan Xin's description, his face lighting up with anticipation. A house like that would be very comfortable. Si Yihan began to look forward to their new home. Let the warm season hurry along. After the blizzard ceased, the outside world was blanketed in a pristine layer of snow. As a southerner, Lan Xin had never seen snow and was filled with curiosity and excitement about the icy landscape beyond the tent. With glee, she proposed, Si Yihan, the snow has stopped. Let us go have a snowball fight and build a snowman. Si Yihan lazily flicked his tail, yawning, appearing disinterested. Why venture out into the cold when they could stay warm inside the tent? Observing his demeanor, Lan Xin felt disappointed. If you don't want to go, I'll find Anha to play with. With a growl, the white lion sat up. Who said he didn't want to go? Si Yihan leaped to the cabinet, using his mouth to pull out a heap of animal skins and toss them in front of Lan Xin. I don't need to wear so many, she protested. Clad in all those skins, she would look like a ball. While it was indeed cold outside, it hardly warranted such exaggeration, as Yihan walked directly to the tent entrance, his massive form blocking the door, making it clear she wouldn't be allowed out until she donned every last piece. Frustrated, Lan Xin exclaimed, "You are such a domineering lion." However, she understood that Si Yihan meant well, and ultimately compromised by putting on the animal skins. Once she was fully bundled up, Si Yihan stepped aside, circling around her to inspect her attire before allowing her to exit as Yihan led Lan Xin to a large open area. Wow, so this is what snow is like. Lan Xin eagerly scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and lay down in the snow, resembling a naive country bumpkin. Si Yihan, with a resigned expression, lay in the snow watching her, his pristine white fur almost blending into the snowy landscape, while a hint of tenderness and indulgence flickered in his piercing gaze. Lan Xin, feeling mischievous, rolled the snow in her hands into a ball and called out, Si Yihan, look over here. I've made a snowball. Si Yihan lazily raised his eyes, disinterested in this childish woman. Lan Xin threw the snowball at him, splattering snow all over his face. He shook the snow off his face and stood up, angrily shouting a few times. Huh. Lan Xin laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips. Suddenly, Si Yihan turned away from her and dove head first into the snow, scratching at it with his paws. Lan Xin, hit by the snow, could no longer contain her laughter and began to dodge. Pleading, "I'm sorry," seeing that Si Yihan showed no signs of stopping, a competitive spirit ignited within her, and she began to hurl snow at him. Their playful banter soon attracted nearby beastmen. What are you two playing? Yi Qing rode over on a leopard, followed by several little squirrels. She jumped off the leopard, saying, "My younger siblings heard your voices and insisted I bring them out to play." Thrilled by the company, Lan Xin exclaimed, "We're having a snowball fight." The leopard greeted them, appearing aloof, its gaze solely fixed on Yi Qing. One of the little squirrels hopped onto Lan Xin's shoulder, chattering playfully. Lan Xin adored these furry little creatures and hugged it tightly, exclaiming, "What a cute little cub! What's its name?" Upon witnessing this, Si Yihan snorted twice, his lion-like nose twitching in discontent. "Humph! Unrefined woman, lion cubs are the most adorable." Yi Qing replied, "He doesn't have a name yet. We call him Malu. This one is Wu, and that one is Susie." Yi Qing introduced her siblings to Lan Xin. Lan Xin's mouth twitched slightly. Those names were rather arbitrary. With Yi Qing's arrival, they all built snowmen and engaged in snowball fights. And the joyous time flew by. Lan Xin was so exhilarated that she broke a slight sweat in the frigid winter. Well, we should head back now. Under the setting sun, Lan Xin and Yi Qing waved goodbye, the two snowmen in the snow casting long shadows. Lulu reluctantly rubbed against Lan Xin's hand a few times before parting ways. After returning home, Lan Xin discovered her hands were extremely cold, so she tucked them into Si Yihan's neck for warmth, marveling at how he was truly a walking furnace. After dinner, feeling restless, Lan Xin found the night to be exceedingly long. She took out some bamboo wood from her space, intending to weave 2 hand warmers. Just as she finished the base, she yawned and leaned against the lion, falling asleep. Si Yihan, hearing her steady breathing, licked his paw and transformed into his human form. The handsome man sighed helplessly, scooped Lan Xin's legs into his arms, and carried her to bed. The next day, after breakfast, Lan Xin continued to work on her hand warmer, spending most of the morning crafting a decent one. Excitedly, she placed a ceramic bowl inside, ready to fill it with charcoal for warmth. Lan Xin retrieved several glowing coals from the fire and placed them inside. After a while, warmth radiated from the hand warmer, enveloping her hands in a cozy embrace. She set it beneath Saihan's paws. Intrigued by the little contraption, Saihan transformed back into his human form and held the warmer in his hands, exclaiming, "Is this for me? It's wonderfully warm." Lan Xin explained, "This is called a hand warmer. When your paws are cold, you can put some charcoal inside to warm them, preventing frostbite." Saihan nodded, clearly captivated by the hand warmer, appearing genuinely fond of it. Lan Xin made another one for herself. The next day, when Yi Qing came to visit, she discovered the hand warmer. Cradling it, she exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing, Lan Xin. Can you teach me how to make one?" Without the protective fur on their paws, beastmen easily felt the cold, making hand warmers a lifesaver for them. Lan Xin generously replied, "Of course, just bring the other beastmen along, and I'll teach you all." Lan Xin, "You're simply wonderful." Yi Qing quickly returned home to gather bamboo wood, notifying the tribe's beastmen to come to Lan Xin's house. Before long, a large group of beastmen gathered at Lan Xin's door, each carrying bamboo, eager to learn about the portable hand warmer. They crowded around, chattering excitedly, "Yes, it really is warm. Inside is charcoal. You can place your hands on it for warmth without fear of burns. The shaman is truly brilliant. Shaman, can you teach us?" The beastmen looked at her with hopeful expressions. Lan Xin patiently guided them in weaving, starting with splitting the bamboo into strips. She quickly realized that these beastmen learned swiftly and could apply what they grasped, creating beautiful hand warmers. After a day's work, the beastmen left, satisfied, carrying their newly crafted warmers home. A voice from 001 chimed in. "Congratulations, host! You have earned 100 points as a reward for your contributions to the tribe, along with a hot pot set valued at 10 points. Lan Xin was pleasantly surprised by the system's human touch. What does the set include? 1 portion of radish, 1 portion of Sichuan pepper, 1 double-sided pot, and 1 whole cow. Would you like to redeem it?" So valuable, she had previously exchanged 100 points for a single scallion. Lan Xin quickly responded, "Yes, yes, yes. Redeem it." Instantly, her space was filled with several large bags of food, along with an enormous double-sided pot, as large as a table. Lan Xin was astounded. She hadn't expected the pot to be this big, enough to feed everyone in the tribe. Searching around, she couldn't find any sign of the cow. 001. Where's the cow? Since arriving in the Beastman continent, she hadn't eaten beef, as wild cows were extremely rare here. 001 provided a hint. Have the Beastmen go hunting in the mountains in the coming days. The tribe leader also arrived. After completing his hand warmer, he was chatting with Saihan in the tent. The leader remarked, "Thanks to Lan Xin's traps, our food supply has greatly increased. This snowy season, the tribe is truly different from before." Saihan nodded. Lan Xin is a very clever female. Chapter 64, Matters of Men and Women. The leader marveled, "It's quite extraordinary. You once overlooked everyone, yet you immediately took a liking to Lan Xin." Saihan now found it wondrous how he had felt an instant connection with the original Lan Xin. Upon reflection, it was less about love at first sight and more about a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen that face somewhere before. The leader took a sip of water. Noticing Saihan deep in thought, guessed he was reminiscing, and shifted the conversation. "Have you still not recalled anything from your past?" Saihan shook his head. "No, I used to long to regain my memories. But now it seems I'm not so eager anymore." After Lan Xin's arrival, he discovered that his past memories may not hold as much significance. He was content with his current life. In fact, Saihan felt a tinge of fear regarding unknown memories, worried they might disrupt the peace he currently enjoyed. The leader said earnestly, "That's a good way to think. Let things unfold naturally." Seeing Lan Xin enter, the leader said, "Lan Xin, after the blizzard, the tribe wishes to hold a bonfire party to celebrate our successful passage through the snowstorm. You have many ideas. Do you have any suggestions?" Lan Xin pondered for a moment. "How about we gather around to eat hot pot? As the saying goes, draw from the people and use it for the people." The goodwill she received was contributed by the tribe's beastmen, and Lan Xin wished to invite everyone to enjoy hot pot together. Otherwise, there would be no purpose for 001 to provide such a large pot. Hot pot. Is it a stone pot or a clay pot? The leader stroked his beard, looking forward to it. No wonder you are our shaman. You can even eat the pot. However, my teeth are not strong. I can only eat a little. Lan Xin blinked, unable to hold back her laughter. Not eating the pot. We place the pot over the fire and throw in whatever we like to cook. It's delicious and warm. Perfect for winter. The leader nodded. That's a good idea. But how do we get such a large pot? Lan Xin winked. I have a way to... In the coming days, Lan Xin found herself quite occupied, diligently planting radishes in her spatial realm. The soil of the Orc continent appeared to be less than suitable for cultivating radishes, and despite Lan Xin's efforts to enhance the conditions with spiritual water, the radishes produced were still rather unsatisfactory, possessing a somewhat bitter taste. After several days of meticulously selecting quality seeds, she finally succeeded in growing radishes with a more palatable flavor. Lan Xin felt fortunate that the plants in her space matured within a day. Otherwise, it would have taken her years just to select the appropriate variety. Carefully, she stored away the radish seeds, awaiting the warm season of the following year to plant them on the night of the bonfire festival. Lan Xin recalled the cattle on the mountain and asked Saihan if the tribe had been hunting there recently. Saihan replied, "Are the supplies in the tent insufficient?" Lan Xin honestly responded, "Actually, we have quite a lot." Unsure how to broach the subject of the cattle with Saihan, 001 suggested that the orcs should hunt on the mountain, indicating that the cattle were indeed up there. But how could she convince the tribe to hunt there? Saihan chuckled, saying, "Thanks to you, the tribe has ample food this snow season. There is no need to brave the cold for a hunt." Lan Xin inquired, "Aren't you going to try your luck? What if you catch a cow?" Saihan found Lan Xin's suggestion amusing. In this frigid weather, how could there possibly be cows? Just as Lan Xin was feeling distressed, Saihan suddenly offered, "However, if you truly wish for it, I could venture up to the mountain and see. If I manage to bring one back, tonight's bonfire festival will surely be lively." A warmth blossomed in Lan Xin's heart. That would be wonderful. As night fell, Lan Xin summoned 2 strong orcs to assist in moving a large pot to the tent. The orcs were taken aback by the size of the pot, exclaiming, "This pot is enormous." With their great strength, the 2 managed to carry it away. Just then, a voice rang out. The shaman and the chief have returned with a cow. The orcs, who had been hunting together, could hardly believe it. How strange. In such weather, we actually found a cow. Indeed, it was peculiar. The cow had not fled upon seeing them, but stood still, seemingly waiting for their arrival. Lan Xin beheld Saihan leading a live cow, a beaming smile illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling with joy. He had truly captured one. The orcs swiftly slaughtered the cow, and as they were about to discard the stomach, Lan Xin stopped them, saying, "Don't throw that away. It's quite delicious. How could we have hot pot without beef tripe?" The orcs were incredulous. "Shaman, that's rather unappetizing," they protested, unable to fathom that such a thing could be edible. Lan Xin shook her head. Once properly prepared, beef tripe is not only clean, but also a delectable and nutritious dish, beneficial for the spleen and stomach, boosting energy. Hearing this, the orcs brought the tripe back, pinching their noses and asking, "Shaman, do you have a way to eliminate the odor?" Lan Xin guided them through the cleaning process, then retrieved some flour made from wheat to neutralize the tripe's peculiar scent. The orcs were astonished as they gathered around the now cleaned tripe. It actually looks quite edible. Lan Xin then taught them how to prepare spicy meat slices and handmade beef meatballs. The females meticulously sliced the meat, while the males pounded the beef with sticks. Even the young ones pitched in to help carry the ingredients. Once everything was ready, the bonfire was lit, and the pot began to bubble with excitement. Lan Xin placed the pre-prepared hot pot base into the pot. Half was infused with numbing pepper and chili, the bubbling red oil enticing everyone, while the other half was a rich bone broth, as white as fresh milk. The orcs had brought their own food, and following Lan Xin's instructions, they chopped everything and tossed it into the hot pot. This beef tripe is delightful. These beef meatballs are incredibly springy. Everyone was thoroughly impressed by the hot pot, showering Lan Xin with praises for her ingenuity. As Lan Xin listened to the compliments, she felt a sense of elation. Saihan, too, shared in the glory, proudly holding his head high. Lan Xin was his partner. Yi Qing and Bao Ming, in the throes of young love, sat nearby, feeding each other affectionately. Lan Xin felt a pang of envy as she swallowed a meatball, thinking how wonderful it was to be young. Suddenly, Cyan glanced at her and offered her a piece of beef. Lan Xin awkwardly replied, I can manage on my own. Yet, Cyan stubbornly held up his chopsticks, insisting, Eat! The surrounding orcs took notice and began to cheer, leaving Lan Xin with no choice but to open her mouth and accept the offering. As Cyan watched Lan Xin's rosy tongue deftly retrieve the beef from his chopsticks, he felt a stir of emotion within him. The chief, observing their interactions with great delight, beamed, Lan Xin, you two should have little ones soon. Lan Xin nearly choked on the beef. Could it be that having traversed into an orc world, she was now being urged to bear children? Yet, she and Cyan were merely partners in name. She could only respond with an awkward smile. Rooney, still quite young, struggled to conceal his feelings, his dark eyes practically ablaze. Cyan pretended not to notice Rooney's gaze and said, Yes, we will try our best to conceive by next warm season at Rooney's hands. Clenched at his sides, tightened momentarily, though his expression remained innocent. Sister Luo, your hot pot is truly delicious. Lan Xin replied, I'm glad you like it. Noticing Rooney had grown significantly since she last saw him, the chief sighed. That lad, now grown, still refuses to let me assign him a partner. Lan Xin comforted him, urging patience. Once they had distanced themselves, Lan Xin pinched Cyan. What nonsense are you spouting? How could we possibly? Cyan winced in pain. Raising his hands in surrender, I was just appeasing the chief. That day, Lan Xin rubbed her slightly plump belly. Cyan glanced at her, noting that her face appeared fuller than before. Her once gaunt cheeks now bore a healthy roundness, making her look much more attractive. Yet, Lan Xin felt troubled, thinking, during the snow season, she had spent her days sleeping and eating without a hint of pressure, resulting in an ample accumulation of flesh. This could not continue. She needed to exercise. An idea struck her. Cyan, come skiing with me. Cyan replied, skiing? What is that? Lan Xin clapped her hands excitedly. Skiing is so much fun. Watch, I'll make a sled right now. Lan Xin had a premonition that Cyan would surely enjoy this activity. Cyan transformed into his human form, saying, I'll join you in making it. Crafting the sled was surprisingly simple. They began by carving a board with slightly raised ends and a flat middle. They drilled 4 holes in the center of the board and secured them with grass rope. In no time, they had fashioned 4 sleds and also made 4 ski poles. Lan Xin asked Cyan to take her to the place where they had previously engaged in a snowball fight. As the snow there was perfect for skiing, Cyan eyed the rudimentary contraption with skepticism. Can this really be used for skiing? While fastening the grass rope to her feet, Lan Xin assured him, absolutely, just wait and see. I'll show you my graceful form. Although Lan Xin had never skied before, having only seen it on television, she did have experience with skateboarding. Once her bindings were secure, she wrapped animal hides around her knees and head for protection against injury. As soon as Lan Xin pushed off with her ski poles, she glided smoothly for 2 meters, exclaiming, wow. So this is what skiing feels like. It's absolutely marvelous. With newfound confidence, she glided around Cyan, beaming at him. Cyan felt a surge of excitement and declared, I'll give it a try. Being an orc accustomed to navigating the mountains, he had better balance than Lan Xin and was soon spinning in circles. He playfully blocked Lan Xin's path, teasing, I won't let you pass. Annoyed, Lan Xin attempted to change direction. Move aside, I need to practice skiing. But Cyan, like a playful child, blocked her again, mischievously insisting, no way. Lan Xin was tempted to give his handsome face a playful shove. With a quick flick of her eyes, she suddenly propelled herself several meters away using her ski poles. True to form, Cyan followed closely behind, calling out, Lan Xin, wait for me. Lan Xin turned to face him, charging forward. Here I come. Let us go. Si Han was taken aback, yet there was no time to change direction that if he managed to evade, Lan Xian would surely end up in a most humiliating predicament. With his eyes shut tightly, Si Han braced himself and embraced the oncoming Lan Xian. Unbeknownst to him, Lan Xian had no intention of colliding with him. She merely wished to startle him. However, she was taken aback to find that Si Han did not even attempt to dodge, resulting in her crashing into his chest, causing him to stumble. Although the outcome was not as she had envisioned, she still felt a sense of triumph as she pinned Si Han down, taunting him, Will you dare to block me again? Si Han, pleading for mercy, replied, I won't. Please get off. You're going to crush me. Lan Xen, like a brazen rogue, reveled in her victory. This is what you get for bullying me. Suddenly, Si Han seized her wayward hands, flipping her over until he was on top. Yet he miscalculated his strength and inadvertently pressed his lips against hers. Lan Xin's eyes widened in shock, her hands unable to move under his control. Si Han, seemingly entranced, began to caress her lips with his own, his bold tongue teasing at her pearly whites. Yearning to explore further, what on earth was he doing? Lan Xen clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to grant him entry, until she felt a dampness at her fingertips, realizing that delicate snowflakes were beginning to fall from the sky. After a moment, Si Han finally opened his eyes, releasing her hands, his gaze akin to a serene lake shattered by an unseen emotion, his lips a vibrant crimson. Lan Xen, momentarily daunted, felt her face flush with warmth and urged, "You should get up quickly." Chapter 65. A change of position. Si Han, as if awakening from a dream, released Lan Xen. His accidental contact with her lips had unleashed feelings deep within him. A kaleidoscope of emotions swirling chaotically, leading him to kiss her without a second thought. Would Lan Xen despise him? Would she ignore him from now on? Lan Xen sat up, asking, "That was an accident, right?" Si Han seemed to grasp a lifeline. "Yes, we both acted unintentionally." Lan Xen nearly laughed in frustration. Was his intrusion of the tongue also an accident? They each picked up their ski poles. The atmosphere laden with awkwardness, neither daring to meet the other's gaze than Si Han, rubbing his nose in an attempt to break the suffocating silence, looked around and spotted a slope, stating, "Do you believe I can slide down from there?" The topic shift felt rather clumsy. Lan Xen cast a disinterested glance at the daunting slope that a fall from such height would undoubtedly lead to a serious injury. She retorted, "I believe you could, and then I'd have the honor of becoming the tribe's widow." Si Han, feigning indignation, replied, "You're so unsupportive." Nevertheless, the silence had been somewhat alleviated as Si Han continued, sharing amusing anecdotes from the tribe. And Lan Xen graciously smiled in response. "There's a smaller slope." Si Han suddenly pointed to a spot. "Eager to try, I'll slide down from there." Lan Xen grasped his arm, cautioning, "Don't, that's dangerous." "You've only just learned." Si Han, intent on impressing her, dismissed her concerns. "I can manage." Just watched that he grasped his ski pole and glided toward the slope, leaving Lan Xen to shake her head in exasperation. Upon reaching the top of the slope, Si Han positioned himself, gauging the angle before launching downwards, his skis carving a perfect arc through the air. The handsome man exuded confidence, his form majestic. The white snowflakes seemingly enhancing his allure. A thought flickered in Lan Xen's mind. One day, my destined hero will arrive, treading upon vibrant clouds to claim me. Yet, she could not foresee the outcome. As soon as Si Han landed, he tumbled head first into the snow, and no matter how gifted, his skills were still lacking. Lan Xen couldn't help but chuckle. That's what you get for showing off. Noticing Si Han remain motionless, a sense of worry crept over her, and she called out, "Why aren't you getting up?" An unsettling premonition gripped her, and she hurriedly approached Si Han. Si Han. She turned him over in the snow, only to find him with his eyes tightly shut, a gash on his forehead from a rock hidden beneath the snow, blood staining his face. Lan Xen's heart sank. "You're bleeding." She retrieved some hemostatic herbs and animal hide from her supplies and quickly bandaged his wound, staunching the flow of blood. Supporting him with an arm around her shoulder, she struggled to return him to the tent. Fortunately, the snow cushioned his fall. Though his injuries appeared severe, they were merely superficial and would heal in a few days. Lan Xen tossed Si Han onto the bed, gently tapping his forehead as a reprimand. "This is what you get for not listening to me." Alas, Si Han had succumbed to unconsciousness, oblivious to her words. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon his lips, recalling the earlier incident, her face flushing with heat. What was happening to her? The following morning, Lan Xen was in the kitchen preparing porridge and retrieved some dried meat for breakfast. Just as she set the porridge on the table, she noticed Si Han rising from the bed. Placing her chopsticks down, she asked, "Awake? How's your head?" After a prolonged silence with no response, Lan Xen turned back in confusion. She found Si Han sitting on the bed, his gaze filled with tender longing as he murmured, "I remember. Lan Xian froze momentarily. You regained your memory? Si Han replied. I only recalled a fragment. Though just a sliver, it explained why he felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first seeing Lan Xian. Oh, you remember where you came from? Lan Xian inquired. Yi Han shook his head. His urgency evident as he asked. Lan Xian, do you recall saving a little lion when you were a child? Lan Xian paused, searching her mind for any remnants of the original owner's memories. Yet found nothing that it was possible this body did not belong to her, hence the lack of recollection. She shook her head honestly. I have no recollection, Yi Han, taken aback by her forgetfulness. Felt a twinge of disappointment. Humph, your memory is quite poor. Yet he understood. Lan Xian had been young at the time, so forgetting was natural. Still, despite the rationality, Si Han felt a sense of inequity. I remember clearly. It was you who saved me. Lan Xian was taken aback by this revelation. Yi Han had developed feelings for the original owner because she had rescued him, prompting him to choose her as a partner upon their first encounter. So, the female he had spoken of, whom he had liked for so long, was indeed her that a pang of bitterness struck Lan Xian's heart. So, the female you've liked for so long is me? Si Han noticed the complexity of emotions flitting across her face and realized she had misunderstood him. After his head injury, he was still somewhat dazed, and his excitement had caused him to conflate the present Lan Xian with her former self. Surely, she wouldn't have misconstrued his words. Yet, Si Han could not reveal that he knew of Lan Xian's origins from another world, nor that he had visited that world where the current Lan Xian had saved him. Moreover, he had yet to comprehend why she had come here. This tangled web of relationships was truly perplexing, as Yi Han could only feign ignorance, saying, What are you thinking? The female I liked has passed away. Dante assumed that saving my life grants you my eternal devotion. Lan Xian replied, That's a relief. If you liked me, it would be too much pressure. Yi Han let out a couple of hums. Concealing his sense of loss, Lan Xian remained guarded, unwilling to fully open her heart to him. She glanced at him. Stop humming. Eat your breakfast. I need to check your head. After breakfast, Lan Xian rebandaged Si Han's wound. Just as she finished, a frantic knock echoed at the door. Lan Xian opened it to find a rabbit beast man named Tuk, whom she recognized. Panting heavily, Tuk exclaimed, My child has been stung by a bee, and his whole face is swollen. Can you help him? Lan Xian stood up. Take me to see him. Following Tuk, they arrived at his home, where a child lay in bed, his face dotted with red welts from the bee stings. His eyes were shut, tear streaks marking his cheeks. Likely he had fainted from the pain. Lan Xian examined him and was relieved to find no signs of poisoning. Tuk, wiping his tears, asked, How is my cub? Is he going to be okay? Lan Xian reassured him, There's no need to worry. He is merely unconscious for the moment. Please step outside while I check his face. Tuk nodded vigorously. All right. After Lan Xian sent Tuk away, she retrieved some herbs from her spatial pouch. Sensing that the time was right, she called Tuk back in and instructed him to crush the herbs and apply them to his face. In a few days, he would be healed. After bidding farewell to Tuk, Lan Xian returned to the tent as Yi Han had transformed into a lion, lounging beside the fire, his paws resting on the hearth. Naturally, Lan Xian leaned against him as Yi Han extended a paw and poked her, inquiring about what had transpired. Lan Xian and Si Han had developed an unspoken understanding, able to discern his feelings through his gestures. The child from Tuk's family was stung by a bee. She explained that I applied some ointment, but I didn't expect bees to still be around at this time of year. The thought of sweet honey potentially existing on the mountain made Lan Xian lick her lips, contemplating the opportunity to gather some honey in the future. Noticing her action, Si Han's lion ears perked up, and he turned his head, smacking his lips that it seemed this female had a fondness for honey. After lunch, Si Han dashed out. Lan Xian was uncertain of his destination, but she speculated he had gone hunting in the mountains. Recently, with the weather warming and the snow melting, many orc families had nearly exhausted their food supplies and began to venture out to hunt. Si Han returned only by evening, and upon his arrival, he dropped whatever he had been carrying and lay down on the ground, covering his lion face, utterly still, even neglecting to swish his tail behind him. Puzzled by his behavior, Lan Xn's gaze fell upon the beehive on the ground, and she exclaimed, "My goodness, you didn't dare poke a beehive, did you?" Si Han let out a disgruntled sound. After climbing the mountain, he had discovered a beehive nestled in the trees. He dismissed the bees as mere insects. After all, how could the king of beasts, the leader of the Crescent Moon River, fear such tiny creatures? He had snatched the beehive and fled, only realizing the gravity of the situation when he was pursued and stung by the angry insects. Fortunately, the Crescent Moon River was nearby, and he jumped in a hide for a while before daring to emerge. Lan Xn felt overwhelmed. "Transform back into your human form. I need to see your face." Yi Han remained unresponsive. "Hurry," she commanded. Reluctantly, he shifted back into his human shape. What met her eyes was the sight of numerous swollen welts on his neck and several more on his handsome face. Lan Xn couldn't help but laugh at his disheveled appearance. Leaning closer, "Let me apply some medicine," Yi Han, feeling a bit wronged, implored, "Please don't laugh." Lan Xn teased, "Serve you right for being greedy." Si Han huffed softly, muttering, "I only did it for you." If it weren't for knowing that Lan Xn enjoyed honey, he would never have sought it out. Lan Xn didn't catch his words clearly, still laughing as she applied the ointment. "Think before you act next time. If you let me accompany you to poke the beehive, you wouldn't end up like this, haha." Having finished applying the medicine to his face and neck, Si Han's fragile pride shattered, and unable to endure it any longer, he suddenly pounced on Lan Xn. "If it weren't for you saying it was delicious, I wouldn't have gone near that beehive." Lan Xin felt a stir in her heart. "You did it for me." The thought of Si Han enduring such things just to procure honey for her made her eyelashes flutter. An indescribable warmth flooding her heart as Yi Han raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? "Hurry up and thank me." The two playfully tussled in the tent when suddenly Yi Qing's voice echoed, prompting both Lan Xin and Si Han to glance towards the entrance. Yi Qing was met with the sight of Si Han pinning Lan Xn down, while she shyly pushed against his shoulders. Her cheeks flushed, hair tousled. Yi Qing's motion to push the door froze in place, and she abruptly slammed it shut, exclaiming, "I'm interrupting." Blushing to the roots of her neck, she thought back to the scene she had just witnessed. Truly, their leader was bold, engaging in such behavior in broad daylight. Inside the tent, Lan Xin and Si Han exchanged glances. Although honey is delightful, indulging solely in it can be overwhelming, as if one's tongue were soaked in a honey jar. Thus, Lan Xin concocted a large jar of juice by soaking the fruits of the Orc continent in the honey Si Han had gathered. The fruits were rather tart, yet once sliced and juiced, and combined with the sweet honey, the acidity and sweetness balanced perfectly, creating a delightful drink that was both refreshing and appetizing. Yi Han could finish an entire jar in one go. Lan Xin prepared another jar for Yi Qing to sample. Carrying the juice, she made her way to Yi Qing's home. Upon entering the tent, she surveyed the interior, noting that Yi Qing's furnishings were now quite complete. With a bed and table, Yi Qing welcomed Lan Xin warmly, inviting her inside, her gaze fixed eagerly on the jar on the table. "What delicious treat have you brought me?" The several little squirrels in Yi Qing's home also gazed up at Lan Xin with wide, curious eyes. "Honey juice," Lan Xin replied. "Tea looks delightful." Yi Qing exclaimed, opening the jar to inhale the fragrant aroma. "Tea must taste wonderful. How did you make this?" Lan Xin poured each of them a glass. Explaining, "It's made with honey and fruit from the mountains." She recounted the entire process to Yi Qing. The little squirrels eagerly gulped down the juice, transforming into human forms, appearing as young children around 5 or 6 years old. "Thank you, Sister Luo. This is delicious. I'm glad you enjoy it," Lan Xin replied, glancing around before inquiring, "Where is your partner?" "Shuh," Yi Qing whispered, placing her finger to her lips to signal Lan Xin to be quiet. "He's asleep." Noting Yi Qing's nervousness, Lan Xin asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Qing lowered her voice, explaining, "He's in his sensitive period right now and has become very clingy. He even follows me to the restroom. I just managed to get him to sleep." Lan Xin was taken aback, momentarily doubting her own ears. "Sensitive period? You don't know?" Yi Qing replied incredulously. Lan Xin nodded honestly. "What is it?" Yi Qing earnestly explained that the sensitive period was something unique to males. Akin to the estrous cycle in females, the IT would emerge intermittently after a male matured and found a partner. During this period, males would become exceedingly insecure and cling to their partners. Even the typically aloof Bao Ming was no exception. Yi Qing, a male voice called out, and Bao Ming approached, ignoring everyone in the tent, going straight to Yi Qing. Yaya, why didn't you sleep with me? Have you stopped loving me? Yi Qing appeared unfazed, gently stroking Bao Ming's head to soothe him. Meanwhile, Lan Xen watched in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping. She hadn't expected the usually stoic Bao Ming to behave in such a manner during his sensitive period. It seemed to be quite a wondrous phenomenon. Suddenly, Lan Xen envisioned Si Han during his sensitive period, his handsome visage tinged with red, resembling a wronged little wife, poking her with his finger. Why didn't you sleep with me? Have you stopped loving little Z's? Just the thought sent shivers down her spine, and she felt goosebumps all over. She fervently hoped Si Han would never experience such a period. Yi Qing, now entangled with Bao Ming, had no time to converse with Lan Xen. Soon, Lan Xen took her leave and returned home. She recounted the events at Yi Qing's house to Si Han. Sensitive period? Si Han's voice resonated with amusement, revealing his surprise that Bao Ming could be affected. Lan Xen shot him a glance. Aren't you subject to it as well? Yi Qing mentioned that all males experience it. Si Han scoffed. I've never had a sensitive period, and I want tea in the future. That's a sign of a male's weakness. Lan Xen raised an eyebrow. Let us hope that's the case. The next morning, Lan Xen awoke to a damp sensation on her neck, feeling as if her entire body were bound by ropes. Frowning, she opened her eyes to find Si Han had transformed back into his human form. Lying beside her, holding her tightly, his head nestled against her neck, that as she attempted to push his arms away, he only tightened his grip. Lan Xen then noticed Si Han's body was trembling slightly. What's wrong? He lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed, that a sense of dread washed over her. Could it be? Had Si Han entered his sensitive period? He gazed at her with an expression of deep grievance, as if she were the most despicable villain. Why? How could you forget about me? I like you so much. Lan Xen finally understood the reason for the dampness on her neck. It was Si Han's tears. However, hearing him profess his love left her feeling a tad awkward. Did he see her as a substitute for his deceased first love? You, clear your eyes. I'm Lan Xen, as if awakening from a dream. Abruptly ceased her tears and fixed her gaze upon Lan Xin for several seconds, only to cry even louder thereafter. The accusatory glint in Si Yihan's eyes suggested that she perceived Lan Xin as a villain who had forsaken her. Lan Xin, recognizing Si Yihan's vulnerability during her sensitive period, felt a surge of patience toward her. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, Lan Xin sighed helplessly. Please, do not see our wide, as Yihan retorted. You are truly wicked, Xiao Yu. So very wicked. Lan Xin, rubbing her forehead in exasperation, inquired, What have I done? You forgot about Xiaomi, Xia mumbled, her head bowed that I liked you so much, and yet you forgot me. That a sudden realization flickered in Lan Xin's mind. Xiaomi? How do you know about Xiaomi? Xian pouted. I am Xiaomi to inner childhood. Lan Xin had lived with her grandfather in a village and one day discovered an injured kitten in the snow. After bringing the kitten home, she and her grandfather nurtured it back to health, raising it to be a beautiful, fluffy creature they named Xiaomi. Initially, the kitten was rather temperamental, hissing at Lan Xin whenever she called its name. However, after spending a few days together, it transformed into a docile Xiaomi, joyfully trailing after Lan Xen's tea that time. Her grandfather's eyesight was poor, and Lan Xin, being young, failed to recognize that the creature was, in fact, a small lion. Yet, after a year, Xiaomi mysteriously vanished, and Lan Xin assumed it had wandered off, searching the mountains to no avail. Seeing her distress, her grandfather gifted her another kitten on her birthday, leading Lan Xin to gradually forget about Xiaomi. Little did she expect that Si Yihan would turn out to be Xiaomi. Lan Xin murmured, This cannot be true. We are from entirely different worlds. Aside from recalling Xiaomi, have you remembered anything else? Confounded, she pondered how Si Yihan, a being from the Beastman continent, could have crossed into her realm. No, I have only regained the memories of being Xiaomi, Si Yihan softly declared that I was content in the Beastman continent, but suddenly found myself in your world. I had resolved to remain and be your partner, only to find myself back in the Beastman continent. That Lan Xin's confusion cleared as she understood. Xiaomi had not vanished. She had returned to the Beastman continent. With a resigned sigh, Lan Xin remarked, "But I was only a child back then. You were to become my partner?" At that time, she was merely 5 or 6 years old, and Si Yihan was just a small cub. Si Yihan responded with an expression of certainty. "I liked you. Naturally, I wish for you to be my partner." During her sensitive period, Si Yihan expressed her feelings with remarkable directness. Lan Xin was taken aback, realizing that Si Yihan had harbored feelings for her for such an extended period. Therefore, the tale of a deceased first love seemed nothing more than a pretext. Upon reflection, the logic fell apart. How could Si Yihan, who had lost her memory, remember having a deceased first love? Yet, fearing the revival of painful memories, Lan Xin refrained from probing further. Why had Si Yihan deceived her? Lan Xin clutched the beast skin in her hands. Her emotions in turmoil. On one hand, she had never regarded Si Yihan as a partner, yet she now realized the depth of Si Yihan's affection, an intensity that overwhelmed her. On the other hand, Lan Xin felt compelled to leave Si Yihan's home, as remaining there without reciprocating her feelings would be unfair to Si Yihan. However, she could not abandon Si Yihan during her sensitive period. Taking a deep breath, Lan Xin gently patted Si Yihan's head, saying, "Xiaomi, please let me go. I need to prepare a meal." As Yihan released Lan Xin, but continued to follow her closely. During her sensitive period, Si Yihan exhibited traits akin to other males, becoming clingy and insecure, with the added tendency to cry. If Lan Xin did not engage with her, she would weep. If Lan Xin did not share her bed, she would sob. Lan Xin mused in exasperation. Is this truly the king of beasts? 5 days later, Si Yihan's sensitive period finally came to an end. Upon awakening, Si Yihan found Lan Xin had already departed, presumably to deliver juice to Yi Qing. Lying in bed, Si Yihan's eyes were wide open. Questioning her reality, reflecting on the events of the past few days, the desire to escape the Beastman continent surged within her. Furthermore, she had inadvertently revealed her feelings for Lan Xin. Yet, Lan Xin had not fled but stayed to care for her. Did this signify that Lan Xin was contemplating accepting her? Dressing in her beast skin attire, Si Yihan descended from the bed and retrieved a small wooden box from the cupboard, containing a sparkling diamond she wished to gift to Lan Xen. Yihan had spent a fortune on the diamond, procuring it from a merchant caravan in the northwest, and had carefully hidden it in the box. The diamond glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, said to be an irresistible gift for any female who received it. Si Yihan had originally intended to present it to Lan Xin after confessing her feelings, but unforeseen circumstances had hastened her plans. Clutching the diamond tightly, Si Yihan awaited Lan Xin's return to present her with the precious gift. However, as time passed and Lan Xin did not appear, Si Yihan could no longer contain her anxiety and ventured to Yi Qing's residence in search of Lan Xing. Why Yi Qing looked puzzled. Lan Xin? I haven't seen her today. Is she not at home? Si Yihan furrowed her brow. She told me yesterday that she would come to deliver juice today. Why Yi Qing shook her head. You must be mistaken. She came to my house yesterday and gave me a jar of juice. Stunned, Si Yihan felt as if struck by lightning. What did she say to you? Yi Qing replied, nothing in particular. Suddenly, a thought struck her, but I felt something was off about her yesterday. She seemed as if she was preparing to leave for a long journey. Si Yihan froze, her grip slackening, causing the diamond to tumble to the ground. Lan Xin had already taken refuge in the Bei tribe for 3 days. The Bei tribe was the tribe of her parents, the very tribe that had cast her out, deeming her a harbinger of disaster. Upon arriving at the tent left by her parents, Lan Xin discovered that the belongings had long been looted, leaving not even a stone basin behind. The members of the tribe, while publicly denouncing Lan Xin as a disaster, had actually bullied her in her solitude, seeking to seize her parents' inheritance. In truth, Lan Xin harbored a question in the memories of the original owner. Her parents were robust rabbit beastmen. How could they have produced a child unable to transform into beast form? Lan Xin pulled out a wooden board from her spatial pocket, laying it on the ground as a makeshift bed. What would Si Yihan think upon discovering her departure? Ultimately, Lan Xin chose to leave quietly, for she was indeed a timid soul. Feeling a pang of hunger, She rummaged through the tent, finding it devoid of any food. Fortunately, she had a spatial pocket from which she extracted several bags of jerky and a piece of fruit to nibble on. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the wooden door of the tent was kicked open, the rickety door finally giving way, allowing a chilling wind to sweep in. Lan Xin looked up to see three figures entering. Tu Yi, Tu Er, and Tu Sang. These three rabbit beastmen were sisters and longtime adversaries of the original owner. Often banding together to bully her, Tu Yi, hands on her hips, regarded Lan Xin with disdain. I knew something was amiss these past few days. Not a single fruit could be found on the mountain. Coming here confirmed it. The disaster star has returned. Lan Xin's expression turned it was clear that the sisters had come to provoke her. Tu Er suddenly shrieked. Look at the fruit in her hand. She must have stolen it from the tribe. Tu Sang pointed at the jerky behind Lan Xin. And jerky too. This disaster star has gone too far. This year food was exceedingly scarce in the Bade tribe, and two beastmen had already perished from hunger during the harsh winter. Seeing the fruit and jerky in Lan Xin's possession ignited their envy, and they began to clamor, accusing Lan Xin of theft. Lan Xin coldly retorted, Silence! Your words are foul. You are unbearable. Tu Er, taken aback by Lan Xin's unexpected retort, seethed with rage, demanding, You have been expelled by the tribe, yet you dare return. Lan Xin replied defiantly, Why can't I return? This is my parents' tent. My father went missing while fighting for the tribe. He was a hero. Is this how you treat the child of a hero? Tu Er scoffed. Humph. Who knows if your father is missing or merely fled in cowardice? Tu Sang, eyeing Lan Xin's food greedily, urged her sisters, don't waste time on this disaster star. Let us take her food and leave before we attract bad luck. Lan Xin warned, If you dare take it, I will break your hands. Tu Sang snorted. Am I afraid of you? In the eyes of Tu Sang, Lan Xan had always been the target of their bullying. She was utterly unfazed by Lan Xan's threats. After finishing her words, Tu Sang stepped forward to snatch the fruit from Lan Xan's hand, which looked exceedingly delectable. Lan Xan promptly pinned her hand down, pressing her index finger forcefully against Tu Sang's joint. Ah! Tu Sang emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Lan Xan released her hand, commanding her to leave. Tu Sang had merely been pressed on an acupoint, rendering her entire hand numb. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to recover. Yet this beast woman mistakenly believed her hand was broken, wailing pitifully, Sister, my hand is broken. Chapter 67. Perhaps it's best not to sleep together. Tu Yi and Tu Er momentarily found Lan Xan's gaze to be terrifying. Stumbling as they carried Tu Sang away. You wait right there. I'm going to inform the Peacock Chief, and have you expelled. Chief, Lan Xan has returned, having broken my sister's hand and stolen food from the tribe. Tu Yi burst into the chief's tent, her face flushed with rage as she accused Lan Xan of her crimes. The chief of the Bade tribe was an elderly female peacock, her voice frail and steady. From where did she steal it? Tu Yi shook her head. I have no idea where she acquired such an abundance of food, but Lan Xan is nothing but a calamity, both foolish and lazy. Aside from thievery, where else could her food come from? Moreover, she is no longer part of our tribe and dares to return. The chief inquired, How much food does she have? Tu Yi replied, I saw 2 large bags of dried meat and 1 bag of fruit. Enough to feed the beastmen of our tribe for a meal. An eagle beastman, beside the chief remarked. I've heard that Lan Xan has become the mate of the Xiangyue tribe's leader. Could it be that the Xiangyue tribe has plenty of food this year? Chief, many beastmen in our tribe have starved. Why not seize their food? The Xiangyue tribe is nothing but our defeated foes. How could they possibly have food when we've driven them to such a place? The Peacock Chief pondered for a moment and commanded several strong males to accompany her to Lan Xan's tent to investigate. The eagle replied, Understood. Upon hearing this, Tu Yi's lips curled into a smug smile. She quickly led the chief to Lan Xan's tent, declaring, This is the place. Lan Xan has hidden the food inside the tent. With the chief's backing, Tu Yi marched into Lan Xan's tent with newfound confidence, loudly demanding, Lan Xan, hand over the food you've stolen. Lan Xan looked bewildered. What food? I'm so hungry I could collapse. Where would I have food? Stop pretending. 2E advanced behind Lan Xen, only to find the area behind her completely empty. Where have you hidden the food? Lan Xen scoffed coldly. I have no idea. 2E grew anxious. Chief, I saw it with my own eyes. Lan Xen's tent was filled with food. How could it have vanished so suddenly? 2Er and 2Sang chimed in. Yes, we all witnessed it. The chief ordered the males behind her to search the tent. In truth, there was no need for a search. A glance revealed the tent to be utterly bare, devoid of any food to conceal. The chief cast a skeptical look towards the three rabbit sisters. Lan Xen sneered. You three sisters aren't dreaming, are you? Or perhaps, in your effort to drive me away, you would resort to deceiving the chief. Lan Xen, do not slander us. The three sisters panicked. Chief, you must believe us. The peacock chief felt she had been played by the three unreasonable females, her face contorting with displeasure. How can I believe you? Explain to me how Lan Xen single-handedly made the food disappear into thin air. The chief regarded the three females sternly, her expression darkening. You three will forfeit 2 days' worth of food. She then turned to Lan Xen, and you, vacate the Bade tribe immediately. We shall not permit a calamity to reside among us. With that, the chief departed. Once outside, the peacock chief felt she had been duped by the three sisters. Her face turning green with fury. It was utterly absurd. However, the eagle beside her remained calm. Chief, I believe the situation is not as simple as it appears, though. The chief gestured for her to elaborate. The eagle beastman's eyes glimmered with sharpness. From the expressions of the three sisters just now, they do not appear to be lying, and they are typically timid, easily intimidated. They would not dare deceive you. In my opinion, there is undoubtedly something amiss. The peacock chief's voice turned ominous. If the three sisters are not lying, it means the Sienua tribe indeed possesses a substantial amount of food this year. If only we could reclaim that food. However, we signed a treaty with the Sienua tribe years ago, forbidding us from waging war. Eagle Mai, do you have any ideas? The eagle beastman's eyes gleamed cunningly. I have a plan. She whispered a few words into the ear of the peacock chief. The chief's eyes sparkled. This is an excellent idea. Inside the tent, the three sisters glared menacingly at Lan Xen, aware that the sisters intended to bring the chief to punish her. Lan Xen had preemptively stored the food in her space, rendering them unable to find anything that in the end, the three sisters' attempt to steal backfired, resulting in their own loss of a day's worth of food. 2Er, unable to contain her fury, reached out to strike Lan Xen. Lan Xen, this is all your fault. You calamity. Just as Lan Xen was about to intervene, a hand faster than hers stopped 2Er. The familiar, cold voice of a man sounding out. You dare lay a hand on my mate. Lan Xen stared in disbelief at the newcomer. 2Er turned back, her face contorting as she unexpectedly met the man's gaze. Her expression freezing instantly. Lan Xen's mate was unexpectedly handsome. The man had arched brows and bright eyes, a high-nosed bridge, thin lips, broad shoulders, and long legs. 2Er was momentarily mesmerized as Yihan impatiently shrugged off 2Er's hand. 2Er, as if awakening from a dream, regained her senses. Lan Xen is your mate? You are Yihan, the leader of the Sienua tribe. Having heard tales of the Sienua tribe's strikingly handsome leader, but never having seen him in person. 2Er's heart fluttered as Yihan regarded her with thinly veiled annoyance. Is there a problem? 2Er, suddenly agitated, exclaimed, You may not know, but Lan Xen is a calamity. How could you? Whether she is a calamity or not. She is still my mate, as Yihan sneered. I have never struck a female unless she maligns my mate. His icy gaze seemed to pierce through 2Er, causing her and 2E to shiver and flee in dismay. Lan Xen was still pondering how to confront Yihan when he, too, seemed ready to leave, as Yihan's cold voice halted her. Stop. Lan Xen froze, having not seen him in quite a while. Yihan, anger evident in his crimson gaze, inquired, Why did you run away? Why did you leave without a word? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? He feared that Lan Xen would encounter ill-intentioned individuals or wild beasts. Not a single night had he slept soundly in the past 5 days, as Yihan's voice was loud, leaving Lan Xen stunned. She had never seen him so furious. I'm sorry, I just didn't know how to face you. If she had not realized that Si Han held feelings for her, she could have lived with him without guilt. However, since she could not reciprocate, it was best to be decisive for both their sakes. Noticing the fear and trepidation in Lan Xion's eyes, Si Han inhaled deeply. I was too emotional. His tone softened, tinged with a hint of pleading. Come back with me. Lan Xion shook her head. I won't go back, as Yi Han gazed at her, disappointment evident in his eyes. Why not? You promised to help me build a new house, gather honey, and raise sheep together. As Yi Han's tone was so despondent that Lan Xion could not bring herself to meet his gaze. But I don't like you. Despite knowing this would be her answer, Si Han had mentally prepared himself, yet hearing it still pained him. My feelings for you are enough. Lan Xion replied. That is not fair to you. It would be better if I kept my distance. As Yi Han looked at her earnestly. No, I do not see it as unfair. I view it as an opportunity. Lan Xion, let us try this. Try seeing me as a true mate. Lan Xion questioned, what if I still don't develop feelings for you? Si Han's eyes softened. Then I will accept it. I will let you go when the time comes. Lan Xion was a loss, realizing that the best course of action would be to refuse. Yet, Si Han's earnestness tugged at her heartstrings. Rather than outright rejection, she contemplated agreeing for now, hoping it would help him move on eventually. With newfound resolve, Lan Xion acquiesced. All right, as her words fell, Si Han smiled, as if fulfilling a long-held wish, and collapsed before her. Startled, Lan Xion rushed to support him, checking to find that he had merely fallen asleep. A pang of discomfort struck her heart. Had he become this exhausted searching for her? Lan Xion gently laid Si Han down and retrieved a piece of animal hide from her spatial storage to drape over him. She gazed at the profile of Si Han, her heart not made of iron. In the past few days, she had reflected on the moments shared with him and realized she had overlooked many details. Si Han had tirelessly traveled to procure cotton for her and had been chased by bees in his quest to bring her honey. His affections had long been evident. It was she who had been too oblivious. Perhaps she had sensed it all along, but, due to her tendency to evade, had refrained from contemplating it deeply. Now, she found herself without a place to settle and devoid of any trustworthy beastmen. Yet, Si Han was the only one on the beastman continent who truly understood her, aware of her origins and the secrets of her spatial abilities. Perhaps she could indeed consider him as a genuine partner. It felt as though a small crack had been opened in her tightly shut heart. Yi Han had taken a nap in the tent, calling out Lan Xion's name in his dreams. When he awoke, the sky had darkened. Lan Xion retrieved food from her spatial storage, and the two of them filled their bellies in the darkness, preparing to return to the Crescent Moon tribe. Si Han transformed into a white lion and lay down, signaling for Lan Xion to climb onto his back. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, among which the brightest one pointed the way home. Si Han did not hurry to rush back. Instead, he strolled leisurely with Lan Xion on his back. As they approached the Crescent Moon tribe, Lan Xion clutched his fur, asking, How did you know I was here? Si Han set her down and transformed back into his human form. The people in the tribe have been looking for you. Someone mentioned seeing you head this way, and I guess you had returned to the Bade tribe. He explained, I'm sorry for causing you worry. Suddenly, Lan Xion felt her abrupt departure had been quite immature. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, So, what you said about your deceased first love was also untrue? Si Han replied, It was untrue. My first love is you. Lan Xion questioned, Did you curse me to death? Si Han quickly clarified, I absolutely did not mean that. It was just that you mentioned fearing being liked and feeling like a burden. So to ease your mind, I had to say there was a deceased female in my heart. Realizing this, Lan Xion bashfully inquired, When did you begin to like me? Si Han's gaze drifted into the distance. I don't know. Perhaps it was when you gave me candy. Or maybe it was even earlier. He suddenly pressed something in Lan Xion's hand. When she opened it, she was astonished to find a large diamond, uncut and resembling a beautiful, precious stone. Where did this come from? She exclaimed. Yi Han replied, I bought it from a distant trading caravan. They said females would like this if one wishes to pursue a female. How could one not present a gift? Lan Xion's cheeks flushed. It was far too precious. She had never expected that such a seemingly straightforward male like Si Han would possess such delicate sentiments. She felt as if she were being cradled in gentle hands. Yihin feigned indifference, saying, "If you don't like it, you can throw it away. Once a gift is given, it should not be reclaimed." Despite his outward nonchalance, he kept glancing at Lan Xian, as if afraid she might truly discard it. Lan Xian smiled softly, saying, "Thank you, Xiaomi. I really like a tea." Yihin's face turned crimson. "Don't call me that." After returning to the tent, Lan Xian felt awkward looking at the joined beds. "Perhaps we shouldn't sleep together," she suggested. Despite Yihin's commendable character, Lan Xian understood that it felt strange to share a bed with someone who liked her. Yihin lowered his gaze, looking somewhat hurt. "Are you not at ease with me? I only worry that you might catch a cold." Chapter 68. I would rather die than drink this Lan Xian. Knowing he was not one to be easily dissuaded, countered, "That's not what I meant, Yihin insisted. "Since you have agreed to give us a chance and treat me as a partner, it is quite normal for us to sleep together." Lan Xian felt ensnared in his reasoning. "All right, then." Yihin's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. "Then I shall prepare the bedding, having been single all her life." Lan Xian was not used to having a suitor so suddenly at her side and was unsure how to interact. Yet Yihin was completely at ease, behaving as usual in her presence. Gradually, Lan Xian grew accustomed to it, and they resumed their previous mode of interaction, albeit with an undercurrent of subtle intimacy. With the snow season already more than halfway through, the weather had become milder. Lan Xian began to plan the construction of a new house. She envisioned a two-bedroom, one living room home with a yard for growing vegetables and raising livestock. The land in the Crescent Moon tribe was available for use. She merely needed to inform the tribe leader. When she shared her vision with Yihin, he was thrilled. "Let us get started. I can hardly wait for our new home." Thus, Lan Xian selected a suitable spot near the tent and began her planning. She used branches to outline a rough square of 10 meters by 10 meters. Yihin, filled with anticipation for their new house, rested his front paws on the ground, listening intently as Lan Xian spoke. Building the house involves 3 steps: digging the foundation, constructing the walls, and roofing, she explained. "First, we need to dig a foundation here, approximately the size I've outlined. The purpose of digging the foundation is to remove any broken or defective soil, ensuring our house will not collapse." Yihin circled the perimeter of the foundation and began to scrape the ground with his claws. However, a lion's claws were not suited for digging. The soil was quite hard, and the task was substantial. Fearing he might injure his claws, Lan Xian halted him. "Your claws are not suitable for digging. Are there any beastmen in the tribe skilled at excavation to construct a sturdy house?" They needed assistance from others as Yihin transformed back into his human form. "There are a group of groundhog beastmen in the tribe who are excellent diggers." Lan Xian had heard of the groundhog's remarkable excavation skills. "Let us invite them to help us." Lan Xian and Yihin took a bag of fruits to find the groundhog beastmen. Upon hearing Lan Xian had arrived, the groundhogs greeted her warmly. Lan Xian explained her purpose. "I was wondering if you have some time." The groundhogs, excited about her building plans, eagerly responded, "Of course. Shall we start today? We can't wait to help build a new home for the shaman and the chief." "Let us not rush. Please rest for today, and we can begin tomorrow." Lan Xian left behind a bag of potatoes as a token of gratitude, but the groundhogs insisted, "No, shaman, we're already grateful for your teaching us to plant potatoes. We don't need compensation for helping you build your house." The groundhog beastmen had a great fondness for potatoes. "Indeed, shaman, this snow season has been exceptionally cold and lengthy. Without your guidance, our tribe would have starved this winter." One groundhog remarked. Seeing their refusal, Lan Xian graciously accepted. "Thank you so much." After bidding farewell to the groundhogs and returning to the tent, Lan Xian began weaving baskets from bamboo and wood for transporting soil the next day. Her weaving skills had become increasingly proficient, and she quickly completed 2 large baskets. She beckoned to Yihin. "Yihin, come try this." Yihin dashed over, his tail wagging excitedly. Lan Xian secured the 2 baskets together with a sturdy piece of animal hide. Hanging them at his waist, the soft hide would not hurt him. She patted the baskets, saying, "They suit you well. Take a few steps to try them out." Yihin circled around her twice, stable and perfectly serving as her tool. "No, her tool lion." Lan Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Tomorrow, I'll be in charge of loading the soil, and you will take care of transporting it. The following day, the groundhogs arrived early at Lan Xin's tent, accompanied by 3 males. These 3 male groundhogs had been specifically selected for their exceptional digging abilities. Lan Xin instructed them on the intricacies of excavating a foundation and prepared a refreshing honey juice to quench their thirst. Upon hearing her guidance, the trio immediately set to work, exhibiting remarkable efficiency as they began to dig within the confines Lan Xin had delineated. Lan Xin busied herself collecting the excavated soil into baskets, while Saihan was tasked with transporting it away. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, the groundhogs had successfully completed the foundation as per Lan Xin specifications, their speed surpassing that of both Lan Xin and Saihan in their soil transportation efforts. Truly, they were masters of excavation in the animal kingdom. Lan Xin marveled at their prowess and couldn't help but admire the strength of the beastmen. In modern times, such a task would be laborious and time-consuming. After finishing their work, the groundhogs transformed into human form, revealing themselves to be 3 brothers named Hanan, Hanbai, and Hanja. Lan Xin offered them juice and presented a bag of potatoes as a gift. The 3 brothers politely declined, expressing their desire to learn how to make the delightful juice, exclaiming, "It's simply exquisite." Lan Xin replied, "Of course, it's quite simple." She proceeded to explain the method of preparation. After listening, the brothers appeared somewhat disheartened, realizing that the sweetness of the juice stemmed from honey, which was difficult to procure. Indeed, honey was a rare find. Saihan had endured numerous bee stings just to acquire a single jar. Lan Xin assured them, "During the warm season, I will cultivate a sweet crop that can serve as a substitute for honey, and you are welcome to join me in planting." She was referring to sugarcane, which would enable her to create sugar. The brothers' eyes sparkled with excitement at her words. "That's wonderful. Thank you." Which, after the brothers departed, Lan Xin and Saihan continued their task of transporting the remaining soil. After a long day of labor, they finally completed the foundation. That evening, after having dinner in the tent, Lan Xin and Saihan collapsed onto their beds. Thoroughly exhausted, with the foundation laid, it was time to begin constructing the walls, which required bricks. Lan Xin and Saihan ventured into the mountains to seek suitable clay for making mud bricks. After a prolonged search, Lan Xin was disheartened to find nothing suitable. However, Saihan made an unexpected discovery, exclaiming, "Lan Xin, I found a beehive in a tree. Quick, find a place to hide. I will retrieve it for you." Knowing Lan Xin's fondness for honey, he rushed towards the hive. Lan Xin seized his arm. "Haven't you had enough of being stung?" Before Saihan could respond, she insisted, "Take me with you. I have a plan to collect the honey." Lan Xin scoured the vicinity and gathered a type of yellow grass, fashioning 2 simple grass rings to place atop their heads. This grass emitted a scent that repelled insects, offering protection against bee stings. Saihan led Lan Xin to the base of the tree, where a massive beehive hung high above. Lan Xin collected some easily combustible twigs and built a small pyre. From her spatial storage, she produced 2 fire stones, indicating for Saihan to ignite a fire in the beastman's realm. These magical fire stones could create sparks simply by striking them together. Saihan, astonished, inquired, "Are you planning to use the smoke to drive the bees away?" How had he not thought of such a brilliant strategy? Lan Xin nodded, urging him to light the fire. With a sharp crack, sparks flew between the 2 stones, igniting the twigs into flames, and thick smoke quickly ascended, infiltrating the beehive. The bees within the hive erupted in a frenzy, fleeing in all directions, though a few attempted to sting them. However, Lan Xin was prepared. The grass rings on their heads successfully warded off the attackers. After a brief period, the hive fell silent, the bees having vacated. Lan Xin and Saihan exchanged smiles. Saihan swiftly climbed the tree and retrieved the hive, tossing it down to Lan Xin. She clumsily caught it. The hive was heavy and exuded a sweet aroma, clearly brimming with honey. Fearing the return of the bees, she hurriedly stored the hive in her spatial storage. Suddenly, a buzzing sound arose nearby. The bees, realizing their home had been taken, quickly returned. Saihan deftly hoisted Lan Xin onto his back, transforming into his beast form, and dashed through the forest. The wind whistled past their ears as Lan Xin clung tightly to his back, her fingers grasping his snow-white fur, her heart racing like a drum. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to elude the swarm. Cyan set Lan Xin down, shaking himself to revert to human form. Relieved to have outdistanced them, Lan Xin gazed at him in astonishment. After such a long run, he appeared completely unfazed. The stamina of beastmen was truly remarkable. Lan Xin surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Where are we? The area was devoid of vegetation, making it an unlikely spot for beastmen to frequent. Cyan glanced around. Uncertain, I don't know. I was too focused on running. Lan Xin observed the terrain, concluding, since we are here, we might as well search for some clay. Soon, she indeed discovered suitable red clay for making mud bricks. Cyan, come quickly. I found it. Cyan dug up a handful of the clay, commenting, this is so soft. Can it really be transformed into sturdy bricks? Absolutely, Lan Xin assured him. She retrieved some provisions from her spatial storage to replenish their energy before they began moving the clay. Lan Xin effortlessly transported the clay into her storage, as any soil she touched could be transferred directly. Cyan was responsible for piling the clay in front of Lan Xin for her convenience. Once they had gathered a sufficient quantity of red clay, Lan Xin drew a bucket of spiritual water from a well to wash her hands. All right, let us head back. Cyan transformed into his beast form once more, carrying Lan Xin on his back as they retraced their steps, following the footprints they had left behind. Throughout the journey, Lan Xin marked the path for future reference. The following day, she crafted 4 identical rectangular wooden molds from timber, securing them tightly with vines. Next, she poured the red clay from her spatial storage into the courtyard, mixing it with water, using a wooden stick to create a slurry. Afterwards, she added crushed straw to enhance the durability of the mixture, then poured the clay into the molds and pressed it flat, removing any excess that a smooth, complete brick was thus formed, which she carefully extricated from a mold and arranged neatly in the yard to dry. Once dried, the bricks proved exceptionally sturdy, capable of serving as walls for many decades. The process of brick-making was time-consuming and required great patience. It would take Lan Xin and Cyan considerable time to produce the necessary quantity. Just then, Yi Qing unexpectedly arrived with a group of beastmen to lend a hand, alleviating their burden. It turned out that news of Lan Xin and Cyan's new house construction had spread quickly. After the groundhogs assisted with the foundation, the beastmen eagerly volunteered to help, fearing they might miss out. Lan Xin prepared additional molds for them. With a larger workforce, a task that would have taken weeks was completed in just 3 days. All that remained was to allow the bricks to dry, a process that would take approximately 4 to 5 days. During this idle time, Lan Xin finally had the opportunity to rest as the weather gradually warmed. The mosquitoes of the beastmen's continent proliferated. Since childhood, Lan Xin had been prone to mosquito bites, and this day was no exception, with numerous welts adorning her skin. Cyan flicked his tail, attempting to swat the mosquitoes away. Although he possessed keen observational skills when it came to prey, he was utterly ineffective against these pesky insects, and even he bore several bites. He lifted a paw to scratch at his own irritation. Lan Xin headed to the courtyard, saying, I'll make some mosquito repellent. She returned with some mosquito-repelling herbs, boiling them in water until the herbs had lost their color. Cyan, curious about the concoction, watched her work, commenting, it smells awful. The aroma of the boiled herbs resembled an overpowering mint, pungent and sharp. Cyan pinched his nose in distaste, declaring, I would never drink that, mistakenly believing the repellent was meant for consumption. His face turned shade of green. Lan Xin sighed. It's meant to be applied to the skin to ward off mosquitoes. She poured the concoction into a jar and cooled it with cold water. Cyan felt a flicker of joy. Is this for me? Lan Xin denied it. I made it for myself, but I'll make some for you too. Lan Xin applied some cooled floral water on her skin. The sensation was refreshingly cool and immensely pleasant. Cyan mimicked her actions, and the itchiness from the mosquito bites gradually subsided, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Chapter 69. I have never been cherished by anyone. He had thought that floral water could only repel mosquitoes, but to his surprise, it also alleviated itching. After dinner, they applied floral water and placed some mosquito-repellent herbs by the bedside, enjoying a peaceful and restful night of sleep. The next day, Lan Xin learned from Yeqing that the beastmen were particularly susceptible to mosquitoes, suffering greatly from their torment. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to prepare a large pot of floral water for the beastmen. Upon hearing that Liu was about to invent something again, the beastmen eagerly abandoned their tasks to gather around, fearing they might miss out on a significant innovation. Today, I shall teach you about floral water, which can repel mosquitoes and relieve itching. Lan Xin assigned the females to gather mosquito-repellent herbs while the males were tasked with brewing the floral water. "This is floral water," Lan Xin said, as she scooped a small spoonful and applied it to a child who was crying due to mosquito bites. The mosquitoes in the beastmen's continent were notoriously vicious, leaving the skin red and itchy, often resulting in bleeding from scratching, which the children could hardly endure. After applying the floral water, the child, captivated by the cool sensation, sniffled and exclaimed, "It seems to be less itchy now. Thank you," which the beastmen were astonished by the miraculous effects of the floral water. Normally, they could only partially repel mosquitoes with the herbs, and it did nothing to soothe the itching. Although the floral water had a somewhat unpleasant odor, its efficacy was extraordinary, not only repelling mosquitoes, but also alleviating itching. Liu distributed equal portions of floral water to each beastman. Each beastman who received it cherished their share. "My little cub has been bitten all over by those wretched mosquitoes. It seems I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep tonight. Indeed, we are fortunate to have a witch in our tribe." The beastmen expressed their admiration for Lan Xin's floral water with a smile. Lan Xin declared, "Now that everyone has learned to make floral water, we shall no longer fear mosquito bites. 3 days later, the mud bricks had dried and solidified, making them ready for wall construction. Lan Xin began to concoct a suitable adhesive mixture, quickly discovering a plant that, when crushed and mixed with earth, became highly adhesive, effectively bonding 2 bricks together. Thus, Lan Xin and Cyanhin gathered the bricks and commenced building the walls, standing at approximately 1.9 meters tall. Cyanhin set the height of the house at around 2.6 meters. Many beastmen volunteered to assist with the wall construction, particularly the energetic little squirrel from Yeching's household, which hopped around enthusiastically, adeptly stacking bricks in high places due to its small size. Once the external walls were erected, Lan Xin further divided the interior into 3 small rooms, one for the living area, one for sleeping, and one for the kitchen. Initially, Lan Xin had considered adding a bathroom, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to the complexities of waterproofing, waste disposal, and ventilation, as she lacked formal architectural training in the beastman's continent. They typically resolve their sanitation needs by finding a thicket. At first, Lan Xin felt somewhat embarrassed, as if she were relieving herself in public, but eventually, she grew accustomed to it. After the walls were built, a surplus of bricks remained, and Lan Xin wished to avoid waste, deciding to use them to construct a fire pit. Having endured the harsh winter, she was determined not to experience it again. With a fire pit in place, during the snow season, they could light a fire in the stove and lay quilts over it to stay warm while sleeping. Lan Xin began to assemble the fire pit, believing it to be a task requiring considerable skill, so she did not enlist the beastmen's help. One curious beastman inquired about what Lan Xin was doing as she squatted in a corner arranging bricks. "What are you crafting?" Lan Xin replied, "I am making a fire pit. I plan to use it as a bed. During the snow season, we can light a fire inside, making the entire bed warm and cozy." "What a clever witch! May I watch you? I would like to make one for my home as well, of course. You can invite other beastmen to watch too," Lan Xin responded, pleased to have an opportunity to express her gratitude to those who had lent a hand. The beastmen gathered around, attentively observing Lan Xin's every move. Once she finished assembling the fire pit, she stood up and announced, "The fire pit is complete. Once the adhesive sets tomorrow, we can light a fire." The beastmen marveled at the fire pit, exclaiming its brilliance that it's truly splendid. "Just thinking about it warms me." Indeed, during the snow season, I could only transform into my beast form and curl up under animal hides. With this fire pit, I shall no longer fear the cold at night. Watching the beastmen bustling about for her new home, Lan Xin felt a wave of emotion wash over her. "All right, our house is nearly complete. We just need to add a roof, and then we can finish up. After this, I won't require any further assistance. You have all worked hard these past few days that if you like this kind of house, you can build one too. I will be happy to teach you." The beastman's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? I want to build a new house too. This house looks so comfortable and warm. I want one as well." The following morning, Lanshin and Cyanhin rose early to begin constructing the roof. Prevent the roof from collapsing under the weight of accumulated snow. Lanshin instructed Cyanhin to make it slanted, facilitating snow and rain runoff. They laid a thick layer of thatch and covered it with waterproof animal hides. A sturdy, waterproof roof was thus completed. Cyanhin gazed at Lanshin with uncontainable excitement. Our house is finished. We have built a house that can withstand wind and rain, resilient against the harsh cold and scorching heat. Unable to contain his joy, Cyanhin scooped Lanshin up and spun her around. Lanshin gazed contentedly at their labor-esque result, a neat house with 4 windows and 2 doors. The windows covered with animal hides that could be opened during the day for light, while the doors were fashioned from branches and wooden planks. A small garden for growing vegetables surrounded the front of the house, and a fence was erected at the back for raising livestock. Cyanhin was eager to move into their new home, hastily transferring their belongings from the tent without pause. Lanshin stared at the completed house, feeling somewhat dazed. Ever since her grandfather's passing, the family home had been sold by her father, and she never imagined she would become a homeowner in this lifetime. "All right, put me down. You're going to make me dizzy," Lanshin said, patting Cyanhin on the shoulder. Cyanhin set her down, his face radiating excitement and joy. That night, Lanshin and Cyanhin lay upon the fire pit. Cyanhin was enamored with the warmth of the fire pit, rolling around on the bed, excitedly pawing at the animal hides beneath him. Lanshin gave him a gentle kick, reminding him to behave and not ruin the hides. Even after being kicked, Cyanhin remained cheerful, his tail wagging like a spinning top behind him as the night deepened and silence enveloped them. Cyanhin finally settled down, lying obediently on the bed, his fluffy tail draping over Lanshin as usual. In the darkness, Lanshin suddenly called out Cyanhin's name. Cyanhin, he was nearly asleep, responding groggily. Lanshin whispered, "I have a home now." Lying in her own house, she had never felt such peace before. It was truly strange. In this land of beastmen, where she had no relatives, she felt a sense of security and warmth. Cyanhin flicked his tail and draped it over Lanshin. "Go to sleep." Lanshin turned to stroke his soft fur, akin to hugging a large plush toy, and peacefully drifted into slumber. The next day, many beastmen came to admire their newly constructed house, their eyes filled with envy. "It's simply beautiful inside the house. We can feel no trace of the cold wind. It's so warm and cozy. Living in such a house during the snow season is truly a blessing." Lanshin did not forget her promise to them. "If you like it, I can teach you how to build one too." The orcs gathered eagerly around Lanshin to register, fearful of missing the opportunity. In the following days, Lanshin dedicated herself to instructing the orcs on house construction, teaching them where to excavate red clay, how to craft mud bricks, and the method for creating windows. These orcs were remarkably intelligent, grasping concepts with ease, and most had previously assisted Lanshin in building houses, thus accumulating a considerable amount of experience. After several days, the Xianhua tribe had erected small cottages that sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain. However, the majority of the orcs could not summon the entire tribe's strength to build as Lanshin did, resulting in their houses being modest in size. From a distance, Lanshin's new abode stood majestically within the tribe. As the weather warmed, Lanshin began guiding the tribe in cultivating food. The orcs were astute. All Lanshin needed to do was provide them with seeds and teach them the planting techniques, and they excelled. This time, the orcs expanded their cultivation efforts, sowing staple crops like potatoes and wheat. After which Lanshin recommended they plant radishes. Having cultivated radish seeds during the snowy season, the planting process progressed swiftly. Each household of orcs tended to several plots of land. Once barren plains were now lush with vegetation, awaiting the harvest season. Behind her own house, Lanshin established a substantial garden for her own food cultivation. She instructed the orcs in agriculture. Her own points continued to rise. One day, 001 delivered the news. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 100 points. Lanshin responded, 001, "I wish to exchange some materials for making barbecue powder." Her supply was nearly depleted, and she had promised to teach the orcs how to prepare barbecue powder in the warm season. Cumin costs 100 points, and pepper costs 50 points. You currently have 200 points. Lanshin quickly exchanged her point for the materials and began researching planting methods. After cultivating suitable seeds, she summoned the orcs. These seeds of pepper and cumin are the vital ingredients for the barbecue powder I promised to teach you. Upon hearing this, the orcs were invigorated. Ever since tasting the barbecued meat flavored with Lansheen's barbecue powder, nothing else had compared. With great enthusiasm, they swiftly planted the pepper and cumin. Lansheen had also promised the groundhogs to teach them how to cultivate sugarcane, so upon nurturing the seedlings, she gathered them as well. Is this a stick? The groundhog orcs were intrigued by the long object in Lansheen's hand. This is sugarcane. It can be used to make sweet sugar. With this, we can create juice, she explained, revealing the sugarcane to them. As she had previously promised, the groundhogs tasted a piece of sugarcane and were immediately captivated by its sweetness. "Oh, delicious! So sweet!" they exclaimed, gazing at her with eager anticipation. "Shaman, we love it! Can you take us to plant sugarcane?" "Of course, let's head to the fields," Lansheen replied. However, Cyan tugged at her sleeve, unwilling to let her go till he missed her presence. "Often going a day without seeing his mate, I understand," Lansheen said. Yet, Cyan still held on her garment. "Once I finish this busy period, we will have plenty of time to play together." Only then did he reluctantly release her hand. The groundhogs exchanged incredulous looks. Was this truly their stoic and aloof white lion leader? Cyan watched Lansheen's departing figure, his expression tinged with melancholy, as though he were a jilted lover. What to do when my mate is so popular? It's troubling. 10 days later, the warm season truly commenced, bringing with it sweltering heat. Cyan led the tribe's orcs in hunting on the mountains, but the traps could only capture a limited number of prey, necessitating that the orcs eventually take to the field themselves. Often, he returned drenched in sweat, reinforcing Lansheen's desire to raise livestock. She shared her thoughts with Cyan, who wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, they enclosed a section behind their house with a fence to serve as a backyard for livestock. At this moment, Lansheen and Cyan lay in the grass, anxiously observing the traps that a female goat, lured by the enticing herbs atop the trap, cautiously approached. With a splash, the goat fell into the trap. Cyan sprang from the underbrush, opening his lion jaws to seize its neck. "Be careful not to bite too hard," Lansheen cautioned. Soon after, they captured 2 wild rabbits, 1 male and 1 female. Lansheen hoped to catch a male goat as well. But after a lengthy wait without success, they had to return home. Initially, the captured prey displayed fierce defiance. Even the rabbits attempted to bite, dashing about in the enclosure. Fortunately, Lansheen had anticipated this behavior and reinforced the fence. Preventing any breaches, Cyan roared at them fiercely, and the 3 captured creatures fell silent, huddling in the corner of the enclosure, barely daring to breathe, though defiance lingered in their eyes, as if ready to retaliate at any moment. The creatures of the Orc continent were indeed fierce, which made hunting them a considerable challenge. Lansheen poured some spiritual liquid on the ground. The 3 captured animals seemed drawn to the scent, approaching her to lick the essence from the earth. When they lifted their heads once more, Lansheen noticed their gazes had transformed entirely, now submissive, as if she were their master. Her heart swelled with joy. It truly works. Chapter 70. They must be here to plead for mercy the next day. While feeding the goat and rabbits, Lansheen was pleasantly surprised to notice that the female goat's belly had grown noticeably round, indicating she might be pregnant. Elated, she hurried to share the delightful news with Cyan, who was returning from a hunt, reeking of blood and dragging a severely mauled wild boar, evidence of a fierce battle. Concerned that his scent would linger on her, Cyan discarded the boar on the ground and went to bathe in the yard. The boar was still a piglet, its meat appearing exceptionally tender. Lansheen skillfully prepared the piglet, brushing it with honey and sauce before placing it on a spit to roast. When Cyan returned from his bath, his brow was furrowed, and he walked with some difficulty. Noticing his discomfort, Lansheen inquired, "What happened to your foot?" "I didn't pay attention while descending the mountain and cut it on a stone," he replied. Lansheen urged him to sit. "Elevate your foot, let me see." Cyan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, protested, "It's fine. It'll heal in a few days." Lansheen insisted, "Hurry." When he lifted his foot, she saw a significant gash. Lansheen went to the garden, gathered some herbs, and ground them into a medicinal paste for him to apply. Seeing the severity of his injury, she asked, "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" "It's too hot. The orcs don't wear shoes in the warm season. Our shoes are made of bee skin, wrapping the foot in a single piece. They are suitable for the rainy and snowy seasons, but in warm weather, they become stifling and can even cause foot odor. Launching typically didn't climb the mountains, so going barefoot was manageable for her. However, for Saihin and other males who frequently hunt in the mountains, not wearing shoes made them prone to injury, that a breathable pair of shoes was essential for them in the warm season. Launching glanced at her bare feet and conceived an idea. I'll make a few pairs of sandals. Saihin asked curiously, sandals? Very cool shoes. You'll understand once I make them. Now let's eat. The roasted suckling pig on the rack was nearly done, exuding an aroma that made one's mouth water. Its skin had been crisped to perfection, and when Wanxin sliced through it with a bone knife, a satisfying crack echoed in the air. Wanxin tore off a generous piece of the pig's trotters and began to gnaw on it. After the meal, she commenced crafting sandals. After satiating his hunger, Es transformed into his beast form and lay on the ground, watching Wanxin work. She took out several strands of grass rope and began to weave, reminiscing about her grandfather's method for making grass sandals. First, intertwining the grass ropes to form a sole, then crafting the upper, trimming any excess fringe to create a complete sandal. Being meticulous, Wanxin also retrieved a small piece of animal hide to cushion the upper, preventing discomfort. She tried them on and found them to fit perfectly as stood up and inspected the sandals, his claws scratching the ground impatiently. Noticing his eagerness, Wanxin chuckled. Don't rush. I shall make a pair for you as well. The following day, after tending to the livestock in the backyard, Wanxin donned her sandals and ascended the mountain. The division of labor in the tribe remained as usual, with females gathering wild fruits and males hunting. S, reluctant to transform back into his beast form, ambled about in his sandals, fearing that others might not realize they were crafted by Wanxin. Soon enough, several orcs noticed their footwear. Leopard's Roar and Yiqing approached, inquiring, Chief, what kind of shoes are these? They seem quite cool. Es proudly wiggled his feet. These sandals were made by my partner. That Leopard's Roar scratched his ear, clearly puzzled. He had merely asked about the shoes. Not their maker, Wanxin answered. These are called sandals. Once worn, they allow everyone to transform into their human forms without fear of injuring themselves on stones. The orcs gathered around. Intrigued, they appear both cool and safe. I wish to make a pair too. Wanxin replied, It's quite simple. I previously taught you how to weave baskets. The method is similar. Within a few days, the orcs of the tribe were all wearing grass sandals, which were lightweight and breathable, rapidly gaining popularity. One day, after finishing a meal at home, the tribe leader urgently summoned everyone. His face was etched with worry. Alas, our fire-starting stones are nearly depleted, that I recently promised the Bee tribe 4 bags of fish in exchange for 1 bag of firestones. Yet our tribe has only managed to catch 1 bag. Does anyone have any ideas? In the north, the source of fire-starting stones came from the volcano where the Bee tribe resided. A single stone lasted a year, and once used, it needed to be purchased anew. The Bee tribe had become the most powerful and affluent tribe in the north precisely because of the wealth the volcano provided. An orc, filled with indignation, exclaimed, The Bee tribe is truly insatiable, demanding 4 bags of fish for just 1 bag of firestones. Although Wanxin had previously taught them how to fish, the fish had grown wise, rarely taking the bait. Not to mention, catching even 1 bag of fish had become a formidable task. The orcs were filled with trepidation. What shall we do? Without firestones, we cannot survive. The absence of firestones meant no cooking and no boiling water. The volcano was indeed the land of the Xianhua tribe. It was the Bee tribe that had driven them here, fully aware of the difficulties in catching fish, which seemed a deliberate attempt to drive them to the brink. Several years prior, the powerful Bee tribe had appointed an ambitious peacock chieftain who relentlessly annexed surrounding smaller tribes, with the Xianhua tribe being one of them. The orcs from the annexed tribes were reduced to slaves of the Bee tribe. To escape annihilation, the Xianhua tribe willingly surrendered the volcano and signed a peace treaty with the Bee tribe. S issued a command. From this moment forward, everyone shall engage in fishing. All fish must be surrendered. His expression was grave, emanating a formidable aura of aggression. The tribe leader nodded. Indeed, our primary task is to fish. At that moment, Wanxin, sitting nearby, stood up. I have a method for catching more fish. Meanwhile, in the Bee tribe, a group of orcs sat around a fire, chatting. Today marked the final day. They would undoubtedly fail to deliver the required amount of fish. The Sienua tribe had breached the agreement first, providing them with the perfect pretext to openly attack. Our chieftain is truly wise to devise such a scheme. I have long inquired. Not a single oar from the Sienua tribe starved during the snow season, that I wonder where they obtain so much food. We have underestimated them, but soon they shall become our slaves. One orc remarked. I heard their leader, S, is exceptionally handsome. I must have him as my mate. As the orcs animatedly conversed, a bird swooped down from the sky, delivering news. The Sienua tribe is approaching. Did they truly dare to come? Had they managed to catch 4 baskets of fish? Unlikely. They must be here to plead for mercy. Let us go out and see for ourselves. The peacock chieftain rose from the ground and stepped outside to her astonishment. The goat chieftain of the Sienua tribe indeed had 4 bags of fish carried before her. Chieftain Sparrow, it has been a long time. The goat chieftain instructed the orcs to place the fish before her. This is the agreed-upon 4 bags. The peacock chieftain narrowed her eyes. The orcs from the bead tribe opened the bags, exclaiming, Chieftain, it truly is fish. They had never encountered so much fish before. Given the scarcity of food this year, these orcs were ravenous, their mouths watering at the sight of such abundance. The peacock chieftain, momentarily taken aback, inquired, How did you catch so many fish? The goat chieftain responded nonchalantly, That is a secret. We encountered a benefactor who guided us. There was no way he would disclose their fishing methods to an enemy. The orcs from the bead tribe fixated on their sandals, asking, Where did you acquire those shoes? What kind of shoes are they? They look quite comfortable. The bead tribe prided itself on being the most powerful and affluent in the north, possessing the most advanced items, yet they had never seen such shoes. The goat chieftain replied, These were invented by our shaman. The sandals they wore were precisely the grass sandals Wanshin had taught them to make. The bead orcs were even more astonished. A shaman? How peculiar that a poverty-stricken tribe like the Sienua would have a shaman willing to stay with them. The bead orcs exchanged glances. The peacock chieftain, concerned with her image, dismissed it airily. Do not look so incredulous. Our tribe also has shamans. Perhaps we shall have them make us a few pairs, having fulfilled the agreement by delivering the fish. The peacock chieftain had no choice but to hand over the fire-starting stones. As she watched the goat chieftain depart, her expression soured. She had initially intended to seize the Sienua tribe in one fell swoop, but now her plans had fallen through. Although she had obtained 4 bags of fish, her heart felt heavy. The peacock chieftain commanded, Eagle Vale, follow them and discover what the Sienua tribe is truly up to. Back in the Sienua tribe, the orcs rested by the Sienua River. Fortunately, Wanshin invented the fishing net. We managed to catch enough fish within the stipulated time. Wanshin and the orcs united in their efforts, crafting a massive fishing net from hemp rope. Once cast, even the most cunning fish could not evade capture. Although the hemp rope nets would decay and lack durability, their efficiency in fishing surpassed that of rods significantly. Wanshin reminded them, In the future, when you wish to catch fish, you can collaborate to create a fishing net, but do ensure not to overfish. If we disrupt the ecological balance of the river, we shall have no fish left to eat. Fortunately, the orcs held Wanshin's words in high regard, and upon hearing her caution, they nodded in agreement. S rose. Well then, nightfall approaches. Everyone should return home to rest after a long day. Wanshin too clapped her hands to stand, but after sitting for so long, her legs felt numb, and she plopped back down. Clumsy S scoffed lightly, walking over to scoop her legs up. Wanshin's cheeks flushed as she patted his shoulder. What are you doing? There's so many people here. Put me down. Very well. S feigned letting go, causing Wanshin to grip his neck in alarm. S grinned triumphantly. Now, it is you who does not want me to let go. Wanshin was at a loss for words. You. She realized S had grown increasingly charming with his words. All right, you have worked hard all day. I shall carry you home. Upon seeing Wanshin nestled against his shoulder, too shy to reveal her face, Siyihin found her utterly adorable, but he chuckled, remarking, What is there to be shy about? Everyone around us is just the same. Wanshin, feeling somewhat skeptical, lifted her head and asked. Really? However, upon glancing around, her embarrassment deepened. All she could see were young cubs, exhausted and asleep in their parents' embrace. What was this? She was not a child. That evening, Lan Xin and Si Yihan finished their dinner before darkness fell. After their meal, they applied some floral water and lay down on the in the Beastman continent. There was neither electricity nor candles, as illumination was solely provided by the burning of bonfires. Yet, with the warm season gradually heating up, relying on a bonfire for light became unbearably stifling. Without any means of illumination, as soon as night fell, they could only succumb to sleep in the darkness. Lan Xin blinked in boredom, feeling as if the days of working late into the night were a distant memory. Lying in bed after dinner, waiting for sleep to come, was something she could hardly have imagined before. She turned over and noticed that Si Yihan was also awake. She softly called out to him, saying it was unclear when exactly Lan Xin had silently permitted Si Yihan to transform in a human form and lie beside her. Si Yihan, indeed, had not fallen asleep. He responded with a casual, "Are you able to sleep?" She asked. "Not really," he replied, that if only we had some means of illumination, we wouldn't need to go to bed so early. Si Yihan dismissed her concerns, expressing that he rather enjoyed the current situation. Beastmen had excellent night vision, enabling Si Yihan to clearly discern Lan Xin even in the dark. They lay facing each other, his gentle gaze tracing her outline in the shadows. Lan Xin resolved, "Tomorrow, I shall make a candle." The next day, Lan Xin gathered some sheep tallow in the tribe and fashioned it into a small dish, using grass twine to create a wick, thus managing to make a rudimentary natural candle. Although the light emitted was dim, it was certainly an improvement over the bonfire. Lan Xin also collected some wooden boards, carving the beast god numerals onto them to create a makeshift deck of cards in the Beastman continent. There were no Arabic numerals. Their counting system was referred to as beast god numerals. With the cards in hand, she finally had a form of entertainment to indulge in during the evenings. As night fell, Lan Xin lit the candle and took out the playing card. Si Yihan returned to the room after washing the dishes. His curiosity piqued by the small dish of "Is this a candle?" he inquired. "Yes, I made it. What do you think?" Si Yihan did not hold back in his praise. "Impressive." Lan Xin arranged the cards on the bed, her fair feet swinging at the edge as she beckoned him. "Come play. I'll introduce you to a game." She was overflowing with joy, having not enjoyed such entertainment in the evenings for quite some time. Si Yihan gazed at her radiant, gentle smile, feeling as if a soft breeze had brushed against his heart. He suppressed his rising restlessness and feigned calm as he approached. "I'm coming." "What are these?" Lan Xin laid several cards before him, explaining the rules of the game. As Si Yihan was quickly captivated by the cards. He had never played such an entertaining game before. Given her experience, Lan Xin won several rounds initially. Si Yihan, with a strong desire to win, was determined to turn the tide. He was indeed quite clever, and as the game progressed, he became increasingly familiar with the rules and began to win a few rounds himself. The two played until the midnight hour, their evening finally infused with liveliness thanks to the candle and the cards. With the arrival of the warm season, Si Yihan's shedding period commenced, leaving their home strewn with his fur. Lan Xin crafted a wooden comb specifically to groom him one morning. Si Yihan naturally lay beside Lan Xin as she used the comb to smooth his fur. A contented rumble emanated from his throat as she ran her fingers through his soft white coat. "All done," she announced, patting his back. Lan Xin then rose to wash her face before retrieving a bee-skin skirt from the cabinet. With the weather turning hot, the heavy bee-skin attire was no longer suitable. So she fashioned a lighter skirt and short-sleeved top. The short-sleeved top resembled a crop top, offering a cooler fit. The skirt accentuated her long legs, while the fitted top showcased her slender waist and alluring curves. Lan Xin had always held great confidence in her figure. Feeling pleased with her appearance, she twirled before Si Yihan, asking, "What do you think of this outfit?" Si Yihan merely covered his mouth in silence. Furrowing her brow, Lan Xin questioned, "What's wrong? Are you speechless because it's ugly?" After a long pause, Si Yihan finally muttered, "It's horrendous. You must not wear outside." Alarm bells rang within Si Yihan's mind. Such attire was only suitable for wearing at home. The thought of other males flocking to their abode was unbearable. However, Lan Xin paid him no heed, deeming him a spoilsport with no taste. They said love made one blind. Yet Si Yihan professed to like her. Didn't he? With a playful glare at Si Yihan, she twirled again, only to notice him still covering his mouth. Upon closer inspection, she realized he seemed to be bleeding, with blood trickling from his fingertips. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "What happened to you?" Siyin sniffed. "It's nothing." Lan Xin removed his hand and was astonished to discover he was, in fact, experiencing a nosebleed. Oh, he hadn't been covering his mouth, but rather trying to stifle his nosebleed? Lan Xin was both amused and a bit smug, thinking, "And you claimed it was ugly. You're the one who has a nosebleed." Yihin stubbornly refused to concede, insisting, "It's just the heat." Lan Xin fetched some cotton from her space to stanch his nosebleed, stating, "You might truly be overheated. Recently, there have been many cases of beastmen suffering from heat stroke in the tribe. I'll prepare some cooling tea." Lan Xin ventured into the yard to gather herbs to brew a pot of cooling tea. Lately, several beastmen from the tribe had succumbed to heat stroke while hunting in the mountains, so she collected additional herbs for Yi Qing to distribute among everyone. This is cooling tea. Simply boil these herbs in a pot until they turn black to prevent heat stroke. She explained why Yi Qing accepted the herbs, replying, "Okay, thank you, Lan Xin, that I'll share them with everyone." Her gaze fell upon Lan Xin's attire, and she exclaimed, "Lan Xin, you look stunning in that outfit." Siyin grunted in discontent. "What are you looking at?" "No matter how pretty she is still my partner." Lan Xin, elated to receive compliments, responded without modesty, "I think so too." "You have good taste." Siyin, "That guy said it was unappealing and told me not to wear it outside. Hearing you say that, I feel emboldened to wear it out." Yi Qing, perceptive as she was, quickly deduced that the chief was feeling jealous. Sure enough, when she looked up, she saw Siyin glaring at her with a dark expression. Despite her attempts to remedy the situation, Yi Qing meekly added, "Well, it's not that great." Siyihin's expression darkened further. How dare she suggest that Lan Xin was unattractive? Did this squirrel have a death wish? Under the weight of Siyihin's piercing gaze, Yi Qing felt restless and quickly departed with the herbs in hand. After Yi Qing left, Lan Xin poured the cooling tea into 2 bowls. "Here, this is the cooling tea," she said. The tea was dark and murky, and Siyin hesitated before taking a sip. Contrary to his expectations, it was quite pleasant, leaving a refreshing sensation in his throat. "It's really good," he remarked, narrowing his eyes in delight. Lan Xin gulped down a large bowl herself. Of course, in our world, this is a summer essential. That Lan Xin's cooling tea was distributed among the tribe, leading to a notable decrease in heat stroke cases among the beastmen. As the warm season progressed, the weather grew increasingly hot. After merely watering the vegetables in the front yard, Lan Xin was drenched in sweat, grumbling about the dreadful heat. Yihin fanned her with a makeshift leaf fan. Feeling overly sticky and wanting to take a bath, Lan Xin lamented the absence of shower gel or soap. Bathing simply involved rinsing with clean water, leaving her feeling perpetually grimy. Determined to create some soap, she recalled that the most crucial ingredient was soap pods. Turning to Siyin, she inquired, "Is there a plant here known as soap fruit?" "It's green and round." Siyin pondered for a moment. "I don't believe I've seen it, but many plants have sprouted in the mountains recently. You might want to take a look. Perhaps you'll find something." Lan Xin nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll join the tribe on their mountain expedition tomorrow." The following day, as they prepared to venture out, Siyin, concerned that she might suffer sunburn, fashioned a sunshade straw hat for her to wear. Lan Xin recollected how Siyin had lingered by the candlelight the previous night. Seemingly reluctant to retire, all in the effort to create the hat for her, tea was rather unsightly, she thought to herself, yet a sense of joy bubbled within her. Why hadn't he made one for himself as well? Siyin chuckled, "I am not as delicate as you." Ever since Ian's leg had healed, Lan Xin had ventured outdoors infrequently, her skin remaining fair and tender, reddening at the slightest hint of sunlight. After feeding some food to the livestock in the backyard, she donned the straw hat and set off with the beastmen to the mountains. Indeed, the warmth of the season transformed the mountain landscape. Life thrived abundantly, with a plethora of plants Lan Xin had never encountered before. Her confidence in locating the soap fruit soared. Upon reaching the mountain, Lan Xin and Siyin split into 2 groups. Lan Xin joined the female beastmen to gather wild fruits, while Siyin led the male beastmen deeper into the forest to hunt. Curious about Lan Xin's search, one of the accompanying beastmen inquired, "What are you looking for? Can we assist you?" Lan Xin replied, "I am in search of soap fruit." When made into soap, it cleanses the body more thoroughly. The beastmen expressed astonishment. Such a fruit exists. After a long day of roaming, they returned home covered in sweat and dirt, and the prospect of such a fruit seemed too good to be true. Lan Xi nodded. Please keep an eye out for a round, green fruit that I've found. I can teach you how to use it. The beastmen cheered. Wonderful. Thus they all joined the quest for the soap fruit. Suddenly, a small beast man called out from a distance. Which, I found it. The little one proudly displayed the fruit. Which, is this it? Lan Xi took the fruit, rubbed it in her hands, and soon produced a rich lather of bubbles. This is it, she exclaimed, patting the small beast man's head in gratitude. The little beast man smiled shyly. The surrounding beast men gazed enviously at the child, wishing they had been the first to find it, eager for the gentle touch of the witch. Lan Xi and the beast men returned with a large bag of soap fruits. She gathered everyone together to make soap. The process was remarkably simple. Slice the soap fruit to remove the pit, mash it into a paste, and shape it into round balls. The beastmen worked collaboratively. Some washed the fruits, others mashed the pulp, while a few crafted the balls. Some of the more delicate females even gathered fragrant flowers, asking, "Which can we include these?" Of course, she replied, with the addition of the fragrant blossoms. The soap balls became aromatic, effectively masking the odor of sweat. An idea struck Lan Xi as she recalled Si Yin's fondness for the scent of danhong grass. Thus, she crafted several soap balls infused with that fragrance. Once the soap balls were complete, Lan Xi gathered everyone once more. Our soap is ready. I will distribute 2 soap balls to each of you. When bathing, simply rub them on your skin to generate a dense foam, cleansing more thoroughly than water alone. With the heat of the season, everyone can now enjoy a refreshing wash. Each beastman receiving the soap beamed with joy, thanking the witch. Once the soap was distributed, the beastmen eagerly hurried home to bathe, while Lan Xi reserved a few for Si Yin returned, somewhat disheartened, having caught no game that day. Sensing his melancholy, Lan Xi asked, "What troubles you?" He scratched his head. "I didn't catch a single prey today." That it was rare to witness Si Yin so despondent, and Lan Xi felt a pang in her heart. She comforted him. "Do not be disheartened. Our ewe is about to give birth, and soon we will have plenty of game." As Yin hung his head low, "You are so capable, tending sheep, cooking, and growing vegetables, yet I cannot even catch any prey." Was Si Yin feeling inferior? Lan Xi was taken aback. Astonished that someone so proud could harbor such thoughts, she took his hand. "That is not true. See, in my eyes, you're the most remarkable beastman. You help me wash dishes, fetch water, gather cotton, and care for me when I'm ill, things that no other beastman would do for me." After speaking these words, Lan Xi was momentarily stunned, realizing how significant Si Yin had become to her. "Really?" he asked, his eyes wide with hope. "Yes," she affirmed resolutely. "Then when will you come to like me?" Lan Xi smiled, candidly responding, "I believe I've already begun to like you a little." Once, she had feared that such feelings might burden her. But in truth, Si Yin brought her companionship and care. It was time to reciprocate the affection of this lion. She could not leave him in a state of uncertainty. As Yin's eyes widened in surprise, as he suddenly lifted Lan Xi into his arms. "You mustn't change your mind about what you've said." Lan Xi chuckled. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he cradled her waist. "Then when shall we mate? How about today? Are beastmen always this direct?" Lan Xi pondered, feeling somewhat awkward at the thought of mating with a beastman after living as a human for over 20 years. Moreover, she had yet to grasp how mating occurred among beastmen, particularly if it involved their beast forms that no, she could not accept that. Stammering, she replied, "Don't rush. I only like you a little at this point." Si Yin nuzzled her neck in a display of grievance, but other beastmen can mate once they have a partner. Lan Xi's gaze faltered. "Let us wait a bit longer. I'm not ready yet." Seeing Si Yin's mood seemed to improve slightly, she offered him a soap ball. "Here, this is for you." Upon receiving the gift from Lan Xi, Si Yin's frown dissipated. "For me? Is this the soap you mentioned?" "Let me smell it." After sniffing, his eyes lit up. "It's danhong grass, my favorite scent." With the soap in hand, Lan Xi finally felt the joy of bathing. After her wash, she emerged fragrant and free from the discomfort of sticky sweat. The only downside was her regret at having included danhong grass in the soap. Sai Yihan appeared to be quite enamored with the scent, as every time she finished bathing, she felt his intense, predatory gaze upon her, making her fear that one day he might consume her whole. What Lan Xin was unaware of was that Si Yihan's fervor was not solely due to the scent of danhong grass, but rather the words Lan Xin had spoken, her admission of liking him. Even if it was just a little, it was more than enough to satisfy Si Yihan. He began to envision their happy future together, pondering how many little cubs they might have, perhaps a whole litter of beautiful daughters like Lan Xin. Before Si Yihan's daydreams could materialize, he was overwhelmed by the heat of the season. The warm season reached its peak. It became the hottest time of the year. The ground of the Beastman continent was so scorching that it could fry an EGG. Si Yihan, transformed into his beast form, lay panting on the ground, appearing utterly drained by the heat. Perhaps due to their differing constitutions, while Lan Xin also felt the heat, it was not to the same extreme as Si Yihan. As she fanned herself, she inquired of the system. 001. Is there any refreshing food or ice pops available to cool off? None available, came the disappointing reply. All right then, Lan Xin sighed. However, the system has introduced a new search function that can assist in finding the items you need. The first use includes a complimentary map, 001 explained. Why didn't you mention such a useful function earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have exhausted myself searching for red clay and soap fruit. Lan Xin exclaimed. Such a feature was mentioned upon our initial meeting. As time progresses, the system will unveil more functionalities, 001 stated. Lan Xin, skeptical of free offerings, queried, what is your true intention? With a robotic monotone, 001 reassured, you need not worry. I will never harm you today as for the reason. You will understand in due course. Consider me a benefit for those who have crossed over and no longer fixated on her doubts. Lan Xin asked, how many points does it cost to use the search function? Each search costs 1,000 points. Despite her confession of feelings for Si Yihan resulting in a rapid accumulation of points, Lan Xin now possessed 1,200 points. She contemplated, can you assist in locating saltpeter? Having learned in chemistry class that saltpeter absorbs heat when dissolved in water, lowering the temperature enough to freeze it, Lan Xin realized that acquiring saltpeter would enable her to create ice. Please hold on. I will conduct a search, the system replied. Affirmative, it is available. Great. I would like to search for saltpeter. Lan Xin declared. With a resonant chime, a map materialized in Lan Xin's mind. The first sight of the vast expanse of the Orc continent was overwhelming, and the Xianyue tribe where she resided appeared merely as a diminutive dot on the map. The voice of 001 echoed. I have located the nearest position of saltpeter, marked by a red dot on the map. Upon closer inspection, Lan Xin discovered that the saltpeter was not far off. Astonishingly, it lay within the mountains surrounding the Xianyue tribe. After lunch, Lan Xin conveyed this information to S. Was taken aback by the notion that Nuanji could generate ice, and shared the same concern as Lan Xin. Are you certain that the system within you poses no harm? Its capabilities seem excessively formidable. Lan Xin shook her head. I am uncertain, but as its host, it exists within me, so it surely poses no threat to my health. She gently smoothed the furrowed brow of S, reassuring him, do not worry too much. If it truly intended to harm me, it need not wait until now. After we have dined, let us gather the orcs to excavate the saltpeter. Saltpeter is typically buried deep underground. Thus, the assistance of the orcs was essential. S assembled a group of adept diggers from the tribe and set off. Upon learning of Lan Xin's ability to produce ice during the warm season, the orcs were eager to embark immediately. They were suffering from the oppressive heat, and despite consuming cool tea daily, many orcs still succumbed to heat stroke. Lan Xin scheduled the excavation for the evening, the time when temperatures would be comparatively lower. And the orcs possessed exceptional night vision, ensuring their efforts would not be hindered by darkness. Along the way, S held Lan Xin's hand tightly. Fearful of losing her in the shadows, a warmth blossomed in Lan Xin's heart as she playfully remarked, why are you holding my hand on such a sweltering day? My palms are sweating. S enveloped her entire hand. What? Are you not delighted to hold hand with someone you cherish? Since that day, he had taken to frequently mentioning this. If Lan Xin were oblivious to S's feelings for her, she might have thought he was jesting. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, I've already said I only like you a little. Do not let it go to your head that S was undeterred, instead indulging in his own thoughts. A little liking is still liking. Isn't liking synonymous with love? Chapter 72. When will you be willing to mate? Longines mused. How did I not notice S's arrogance sooner? After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at the designated location on the map. Longines pointed to a nearby stone wall, declaring, "This is the spot. Let us begin digging." That night, Longines was destined to marvel once more at the orcs' excavation skills, and no one could rival these orcs in their expertise. The saltpeter here was abundant, and the orcs managed to excavate several bags in just one evening. The following day, Longines gathered the orcs to teach them how to make ice. The orcs looked on with curiosity. Is this truly saltpeter? Can it really be transformed into ice? Longines filled a small jar with water, then took a larger container, filled it with water, and placed the smaller jar inside, continuously adding saltpeter to the larger vessel. Before long, the saltpeter absorbed heat, causing the water within the smaller jar to freeze, emitting wisps of cold air. The orcs witnessing this spectacle felt as though they were in a dream. This is simply enchanting. The orcs closest could even feel the refreshing chill, exclaiming, "How cool and delightful." Having gathered a substantial amount of saltpeter, Longines reserved a portion for herself and distributed the remainder among the orcs who had assisted in the excavation. Those in need of saltpeter may approach these orcs for trade. She announced. One long-haired female orc scoffed. "Why are we not receiving any?" Longines recognized her as Sudan, the female meerkat orc and cousin of Anha. Longines frowned. "You did not participate in the excavation, and moreover, I have shared the method with you. You may create your own." Sudan retorted. "I merely find it unfair. Previously, the soap and floral water were evenly distributed among us. Why is this different?" Before Longines could respond, numerous orcs voiced their dissent. "Sudan, your argument lacks merit. Without the shaman, we would never have discovered such useful items that I believe the shaman's distribution is quite fair. Indeed, while the soap and floral water were plentiful enough for equal sharing, the saltpeter was scarce and should be allocated to those who toiled through the night." Sudan felt aggrieved. "Why are you all supporting her? She was originally from the Bay tribe. I heard she snuck back there not long ago. Are you not concerned she might be a spy sent by them?" "Humph. By your logic, you are Anha's cousin, and Anha is a traitor in our tribe. I find you equally suspicious for sowing discord between us and the shaman." "Exactly. The shaman has made significant contributions to our tribe, and we will not tolerate such slander." Surrounded by so many orcs, Sudan bit her lip and left in indignation. Back at home, Es placed the prepared ice blocks in the room, instantly cooling the space and dispelling the oppressive heat. Longines also made some chilled fruit juice and popsicles from the ice. Relishing the hard-earned coolness, Longines took a large sip of the juice and exclaimed, "A summer with ice is truly summer." Es savored the popsicle, feeling so content that it seemed his tail was wagging. As Longines enjoyed her treat, she inquired, "What are your thoughts on Sudan?" Es replied, "It's rather strange. I sense she is deliberately trying to incite discord between you and the orcs, but her methods are rather rudimentary." Longines nodded in agreement. "I also feel that someone is orchestrating her actions from behind the scenes." Longines and Es exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously declaring, "The Bay tribe," Es added, "though we are uncertain of their intentions, we can ascertain that their target is you. Please try to stay indoors as much as possible. I will ensure your safety." Longines beamed, understood that a fortnight later, the ewe in Longines' backyard gave birth to 4 lambs. Es later caught several wild boars and sheep, gradually enriching the backyard. After the ewe birthed the lambs, she began producing milk, prompting Longines to invite Es to help her milk the sheep. Es looked at Longines milking the ewe with a mix of bewilderment and disbelief, as though witnessing an oddity. "What are you doing?" Longines, unperturbed, continued her task, milking the sheep. "Come and help me." "Why milk sheep?" "Longines, you have long surpassed the weaning age." Longines replied, "Fresh sheep's milk is delightful, and regular consumption can enhance skin tone. In our world, finding such natural sheep's milk is quite rare." That Es was adamant about not joining her in milking. Thus, Longines had no choice but to enlist his help in shearing the sheep, as the wool could be fashioned into cozy blankets for the winter season. While Es wielded a bone knife to shear the sheep, he lamented, "It's sweltering, and I'm shearing wool while also helping with milking." Why am I not afforded such privileges? Lanqin could not resist teasing. Surely you are not envious of the sheep. Little one S's face flushed crimson. I've already requested that you refrain from calling me that name. Lanqin chuckled heartily. The ewe birthed a total of 4 lambs. Overwhelmed with the responsibility, Lanqin distributed the lambs among the male warriors who had made notable contributions to the tribe over the past year, as well as particularly diligent females. Not long ago, the first batch of potatoes in the tribe had matured, providing ample food for every household. Lanqin addressed them. Now that we have sufficient food, any surplus can be used to feed these livestock, allowing them to grow and reproduce for future sustenance. The orcs gazed at Lanqin with admiration. These sheep are remarkably obedient. Lanqin, what method did you employ to make them yield? It's simply astounding. Unable to divulge the secret of the spiritual water, Lanqin vaguely attributed it to feeding the lamb's medicine. Fortunately, the orcs were quite naive and accepted Lanqin's explanation readily, their imaginations ignited by the prospect of a prosperous future. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 give birth to 4. Soon we shall have an abundance of game. No more risking our lives to hunt in the mountains. One day, Yi Qing visited Lanqin, inviting her to ascend the mountains to gather fruit. Due to the weather, an abundance of sweet fruits had recently appeared on the mountains. Yi Qing plucked a fruit. This is the season for fruit ripening. We must consume it within 3 days, or it will rot on the trees. After these 3 days, only sour fruits will remain. Lanqin picked a fruit and took a bite. Indeed, the fruits of this season were exceptionally sweet, bursting with juice upon being bitten. Reflecting on how everyone would soon be unable to enjoy such sweet fruits after these 3 days, Lanqin felt a twinge of regret. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, we could dry these fruits, allowing them to be preserved for a longer time. Yeqing asked, drying them, do you mean like jerky? Exactly. Yeqing clapped her hands, right? How could we not have thought of that? Lanqin busied herself for several days, teaching everyone how to make dried fruits. She had collected a basket of fruits and stored them in her personal space, knowing that the fruits there would not spoil. This way, she could enjoy fresh fruits at any time. Just after instructing the orcs in making dried fruits, wheat and sugarcane matured in quick succession. Lanqin was once again occupied, tirelessly teaching everyone how to pound rice, make noodles, and produce sugar, although her initial motivation for assisting these orcs was merely to accumulate points. She later felt a sense of accomplishment upon witnessing the orcs in the tribe thrive. Being a master's graduate in agronomy, her greatest aspiration was to alleviate hunger for all. Now, seeing the entire tribe transform due to her presence, she truly felt that her journey across worlds held significance. Syn observed her early departures and late returns with concern, urging her to rest for a few days. Lanqin, though feeling fatigued, found herself unable to sleep when lying in bed. It is often said that moderate alcohol consumption can promote sleep. Recalling that she had brewed a pot of wine from wheat not long ago, Lanqin retrieved it to share with Syn, also preparing a few skewers of meat to grill. Cheers, she exclaimed, tilting her head back to gulp down the wine from the blanket. Syn hesitantly took a sip, instantly grimacing at the bitterness. Is this really wine? It's not pleasant. Lanqin poured him another glass. It's actually good. You'll know once you drink a bit more. Syn tried a few more sips, but shook his head. I don't like wine. Well, it seems you're better suited for juice then. Time passed, and the jar of wine was nearly half empty when Lanqin leaned against Syn's embrace. The effects of intoxication flushed her cheeks a rosy hue, reminiscent of blooming pink flowers in the warm season, causing Syn's heart to race. Unaware that Lanqin was drunk, he mistakenly thought she was merely tired, taking her hand to guide her to bed. However, Lanqin shrugged off his hand and playfully attempted to pull open Syn's clothing, grinning mischievously. What's the rush? Let me feel your abs before I sleep. I must inspect the goods first. When intoxicated, Lanqin had a troublesome habit of adopting roles, and tonight she was portraying a lascivious wealthy woman. Syn thought to himself. Never had he imagined Lanqin would become so forward one day. Was he dreaming? As Lanqin explored Syn's firm abdomen, she mused aloud, not bad. I've always wanted to touch a man's abs, and it feels just as I imagined. Truly exhilarating, they're the most perfect abs I've ever seen. Syn's expression darkened, his pleasant mood swiftly dissipating. Who else have you seen? Lan Xin shook her head, thoughtfully recalling, right? It seems I've only seen yours. How could I know if you're the best? Perhaps I should find others to compare to. In a way, Syn realized Lan Xin seemed transformed, and an unsettling thought struck him. Who? Who are you? Lan Xin blinked innocently. I'm the wealthiest woman in the world. Lan Xin, grasping her shoulders, Syn pressed. And me? Who am I? Lan Xin playfully pinched his face. You are my beloved little kitty. Syn felt a wave of relief wash over him. Reflecting on her words, his ears tinged with warmth. Am I truly your favorite? Of course. Syn gently brushed her hair aside. Then why did you say you only liked me a little? Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Xin replied, I feared you might become too conceited. Lan Xin answered every question posed to her, and Syn realized that alcohol allowed her to reveal her true thoughts. Wine truly was a marvelous thing. He liked it. Seizing the opportunity, Syn inquired, When did you start liking me? When would you be willing to mate with me? Chapter 73. What is your relationship with her? Lan Xin remained silent for an extended period. Syn glanced down and discovered she had fallen asleep. With her eyes closed, Lan Xin slept soundly, her eyelashes fluttering with each breath. Syn's heart softened. Akin to cotton, as he lifted her into bed, Lan Xin clung tightly to Syn's arm. Nuzzling against his shoulder, Syn ruffled her hair, growling playfully. If you weren't so out of it right now, I would insist on mating with you. Heaven knows Syn relied on immense self-control to pull Lan Xin's hand away, rushing outside for a cold shower, following her indulgence in wine. Lan Xin indeed enjoyed a deep slumber, waking only at the break of dawn. Groggily, she sat up in bed, memories of the previous night flooding back like a rushing river. Embarrassment washed over her as she dug her toes into the ground. Aware of her poor alcohol tolerance, she found herself unable to control her drinking yet again. An apt description would be both inexperienced and fond of drinking. Lan Xin buried her head beneath a hide, resembling an ostrich, uncertain of how to face Syn, and he had already awakened, reclining on the bed with one hand propping up his head, the open hide revealing his sculpted abdomen, a smirk playing on his lips as he pulled the hide from Lan Xin's face. Good morning. Lan Xin responded weakly. Good morning. Suddenly, Syn took her hand and placed it on his abs. Startled, Lan Xin exclaimed, What are you doing? Did you not say you longed to touch my abs? I'll let you. Lan Xin refused to admit it, retracting her hand like a scoundrel caught in the act. I don't remember, and besides, drunken words cannot be taken seriously to Syn scoffed. Undeterred, I don't believe you. Lan Xin rose to retrieve a large bag from the cupboard. Today was Yeching's birthday, and she had prepared a generous bag of chestnuts as a gift. She patted Syn, still lounging on the bed. Let us go. Yeching is inviting us to her home for her birthday. The Orc continent also had birthday traditions, though they lacked cakes or longevity noodles. Instead, Orcs prepared their favorite foods to share with family. Syn gazed at the bag of chestnuts. Yeching's birthday? Yes. Syn raised an eyebrow. I didn't even know when your birthday is. Lan Xin shrugged with indifference. Neither do I know when mine is. The passage of time on the Orc continent differed from here, leaving Lan Xin uncertain about her actual birthday. However, she had never placed much importance on such celebrations. So it hardly crossed her mind. Syn pondered thoughtfully, staring at the floor. After celebrating Yeching's birthday at her home, Lan Xin returned to the tribe to teach the Orcs how to make barbecue powder. As the crops matured in waves, the Orcs had access to an increasing variety of food, and their focus shifted from merely filling their bellies to enjoying delicious meals. Having promised the Orcs she would teach them how to make barbecue powder. The weather was favorable, allowing Lan Xin to call together those Orcs interested in learning. The tribe had previously cultivated a significant amount of chili peppers, and each Orc received a generous share. The key ingredient for barbecue powder was dried chili peppers, which required sun-drying for 3 days. Lan Xin plucked some peppers from the garden and strung them together, demonstrating. Like this, string the peppers. The Orcs diligently emulated her technique. Lan Xin instructed, once the chili peppers are dried, mix them with cumin, Sichuan pepper, and chili, chopping them finely, adding a pinch of salt, And you'll have barbecue powder. We understand. Thank you. Which point 3 days later, many orcs successfully created barbecue powder, though the ingredients were simple. Each was entirely natural, resulting in authentically flavorful barbecue powder. Lan generously imparted all she could teach them, also delivering a few docile game animals to the tribe. Almost everyone in the tribe had begun raising livestock, as if they had fast-forwarded from a primitive society to an agricultural one overnight. After a long day of work, Lan finally found the opportunity to rest. Upon returning home, she discovered Syn had also returned from hunting. For the past few days, he had been unusually late. Why have you been returning so late these days? Syn replied vaguely. The prey has been harder to catch lately. Lan Xine squinted at him, easily discerning that Sihan was lying. It seemed that even Sihan himself was unaware of the subtle gesture he made when he told a falsehood, unconsciously rubbing his hands together. Lan Xine had no intention of exposing him. She thought it best to focus on their meal first at Sihan, noticing that Lan Xine remained silent, visibly relaxed. However, a thorn had been planted in Lan Xine's heart. Why did Sihan feel the need to lie? The following day, while returning from the chieftain's home, Lan Xine encountered Sihan. He appeared oblivious to her presence, laughing and conversing with a female companion. Lan Xine had never seen Sihan smile in such a manner towards any female other than herself. A sharp pang of jealousy pierced her heart. Could this be the reason why he had been returning late these past few days? Driven by curiosity, Lan Xine stealthily followed them. She watched as Sihan escorted the female to her tent before departing. In the tribe, the orcs had all taken up residence in the houses built by Lan Xine, with no one remaining in tents, save for a recently arrived female elk. That a sense of unease settled within Lan Xine. She had no objection to Sihan associating with this newcomer. But why the secrecy? Once a thorn was embedded in the heart, it was difficult to extract. Upon returning home, Lan Xine feigned ignorance and asked Sihan, "Where were you today? Why did you return so late? Don't tell me you were out hunting again. I've heard the hunting team dispersed long. Sihan offered a vague response. I've been dealing with some matters lately, misinterpreting Lan Xine's displeasure as annoyance over his tardiness. He felt a flicker of joy, surprised that she cared so much. Lan Xine, once I finish my tasks, I promise to return to you every day. Lan Xine remained silent, lying on the bed with her back turned to him. Feeling deeply wronged, observing Lan Xine sulking, Sihan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He approached and lifted her into his arms, asking gently, "What's wrong? Please tell me that it is said that one should not comfort a person in distress." But the moment Sihan inquired, Lan Xine's tears fell uncontrollably. Mortified by her own tears over such a trivial matter, she couldn't help but cry. Seeing her tears, Sihan's heart twisted painfully. He reached out to wipe them away, his voice faltering. "What's the matter? I promise to come back earlier in the future. Please don't cry." Lan Xine's voice trembled. "Why did you lie to me?" Realizing he had inadvertently made Lan Xine cry, Sihan quickly confessed everything. "I didn't mean to deceive you. I was planning a surprise." Lan Xine wiped her tears and retorted, "A surprise? What kind of surprise? You're definitely lying to me." Sihan raised his hands in a vow. "I would never dare to deceive you again. That if you don't believe me, I'll take you to see right now." Without further ado, he hoisted Lan Xine on his back and transformed into his beast form, sprinting into the forest. "Hey, where are you taking me?" Lan Xine clung tightly to the lion's back, fearful of being thrown off by its swift pace. After a considerable distance, Sihan finally set her down. The forest was shrouded in darkness, and unlike the orcs, Lan Xine could not see in the night. "What have you brought me here for?" Sihan remained silent, having wandered off somewhere. After a moment, the rustling of leaves broke the stillness, causing Lan Xine to feel a twinge of fear. "Sihan, are you there?" "I'm here." His voice brought her some reassurance. "What on earth are you doing?" Just as she finished speaking, the forest was suddenly illuminated by a myriad of twinkling lights, revealing a scene of flourishing flora. With mist rising from a hot spring, enchanted by the beauty, Lan Xine exclaimed, "How lovely!" She reached out to catch a falling light, only to realize it was not starlight, but fireflies. tea that moment, Si-Han approached with a large bouquet of fresh flowers. Gazing at her with deep, tender eyes, I thank the beast god for bringing you to my side. Tomorrow marked the anniversary of the original owner's tragic fall, which had resulted in Lon Exinus' arrival in this world. With trembling hands, she accepted the flowers from him. It dawned on her that even orcs could possess such romantic inclinations. What girl wouldn't cherish such a meticulously prepared surprise? I actually wanted to celebrate a birthday for you. Tomorrow is the day you arrived in the orc realm, and since you've said you don't remember your birthday, I thought to celebrate this day as your birthday. I had intended to give you this surprise tomorrow, but I ended up messing it up. Lon Exin stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. You didn't mess up. I really like Si-Han, momentarily stunned, touched his cheek where she had kissed him. Still feeling the warmth of her lips, his heart raced with sweetness. We're still missing a birthday cake. Lon Exin raised an eyebrow in surprise. How do you know about birthday cakes? There are no such things in the orc realm. Si-Han shot her a playful glare. You've forgotten. Haven to you. When you were young, you insisted on throwing me a birthday celebration and made a cake out of salted fish, forcing me to eat it. Lon Exin chuckled, recalling her mischievous childhood. To celebrate Xiaomi's birthday, she had stolen a salted fish from her grandfather and stuck candles into it, naming it a birthday cake. Reflecting back, it was indeed quite unreasonable to make a lion eat salted fish. Gazing at the surrounding fireflies, the romantic atmosphere threatened to envelop her completely. So, you returned late these past few days because you were catching fireflies? Yes. And what about that female? What is your relationship with her? What female? Lon Exin did not wish to appear overly possessive, but those in love often find it hard to overlook even the slightest hint of infidelity. Rather than harbor discomfort in silence, she decided to confront him directly about the female she had seen him escorting home. As Si-Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you feeling jealous? Lon Exin, feeling as though her tail had been stepped on, quickly retorted, Who's jealous? I'm just curious. Si-Han playfully pinched her cheek. Lon Exin, you're simply too adorable. May I kiss you? Lon Exin gently pinched his ear. Feigning sternness, don't change the subject. Answer my question first. She had seen clearly that Si-Han had been quite jovial with that female. I merely escorted her home because she got lost in the tribe. And I asked her to help keep my secret. Si-Han added, if it makes you unhappy, I want to see her again. Chapter 74. It was I who overstepped. All right, I understand now. After learning the full story, Lon Exin felt embarrassed and said, It's my fault for doubting you. Suddenly, Si-Han scooped her up, climbing onto a tree branch while fireflies danced around them. Stop worrying about that. I've worked hard to catch all these fireflies, so you must appreciate them. Lon Exin didn't want to let Si-Han's efforts go to waste. She earnestly watched the rare beauty unfold before her, wishing to etch the moment into her memory. The glow of the fireflies reflected in her clear eyes, as if she held the stars within. Her lips were a vibrant red, reminding Si-Han of that unexpected kiss in the snowy landscape. Unable to resist, Si-Han leaned closer. Lon Exin, may I kiss you? The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, causing her cheeks to flush. How could he ask her such a question? What was she supposed to say? Seeing her silence, he pressed on. Is it okay? Stop talking so much. Lon Exin wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him directly. Si-Han's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness, before quickly darkening again as he regained the initiative. The air around them thickened with tension, and Si-Han's hands roamed without restraint. Lon Exin felt as though she had lost her senses, her entire being melting into Si-Han's embrace. Just as he was about to advance further, a sudden clarity jolted her back to reality, prompting her to halt their progress. Si-Han, breathless and with reddened eyes, murmured, Lon Exin, I want to. Lon Exin shook her head, firmly rejecting him. Not yet. I need to prepare myself first. The thought alone sent chills down her spine. Si-Han, however, felt utterly bewildered and hurt. Why? To mate was the highest expression of love. He believed Lon Exin's refusal stemmed solely from a lack of affection for him. Lon Exin averted her gaze from his intense stare. I am just not ready yet. Let us wait a little longer. Upon hearing that her beloved was not yet prepared, Si-Han found himself in a state of fervent desire with no outlet for his passions. When will you be ready? He inquired. Lan Xin, not wishing to keep him in suspense, provided a deadline. In 3 days, I shall give you an answer. She needed to consult someone as Yihan buried his head in the crook of her neck, nuzzling her like a large plush toy. Very well, he murmured. Suddenly, Lan Xin's body stiffened, and she awkwardly shifted her hips, her face reddening to the hue of a ripe fruit. She granted herself 3 days to ponder. A sense of distress washed over her as she contemplated whom to approach for guidance. In this ancient era, where information was scarce and books and computers were non-existent, knowledge was passed down through word of mouth. After much deliberation, she concluded that Yi Qing was her only option. Just as she prepared to visit Yi Qing, Yihan stopped her. Do not go Yi Qing's home for the time being. Why? She asked. The leopard is in its mating season, he explained. Mating season? What does that entail? On the Beastman continent, males experience a mating season annually after finding a partner, during which they emit a distinct scent to mark their territory. The scent of the leopard is so potent that I can smell it from here. A male in mating season can only accept the scent of his partner. If you enter now, you will be perceived as an intruder and driven away. Beastmen can detect each other's scents, but Lan Xin lacked the acute sense of smell characteristic of her counterparts, rendering her oblivious to such nuances. It was no wonder Yi Qing had not sought her out in recent days. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Do you have a mating season? Mine has yet to arrive, he replied. When will it conclude? I urgently need to ask Yi Qing something to Yihan calculated. Today marks the 3rd day. It will end tomorrow. Last. The following day arrived. Lan Xin made her way to Yi Qing's residence, greeted at the door by the leopard. Hello. Is Yi Qing home? The leopard nodded and gestured for her to enter. Inside, she found Yi Qing lounging on her bed, snacking on chestnuts. Lan Xin, what a pleasant surprise. Yi Qing exclaimed, her voice raspy, revealing the trial she had endured in recent days. Yihan had warned her that males in mating season could be rather fearsome. Clearing her throat, Lan Xin poured a glass of water for Yi Qing. I have a matter to discuss with you. She cut straight to the chase. Why? Yi Qing gasped dramatically. What? You don't know this. Have you and the chief? Sure. Lan Xin urged her to lower her voice. Why? Yi Qing whispered. It can't be. Does the chief not experience a mating season? The flames of curiosity ignited within Yi Qing, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Such a striking partner. I can't help but wonder. Lan Xin, tell me in secret, is the chief. Yi Qing's expression shifted to one of fear and apprehension, prompting Lan Xin's own curiosity to swell. It. Something? Yi Qing inquired, articulating each word with precision. Lan Xin nearly choked on her own saliva and waved her hand dismissively. He should be quite capable. Why? Yi Qing's expression conveyed a knowing understanding. Amused yet exasperated, Lan Xin shot her a glare. First, tell me what you know. Why? Yi Qing divulged everything she could, addressing several of Lan Xin's pressing concerns. It turned out that among beastmen of the same species, partners could choose to take on their beast forms, while those of different species remained in their human forms. You have any methods of contraception? Lan Xin asked. Why? Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief at the term. Contraception? What is that? It's a means of preventing pregnancy. Lan Xin explained. Why? Yi Qing's eyes grew even wider. Astonishment etched on her face. Why would you desire such a thing? Conceiving a child is no simple feat. Some females may only bear young once in their lifetime. Lan Xin contemplated the exceedingly low birth rate within the Beastman continent. For females, achieving pregnancy was a daunting challenge. In the tribe, pregnant females were almost revered. Hence, no one sought contraceptive methods. Given that, there may be reproductive isolation between me, a human, and a beastman, significantly reducing the likelihood of pregnancy, Lan Xin mused. Having grasped the essential details, she felt a sense of relief. Understand now. Thank you. Yi Qing. Why? Yi Qing winked at her. You're welcome. If you have any further questions, feel free to ask. Upon returning home, Lan Xin was enveloped from behind by Yihan. She had grown accustomed to such affectionate gestures. Gently patting his hands and circling her waist, Yihan, let me go. I need to feed the animals in the backyard. His voice was husky as he murmured, Lan Xin, you smell so sweet and fragrant. Suddenly, Yihan transformed into his beast form, pouncing on her and licking her cheek with his wet tongue. Lan Xin sensed something was amiss with Yihan. She attempted to push away the massive creature atop her. Yi-hin, get off. Yet how could she possibly move a lion? Yi-hin remained unmoved, seemingly intent on pursuing his desires further. His eyes glowed crimson, and growls rumbled in his throat, as though attempting to intimidate Lan Xin into submission. What is happening to Yi-hin? Unable to suppress her rising anger, Lan Xin shouted, "Get out of my way!" Seizing an object nearby, she hurled it at Yi-hin. With a resounding crash, pottery shattered across the floor, yet Yi-hin remained indifferent. He flicked his tail nonchalantly, resembling a demon driven by desire. His blue eyes, reminiscent of unfathomable depths, radiated a predatory hunger that filled Lan Xin with dread. Unable to contain her panic, she scrambled away. If Yi-hin were to forcibly mate with her in his beast form, it could prove fatal. Yi-hin extended a paw, pinning Lan Xin in place. She felt like a helpless prey, her anxiety intensifying as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yi-hin, I beg you, return to your human form. Upon seeing her tears, Yi-hin froze, as if time had paused. Seizing the moment, Lan Xin attempted to escape, but Yi-hin was quicker. The great white lion dashed out of the room in a flash, disappearing from sight. After what felt like an eternity of unconsciousness, Shiryu suddenly awoke, sitting up in bed. Lan Xin sat dazed, her mind racing to process the recent events. The thought of Yi-hin's abnormal behavior sent a shiver down her spine. It was likely he had entered his mating season. Although she understood that this physiological phenomenon was not intended to harm her, concern for his well-being gnawed at her. As night fell, Yi-hin returned home, moving with utmost caution, not daring to make a sound. Had it not been for Lan Xin rising in the middle of the night, she would have been oblivious to the lion's presence in her home. He crept quietly, his paws treading lightly on the floor, a stark contrast to his earlier boldness. Feeling dejected, he lay on the floor, his ears drooping and tail languidly trailing behind him. When Lan Xin lit a candle and caught sight of him, fear flooded her eyes. Upon noticing her, Yi-hin's expression grew even more despondent, and as he turned to flee, Lan Xin called out, "Where are you going at this hour?" Slowly, he turned his head, disbelief evident in his eyes that she still wished to converse with him. Lan Xin beckoned him closer. Yi-hin, come here. He took a few tentative steps toward her, yet kept a safe distance. The once formidable lion now exuded an air of caution. Sighing, Lan Xin approached and gently stroked his fur. "It's all right. I did not despise you. I know you did not intend to scare me." As Yi-hin transformed back into his human form, his handsome features marred by a look of despair as he embraced her. "I am sorry. I merely entered mating season." Lan Xin returned his embrace, affirming, "I understand." Their bodies pressed together. Yi-hin's breathing became increasingly heavy. He released her, stating, "My mating season is not yet over. I must keep my distance." Above all, he wished to protect Lan Xin from harm. However, she did not let go. "No need. I will accompany you through this season." The significance of her words struck him profoundly as Yi-hin's eyes glistened with crimson. His fists clenched tightly. "Lan Xin, are you serious? I do not want you to compromise yourself for my sake. I have long considered this." Lan Xin confessed, her cheeks flushed as Yi-hin remained skeptical. "Have you truly thought it through? Why did you push me away during the day?" Lan Xin nodded, "But I do not want you in your beast form. You frightened me." Only then did Yi-hin comprehend. "You rejected me during the day because of my beast form?" Lan Xin replied, "What else could it be? You reckless, foolish lion." Yi-hin, far from being disheartened by the scorn he received, instead chuckled as he passionately kissed the female before him. The candles on the table flickered and dwindled, yet the events within the room were merely beginning. Perhaps due to it being his first time, Yi-hin's mating season lingered longer than that of other beastmen, extending over 5 days before it finally ceased. For those days, Lan Xin lay in bed, being fed by Yi-hin, who brought her meals directly to her bedside. After 5 days, when Yi-hin's rutting period finally concluded, Lan Xin opened her bleary eyes, as if she had been granted a second lease on life. Her body was covered in love bites, not a single unblemished spot remaining. In stark contrast, Yi-hin appeared invigorated, radiating a triumphant aura as he proclaimed, "Lan Xin, your body is now imbued with my scent." Lan Xin attempted to kick him, but found herself utterly drained of strength. Her voice emerged as a raspy whisper, cough, cough, upon witnessing her coughing fit. Si-Han's amusement vanished, replaced by concern as he gently propped her up. "What is the matter?" he asked, his brow furrowed as he noted her discomfort. Alarmed, Si-Han leapt to his feet. "I shall fetch someone to attend to you," he soon returned with Yi Qing. Upon entering, Yi Qing was met with the sight of Lan Xen lying in bed, her countenance weary, yet her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a flower nourished by rain. "Lan Xen, I've heard from Si-Han about your condition and brought some medicine for you." Yi Qing lifted the covers, only to be taken aback by the state of Lan Xen's skin, vividly illustrating the intensity of the previous day's activities. Turning to Si-Han with a serious expression, she admonished, "Chief, you must learn restraint. Females are inherently delicate." Acknowledging her words, Si-Han sheepishly rubbed his nose and muttered. Yi Qing left behind some medicine, explaining, "This is from Bao Ming. He procured it from southern merchants that I have no use for it, so please apply it to Lan Xen." After she departed, Si-Han insisted on personally administering the ointment to Lan Xen. Unable to resist his determination, she acquiesced as he applied the medicine. Si-Han gazed at the marks he had left on Lan Xen's body, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction in having claimed her. As if he had imprinted his mark upon her, he gently embraced her, promising, "Lan Xen, I shall treat you with utmost care." Leaning into his embrace, Lan Xen smiled softly, replying, as the warm season drew to a close and the air began to chill. The medicine from Yi Qing proved effective. After several days, the marks on Lan Xen's body faded significantly, though each night, Si-Han left new ones in their place. One day, frustrated by the kiss marks on her neck, Lan Xen exclaimed, "It's all your fault. How am I supposed to wear clothes? I told you not to leave marks on my neck." Si-Han, wearing a remorseful expression, replied, "I was wrong, but I shall not do it again." Lan Xen shot him an exasperated glare. Suddenly, Si-Han's eyes lit up as he coaxed, "Do not be angry. I shall take you to that place we visited last time." "What place?" she inquired. "The Firefly Forest I brought you to on your birthday. You have yet to see its beauty by day." That location held special significance for Lan Xen, igniting a sense of anticipation within her. Following dinner, Si-Han carried Lan Xen to the enchanting spot, revealing its considerable distance from their home, as Yi-Han must have searched tirelessly to find such a breathtaking place by day. The Firefly Forest lacked its luminescent inhabitants, yet remained stunning, adorned with azure skies, fluffy clouds, vibrant flowers, and lush greenery. Lan Xen dashed onto the grass, sprawling out in a star shape, her spirits soaring as Yi-Han frolicked among the blossoms, attempting to catch butterflies. After failing, he playfully tossed some flowers at Lan Xen before curling up beside her, embodying the role of a devoted knight guarding his lady. As dusk approached, the pair returned to their tribe, only to be met by a flurry of beastmen rushing towards them. "Chief, you have finally returned." Lan Xen steadied him and inquired, "What has happened?" "Chief, it's dire. The food in our tribe has been raided by the Bei tribe. They have ravaged our crops, and the little lamb the shaman gifted me has been killed." At this, Lan Xen clenched her fists. "The Bei tribe." Si-Han's gaze darkened. "Have you all simply allowed them to bully you?" The beastmen lowered their heads, a mix of shame and defeat evident in their demeanor. "They sent many meat-type beastmen. We could not hold them back. Numerous beastmen were injured. The beastmen of the Xianhua tribe were known for their frail physique and minimal combat prowess." Lan Xen frowned. "The Bei tribe has profited today and will undoubtedly return, but we must prepare for their next assault." Yi-Han, "Let us consult the chief." Upon arriving at the chief's dwelling, they found several warriors gathered, deliberating. The chief, upon seeing them, appeared as if he had found salvation. Lan Xen and Yi-Han, "Your timing is fortuitous. We are devising a strategy against the Bei tribe." Several warriors proposed various suggestions, all of which the chief rejected, deeming them either too aggressive or overly passive. The chief turned to Lan Xen. "You are resourceful. Do you have any good ideas?" Having contemplated several strategies on our way there, Lan Xen replied, "I believe we must first enhance the combat capabilities of the beastmen. Only by strengthening our tribe can we avoid being victimized." The chief gestured for her to continue. "Firstly, I will no longer provide livestock for the tribe. The beastmen of the Sienua tribe are ill-suited for herding. Lan Xan recognized that her previous actions of raising livestock for the beastmen were misguided. The circumstances of the beastmen's land differed greatly from human society, rife with peril and powerful enemies lurking nearby. Her well-intentioned actions could potentially endanger them. The Sienua tribe's beastmen, already physically weak, would become complacent with livestock, possibly losing their hunting skills altogether, rendering them defenseless against formidable foes. As soon as Lan Xian articulated her thoughts, some among the gathering grew agitated. Su Dan pointed an accusing finger at her. "Who are you to dictate what we can or cannot raise?" The chief interjected sternly. "Su Dan, those docile creatures were discovered by Lan Xan. She holds the authority to make such decisions. Let us hear her out." Su Dan scoffed. "Why must we heed Lan Xan? I wonder, is our chief Lan Xian or you?" Si Han slammed his hand on the table, his formidable presence filling the room. Let Lan Xan finish speaking. Su Dan, immediately silenced, seethed in resentment, biting her lip. The room fell silent as Lan Xian explained her reasoning. Upon conclusion, all present expressed their understanding that I concur. Since the introduction of livestock, many beastmen have grown lethargic. If a beastman lacks the ability to hunt, how can they possibly engage in battle? It is only a matter of time before we are consumed by other tribes. Lan Xian continued. Secondly, starting tomorrow, Si Han and I will gather the beastmen every night for training in strength, combat, and defense. That I agree. The physical condition of our tribe's beastmen is indeed too poor. I concur as well. Lan Xian's reputation within the tribe was formidable, and many were eager to offer her unwavering support. Naturally, the chief chose to back her as well. Thus, the plan was set. Once everyone departed, only Lan Xan, Si Han, and the chief remained. "Chief, there is one more matter I wish to discuss," Lan Xian stated. The chief nodded. "Speak." Lan Xian glanced at Si Han. "I suspect there is a spy within the tribe." The Sienua tribe had long been under observation, and the timing of the recent raid seemed too coincidental, as it aligned perfectly with Si Han's absence from the tribe. Such a coincidence led Lan Xian to suspect someone had informed the Bade tribe. The chief maintained his composure. "So, do you have anyone in mind?" Lan Xian nodded. "Sudan." The chief's expression turned grave as he rose to his feet. "I shall bring her here for questioning." "No," Lan Xian interjected. "We can turn this to our advantage." That night, within the Bade tribe, the peacock chief beamed at the sight of their bountiful stores of food. "That is it true? The Sienua tribe is overflowing with provisions?" A beastman with a prominent jaw replied eagerly, "Absolutely. Their homes are splendid, filled with food, and even the prey seems to flock to their doorsteps. Chief, we should never have driven them to that place. Who could have predicted they would flourish?" The peacock chief, overwhelmed with joy, declared, "If we were able to drive them away once, we can do so again. It was your foresight that led us to spy on the Sienua tribe. Without your guidance, we would not have discovered this." Flattered by the praise, the peacock chief glowed with delight, yet an eagle beastman beside him wore a troubled expression. "Chief, we previously agreed to a truce with the Sienua tribe. By openly seizing their food, are we not violating that pact?" The orc with a protruding jaw displayed an air of indifference, remarking, "The people of the tribe are on the brink of starvation. What do treaties matter now? Eagle, your indecisiveness is your greatest flaw." Just as Eagle prepared to respond, he was interrupted by the chieftain. "How has your task of sowing discord between Lan Xin and the tribe progressed? I truly did not anticipate that the calamity would be Wu. It appears I have my moments of oversight." Eagle pressed his lips together. "Sultan is already handling it, but Lan Xin holds considerable esteem among them, and we have yet to achieve our goal." The peacock chieftain declared, "Lan Xin is one of our own. I demand the territory of the Sienua tribe, and I shall also reclaim Wu." The orc with the protruding jaw expressed concern. "But we have expelled Wu. Will she be reluctant to return?" The chieftain exuded confidence. "Surely Wu is aware of whom to choose between the Bade tribe and the weaker Sienua tribe. Moreover, Lan Xin recently returned to our tribe in secret, clearly indicating her lingering attachment." The chieftain chuckled. "Thanks to Sultan's intelligence, we can launch a surprise attack on the Sienua tribe while Saihan is away." The orc added, "We promise Sultan that once we seize the Sienua tribe, She would become our chief's consort. The peacock chieftain scoffed. Ha! Consort? She is truly delusional. If anything, we shall be fortunate if she does not end up as our slave. This traitorous female dares to aspire to be the chief's consort. Sultan is merely a tool for them to breach the gates of the Sienwa tribe. That very night, upon returning home, Lan Xin devised a training regimen and commenced rigorous training for the orcs of the tribe the following day. With Saihin overseeing and Lan Xin assessing the results, the couple worked in unison. Regardless of age or gender, all were required to exercise, resulting in a significant enhancement of the tribe's overall physical prowess in a short span. On that day, as Lan Xin and Saihin exited the chieftain's dwelling, they fortuitously encountered Sultan. Lan Xin stretched languidly. Weariness etched upon her face. Ah, these past few days have been exhausting. The Bed tribe has not visited. Do you think they will not come? Saihin played along. They may very well not come. How about this? Tomorrow evening, I shall take you out to unwind. I hear the mountains have borne plenty of fruit. Leaning against his shoulder, Lan Xin replied, Good. It is high time we took a proper break. Let us allow everyone to relax. They must not remain so tense. Saihin affectionately tousled her hair. As you wish, nearby, Sultan twitched her ears, silently recording their conversation. That night, Sultan transformed into a mole and stealthily exited the Sienwa tribe through a tunnel she had dug. Upon reaching the Bed tribe, she emerged from the burrow, reverting to her human form. Awaiting her was the orc with the protruding jaw from the Bed tribe. Sultan relayed the information she had just acquired. I have learned that Saihin plans to ascend the mountain with Lan Xin tomorrow night. They have finally let down their guard. We must seize this opportunity to conquer the Sienwa tribe. The orc smirked with satisfaction. Very well, I am fully aware. Sultan gazed at him with anticipation. What about the promise you made me? Rest assured, your rewards shall not be lacking. You are indeed a great contributor to the Bed tribe. Then I shall await your good news. Sultan cheerfully returned to the burrow, seemingly envisioning herself as the chief's consort. The orc with the protruding jaw raised an eyebrow and commanded, Prepare the warriors. We shall fight for the prosperity of our tribe. Let us reclaim our land and woo. The following day, the peacock chieftain personally led the orcs to the Sienwa tribe. The chieftain, buoyed by the prospect of triumph, wore a smile that stretched across her face like blooming chrysanthemums. Upon arrival at the Sienwa tribe, the orcs from the Bed tribe were captivated by their sturdy homes. Chieftain, these houses are so comfortable. I wish to move in directly. I want the largest and tallest one. The peacock chieftain's eyes gleamed with delight. All of these shall belong to us. The goat chieftain, infuriated by their avaricious expressions, pointed to the stone tablet positioned at the front of the tribe. Chieftain, you have a truce with the Sienwa tribe. Inscribed upon this very stone, do you not fear that the northern tribes will feel disheartened? The peacock chieftain scoffed. Do not waste my time with your pointless prattle. Before she could finish her sentence, a girl accompanied by a massive white lion approached. It was none other than Lan Xin. The lion radiated an imposing aura, its emotionless gaze fixated on the peacock chieftain as if assessing a corpse. The lion opened its jaws, its sharp teeth poised as if ready to sever her neck at any moment. The peacock chieftain shuddered, having always held a fear of this white lion. Merely gazing upon it compelled one to kneel in submission. The orc with the protruding jaw was taken aback to find Saihin still within the tribe. He turned to Sultan and inquired, What is happening? Did you not say that Saihin would be absent today? All eyes from the Sienwa tribe turned toward Sultan, filled with disdain and contempt. Sultan, you traitor! I suspected she was up to no good, always inciting discord between us and Wu. Sultan bit her lip, transforming into a mole and burrowing her way into the Bed tribe's camp. I am no traitor. I merely made the right choice. The peacock chieftain regarded Lan Xin with a hint of arrogance. Lan Xin, do you see? The wise know how to choose. I know you have longed to return to the Bed tribe, and now I offer you this opportunity. Reflecting on the advanced innovations Lan Xin had introduced to the Sienwa tribe, the chieftain regretted her earlier decision to expel her. Lan Xin scoffed. What do you think you are? You believe I will return simply because you command it? Hardly had she finished speaking when a disgruntled orc from the Bed tribe interjected. Lan Xin, you traitor, how can you show such disrespect to the chieftain of your original tribe? Lan Xin coldly retorted, Traitor? If memory serves, I was the one expelled by you, was I not? The Peacock chieftain conceded, I understand your discontent. If you are willing to return, the Sienua tribe can offer you everything we can, and we may even assign you to our chief. Sultan exclaimed, No, I am to be the chief's consort. Suddenly, Saihan roared in fury, charging towards the Peacock chieftain. The chieftain, taken aback, transformed into her beast form, a plucked peacock. This rendered her an easier target for Saihan, who swiftly bit through her neck. Saihan! Lan Xing called out, alarmed that his reckless foray into enemy territory might lead to danger, with the chieftain of the Bed tribe slain. The remaining members could no longer contain themselves, and a fierce battle erupted swiftly. Fearing for Lan Xing's safety amidst the chaos, Saihan turned to ensure her immediate evacuation. Rini transformed into a spotted deer and carried Lan Xing away. Lan Xing had no intention of remaining. Her combat prowess was nearly non-existent, and staying would only hinder Saihan, potentially distracting him in battle. Within the confines of the building, the sounds of battle seemed distant. Observing the worry etched upon Lan Xing's face, Rini consoled her. Sister Luo, they will surely emerge victorious. Lan Xing closed her eyes, placing her hands prayerfully upon her chest. Time passed slowly, and the tumult outside gradually subsided. Lan Xing's heart raced, a dull ache pulsing at her temples. Her anxiety for Saihan was palpable. Saihan's wrath at the chieftain's death would undoubtedly incite hostility from the others. Rini sat beside her, attempting to soothe her. Yet Lan Xing could not absorb his words. Rini felt a twinge of jealousy. Why was Saihan permitted to be Lan Xing's partner while he was not? At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall man rushed in, enveloping Lan Xing in a tight embrace. We have triumphed. Saihan was still drenched in the scent of blood, his face smeared with crimson. Yet Lan Xing felt no fear. She returned his embrace fervently. The exhilaration of slaughter lingered on Saihan's face. We have driven the Bed tribe away and demanded the return of the grains they seized, as well as the volcano. The orcs of the Sienua tribe, having endured rigorous training over the past several days, were no longer the easy targets they once were. They had successfully repelled their former enemies and redeemed their honor. Lan Xing exclaimed, You all are incredible. It was only then that Saihan noticed Rini standing nearby. Thank you for protecting my partner. Rini silently clenched his fists, though his face bore an innocent smile, reminiscent of a naive, sunny youth. No need for thanks, sister. I shall take my leave now. Before Lan Xing could respond, Rini transformed into a spotted deer and dashed away. Lan Xing, concerned, gently touched Saihan's face. Are you injured? Yes, Si Han turned away, feeling aggrieved, only to discover a gash on his back, inflicted by the claws of some unknown beast. Chapter 76. All I desire is you. The lion, once fierce and majestic in battle, now resembled a child seeking comfort. Lan Xen was evidently affected by this display, upon seeing Si Han's injury. Her eyes turned red with concern. Initially, Si Han had hoped to evoke sympathy from Lan Xen, but witnessing her distress filled him with regret, prompting him to reassure her, It's nothing, merely a minor wound. Lan Xen rose, declaring, I shall fetch some herb from the courtyard for you. Yet, Si Han restrained her by the waist, insisting, A kiss from you, and the pain will cease. Lan Xen playfully tapped his forehead, retorting, Do not entertain such thoughts. For the next few days, you must not touch me to prevent your wound from worsening. Si Han, however, was already contemplating that once they were in bed, Lan Xen would not have a say. Lan Xen, perceiving his intentions with clarity, stated bluntly, We shall sleep in separate beds for the next few days. The news of the defeat of the Bade tribe spread swiftly across all northern tribes. The once bullied Sienua tribe's unexpected victory over the Bade tribe astonished everyone. Concurrently, the Bade tribe faced ostracism from all northern tribes due to their loss of the volcano and a breach of the peace treaty, leading to their decline from former glory. Sultan was also abandoned by the Bade tribe and returned to the Sienua tribe. The usually kind and tolerant chieftain exhibited an uncharacteristic sternness, ordering severe punishment and executing Sultan. Lan Xen did not witness the event, but heard that he was burned alive. The Sienua tribe reclaimed their volcano, profiting greatly from the sale of firestones, gradually becoming prosperous. 2 years later, the Sienua tribe became open and inclusive, sheltering various slaves, constructing homes, and selling handicrafts. With agriculture flourishing, the Beastmen grew robust, rising to become the wealthiest tribe in the North Point 2 years later. Auntie, an orange squirrel transformed into a small boy. Dashing towards Lon Exen, she set aside her task and embraced the rushing child, lifting him slightly. Why have you gained so much weight? The little squirrel, named Song Huahua, was the child of I Ching and had just turned 2. In the Beastman continent, Beastmen remained in animal form until they bathed in the tribe's sacred water. Song Huahua had transformed into human form only half a month prior, after being presented to the chieftain by his parents for the sacred bathing. Song Huahua was soft and cuddly, with arms as tender as lotus stems, clinging to Lon Exen. The little squirrel adored playing with her, making it easy for one to mistake him for a child. Yi Ching approached, feigning anger. Why are you clinging to your aunt again? Come down. Si Han had returned from the mountains, placing firewood in the courtyard. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, gliding over the contours of his muscular form. Undeniably attractive. Despite having spent 2 years together, Lon Exen still felt shy, averting her gaze as she wiped his sweat with a cloth. Yi Han reveled in Lon Exen's gentle attentiveness, playfully pinching Song Huahua's cheek. You little rascal, go find your mother. Undeterred, Song Huahua boldly made a face at Si Han. No way. When I grow up, I want to be Annie's partner. Annie was both fragrant and soft, exuding warmth. Song Huahua triumphantly wrapped his arms around Lon Exen's neck. In a fit of annoyance, Si Han lifted Song Huahua, handing him over to the visibly embarrassed Yi Ching. Still, Song Huahua added fuel to the fire. Casting flirtatious glances at Lon Exen, Annie, you must wait for me to grow up. His earnest demeanor made Lon Exen laugh. All right. Si Han huffed in dissatisfaction, but chose not to engage in a dispute with a young child. After Yi Ching took Song Huahua away, Si Han wrapped his arms around Lon Exen's waist, suggesting, since you adore children so much, let us create one. Lon Exen rolled her eyes. What pleasure is there in being with a child? To Si Han, her eye roll appeared as a coy invitation. He scooped her up and strode toward the house. Lon Exen protested. It's broad daylight. This is not permissible. This man was becoming increasingly audacious. Si Han, however, misinterpreted her words, declaring, I shall prove to you that I am quite capable even during the day. After a passionate encounter, Si Han tended to Lon Exen's needs. She lay languidly on the bed. Although they had been together for over 2 years, there was still no sign of pregnancy. Initially, Lon Exen had no desire to conceive. If she were to bear a human child, it would be acceptable. However, the thought of birthing a lion cub was one she found difficult to reconcile with her values. Yet as time passed, her perspective began to shift. She contemplated how delightful it would be to have a little lion cub resembling Si Han. Especially after Song Huahua's arrival, Lon Exen found herself increasingly fond of younglings. Aware of Lon Exen's desire for children, Si Han intensified his efforts, often tearfully imploring her to bear him a child during their intimate moments. While energetically pursuing her, he yearned for a soft, cherubic child, a girl as endearing as Lon Exen. One day, Lon Exen received astonishing news. Her father, who had gone missing during the war, had returned, wishing to meet her and Si Han. In her memories, the tall man had doted upon her after her mother's tragic demise during childbirth, showering her with love. Perhaps this overindulgence had fostered her somewhat lazy disposition. After her father's disappearance, Lon Exen had been expelled from the Bei tribe, having lost her protector. Lon Exen envied the pure affection and paternal love that the original owner had experienced. Upon learning of his wish to see her, she promptly prepared to set out. Yi Han carried her swiftly to the Bei tribe, where the inhabitants recognized them and allowed them entry without delay. Upon seeing her father, Lon Exen felt a sharp pain in her eyes. The once formidable man now lay feebly on the floor. Though she was not the original owner, her memories allowed her to feel the affection he had for her. Tu Hua, upon seeing his daughter, was overwhelmed with emotion, attempting to rise from the ground. Lon Exen, my daughter, you've come. Lon Exen hurried to support him. Father Tu Hua caressed her face with genuine sorrow. You have suffered during my absence. The thought that the beastmen of the Bei tribe had expelled his precious daughter filled him with rage. Lan Xen shook her head, reassuring him. Father, do not worry, I am quite well. This is Si Yihan, my partner, who treats me very kindly. Yihan politely greeted him. Father Tuo was pleased with Si Yihan and smiled at him. That is good. Lan Xen poured a glass of water for Tuo, asking, Father, where have you been all these years? What has happened to your health? She noticed his frail condition, his lips displaying an unnaturally deep purple hue. Though only in his 50s, Tuo was already graying. He sipped the water to soothe his parched throat. My daughter, during the chaos of war, I was poisoned and subsequently captured by a tribe in the West, where I endured 2 years as a slave before finally escaping. Lan Xen could see that Tuo had indeed been severely poisoned, and that his time was limited. Slaves in the tribe were treated as less than human. The thought of her father suffering such hardships made her heart ache. Father, aware of his dwindling time, Tuo's only concern was for her. He had returned just to see her one last time. Now, witnessing her well-being and the presence of a caring partner, his heart felt at ease. As Tuo spoke, he could not hold back his tears. Lan Xen had never imagined that she could experience such profound paternal love. Realizing that this man had little time left, she too shed tears. Why do you still cry like when you were a child? Tuo wiped away her tears, gently stroking her head. Lan Xen, there is something I wish to discuss with you privately. Si Yihan, understanding, quietly exited and closed the door behind him. That Tuo grasped Lan Xen's hand, gesturing toward the floor, indicating for her to open it. Lan Xen hesitated here. She knocked on the indicated section. Realizing it sounded hollow, she began to dig through the earth atop the floorboard. After much effort, she unearthed a small black box. Surprised, she inquired, What is this? Tuo remained silent for a moment, as if grappling with a weighty decision, then confessed, Lan Xen, I am not your father. Lan Xen was momentarily taken aback. Father, are you speaking the truth? Although she had pondered why the original parents, both rabbit beast men, had given birth to a human child, she never once doubted that they were not the original parents. Tuo gestured for Lan Xen to open the box. Upon opening it, Lan Xen discovered a stone necklace resting inside, engraved with the character for rain. Tuo reminisced. In truth, you were a child found by my sister in the southern forest. I could see that time. Your mother and I were unable to conceive, and the chieftain suggested that she take a different partner. Reluctant to do so, she and I secretly adopted you, claiming you as our own. When we found you, you were already wearing this very necklace, and upon consulting the chieftain, we learned that the inscription read rain, hence we named you You. A tumult of emotions stirred within Lan Xen. She had long heard that in the tribe, to increase fertility, many females took multiple partners, yet she had not conceived. Tuo gently touched the necklace in the box. My child, if you wish, you may use this necklace to seek out your biological parents in the south. That I apologize for having concealed this from you for so long. I had hoped to accompany you throughout your life. In the Beastman continent, literacy was reserved for either shamans or chieftains. Your parents must have held significant authority within the tribe to craft such a necklace. Yet it remains a mystery why they abandoned you in the forest. It took Lan Xen a considerable time to absorb this revelation. She softly closed the box and shook her head, declaring, I no longer wish to seek my parents. You are my only true parents. Regardless of the circumstances that led her biological parents to abandon her in the perilous forest, Lan Xen had no intention of searching for them. Why pursue those she had never met when she could cherish the father who had nurtured and loved her for over a decade? Tuo, respecting Lan Xen's decision, remained silent. Lan Xen and Cyan stayed in the Bay tribe to care for the injured Tuo. Having succumbed to a potent poison, Tuo's condition deteriorated over the course of several days. Lan Xen exhausted every remedy, administering various herbs, but could only alleviate his suffering, ultimately powerless to reverse his fate. A month later, Tuo departed the Beastman continent forever, gripping Lan Xen's hand tightly as he left. His passing left Lan Xen heartbroken for an extended period. It was her first encounter with the profound grief of life and death. Life was so fragile. Once Tuo closed his eyes, he would never awaken again. Cyan brought Lan Xen back to the Sienua tribe. Lan Xen remained in a prolonged state of melancholy, and Cyan, observing her sorrow, felt helpless. Her grief stemmed not only from her father's passing, but also from concerns regarding children. Coincidentally, the goat chieftain had recently arrived. Inquiring about their lack of offspring, Lanshin could only respond that she did not know. Noticing her despondency, the goat chieftain refrained from pressing too hard. Lanshin, do not place too much pressure on yourselves. However, you are aware of the tribe's regulations. If you do not conceive within 3 years, you will have to be reassigned a male partner. Seeing Lanshin's tension, the goat chieftain leaned closer and whispered, "You and Saihin have contributed greatly to the tribe. If you are willing to adopt a child, I might turn a blind eye and allow you to present them as your biological offspring. Every society has its customs and established norms. For the Beastman continent, procreation and sustenance are paramount." The goat chieftain's willingness to make such a concession was a significant deviation from his principles. Lanshin forced a smile. "Thank you, chieftain. We will give it careful consideration." After the chieftain's departure, Saihin noticed Lanshin's lingering sorrow, which deepened his own concern, assuming her distress was solely due to her father's death. He gently embraced her. "You still have me." Leaning into his embrace, Lanshin replied, "Yes." Saihin tenderly smoothed the creases on her brow. "What troubles you lately? You seem quite unhappy." Lanshin hesitated before sharing her concerns. "Saihin, what if I can never conceive a child?" She understood his desire for them to have children together. Was it possible that her humanity rendered her incapable of bearing offspring with the beast man? Taken aback, Saihin had not realized this was her source of worry. He chuckled. "What of it? If you cannot conceive, then so be it." Lanshin's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected him to be so nonchalant. "But don't you love children?" Saihin had once wept for a child, insisting that Lanshin bear him one, leading her to believe he was particularly fond of children. Realizing the pressure he had unintentionally placed on her, Saihin explained, "I adore children because they are a part of you. However, the absence of children would in no way diminish our bond." He continued, "If you desire children, we could also consider adoption." Adopting a child was not a difficult endeavor. Due to the recent conflicts in the tribe, many infants have been left orphaned. Lanshin feigned concern. What if the chieftain disapproves? In truth, the chieftain had already consented. Without a moment's thought, Saihin resolutely declared, "If he opposes, we shall leave the tribe." Where would we go? "Anywhere, as long as you are by my side." Saihin's heart brimmed with affection for Lanshin. All he needed was her presence. Saihin momentarily forgot everyone else. Lanshin was the most important person in his life. Lanshin teased him. "That won't do. Without the tribe's support, we would go hungry and cold. Without even a roof over our heads, I cannot endure such hardship." Taking her words to heart, Saihin grew anxious. "I would never let you suffer alongside me. If need be, I would seize a tribe for you to dwell in." Chapter 77. Does he have affections for other women besides me? Lanshin chuckled, finally releasing the emotional knots that had plagued her for days. "You are truly remarkable." She had no doubt about Saihin's words. His reputation in the northern tribes was known in a region where lions were scarce. Saihin, a nearly 2-meter-tall white lion, possessed formidable combat prowess. Simply standing in his beast form deterred others from approaching. Saihin, maintaining his proud demeanor, basked in Lanshin's praise, of course. Fearing that he might impulsively seize a tribe for her, she added, "In fact, the goat chieftain discreetly informed me that we could adopt a child privately." Saihin feigned indignation. "Oh, so you knew all along and were merely testing me. Who told you to trust me so wholeheartedly?" Lanshin placed her arm on his shoulder. "It is a stroke of fortune to have met you. Let us allow matters regarding children to unfold naturally." As the weather began to cool, the cotton Lanshin had planted in the tribe a year prior matured. After harvesting, she intended to use it to make a thick, warm quilt. Once the seeds were removed, the cotton needed to be fluffed to ensure its softness and suitability for use. Lanshin crafted a simple bowstring from cow tendons to fluff the cotton. Once the cotton was fluffed, she layered it with gauze to secure the batting, completing a quilt. Saihin also crafted a wool blanket from sheared sheep's wool, laying it over the cotton quilt for added warmth, ensuring they would no longer fear the frigid winter. After breakfast, Saihin led the tribe members to hunt in the mountains. Although many in the tribe had begun to raise livestock over the past 2 years, they still gathered daily for hunting to maintain physical fitness. Lanshin cautioned him, "I have heard that many outside have contracted influenza. Be careful not to catch a chill." Recently, numerous tribes have been afflicted by the flu, which caused high fevers, dizziness, and weakness, spreading rapidly. Within 3 days, infected individuals could succumb to fever. Lan Xin's medical knowledge was limited. She could only treat minor injuries or ailments and was powerless against influenza. Saihan pressed a kiss to her forehead. All right. I'll return with a rabbit. By noon. Lan Xin had waited for quite some time, yet Saihan had not returned a tea that moment. Yi Qing arrived, holding Songhua. Lan Xin, it's bad. Someone in the tribe has contracted influenza. The chief was in contact with him and has been quarantined, and Bao Ming has also been isolated. Lan Xin felt as if struck by lightning, her face draining of color. She could not bear to imagine a world without Saiyan, nor could she fathom the possibility of not seeing him one last time. Songhua, looking frightened, cried out, "Auntie, will I never see father and uncle again?" Tears brimmed in Yi Qing's eyes as she implored. Lan Xan, do you have any means to save them? Lan Xan bit her finger, a chill settling in her heart. Let me think. She entered the space and inquired, 001, do you possess any additional functions? Perhaps healing or treatment skills? I am willing to exchange all my points for it. Over the course of 2 years, Lan Xan had amassed over 5,000 points, having refrained from using them for emergencies. Uncertain if this time they would prove useful, 001 responded succinctly. None. Lan Xan's heart plummeted into despair. What was she to do? 001 continued. There's an inquiry card, priced at 2,000 points, which can answer any question you pose. Lan Xan's eyes sparkled with hope as if she had been granted a second chance. I wish to exchange for one. Very well. Instantly, a golden card manifested in Lan Xan's hand. Eagerly, she activated the card. I wish to inquire about the treatment for the flu on the Beastman continent. Moments later, several lines of text appeared in Madair. Take a spoonful of spatial spirit water, 1 sprig of stone heather, ancient moss, and 1 petal of chinqui flower. Grind into a paste and apply to the forehead. Once the fever subsides, recovery will ensue naturally. Lan Xan had cultivated the first few ingredients in her yard, but the last was unfamiliar to her. With her consciousness departing the space, Yi Qing, seeing her return to reality, asked, have you thought of a solution? Lan Xan nodded. Why Yi Qing clutched her heart. That's wonderful. Lan Xan continued. However, we are still lacking 1 herb. Yi Qing. Have you heard of the chinqui flower? The name struck a chord with Yi Qing, and suddenly she recalled, I remember hearing about it. It is a treasure of the Northern Witch Clan. However, the Northern Witch Clan is elusive, and no one knows where their witch leader resides. How shall we find them? With only 3 days left for the flu-stricken patients, Lan Xan had to persuade the Witch Clan to provide the chinqui flower within that time frame. 001. Locate the current residents of the Northern Witch Clan on the map, Lan Xan commanded. With a beep, a red dot marked the map, denoting the clan's location. It was quite far, and Lan Xan had to set forth immediately. She reassured Yi Qing, you should return home and take care of Hua. I will fetch the chinqui flower from the Witch Clan. Yi Qing inquired. Lan Xan, do you know where the Witch Clan is? To which Lan Xan replied confidently, have you forgotten that I am also a witch? Of course, I know where they are. Yi Qing clasped her hands together. You must return safely, given Lan Xan's pace. It was impossible for her to reach the Witch Clan within 3 days. She needed to find a beastman to accompany her. Using crystal stones, she summoned a white horse beastman to escort her to the Witch Clan. The clan resided on an inconspicuous mountain in the north, surrounded by lush greenery and enveloped in tranquility. Upon her arrival, 2 beastmen clad in black animal skins, one tall and one short, obstructed her path. Demanding, who are you? I am Lan Xan from the Crescent Moon Tribe, here to seek the chinqui flower, she explained. The 2 beastmen exchanged skeptical glances, unsure how she had discovered their location. The chinqui flower is a treasure of our clan. Do you think it can be given so easily? The taller one retorted. I can exchange it for crystal stones, Lan Xan offered. Return home. We cannot give it to you, the tall one replied. Our leader has been losing sleep over the flu. You need not add to our troubles. Upon hearing this, Lan Xan saw a glimmer of hope and quickly added, I am here precisely because of that. Many beastmen in the north are ill with the flu, and the chinqui flower is essential for its treatment. Is that true? The two beastmen scrutinized her, unable to fathom how such a frail female could cure the illness. Suddenly, the shorter beastman exclaimed, "Lon Exen, I believe I have heard that name before. Did you say you are from the Crescent Moon tribe?" Lon Exen nodded affirmatively. I recall now. The shorter beastman clapped his hands. "I have heard she is a witch from the Crescent Moon tribe who has healed many beastmen in recent years. Perhaps she truly has a solution." The two beastmen exchanged glances, silently agreeing to let her follow them. "Come with us. We shall take you to our leader." They led Lon Exen to a natural cave, where the leader of the Northern Witch clan resided. The clan leader appeared to be a young man adorned with a white mask and silver hair, his voice deep and resonant. "You claim to have a remedy for the flu. How can I trust you?" With a smile, Lon Exen replied, "If you did not trust me, you would not have allowed me to meet you." The man hesitated momentarily, his silver hair casting an enchanting glow in the dim cave. Before chuckling, "How intriguing. Pray, tell me how you intend to treat it." Lon Exen recited the prescription provided by the system. "Leader, I do not require an entire Chinqui flower. A single petal will suffice. I am willing to offer any amount of crystal stones for it." After a few seconds of contemplation, the man relented. "Give her the Chinqui flower." Lon Exen's heart soared with joy. "Thank you, leader." Just as she was about to retrieve her crystal stones, the man interjected, "I do not want your stones. I only ask that you heal our beastmen. Do not disappoint me." After Lon Exen departed, the cave fell silent except for the sound of dripping water. The tall beastman broke the silence. "Leader, is she the one?" The white-haired man nodded, brushing his hair back, his voice ethereal. "I never anticipated she would grow up so much." Lon Exen carefully stored the petal of Chinqui flower the silver-haired man had given her. By the time she returned to her tribe, it was already the next day, and she wasted no time in preparing the medicinal paste. Finally, it was complete. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she headed to the chieftain's residence with the paste in hand. Upon learning that she had concocted a cure for the flu, the chieftain swiftly took her to see the patients in a cramped room. Several beastmen afflicted with the flu were confined to avoid contracting the illness herself. Lon Exen applied some medicinal paste to her forehead beforehand. Upon seeing Lon Exen enter, Si-Han first stared at her in disbelief, thinking he was hallucinating. "Lon Exen?" As she approached, he realized it was indeed her and covered his mouth and nose, frowning as he urged her to leave. "What are you doing here? Stay away from me. Out." Lon Exen touched his forehead and felt the heat radiating from him as Si-Han recoiled from her touch. His tone harsh, "Do not touch me." For 2 years, he had never raised his voice at her. Immediately regretting his outburst, he softened. Lon Exen did not hold it against him. She understood that Si-Han was concerned for her. Gently, she took his hand and reassured him. "Do not worry. I have found a way to treat the flu." The beastmen in the room seemed to come back to life, exclaiming, "We are saved." Si-Han stared at her in astonishment. Suddenly embracing her tightly, "I have not seen you for 2 whole days." The other beastmen in the room chuckled, caught off guard by their leader's display of affection. Lon Exen laughed as she patted his shoulder. "Oh, just a moment ago. You wanted to chase me away." Si-Han apologized. "I am sorry. I was too anxious. I feared you might contract the flu as well. That I understand," Lon Exen replied, applying the medicinal paste to his forehead. "Now, lie down and rest. You'll be home by tomorrow." She treated all the beastmen in the room with the paste. The next day, Si-Han returned home brimming with vitality, and the beastmen in the room had miraculously recovered. Lon Exen sold the remaining medicine at the price of 1 crystal stone per portion to other tribes, effectively controlling the flu outbreak. As the annual market approached, Lon Exen prepared a bag of crystal stones to exchange for salt as usual. On the way, she and Si-Han discussed the flu. He frowned. "Are you saying that the Northern Witch leader gave you the Chinqui flower petal without asking for a single crystal stone?" Si-Han found it hard to believe that such kindness existed in the world. Lon Exen nodded. He said, "As long as I could heal the beastmen, that would suffice. That I initially found it strange. But then I thought perhaps witches are generally kind, dash-hearted." As Si-Han's ears twitched at her praise of another male, feeling dissatisfied. Who knows what lurks beneath the surface of a person's heart? Lon Exen frowned in contemplation. Surely not. He seemed quite handsome and likely not a bad person. In truth, as the white-haired man wore a mask, Lon Exen had no idea what he looked like. but his demeanor suggested he was of good character, likely handsome as well. Her words were merely to tease, as she anticipated. Si-Han took the bait, his face flushing with anger. How handsome? Am I not more handsome? Lan Xan smiled mischievously. I won't tell you. Amidst the playful banter, a quarrel erupted not far ahead. The buyer's eyes widened in disbelief. What? So expensive? Are you robbing us of our crystal stones? The orc's voice was haughty. 500 crystal stones per bag. If you want it, take it. If you can't afford it, then don't eat. Lan Xan observed that it was the southern salt merchant who had inflated the price of salt. Previously, salt was 100 crystal stones per bag, which was already considered pricey, but now it had surged fivefold. The buyer turned red with rage. 500 crystal stones per bag. Have you lost your mind over crystal stones? If I don't eat it, then so be it. Lan Xan frowned. If one were to refrain from consuming salt for an extended period or only ingest coarse salt, it would be detrimental to their health. The orcs, who ventured out to hunt daily, expended considerable energy, and without salt, their bodies would grow weak. The sudden price hike by the southern tribe was indeed alarming upon reflection that in the end, Lan Xan purchased a bag for 500 crystal stones. Si-Han frowned. Why did you only buy one bag? I have plenty of crystal stones. We could have bought more. Si-Han had always consumed coarse salt. The north primarily had coarse salt, procured from western caravans, which was abundant and cheap, albeit with a bitter taste. Lan Xan, hailing from another world, was unaccustomed to coarse salt and didn't wish for Lan Xan to suffer here at its fine. One bag is sufficient, she said. In the future, I shall produce my own salt. The previous price of 100 crystal stones per bag was within Lan Xan's acceptable range, and she was willing to spend. However, with the price now quintupled, she had to seek alternative methods for self-sufficiency. 001. Locate the nearest salt deposits. Although the north lacked oceans, if there were salt deposits, Lan Xan could still produce high-quality salt. The location marked by 001 was within the territory of the Crescent Moon tribe. The following day, Lan Xan and Si-Han, accompanied by the orcs from the tribe, set off to search for the salt deposits. The site of the salt deposits was exceedingly concealed, situated at the base of cliff. After 2 days of searching, they finally made some progress. One of the orcs discovered the salt deposit Lan Xan had mentioned and pointed to a stone at the cliff's edge. Which, is this it? The stone he found exuded white crystals. Lan Xan examined it closely. This should be it. Someone dipped their hand into the white crystal and tasted it, immediately grimacing at the saltiness. Yet joyfully exclaimed, "It truly is salt." The orcs danced with excitement. Wonderful. Henceforth, we shall no longer need to purchase salt from others. They had never realized so much salt was hidden here before. The orcs used tools to chip away at the salt deposits, gradually transporting it back. Upon returning, Lan Xan taught them how to refine the salt. The Crescent Moon tribe not only had volcanoes now, but also salt deposits, rapidly enhancing their strength. With the backing of the Crescent Moon tribe, Lan Xan became a renowned figure in the north, revered by orcs from other tribes, who claimed she was sent by the beast god to rescue the impoverished orcs, in stark contrast to the burgeoning might of the Crescent Moon tribe. The once dominant southern tribes faced a decline due to the inability to export salt, losing their economic foothold. Leader, as you instructed, we raised the salt prices, and initially, we did reap a substantial number of crystal stones. However, later on, there which managed to produce salt, rendering our salt unsellable. Consequently, our crystal stone earnings from this market have significantly dwindled. The leader, a newly appointed middle-aged white lion named Wan Li, had temporarily taken over the position since Si-Han's disappearance. Wan Li narrowed his eyes, his imposing presence palpable. What is the name of that witch? It was unacceptable for anyone to thwart his plans. The orc lowered his head. Her name is Lan Xan. During our visit to the north, we discovered a dramatic shift in the dynamics of the northern tribes. The formerly oppressed Crescent Moon tribe has risen to prominence under Lan Xan's leadership. Chapter 78. An accident or a hidden affliction. Wan Li raised an eyebrow, his anger somewhat subsiding upon realizing there was such an impressive individual. If only I could enlist her services. He ordered a few individuals to accompany him to the Crescent Moon tribe to seek their insights, determined to learn something, no matter the cost. Since assuming leadership, Wanli had faced rumors and whispers within the tribe, with some even suggesting he was secretly responsible for Si-Han's disappearance. To silence the dissenting voices and gain the true allegiance of the orcs, Wanli had long desired to achieve something noteworthy to showcase to the tribe. Now, his opportunity had arrived, by uncovering the secret behind the Crescent Moon tribe's sudden ascendance and recruiting a formidable witch, he could finally prove his worth and solidify his position, ensuring that even if his nephew Si-Han were to return unexpectedly, he could not usurp his authority. Half a month later, news of Lan Xian's pregnancy spread through the tribe. One day, Yi Qing visited Lan Xian with Songhua. Lan Xian, I heard from the clan leader that you are pregnant. Yi Qing exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Lan Xian's belly, astonished. Lan Xian smiled. Indeed, I didn't expect it either. Yesterday morning, I felt some discomfort in my abdomen and realized I was pregnant. Why Yi Qing gently caressed Lan Xian's belly. The baby must be well behaved. Songhua also lightly touched Lan Xian's belly. Sister, hurry and come out. In the Orc continent, gently patting the belly signifies blessings for both the child and the mother. Due to low productivity, there were no midwives, and the birthing process relied solely on the females, often leading to tragic complications, and the loss of both mother and child was not uncommon. Almost forgot, these are toys for the little cubs. Yi Qing pulled out several trinkets from her leather bag. Hua loved playing with these when he was younger. And this, I made it myself. Lan Xian took a look and was delighted to find 4 small leather shoes, adorned with adorable little lions painted with natural materials. The fabric felt soft in her hands, and it was clear that the maker had put great care into them. So cute. Thank you, Yi Qing. Songhua, not to be outdone, presented his treasure. Andy, I have this too. It's my favorite, and I want to give it to the little sister. Lan Xian looked and saw it was a small ball of fluff. Songhua proudly declared, I made this little ball from my own fur. She will definitely like it. Lan Xian found him utterly adorable. Thank you, Hua. But how do you know it's a sister? What if it's a brother? Upon hearing this, Songhua frowned. Looking troubled, I want a pretty sister like Annie. Lan Xian couldn't help but laugh. After Yi Qing departed, Si-Han returned from hunting, bringing back a young wild goat and some wild fruits. Noticing the items on the table, Si-Han raised an eyebrow. Yi Qing came by. Yes, Lan Xian replied. She brought me so many things. As Lan Xian stood to take the items from Si-Han, he evaded her grasp and gently seated her back down. You are pregnant now. I'll handle the chores at home. This wild goat will help nourish you. Lan Xian shot him a glare. Yi-Han pretended not to see, stroking Lan Xian's belly. Let me see if the baby is behaving today. As he spoke, he reached out to touch her. Are you addicted to playing around? Lan Xian pushed his head away with exasperation. If only I were really pregnant, she sighed. In truth, Lan Xian was not genuinely pregnant. Their 3rd anniversary as partners would arrive in a few months. So Si-Han and Lan Xian had only pretended to be expecting, following the clan leader's advice. The table was laden not only with Yi Qing's gifts, but also with many other offerings for various orcs, which made Lan Xian feel somewhat guilty. As Yi-Han pulled her onto his lap, his gaze obscured. I will work twice as hard. After a moment of intimacy, he released Lan Xian and washed some of the fruits he had brought back for her taste. Today, the orcs discovered a new fruit on the mountain. The tribe shared some with us, and I heard it's delicious. The fruit was purple with a hint of red, indicating a sour flavor. Lan Xian, who usually disliked sour things, felt a sudden craving for the fruit, which puzzled her. She took a bite from Si-Han's hand and exclaimed in delight, It's delicious. Si-Han, tasting the fruit as well, grimaced at the tartness. This is too sour. Lan Xian shrugged and took another bite. I think it's fine. Recently, Lan Xian's appetite had been poor, so it was rare for her to enjoy something, as Yi-Han questioned. Aren't you usually averse to sour flavors? Perhaps it's the warmer weather. I find myself craving sour things lately. Yi-Han nodded. All right, I will bring back more for you tomorrow. I in the realm of the orcs. The females do not carry for 10 months, but rather for 4 as time passes. Lan Xian's pregnancy is beginning to show, and she has stuffed some cotton under her clothing on this day. After rising, Lan Xian concealed the cotton beneath her garments, and the clan leader came to visit her. The leader inquired about her recent condition and cautioned her to be careful not to give herself away. I have found a suitable cub for you from the XX tribe. Her parents perished in the recent turmoil, leaving her all alone, pitifully uncared for. In 2 months, she could be brought to your home. The leader was busy arranging matters for them, and Lon XN felt deeply touched, expressing her gratitude for his efforts. The leader continued, "By the way, Lon XN, there has been word from the Southern Tribe that a group of warriors will be visiting us in a few days to learn from us and exchange experiences. They are very eager to meet you. I wonder if you have the time to host them? The Southern Tribe has long been unified and is among the most powerful on the Orc continent. Establishing a good relationship with them would be more beneficial than harmful for the CNU tribe." Lon XI nodded. Of course I could not. A few days later, the warriors from the Southern Tribe arrived, bringing with them an abundance of southern fruits, crystals, and salt as gifts for the CNU tribe, demonstrating their sincerity. The leader of the Southern warriors was a middle-aged male crocodile named Doka Wei. Doka Wei held great admiration for the legendary Lon Xin and expressed the Southern tribe's fondness for her. In turn, Lon Xin warmly guided them on a tour of the tribe. The orcs from the Southern tribe were filled with curiosity and longing for their various offerings. "This house is so beautiful, sturdy, warm, and protective against the rain that we have never tasted these plants before," exclaimed one orc, gazing enviously at their crops. "I heard you grew all of this." Lon Xi nodded. "Yes. If you like, I can give you some seeds to take back. That would be wonderful." One orc took a bite of the corn from their fields and exclaimed, "So sweet. Are these your shoes? The spices they use for roasting meat smell divine. Look, they even keep goats and wild boars in their yard. How have these beasts become so docile?" Lon Xi hosted them for several days, teaching them many techniques. The Southern tribe, being affluent, generously gifted her many crystals. Doka Wei also hinted at various advantages, attempting to persuade Lon Xin to join the Southern tribe. However, Lon Xin firmly declined, not wishing to leave Siyi Han or disrupt her current life. Fortunately, Doka Wei was a reasonable orc. After failing to persuade her, he respected her decision and did not pursue the matter further. That evening, the orc tribe ignited a bonfire and held a barbecue feast. Lon Xin smiled at Doka Wei. "Tonight, I will let you sample our tribe's specialty barbecue." Doka Wei clasped his hands over his chest in gratitude. Several orcs brought forth a large piece of wild boar meat. Placing on a rack to roast, generously sprinkling it with fragrant barbecue powder. Normally, the sight of roasting meat would whet Lon Xin's appetite, but for some reason, her appetite had been particularly poor these past few days. The moment she caught a whiff of the roasted meat, she felt nauseous, her head spinning. "The meat is ready. Here, a piece for you," one orc offered, slicing off the most tender portion. Lon Xin accepted it. The meaty odor overwhelmed her, and she instinctively covered her nose, gagging. The orc was alarmed and quickly moved the roasted meat away. "I'm so sorry. I forgot you're pregnant and cannot tolerate these smells." "Are you all right?" Lon Xin paused at his words, momentarily stunned. Recently, she had craved sour foods and felt drowsy and nauseous. Could she truly be pregnant? She checked her pulse but looked dejectedly down, for the signs indicated she was not. Perhaps it was merely due to the hot weather. Shaking her head, she replied, "I'm fine." "Your complexion has turned pale. I will fetch the chief," said the orc before dashing off. Noticing the commotion, Doka Wei approached. "By the way, I've been here for quite some time, but Haven T met your chief. He named Siyi Han." Lon Xin confirmed. "Yes, he doesn't enjoy crowds and often hunts on the mountain." Doka Wei took note of this. How coincidental. Their missing chief also bore the name Siyi Han, that he wondered what this Siyi Han looked like. After a while, Lon Xin spotted Siyi Han's figure approaching anxiously. She stood up to bid farewell to Doka Wei. "I'm sorry. I must leave now. My partner has arrived." Doka Wei smiled. "Take care of your health." Lon Xin walked towards Siyi Han. He supported her waist with concern etched on his face. "I heard you were feeling unwell. Why did you suddenly vomit?" Lon Xin replied, "Perhaps it's just the heat." Without hesitation, Siyi Han picked her up. "I'll take you back to rest." Lon Xin, feeling a bit shy, wrapped her arms around his neck. They were oblivious to Doka Wei's gaze behind them, as he stared intently at Siyi Han's retreating figure. The dimming light and distance made it difficult for him to see clearly. It was strikingly similar. Even the name Siyi Han matched that of their missing leader. The name Si-Han had been quite common on the Orc continent, so when Dokaway first heard that the leader of the Xianyu tribe bore the same name, he thought nothing of it. Could it truly be? Dokaway narrowed his eyes, intent on approaching for a closer look. However, he then saw Si-Han tenderly inquiring after Lan Xion's well-being, even leaning down to kiss her, which plunged him into self-doubt. Surely he must be mistaken. Their leader, Si-Han, was not one to pursue females, keeping his distance from them. How could he have a partner, and so close at that? Just as Dokaway contemplated getting closer, someone called to him from behind. "Dokaway, what are you looking at?" Embarrassed, Dokaway diverted his gaze. Nothing. He resolved to visit this Si-Han the following day. On the way, after confirming that Lan Xion was indeed fine, Si-Han's tone turned sour. "Who was that male just now? I saw you chatting quite amiably." Lan Xion replied. "That S. Dokaway. A warrior from the southern tribe," that S. Yi-Han warned. "You must be cautious. I sense he harbors inappropriate thoughts about you." Lan Xion playfully tapped him on the head. "What are you thinking? He is old enough to be my father." S. Yi-Han glanced at Dokaway not far off, noticing his gaze fixed intently on them, unsure if he was watching him or Lan Xion. A sense of unease washed over Si-Han, and without a second thought, he leaned down to kiss Lan Xion. When he looked up again, Dokaway's gaze had indeed shifted away. The next day dawned beautifully, with the sun shining warmly to S. Yi-Han, anxious about Lan Xion's poor appetite these past few days, watched as she took a few bites of her meal, stealing glances at him before shoving more food into her mouth. Si-Han sighed, taking her hand. "If you can't eat, then don't force yourself." Lan Xion was taken aback. "Close your eyes," as Yi-Han's palm covered her eyes. Lan Xion blinked, her eyelashes fluttering against his hand. As though tickling his heart, as Yi-Han's heart raced. Even after nearly 3 years together, he still found himself captivated by Lan Xion. "What's wrong?" she asked, supporting his arm. He guided her outside, one hand over her eyes. "Open your eyes." The darkness vanished, revealing meticulously prepared picnic. Yi-Han had laid down animal skins in front of the yard, adorned with Lan Xion's favorite fruits and flowers. Knowing her appetite was lacking, he had prepared these delicacies to entice her to eat more. Yi-Han helped Lan Xion sit down. "Do you like it?" A gentle breeze tousled his hair, and Lan Xion was enchanted by his tenderness and thoughtfulness. She picked up a few fruits. "I absolutely love it." Yi-Han smiled at her response, taking a pink, delicate flower and tucking it behind her ear. Flowers for a beauty, a delightful sight. Si-Han's cheeks flushed. Unable to resist transforming into his beast form, scampering around the yard, he dashed about, trying to catch a butterfly to present to Lan Xion. However, capturing a butterfly proved no easy feat. The white lioness paws flailed uselessly in the air, unable to grasp anything. Lan Xion laughed at his comical antics. Hearing her laughter, Si-Han, embarrassed yet amused, ran over. "Stop laughing." Lan Xion stifled her laughter. Spreading her hands, "I'm not laughing." Si-Han mumbled indistinctly and lazily turned his head to rest on the ground. Lan Xion's eyes sparkled with mirth as she reached out to stroke the soft white fur of the lion. "Don't be angry. Let me groom your fur." Her delicate hands glided smoothly over the silky, plush coat, which felt delightfully soft to the touch as Yi-Han reveled in Lan Xion's ministrations, her slender fingers seeming to massage him, causing him to involuntarily squint in pleasure. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to the majestic king of beasts, but appeared more like a docile giant cat. Meanwhile, not far away, Dokaway and the other beastmen stood frozen outside the courtyard. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Dokaway rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he saw. He had intended to bring the beastmen from the southern tribe to visit Si-Han, yet he was taken aback by this spectacle. The leader he had searched for all these years stood right before him. He had imagined what it would be like to see the leader again. Perhaps he had sustained grave injuries and was unable to return to the tribe in time, or had ventured far away, losing his way back. Yet he never anticipated that the leader would end up in a small tribe with a companion. The usually aloof leader was now playfully seeking affection from a female. One beast man could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Leader!" Si-Han, who had been comfortably lying on the ground under Lan Xion's gentle touch, instantly sprang to his feet, regaining his imposing demeanor. Transforming into his human form, he gazed at the line of beastmen outside the courtyard and asked, "Are you looking for me?" His eyes, which turned blue only in beast form, were now a deep black, radiating an air of arrogance and intimidation. This was their leader. Upon witnessing his human form, Dukwi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Leader, Si Han. It is I." Si Han furrowed his brows, feeling bewildered. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" "I am Dukwi, your father's most trusted beastman." Behind him, another beastman knelt down, saying, "You are our leader, Si Han. It is wonderful. We have finally found you." Si Han stood there, utterly confused, as he did not recognize them at all. He exchanged a glance with Lan Xan, and they both were equally perplexed. Aren't these people from the southern tribe? Seeing the unfamiliar look in Si Han's eyes, Dukwi felt a growing sense of dread. "Leader, have you lost your memory?" This was the only explanation that could account for why Si Han had not returned to the southern tribe: his amnesia. Si Han nodded, confirming, "Indeed, I have lost my memory and cannot recall the past." Dukwi was struck dumb by this revelation. "Oh, you know my father. Are you aware of my past?" Si Han inquired. Although he had no pressing desire to recover his memories, a flicker of curiosity about his past stirred within him. What had become of his family? Who were his siblings? Why did these people refer to him as their leader? Si Han invited Dukwi into the house, eager to learn about his former life. Dukwi, having weathered many storms alongside the previous leader, composed himself and accepted the reality. He then dismissed all the other beastmen. Casting a glance at Lan Xan, understanding his cue, Lan Xan said, "I will step outside." However, Si Han grasped her hand, insisting, "We will go together." Dukwi hesitated. "Leader, what I am about to share is of utmost importance, and it would be inappropriate to have an outsider present." Si Han, with an impatient frown, replied, "She is my companion. There are no secrets between you. Me. You are the outsider." Dukwi was taken aback, realizing just how significant this female was to Si Han. Surely, it must be due to his amnesia that the leader's demeanor had changed so drastically. Si Han affirmed, "I understand," with a sigh. Dukwi began to recount the tale. It turned out that Si Han was indeed the son of the southern tribe's leader, who had mysteriously vanished during a trade with the northern caravan. The southern tribe had searched for him for 8 long years. What has become of my parents? Si Han felt as if the identity Dukwi spoke of was a stranger. The only aspects that resonated with him were thoughts of his parents and sister. Vague memories of figures lingered: his tall, imposing father, his gentle, caring mother, and his lively, adorable sister. Dukwi's voice quivered as he continued, "Your father passed away 8 years ago. Your mother and sister are doing well. They have always hoped for your return. Regardless, you are our leader, Si Han. The tribe needs you during your absence. Your uncle has been leading us. Come back with you." As Han suddenly stood up, declaring, "I do not know you, and I will not go." He had never anticipated that his identity could be so bizarre. But if regaining his memory meant leaving the Crescent Moon tribe and Lan Xan, he would never wish to restore his memories. Si Han held on to Lan Xan's hand tightly, stating, "Wherever my companion is, that is where I shall remain." Dukwi, filled with frustration, retorted, "You are the most esteemed leader of the southern tribe. I have watched you grow. How can you forsake your responsibilities for a female?" Though he did not finish his sentence, the implication was clear. As Han's expression darkened, he could not tolerate anyone disparaging Lan Xan. "Leave." Dukwi straightened his back and boldly addressed Lan Xan. "Did you hear? The leader has ordered you to leave." He believed that a true leader would not be swayed by a mere female. As Han regarded him as though he were a fool. "I meant for you to leave." Dukwi's face nearly fell in disbelief, stammering, "Leader, you have changed." Once Dukwi exited, Lan Xan remained a daze. She had not expected Si Han's identity to be the leader of the southern tribe. "Si Han, are you truly not returning?" she asked. The leader of the southern tribe was not on the same level as the leader of the Crescent Moon tribe. The southern tribe had long achieved unification and was the only such tribe on the Orc continent. Prosperous and powerful, with a strict hierarchy, that it could be said that any male on the Orc continent dreamt of becoming the leader of the southern tribe. Would Si Han really give that up? Si-Han leaned down to kiss her, affirming, "I will never leave you." Lan Xen still felt anxious. Given their attitude, they will not easily concede, as Si-Han caressed her belly, saying, "You are pregnant. How could I leave?" "Do not worry. Trust me. I will resolve this." His words brought Lan Xen great comfort, and she leaned against his shoulder, replying, "All right." Upon stepping outside, Dukui was immediately surrounded by the beastmen. "What happened? Will the leader return with us?" Dukui shook his head. "The leader has lost his memory and has undergone a significant change in temperament. He is enchanted by this female and refuses to return with us." The beastmen murmured among themselves. "What should we do?" One suggested, "Dukui, are you not skilled in hypnosis? Perhaps you could use it to persuade the leader to leave with you." Another beastman countered, "No, that is a terrible idea. Hypnosis can cause significant harm to the body." Dukui's expression grew complicated. Since he is smitten with the female, we should approach this from her angle. The beastmen exchanged glances, hesitant, but this shaman has treated us well, that wouldn't it be wrong to do this? Especially since she is carrying the leader's child? What if something goes wrong with the hypnosis? I will not harm her. It will only create minor friction between them. Dukui assured that in truth, Dukui did not wish to harm Lan Xen. He admired her intelligence and capability. However, for the sake of the leader, he could not allow them to remain together. As Si-Han had much to accomplish upon his return, he would not allow himself to be hindered by a female. Dukui made up his mind. "Speak to the goat tribe leader for me. I will visit him later." Dukui recognized that Lan Xen was indecisive, and her pregnancy had made her emotions more sensitive. Targeting her would be the most effective approach. The following day, while Lan Xen fed the livestock in the backyard, Si-Han had already gone hunting in the mountains. There were already over a dozen livestock in her yard. Even without hunting, they had enough to eat. Each household in the Crescent Moon tribe kept some livestock. Lan Xen feared that the beastmen would grow complacent and lose their hunting skills, so she insisted that Si-Han take them to the mountains every day for hunting. At that moment, a voice drifted in from outside the door. Lan Xen set down the food in her hands to open the door, revealing Duokwai. Lan Xen's feelings towards him were now quite complex. This man wished to take Si-Han away. Yet, Lan Xen harbored her own selfish desires. She did not want Si-Han to leave. With a calm demeanor, Lan Xen inquired, "Are you here to find Si-Han?" "He is not here at the moment." Duokwai shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I have come to see you." Out of courtesy, Lan Xen invited him inside, asking, "What brings you here?" Duokwai stated, "I wish for you to persuade Si-Han to leave with me." Lan Xen rose, coldly refusing. "That is impossible. Please, listen to what I have to say," Duokwai urged. Lan Xen, the Si-Han who has lost his memory is not the true Si-Han. One day, he will remember everything. The memory-impaired Si-Han can be with you without hesitation. But do you think he would choose you once he regains his memories? We have already found a suitable partner for him. She is Tuer, the daughter of the shaman chief, the most esteemed female in the south. Each of Duokwai's words pierced Lan Xen's heart like daggers. Si-Han might indeed find another partner. Lan Xen clenched her fists, her heart wavering. "Trust me, I will resolve all of this." The echo of Si-Han's voice seemed to linger in her ears, causing Lan Xen to release her fists. She needed to have faith in Si-Han. She looked up at Duokwai and said, "If you truly care for Si-Han, you should respect his choices. That I believe that even if he regains his memories, he will still choose me." Duokwai was taken aback by Lan Xen's resolute stance. He could only present some shocking revelations. "If you can bear to hear what I am about to say, I believe you will change your mind." Lan Xen turned her head, frowning at him. Duokwai continued, "Si-Han has lost his memory, which is why I refrained from provoking him yesterday and did not reveal the entire truth. Si-Han's father was the former chief, and he has a younger sister. After the former chief's passing, Si-Han was supposed to inherit his position. However, at that time, both Si-Han's sister and mother were murdered in their tent, and Si-Han mysteriously disappeared. The only benefactor was his ambitious uncle, Zhuangli. You should be able to discern the intricacies of this matter. Lan Xen, all of Si-Han's family has been killed. I am taking him back to seek revenge. If you prevent him from returning at this moment, once Si-Han regains his memories, he will surely resent you." That Duokwai's gaze seemed to pierce through to her very soul. "Are you truly so selfish? Can you guarantee that Si-Han will not hate you once he remembers?" Lan Xin found herself defenseless against Duokuai's incisive words. Her breath quickened. She had not anticipated that Cyan's disappearance was part of a grand conspiracy. The disparity in identity and status between her and Cyan was already vast. Now, he bore a grudge steeped in blood. Once he regained his memories, he would no longer be confined by romantic attachments. If Cyan returned to the southern tribe, he would have to marry the daughter of the shaman chief. They could never be together. Lan Xin's heart was in turmoil, and she began to feel a dull pain in her abdomen. Suddenly, an idea struck her, as if she had grasped the last straw of salvation. He cannot leave. I am carrying his child. Upon uttering those words, she felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that she had become someone who would use a child to retain love. In truth, the child may not even exist. Duokuai seemed to see through her heart, a smirk playing on his lips. Really? Lan Xin shot her head up, bewildered by his implication. Did Duokuai know of her feigned pregnancy? Duokuai had visited the goat chief the previous night, hoping to uncover some compromising information about Lan Xin, and through the application of hypnosis, the old goat divulged everything. Lan Xin, I know everything now. You need not hide anything from me. Duokuai adopted a tone akin to that of a benevolent steward. Lan Xin, you should understand how crucial reproduction is on the Beastman continent. How can a sterile abomination be worthy of our esteemed leader? Sterile abomination. Tears streamed down Lan Xin's face. Stop talking. She was at a loss for why she felt increasingly sensitive lately. Mere words rendered her tearful. Duokuai persisted. Cyan must return with me. I suspect that news of our finding him has already reached the southern tribe. Once his uncle, Zhuanli, learns that Cyan is still alive, he will be in danger. Can you protect him? This statement struck a chord deep within Lan Xin. She bit her lip that if Cyan remained here, he would face unforeseen dangers. If anything were to happen to him, she would never forgive herself. Taking a deep breath, she fought back tears and declared, I will persuade Cyan. After Duokuai left, Lan Xin sat alone on the stool, reflecting on the moments she had shared with Cyan over the past 2 years. How could she convince him? If she spoke directly, Cyan's character would surely refuse to leave. Lan Xin sat for an extended period, and gradually, a thought began to form in her mind. In her heart, Lan Xin apologized. Cyan, I am sorry. As evening fell, Lan Xin, exhausted, lay down on the bed without waiting for Cyan to return. When she awoke, she found a strange female in her room. The beautiful woman stood before her and asked, Who are you? Lan Xin recognized her as Tuer, whom she had encountered at the market 2 years prior. I am Lan Xin. What are you doing in my room? Tuer looked at her with an air of arrogance. What do you mean? Your room? This is my room. You should leave immediately. Lan Xin was perplexed, her head pounding painfully as she frantically searched the surroundings. Where is Cyan? Cyan entered from outside, saying, Did you call for me? Lan Xin clutched her head. Cyan, what is happening? How did Tuer end up here? Cyan remained silent for a long while. Lan Xin, feeling increasingly uneasy, looked up to find Cyan's gaze toward her was so cold and unfamiliar, as if he were looking at a complete stranger. This struck her as odd, and she instinctively called his name. Cyan, I'm sorry, but I do not remember who you are, Cyan replied coldly. Those words struck Lan Xin like a thunderbolt. Tuer giggled, leaning against Cyan's shoulder. Lan Xin. Cyan has regained his memories. He only remembers me now. Lan Xin murmured, No, Cyan, I am your partner. But Cyan seemed deaf to her words, exchanging a tender smile with Tuer before suddenly turning away and walking further and further away. Disappearing from Lan Xin's sight. A jolt of panic surged through Lan Xin, and she instinctively reached out to grasp Cyan's retreating figure, only to find herself ensnared by vines that had sprung up from nowhere. Rendering her immobile, tears streamed down her face as she struggled in anguish. Watching Cyan grow ever more distant, Don't go. I am Lan Xin. Lan Xin abruptly awoke from the bed, gasping for breath, her back slick with cold sweat. She felt a flicker of relief, thankful that it had merely been a dream. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at Cyan lying beside her. With his deep-set eyes and chiseled features, he was always the focal point of any crowd. Compelled by an impulse, Lan Xin reached out, tracing the contours of his face with her fingers. Yet the temperature beneath her touch felt so frigid, akin to that of a corpse. Her heart skipped a beat as she threw off the covers. Revealing Cyan's chest pierced by an arrow, blood flowing profusely beneath him. No. Lan Xin reached out, desperate to staunch the seemingly endless flow of blood, her urgency mounting as she called out to him. What is wrong? How could this happen? Chapter 8. Perhaps we're not meant to be tea that moment. Duo Kuai burst into the room, forcefully shoving Lan Xin aside. It's all your fault. Lan Xin fell to the ground, her face pale. No, I woke up to find this, she pleaded. You must find someone to save him. Save him? He has been shot in the heart by Zhuanli. How can he be saved? Duo Kuai gritted his teeth. Lan Xin, if you had not stopped Sion from returning to the tribe, he would not have been killed by Wanli. It is all your fault. It is all your fault. The pain in Lan Xin's head intensified, and she covered her ears, desperate to escape the hypnotic cadence of his voice. Her lips trembling as she uttered her anguished apologies. I'm sorry. Sion, I'm so sorry. Lan Xin. Sion shook her shoulders, but she seemed trapped in a terrifying nightmare, repeating his name over and over. Lan Xin lay in bed, her sweat-soaked black hair clinging to her face, appearing utterly pitiful. Sion's heart ached for her. He lifted her into his arms, murmuring, It's all right. Don't be afraid. I am here. Slowly, Lan Xin emerged from her nightmare. Tightly embracing Sion's waist, Yihan, I had a terrible dream. Yihan pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, soothingly assuring her, It is all right. Dreams are but illusions. Lan Xin stared blankly at Yihan's face, pinching herself hard to confirm that this was not merely a figment of her imagination. Dreams within dreams, the line between reality and illusion blurred, truth and falsehood intertwined. Are dreams truly false? She feared the day when they might manifest into reality. What are you doing? Declan inquired, noticing her pinching her palm. He took Lan Xion's hand and tenderly blew on the faintly red mark left by her grip. Does it hurt? Lan Xion gazed at him in a daze, eventually shaking her head and softly replying. No, with her eyes closed, she shielded her complex emotions, finally resolving her determination. What? A voice of astonishment echoed through the room. The chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing Lan Xion's words. You wish to reassign a partner. Lan Xion, you cannot be serious. Did the chief do something to anger you? Lan Xion shook her head. Chieftain, Yihan and I have yet to have child. After much contemplation, I do not wish to adopt. I desire a child that is truly mine. Hence, I have decided to seek a new partner. Have you discussed this with the chief? The chieftain's expression turned grave. Lan Xion, you must think this through. This is no trivial matter. Although the Beastman continent practices polyandry, given Yihan's temperament, such a decision would likely be fraught with difficulty. That proud man would undoubtedly resist sharing his mate with others. His wounded pride might even lead him to abandon Lan Xion. Yet, this was precisely what Lan Xion hoped to see. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Lan Xion's mouth. I have made up my mind. If Yihan does not agree, I will terminate our partnership. The chieftain sighed, advising, how am I to discuss this with the chief? Lan Xion, please reconsider. Do not act impulsively. Chieftain, I have already made my decision. Lan Xion's gaze was resolute. She understood that her plan was foolish, yet she could not conceive of an alternative. The chieftain, avoiding her gaze, sought to buy time. Consider it for 3 more days if, after 3 days, your thoughts remain unchanged, I will not force you. Very well. After Lan Xion departed, the chieftain slumped onto a stool, sighing heavily. Rennie knocked and entered, offering the chieftain a glass of water. Grandfather, what has happened? Rennie was aware that his grandfather had just spoken with Sister Luo. Seeing the chieftain's furrowed brow, he wondered if Sister Luo had encountered trouble. The chieftain was troubled by the situation and sought counsel, lamenting, I do not understand. Lan Xion wishes to dissolve her partnership with the chief. What should I do? Rennie was equally astonished. Over the past 2 years, he had witnessed the relationship between Lan Xion and Yihan flourish, their bond exemplary within the tribe. Rennie had long buried his own feelings for Lan Xion. Only recalling her in the solitude of night, he never anticipated that a crisis would arise between them, but a surge of hope flickered within Rennie's heart. Could this mean he had a chance? He suppressed the smile threatening to surface, feigning confusion. But didn't Sister Luo already conceive a child? Why would she suddenly act this way? Even though Rooney was the chieftain's grandson, the chieftain could not divulge Lon Exion's false pregnancy. He glossed over it, suggesting they might have had some conflict. It is clear that Lon Exion does not truly desire another partner. Her true intention is to sever her bond with the chief. The chieftain turned his attention back to Rooney, shifting the topic. By the way, how did your meeting with the female I introduced to you go? I did not like her, Rooney replied, impatience flashing in his dark eyes. Grandfather, I have told you I am not ready to seek a female partner. The chieftain frowned. Rooney, do you still harbor feeling for Lon Exon? Rooney was cut off by the chieftain's interruption. Rooney, some people are simply not meant for you. Do not dwell on it. Would it not be better to find a female for mating and childbearing? Rooney clenched his fists in frustration that no, he too had feelings for Sister Luo, with a crisis brewing between Sister Luo and Si Han. Surely the beast god sensed his intentions and was granting him an opportunity. He must seize it. Countless thoughts raced through Rooney's mind as he bit his lip, transforming into a swift deer and bolting from the room, ignoring the chieftain's calls to return. Sister Luo. As Lon Exion walked home, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she saw the dark-haired, doe-eyed youth standing behind her. Rooney. Sister Luo, I heard about your situation from my grandfather. If you allow, I would like to help you. Lon Exion was momentarily taken aback. What? Rooney smiled, revealing two charming dimples, appearing utterly sincere. If you directly tell the chief that you wish to dissolve your partnership, he will certainly refuse. I have an idea. We can pretend to be lovers, which will dissuade the chief. Without a moment's hesitation, Lon Exion rejected the proposal. No, why not? Rooney inquired. You are at an age where you should be seeking a female partner. Doing this would tarnish your reputation, and no female would dare to be your mate afterward, which would hinder your future. Lon Exion did not wish to entangle too many people in her troubles. Rooney shook his head. Sister Luo, I do not mind. You once saved my life, and I have been seeking an opportunity to repay you. Please, fulfill my wish, otherwise I will feel forever indebted. With Rooney's earnest plea, Lon Exion found herself wavering. Should she truly proceed with this? Rooney stepped closer, gently grasping Lon Exion's hand. Sister Luo, if you're truly eager to dissolve your relationship with the chief, this is the best course of action. Lon Exion withdrew her hand. Thank you for your kindness, Rooney, but I would prefer to explore other options. Rooney appeared genuinely disheartened, lowering his head. Very well. Lon Exon inexplicably felt a sense of relief. I shall take my leave now. You should return home early as well. Suddenly, Rooney leaned in, reaching towards Lon Exion's neck. Lon Exion reacted instinctively, turning her head sharply and exclaiming, What are you doing? Rooney looked heartbroken. Sister Luo, what is the matter? I merely noticed a leaf in your hair and intended to remove it. Oh, you dislike me. Seeing the leaf in Rooney's hand, Lon Exion felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize. Yes, she touched her neck where Rooney had brushed against her. An unsettling feeling lingered. Today, his actions felt unusually intimate. Lon Exion. A familiar voice called from behind, causing her to shiver as she was pulled into a familiar embrace. As Yi Han wrapped his arm around Lon Exion's shoulders, casting a hostile glare at Rooney. What are you doing here? He had clearly seen that scoundrel Rooney attempting to kiss Lon Exion's neck. As Yi Han had complete faith in Lon Exion, but could not suppress the fury boiling within him. Rooney smiled innocently, his pure black eyes filled with innocence. Chief, can't you see? We are on a date. As Yi Han's eyes reddened, each word laced with menace. Say that again. The atmosphere around Si Han was charged with an undeniable intensity. Rooney felt a primal fear rising within him. Yet he defiantly met Si Han's gaze that I am on a date with Sister Luo. If you do not believe me, ask her yourself. As Yi Han's eyes narrowed dangerously as he suddenly swung a fist at Rooney's abdomen. You dare speak such nonsense? With blow after blow, Si Han struck him. Lon Exion gasped and quickly positioned herself in front of Rooney. Stop. Are you trying to kill him? Si Han disdainfully regarded Rooney. He deserves to be beaten. Lon Exon shot him a glare before hastily helping Rooney to his feet. Rooney coughed, spitting out blood, his teeth stained red as he looked up at Lon Exion with pitiful eyes. Sister Luo, please say something that I cannot endure being beaten for no reason. Lan Xian understood the implication behind his words, but remained silent. Noticing Lan Xian's hesitation, an odd sensation stirred in Si Han's chest. It struck him that throughout this entire encounter, Lan Xian had yet to address her and Runi's close behavior. Yi Han tightened his grip on Lan Xian's shoulders. Lan Xian, answer me. What he says is not true. Is it? Runi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, provocatively gazing at Si Han. Sister Luo, sometimes it is better to face the truth swiftly than to prolong the pain. Just tell him the truth at this point. Lan Xin found herself devoid of alternatives. Biting her lip, she raised her gaze to look at Sion. Yes, what he said is entirely true. Upon uttering those words, it felt as if all her strength had evaporated. Sion first stared in disbelief, his eyes widening, before abruptly releasing Lan Xin and charging towards Runi. What have you done to her? Did you threaten her? With a swift motion, Sion's fist struck Runi squarely on the left cheek, further marring Runi's already disheveled appearance. Beneath Sion's dark eyes, a hint of blue flickered, suggesting an ominous transformation into a beastly form. Runi, instinctively trembling as a prey animal, turned away, spitting blood and losing a tooth in the process. Yet Sion showed no mercy, seizing Runi by the collar, his jealousy igniting a desire to utterly destroy the man before him. Enough! Lan Xin exclaimed, rising to grasp Sion's arm. Despite her frustration with Runi's presumptuousness, she retained her composure. The tense muscles in Sion's arm relaxed upon contact with her. He looked at her, his voice laced with suspicion. What you said earlier was a lie. Wasn't it? A bitter pang surged within Lan Xin's heart. Let's discuss this later. She averted her gaze from him. Sion, now on the brink of losing control, could not allow the situation with Runi to escalate further. So Lan Xin resolved to lead him away. Sion nodded, find he released Runi, casting him to the ground. Stay away from my partner. With that, Sion took Lan Xin's hand and departed. Runi lay weakly on the ground, gripping the grass tightly. His eyes seething with venomous rage as he watched Sion's retreating figure. Once innocent as a fawn, his gaze now brimmed with madness, like venomous tongues entwined around a woman's silhouette. Sister Luo, you are destined to be mine. Let us sever our bond as partners. Upon returning home, Lan Xin voiced the thoughts she had mulled over during the journey. The atmosphere in the room grew suffocating. Why? She asked. Everything I told you earlier was true. I have been with Runi and betrayed you. Lan Xin had expected a tempest to ensue, yet Sion remained unexpectedly calm. When did this begin? Last month, Lan Xin fabricated smoothly. Runi wanted to be my partner, and I found him quite appealing. In truth, we have been together for quite some time, that I don't believe you. Sion's voice dropped. Last month, we were still so good together. We discussed adopting a child and making shoes, clothing, and toys for them. Lan Xin felt like a heartless executioner, her voice coldly interrupting him. Believe what you will. Sion pressed on. Why choose Runi? I no longer love you. Lan Xin inhaled deeply. He is younger and more vibrant. I have grown weary of you. I refuse to believe that. Sion insisted, his response unwavering, and no matter what Lan Xin said, he would only utter those 3 words in reply, fearing that further words would shatter her composure. Lan Xin declared, Sion, I no longer love you. You and Duo Kuai should leave. Depart from the tribe. I will not leave unless you tell me the real reason. Sion grasped her shoulders, his tone agitated. Why? We promised to face everything together. Why do you always behave this way? He asked softly. I can feel it. You still love me, don't you? Lan Xin lowered her head, fearful that raising it would reveal her tears to him to her surprise. In such a moment, Sion chose to trust her. Noting her reluctance to speak, a flicker of hurt crossed Sion's eyes as he muttered to himself. What have I done wrong? Tell me, and I will change. Have I been too busy to spend time with you? No, that cannot be the reason. Surely, it is because I have brought back too little game recently to know. We have more than enough food. It must be because I struck Runi that you are upset. I will go apologize to him right now. Sion murmured. Lan Xin's heart trembled, her throat aching as if pierced by steel needles. Emotions surged within her, no longer able to be contained. She looked up, her expression fervent. We are incompatible. Our statuses are too different. Did you know you have a partner in the south? Sion nearly roared. I said I don't care. I do not wish to regain my memories. I cannot possibly have a partner other than you. You do not understand. Lan Xin gently pushed his hand away. What if the memories you lost are significant? The memory Cyan had lost loomed like an unpredictable time bomb, instilling panic and fear in Lan Xin. Cyan felt powerless, restlessly pacing the room, striving to suppress his anger in her presence. Who spoke to you? Duokwai. Forget others. I want to part ways with you. Cyan's eyes turned crimson. I will ask you once more. Do you truly wish to separate from me? Lan Xin forced a single word through clenched teeth. Yes. Cyan, I only do this because I love you too much that I fear that once you regain your memories, you will resent my selfishness. I fear for your safety. Return to the place that belongs to you. Chapter 81. Naturally, there are requests of her. After speaking, her heart felt as though it were bleeding. Cyan seemed deflated, his head bowed, his hands slowly falling to his sides in response to Lan Xin's words. After a moment, he self-deprecatingly curled his lips into a wry smile. Lan Xin, I am wearied. If this is what you wish to see, then let it be as you desire. Love must be a mutual endeavor. If Lan Xin persists in avoiding confrontation, unwilling to negotiate, they will inevitably drift apart. Cyan cast one last glance at her, filled with a complex array of emotions, disappointment, sorrow, and primarily, desolation. We promised to discuss everything together. You have not upheld your end, Lan Xin. You are a deceiver. With that, Cyan turned and ran off like a lion. Lan Xin was suddenly jolted awake. The accusatory gaze of Cyan seemed to blame her. She realized her mistake. She should have clarified matters with him. She believed she could shoulder everything alone, yet inadvertently harmed the feelings of both. Lan Xin sought to chase after him, but upon lifting her gaze, she could no longer see Cyan's silhouette. Overcome with despair, she sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face, her stomach beginning to ache as if it were being twisted by a knife. Yet the greater pain resided within her heart. Biting her lip, she embraced her abdomen with her arms. It hurts. How could this be? Cyan raced through the woods, deliberately slowing his pace. Running for quite some time before finally halting, he looked back, astonished to find that Lan Xin had not pursued him. Kicking a stone by the roadside with his paw, he thought, despite my pitiful act, Lan Xin still did not take the bait. Cyan bit his lip. It was impossible for him to let go. His earlier words were merely a means to frighten Lan Xin. Yet, why had she not come to find him? Did she truly take his words to heart? Should he return to seek her out? No, that would not do. It was inconceivable for him to return home at this moment. Cyan was also concerned about his pride. Having spoken so grandly, how could he return with longing? At the very least, he would wait until nightfall before returning. Like a jilted lover, Cyan sat by a stone, waiting for Lan Xin's arrival. Yet as time passed, his anxiety only grew. Logically speaking, Lan Xin should not remain indifferent after hearing his words. The image of her pale face before leaving lingered in his mind. A terrifying thought began to swirl in his consciousness. Could something have happened to Lan Xin? This realization compelled Cyan to spring into action. He would return to check on her. Just a brief glance. Standing at the doorway, he hesitated for a few seconds before gently pushing the door open. The sight before him nearly shattered his heart. There lay Lan Xin, unmoving on the ground, fragile and pitiful. Declan rushed over, panic-stricken as he lifted Lan Xin. Lan Xin, what has happened to you? Lan Xin's eyes were tightly shut, rendering her unable to respond. Touching her cold hands, Cyan felt a fear he had never encountered before. He should not have let his anger dictate his actions. If Lan Xin suffered due to his stubbornness, he would never forgive himself. Carefully, Cyan carried Lan Xin to the bed, gently laying her down upon soft animal hides. Wait here. I will go fetch the chief to summon a shaman for you. Just as Cyan covered Lan Xin with a blanket, she grasped his clothing. His heart leaped. Lan Xin, you are awake. How do you feel? What is troubling you? I will fetch a shaman for you. Lan Xin shook her head and replied, It's nothing. I just skipped lunch and my stomach hurts. She took her pulse, finding no issues at all. With no apparent cause for her discomfort, she could only attribute it to her dietary habits. Cyan gazed at her intently, then suddenly slapped himself across the face. 5 distinct red fingerprints appeared on his chiseled features, a testament to the force he had exerted. Unsatisfied, he seized Lan Xin's hand and urged, Go ahead, strike me. It's all my fault. Startled, Lan Xin exclaimed. What are you doing? I shouldn't be sulking over you. Saihan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He was acutely aware that Lan Xin was troubled, yet he had abandoned her. Furthermore, ever since Duokuai's arrival, her emotions had been quite volatile. He should never have left her alone in such a state. Lan Xin sighed. I should be the one apologizing. I should not have deceived you. Saihan's expression darkened slightly. So, what exactly transpired over the past few days? After a brief pause, Lan Xin divulged everything. Those suffering from amnesia could experience a fracturing of their psyche when subjected to intense stimuli. Fearing that Saihan might be triggered, she refrained from mentioning the murders of his sister and mother, opting instead to share everything else. She did not wish for him to live solely for revenge in the future, as that would be far too exhausting. Yet, if the day came when he regained his memories and chose to return to the tribe for vengeance, she would wholeheartedly support him. After listening, Saihan remained silent for a long while. Uncertain of his stance, Lan Xin continued, I don't know if the restored memories will lead you back to me, and if you do not return to your original tribe, you may very well be in danger. Thus, I have no choice but to compel you to return with Duokuai. Do not worry about it. Leave everything to me, Lan Xin. Saihan wished to alleviate her concerns as her partner. He felt he had failed her by causing such distress. I promise you, wherever I go, I will take you with me. Even if I must return to the southern tribe, I will walk alongside you. He tenderly caressed her face. Lan Xin, entrust everything to me, and try to believe in me completely. Just this once. Saihan's gaze was filled with affection and depth. Even if I regain my memories, you will always be my dearest mate. Lan Xin, memories may change, but the heart remains steadfast. The sincerity of his promise washed over Lan Xin. She embraced Saihan, finally placing her complete trust in him. Closing her eyes, she believed they would navigate the challenges ahead successfully. Saihan held her close and whispered, Our child will soon be born. We will soon have a happy home. He gently stroked her soft hair, contemplating a moment to speak with Duokuai to ensure he would no longer disturb Lan Xin. Gazing at her, he vowed to protect her at all costs. Lan Xin playfully poked Saihan's abdominal muscles with her finger, her large eyes blinking innocently. So, you're not angry anymore, right? Saihan, charmed by her adorableness, feigned indignation. You deceived me. I am still somewhat annoyed. What? Lan Xin furrowed her brow. What should I do? Saihan elongated his words teasingly. Just listen to me tonight. A blush crept onto Lan Xin's cheeks. This mischievous beast man. Yet, given the circumstances, she found it hard to refuse him. She nodded slightly. Her face flushed. Saihan's eyes lit up, his spirits soaring. I will go prepare dinner for you. The following morning, Lan Xin groggily opened her eyes. She was so exhausted that she could hardly lift her fingers, her body covered in bruises. Last night, she had truly felt the strength of the beast man. Saihan had stuffed cotton into her animal hide garment, accentuating her round belly. Today, I will take them to the mountains to gather fruits. You should rest at home and nurture our child. Lan Xin tossed a pillow at him. Nurture our child? If I truly were with child, after last night's exertions, I wouldn't have survived. With a playful pout, she shot him a look filled with affection, causing his heart to flutter. Saihan chuckled as he caught the pillow, curiously poking her belly. Why do I feel like your belly has grown? Lan Xin swatted his hand away, probably just from overeating lately. Saihan squinted his eyes, lost in thought, then nodded in agreement. Maybe you did eat too much last night. Lan Xin's face turned crimson. Seeing the amusement on Saihan's face, she knew what he was implying. That rogue. At noon, remembering the events of the previous day, Saihan did not return home directly after taking the tribe down a mountain, but instead met with Duokuai. Chief, you finally arrived. Duokuai was overjoyed to see Saihan, believing he had come to terms with everything. However, Saihan shattered his illusions in an instant. He not only proclaimed he would never return to the southern tribe, but also warned Duokuai to stay away from Lan Xin. Duokuai was taken aback by Saihan's vehement rejection. As a person of high standing in the tribe, he had never been scolded in such a manner. A mix of emotions surged within him, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Do not spout nonsense in front of Lan Xin. If you do so again, I will not be lenient. Saihan. Lan Xin was his bottom line. Learning of Saihan's steadfastness, Duokuai called out as he was about to leave, Chief, Do you not know that your mother and sister are both dead? What? Upon hearing Duokwai's words, Saihin felt a sharp pain in his head. Struggling to breathe, he seized Duokwai by the neck. Didn't you say they were doing well? Duokwai spoke with difficulty. They were killed by your uncle. This is why I must insist you return. Can you truly bear to watch your enemies sit comfortably in positions that rightfully belong to you? Saihin's heart ached upon hearing this. It felt as if he were listening to an absurd tale, where he was the protagonist. Clenching his fists, he demanded, "Why didn't you say this earlier?" "I feared it would trigger your memories," Duokwai replied, skeptical of Saihin's resolve. "Chief, please return with us. Only you and Tuer can become mates, gain the support of the shaman chief, and together drive your uncle away to exact vengeance. Compared to Tuer, Lanshin is not worth your affection." "Shut up, shut up." Saihin stumbled away. "This isn't real. None of this is real. Son, why don't you come back and see your mother?" "Brother, I love you the most. Brother, it hurts so much." The gentle voice of a woman and the spirited calls of a little girl collided within his mind. It felt as though something was about to break free, and Saihin clutched his head in agony. Duokwai gestured to the warriors beside him, who understood the signal and raised their hands to block Saihin's path. Chief, the Duokwai's expression was inscrutable. "There's one more thing regarding Lanshin. It's not suitable to discuss here. We need to go to the tent for further details." Saihin was about to refuse when a warrior seized the opportunity and struck his neck. With a thud, Saihin collapsed to the ground. A warrior behind Duokwai hesitated. "Duokwai, do we really have to do this? What if the chief wakes up? For the sake of the former chief, I must do this." Duokwai declared resolutely, "We must hypnotize Saihin and forcibly restore his memories. But what about Lanshin, who is carrying the chief's child?" Duokwai chuckled lightly. "Child? Ha! I've already inquired. She is merely pretending to be pregnant." At noon, Lanshin prepared roasted sweet potatoes from the freshly planted ones in her yard. The thin, crispy skin cracked open to reveal golden, soft flesh, emanating a sweet fragrance that was well worth the 100 points she had spent on the sweet potatoes. Over the past 2 years, she had nearly exhausted all the vegetables available in her space, allowing her to enjoy a variety of foods at any time. With her staple food secured, Lanshin's goal this year was to accumulate points to exchange for some fruits. However, the points required for fruits were exceedingly high. A single apple tree cost 3,000 points. Currently, her favorability score was steadily increasing by nearly 100 points each day, almost entirely thanks to Saihin. She now had 2,009 points. Feeling sweetly content, Lanshin placed the roasted sweet potatoes on the table and glanced around the yard. Still, there was no sign of Saihin. Why was he so late returning? Usually, his nose was sharper than a dog's. He would rush home the moment he caught the scent of food. Over the past few days, Lanshin had developed a penchant for sour flavors. She waited for Saihin's return. She snacked on some fruits to tide her over. Just then, Yiqing rushed in. "Lanshin, you must go see the chief." A jolt of alarm shot through Lanshin. "Has something happened to him?" Yiqing nodded and then shook her head. "I heard that he has regained his memory." The fact that Si-Han had recovered his memory meant he was now aware of the truth regarding the death of his loved ones. Lan Xian could surmise that he must be feeling incredibly vulnerable and tormented at this moment. Anxious and eager to be by Si-Han's side, she asked, "Where is he?" "Take me to see him." Yi Qing took Lan Xian's hand as they walked outside, her expression somewhat peculiar. "I will take you there right away. But you must brace yourself mentally." A sense of unease washed over Lan Xian. "What on earth has happened?" Yi Qing, unable to bear the sight of Lan Xian's eyes, replied, "This may be your last meeting." Lan Xian asked, "What do you mean?" "The leader, he said he wants to return to the southern tribe." Yi Qing found everything so absurd that she still couldn't believe it to be true. The revelation that Si-Han was indeed the leader of the southern tribe was utterly astonishing. Yet, Lan Xian chuckled softly. "Yi-Han once said that no matter where he goes, he will always take me with him. Even if he goes to the southern tribe, he will go with me." Yi Qing sighed in relief. "Huh, you made me worry for nothing. I knew the leader would never abandon you." Feeling exasperated, Yi Qing added, "Regardless, I will first take you to see the leader." Transforming into a small squirrel, she scurried ahead to lead the way for Lan Xian. The two soon arrived at their destination. Where is everyone?" Yi Qing reverted to her human form, looking perplexedly at the empty tent. Just moments before, the leader and the members of the southern tribe had been here, yet now they had vanished without a trace. Sensing an ominous premonition, Lon Xin gazed at the vacant tent and urged, "Yi Qing, please take me to the tribe's main entrance." All right, the tribe's entrance. Si Han stood alongside the beastmen of the southern tribe, preparing to depart. "Thank you, Chief, for your care over the past 8 years. I will never forget it. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out in the southern tribe." Chief Yangot was bewildered by how events had unfolded. The sudden recovery of Si Han's memory and his declaration to return to the southern tribe as its leader took him by surprise. He nearly choked on the potato he had yet to swallow upon hearing the news. Si Han clasped his hands over his chest. "Chief, we shall take our leave now." The chief quickly interjected, "Si Han, won't you wait a moment for Lon Xin?" Chapter 82. Reaping the benefits of others' labor. Doka Wei, fearing further complications, immediately stepped in to respond on Si Han's behalf. "Apologies, we have urgent matters to attend to and must leave at once." Doka Wei bowed to the chief and left several bags of crystals behind as a token of gratitude for their hospitality over the past few days. The chief disapproved of their actions and stepped forward to block Si Han. "Si Han, Lon Xin is your partner. You cannot simply leave without a word." Almost forgetting, Si Han coldly replied, "From this moment on, we are severing our partnership." His tone was devoid of warmth, laced with a barely perceptible disdain, as if a frigid sword had pinned the hastily arriving Lon Xin in place. Lon Xin leaned against Yi Qing, who worriedly steadied her as she felt herself wavering. She glared indignantly at the man not far away, muttering in frustration, "How could the leader do this? Since regaining his memory, he seems like a different person." Resting her head on Yi Qing's shoulder, Lon Xin realized that Si Han, now with his memories intact, would not choose to remain in this small tribe with her nor take her along. A faint smile crossed her lips. Perhaps this was for the best, and she respected his choice. Yet, tears betrayed her resolve and streamed down her cheeks. Yi Qing, deeply concerned, said, "Lon X." With a powerful roar, Si Han transformed into a majestic white lion. He cast one last glance at the tribe, feeling an unsettling emptiness within him. How could it be like this? Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he led the beastmen southward. Yi Qing returned Lon Xin to her dwelling. Observing, "Lon Xin, you look unwell. Would you like me to stay with you tonight?" Lon Xin forced a smile and replied, "It's fine. You should head back. Yi Qing, still worried, pressed, "But I wish to be alone for a while." Lon Xin insisted, appearing fragile. She longed to clear her mind and think of nothing at all. Yi Qing, unable to press further, left after confirming that Lon Xin was all right. Lying on her bed, Lon Xin exhaled deeply. She needed to pull herself together. It's just a man. How significant can it be? Yet, as she surveyed the room, her gaze fell upon all the remnants of Si Han. Water jars he had filled sat in the corner, and the pottery on the table was crafted by both of them. Even the bed she lay upon was made by his hands. This room had been built together. Lon Xin struggled to comprehend. Even if Si Han had truly regained his memory, the moments they had shared were undeniably real. How could he be so heartless as to walk away without a single word? Si Han was not this kind of person. Such a drastic transformation in someone's character could not occur so swiftly that a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Lon Xin slipped on her shoes and opened the door. Since Si Han had always taken the initiative, it was time for her to be brave and not leave any regrets. She was determined to seek clarity. As she stepped outside, she was greeted by the sight of gentle rain, heralding the arrival of the rainy season. Although Si Han's leg had healed, he still suffered pains during the rainy season. At such times, Lon Xin would apply herbal remedies to alleviate his discomfort. Venturing into the courtyard, she gathered some necessary herbs, wrapping them in leaves. "Sister Luo, are you heading out?" Luni had been standing at the door for an indeterminate amount of time. Her long, dark hair soaked by the rain, clinging to her neck like a character from a comic. Lon Xin was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" "I heard about your situation with the leader and came to check on you," Luni explained. Lon Xin felt a bit embarrassed. "How is your injury? I am truly sorry about what happened last time." Luni bore faint purple bruises on her face but waved it off. "It's nothing." We beastmen recover quickly that I used Sister Luo's healing ointment, and I was fine in no time. That's good to hear. Injuries were common among the beastmen during hunts, whether severe or minor, so Lon Xian had prepared some healing ointments for them. Looney gazed at the herbs in Lon Xian's hands. Are you going to find the leader? Lon Xian nodded in acknowledgement. That if you don't mind. I can take you there, Looney offered. Lon Xian declined. No need. I can manage on my own. She knew that Si Han disliked her being too close to Looney, and she did not want to create conflict between them at this moment. Sister Luo, Si Han has already left far behind. You can't catch up to them without transforming that I'm the fastest beast man in the tribe. Looney smiled, revealing two adorable dimples. If you're worried about Si Han misunderstanding, I can drop you off before we reach them. Looney transformed into a spotted deer and crouched down in the rain. Lon Xian pondered for a moment. Indeed, it would be impossible for her to catch up on foot. Thank you, she said, climbing onto the deer's back. Excitedly, the spotted deer bounded away, carrying Lon Xian swiftly. After a considerable distance, Looney came to a halt, allowing Lon Xian to dismount. With a shake, he reverted to human form and pointed ahead. They're just up ahead. Thank you. Lon Xian noticed the group not far away. They seemed to be resting, their pace considerably slower. Leading the group was the lion she sought. Eagerly, Lon Xian ran towards the white lion, but halted as she drew near. Perched atop the white lion was a woman clad in a fiery red bee-skin dress, her demeanor exuding charm and joy as she caressed the lion's fur. Lon Xian recognized her as Tu Er, the woman she had encountered 2 years prior, who was referred to by Doku Wei as Si Han's ideal partner. Lon Xian's hands weakened, causing the herbs to slip from her grasp and fall into the muddy ground. Soaking her pants, as Yi Han's ears twitched, as if he sensed the commotion, he furrowed his brows upon seeing the woman standing in the rain. His gaze was devoid of warmth or tenderness, replaced instead with icy indifference. Lon Xian instinctively recoiled as the rain soaked her clothes, feeling an unexpected chill from this year's rainy season that a wave of grievance surged within her. How could Si Han look at her with such a gaze? Her lips quivered as she contemplated approaching him to inquire about what was happening. Yet in the next moment, the disdain in Si Han's eyes pinned her to the spot. He furrowed his brow as if he had spotted an odious fly. Exhaling sharply through his nose, Lon Xian understood him all too well. She could immediately discern that Si Han was irritated by her persistent proximity, daring not to meet his gaze any longer. She turned and fled. With just a glance, Si Han had extinguished all her courage. The answer was painfully clear. There was no misunderstanding here. The restored memories had rendered Si Han indifferent to her. He had found a new companion as he watched Lon Xian's retreating figure, but after a brief moment, he averted his gaze. He recalled this female, this obstinate, unreasonable creature who had once berated him with cruel words. Yet, how had her expression changed? No longer did her eyes hold arrogance and scorn. Instead, they brimmed with desolation and sorrow, stirring something deep within him. As Yi Han frowned. Why did he even care about this female's expression? Their connection had long since faded. Yi Han, what are you looking at? Tu Er inquired curiously, following his line of sight, yet saw nothing. She redirected her attention back to the lion. The moment Tu Er laid eyes on Si Han, she recognized him instantly. His rare beauty had left an indelible impression upon her, recalling her earlier insults directed at him in the marketplace. She wished she could return in time and silence her former self. Strangely, Si Han seemed to have completely forgotten their unpleasant encounter, displaying no sign of displeasure upon seeing her. This relieved Tu Er immensely. Regardless, Si Han was now her companion. As Tu Er pondered this, Dokawai led a horse over to her, saying, Tu Er, please dismount. We have found you a steed, Tu Er pouted, descending reluctantly. That old man truly lacked perception. She had only just settled on a Si Han's back, and now she was being asked to dismount. Meanwhile, Lon Xian stumbled out into the rain, her face drenched, making it impossible to distinguish between raindrops and tears. Once she was certain she had run far enough, she hugged her arms and sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Rooney, who had been following her, rushed over in alarm. Lon Xian slowly opened her eyes, finding herself nestled in a warm, comfortable bed, the flames in the room crackling cheerfully. This was her home. Lan Xian, how are you feeling? Yi Qing asked hurriedly, offering her a glass of water. Lan Xian's throat was parched. She took a sip to soothe it and coughed. How did I end up back here? Hadn't she gone out with Rooney to find Ziyin? The thought of him pierced her heart anew. Rooney brought you back and even fetched a shaman to attend to you, Yi Qing explained. What happened to me? Lan Xian was bewildered by her sudden, fainting spell. She had been feeling unusually fatigued in recent days. Lan Xian, you nearly scare me to death. You're pregnant and not taking care of yourself properly. Why did you run out in such heavy rain? The shaman said you almost lost the child, Yi Qing chided. Lan Xian was stunned, thinking she must be dreaming. Pregnant? But that couldn't be true. Am I really pregnant? She echoed, struggling to process the news. In no wonder she had been craving sour fruits and feeling particularly emotional lately. Yet, she had felt nothing during her pulse examination. Could it be that the orc world operated differently from the human realm? She touched her belly, realizing it had indeed rounded slightly. She had thought it was merely weight gained. It was unbelievable that a life was already growing within her. Why? Yi Qing looked at her. Puzzled. Why are you so surprised? Haven't you been pregnant for quite some time now? Lan Xian felt no joy in this revelation, only fear and helplessness. She grasped Yi Qing's hand tightly. Why, Yi Qing? I want to terminate this pregnancy. Yi Qing's eyes widened in shock. Why? Lan Xian spoke softly. I don't want my child to be born without a father. Having grown up in an incomplete family, she understood that feeling all too well. Now that Ziyin is gone, it means I would have to raise the child alone. I truly doubt I possess the energy or capability for that. She had heard tales of the struggles faced by single mothers, bearing children, nursing, raising them. Once a child was born, one had to take responsibility for them. This meant that for at least the next decade, her life would revolve around the child in her womb. If Ziyin were present, she would surely feel joy at this unexpected blessing. But now that he was gone, Lan Xian felt utterly incapable of managing alone. Why Yi Qing surprisingly found merit in Lan Xian's reasoning. Yet she shook her head. No, you mustn't. Abortion is far too dangerous. You could risk your life. Once the child is born, I can help take care of it in the orc realm. Medical conditions were rudimentary. They resorted to a method involving a toxic flower from the south to induce abortion, typically given to slaves of low status who were forbidden from bearing children. There had been cases where slaves had lost their lives after consuming such a potion. Why, Yi Qing, have you forgotten I am a shaman? I will ensure my own safety, Lan Xian replied resolutely. Why, Yi Qing, with no other recourse, turned to Rooney. Rooney, why are you just standing there? Please, talk to Lan Xian. Rooney's gaze darkened, yet he sided with Lan Xian. Sister Luo is right. With Ziyin gone, how difficult it will be for her to raise a child. I don't wish to see her suffer. Sister Luo had always been a resolute person. Her decision was justified. Outnumbered, Yi Qing was at a loss for words. She had intended for Rooney to assist in persuading Lan Xian, but instead he had only poured fuel on the fire. You must think this through carefully. Do not act impulsively. If you decide to take the medication, you must tell me. I will stay by your side. Yi Qing insisted, transforming into a small squirrel and burrowing into Lan Xian's embrace. Lan Xian caressed her fluffy head, smiling softly. All right. A warm sensation surged through Lan Xian. She felt grateful to have such a considerate friend in this orc world. That evening, Lan Xian finished her meal alone, her appetite waning, and she reluctantly consumed a single sweet potato. This was a dish she had hoped to share with Ziyin, but now she found herself solitary. The silence of the room suddenly felt overwhelming, engulfing her in an abyss of loneliness. She slapped her cheeks, resolving not to dwell on it any longer. After her meal, Lan Xian began preparing for the abortion. She checked her points, discovering she had accumulated 2,009 points. 001. I wish to exchange for an inquiry card. Success. 2,000 points deducted. I want the safest method for abortion. Recommended. Use medicinal abortion. Gather 1 stalk of Han grass, 1 flower of Lung Xiuhua, and a section of Jingmu. Boil them into a soup and consume. Success rate. 88. The materials mentioned by the system were common on the mountain, and Lan Xian resolved to seek them out the following day. Suddenly, it felt as though something had kicked her belly. protesting her heartlessness. Lan Xian couldn't help but gasp. She touched her abdomen, realizing it might be the little one moving within her. Was this fetal movement? It was said that orc gestation lasted 4 months. Her child must have been developing for at least 2 months already. For the first time, she felt its presence so vividly that a peculiar feeling arose within her. This might be her only kin tied to her bloodline in the orc realm. The next day, Lan Xian prepared the potion and placed it on the table, but hesitated to drink it. The reason being that the little one inside her was moving incessantly, as if protesting. Dark circles adorned her eyes. She had spent the night dreaming that in her dream, a charming little lion chased after her, its big, wet eyes seeming to ask why she did not want it. The tiny lion's plaintive cries echoed in her mind. Lan Xian rubbed her forehead, staring blankly at the potion on the table. After Si-Yihan's departure, she had not succumbed to despair. Instead, the child within her had consumed all her thoughts. She couldn't help but contemplate the life she would lead after terminating the pregnancy. Returning to solitude, still unable to move on from her unfulfilled feelings for Si-Yihan, her heart heavy with sorrow each day. She had no family, and perhaps she would never have one again, because she could never love anyone else as she loved her superior, Yihan. Chapter 83. Unable to hold back tears, Lan Xian lowered her gaze towards her slightly protruding abdomen. Perhaps she need not perceive the unborn child within her as a burdensome weight. It could very well be a little angel sent by heaven to accompany her through these trying times, ensuring she would no longer be alone in the future. Lan Xian wryly mused. Besides, isn't it quite fashionable these days to raise a child without a father? She was merely keeping up with the trend, and her father's genes were undoubtedly exceptional. Gently caressing her belly, she spoke to the little one. Little one, do you not wish to leave? The little creature remained exceedingly quiet, seemingly striving to present itself as a well-behaved and adorable infant. Lan Xian prompted. If you do not wish to leave, give me a kick. Remarkably, the unborn child responded with a gentle kick, as if it could truly hear her words. Lan Xian sighed deeply, accepting the situation as albeit. She would let nature take its course. It was a pity to waste 2,000 points, though such a painful loss. The night was tranquil. Lan Xian found herself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. As she glanced around, she finally spotted a familiar figure and couldn't help but call out, Si-Yihan, is that you? Who are you? Si-Yihan turned, his voice as cold as ice, causing Lan Xian, standing before him, to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, something warm licked her face. Awakening from her dream, she realized she had finally escaped the haunting visions that had troubled her for so long. Another dream. 3 years had passed since Si-Yihan's departure, and Lan Xian frequently encountered such nightmares that a small, fluffy white creature lay beside her, playfully licking her face, as if concerned for her well-it's all right now. Lan Xian thought warmly, cradling the little one in her arms. This fluffy little infant was the child she had given birth to in May, and due to its snowy white appearance at birth, resembling a tenderbun, she affectionately named it Little Bowsy. Time flew by, and Little Bowsy was now 3 years old. Although he had yet to assume human form and could not speak, Lan Xian seemed to share a unique bond with him, able to comprehend his sounds. Ow, mother, Little Bowsy is hungry. Little Bowsy sprawled across the bed, revealing his flat little belly. Lan Xian chuckled, scratching his nose. I'll go prepare something to eat for you. Little Bowsy wagged his tail excitedly, his eyes sparkling. His mother was the most formidable mother in the world, capable of creating all sorts of delicious dishes and conjuring up a multitude of things at will. He adored his mother above all. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points yesterday. Lan Xian entered the kitchen, where 001 reported her points as usual. She began preparing breakfast, then watered the garden and tended to the livestock. Before immersing herself in the study of her fruits, the day passed in a flurry of activity, and she felt immensely satisfied with her current life. Not long ago, Lan Xian had exchanged points for grape seeds, and she had been diligently researching the methods of cultivating grapes in recent days. After finishing his breakfast, Little Bowsy joyfully followed Lan Xian around, admiring her as she tinkered with various things. His mother was undoubtedly the smartest in the orc continent, After lunch, Song Huohua came to find little Baozi. The two children, close in age, shared a wonderful friendship. Little Baozi gazed eagerly at Lan Xen. "Awu, can I go out and play with Song Gij?" "Lan si note." "Come here and put on your shoes first before going out." Perhaps in an effort to compensate for the absence of paternal love, Lan Xen showered little Baozi with affection, ensuring he had only the best in food and clothing. One day, after playing outside, little Baozi returned with a scraped paw pad, which greatly distressed Lan Xen. She promptly made him a pair of shoes. Little Baozi obediently slipped into the shoes his mother had crafted for him. With all four paws snugly encased in soft leather shoes, little Baozi felt an overwhelming sense of pride. His mother was undoubtedly the most skillful craftsman on the Orc continent. Upon stepping outside, little Baozi happily trotted alongside Song Hua. They ventured into a small grove, where they played with a group of friends. As they played, a curious child squatted before little Baozi, asking, "Baozi, you're 3 years old now. Why can't you transform into human form yet?" Little Baozi stomped his little paws, fearful of being ridiculed by his peers, and quickly retorted, "Awu, who says I can't? I just don't feel like transforming." Someone chimed in, "You re-lying. I've never seen you transform into human form. Baozi is a cub who can't transform." "Haha, Baozi is 3 years old and still can't speak human language." Little Baozi's eyes reddened instantly. "Umph, I'm not playing with you anymore." With a fiery temper, Song Huohua raised his fist. "Whoever mocks Baozi again, I'll take care of them." The children, frightened by the towering Song Huohua, scattered in all directions. Both Song Huohua and little Baozi lost interest in playing. Song Huohua transformed into a leopard, carrying the distressed little Baozi home to complain. "Aunt Luo, Baozi was bullied." Upon seeing Lan Xen, little Baozi could no longer hold back his tears. "What happened?" Lan Xen asked, lifting little Baozi into her arms and carefully checking for injuries before feeling relieved. Song Huohua explained, "They teased my brother for not being able to transform into human form. So I scared them all away." "Thank you for protecting him, Huohua," Lan Xen said, gently patting little Baozi's head. "Our Baozi is the bravest male in the Orc continent." "Isnt," little Baozi mumbled. "Yes, then no more crying." Lan Xen wiped away the tears that had pooled in his eyes. From next door, Yi Qing's voice called, "Huohua, it's time to eat." Reluctantly, Song Huohua kissed little Baozi on the cheek. "Baozi, my mother is calling me. I'll come back to play with you tomorrow." Little Baozi flicked his tail in slight disdain, wiping the drool from his face with his paw. Song Huohua, oblivious, smiled foolishly. In the evening, Lan Xen poured a cup of goat's milk in the yard and gently tapped the bundled-up little Baozi. "Little Baozi, drink your milk before sleeping." After a while, little Baozi peeked out. Finishing the goat's milk, "Mother, when can I transform into human form?" Lan Xen paused before answering. "As long as you diligently drink goat's milk every day to nourish yourself, you will be able to transform." "Then I'll definitely be very handsome," little Baozi exclaimed. Lan Xen nodded. "Of course." Little Baozi, delighted with the encouragement, soon forgot the unpleasantness of the day and drifted into a sweet slumber. Once she saw him asleep, Lan Xen gradually let her forced smile fade. Her expression clouded with worry. She cautiously extinguished the candles in the room and made her way to the chief's home. "Chief, have you had any news regarding the matter I asked you about last time?" The goat chief sighed. "The situation is rather tricky. The ages of 3 and 4 are crucial for transformation. If little Baozi cannot transform at this age, he will never be able to do so again. Generally, cubs can transform after bathing in the tribe's holy water, but little Baozi shows no reaction to it." Lan Xen helplessly covered her face with her hands. "How could this happen?" "Do not be disheartened just yet. I consulted my old friend, the Divine Turtle, and he informed me of another method." Hope ignited within Lan Xen's heart. No matter the method, she was determined to try it if little Baozi could not transform. Over time, he would become a mindless animal. Lan Xen could not accept such a fate. The alternative was the holy water from the southern tribe. The holy water of the southern tribe was the purest and most powerful, guaranteed to enable little Baozi to transform successfully. Lan Xen felt a tremor of anticipation. The southern tribe, that was his territory. She had prepared herself for a lifetime of separation, yet fate seemed to guide her back onto this path. So you've decided to go to the southern tribe? The goat chief inquired. Lan Xen nodded. I must go. The goat chief stroked his beard. Coincidentally, someone else intends to accompany you. Lan Xen responded. The goat chief clapped his hands, and a long-lost acquaintance stepped through the door. Lan Xen, he called out her name. Lan Xen's eyes widened in surprise. Meet Sai. You've returned? Meet Sai appeared much the same as when he left, his free-spirited aura unchanged. Scars adorned his exposed chest, adding a layer of mystery to this male. Meet Sai recounted his circumstances to Lan Xen. After my father's death years ago, chaos erupted within the wolf tribe. I returned to restore order and subsequently became the Wolf King. I simply do not relish a life filled with cunning and intrigue. Ultimately, I entrusted power to my ever-loyal cousin and set off to explore the world. Lan Xen greatly envies Meet Sai for such a free-spirited, unrestrained existence. What brings you to the Xianhua tribe? Meet Sai casually replied, I happened to pass by here and thought I would take a look. I have heard about your situation. And as it happens, I also wish to journey to the southern tribe. We could accompany each other. The goat chief remarked. Indeed, Lan Xen, this journey is fraught with peril. Should you encounter a fierce beast, you would be unable to transform into your beast form and escape. Lan Xen shared this concern, and thus said, I shall trouble you for your assistance. When shall we set forth? Tomorrow. We depart tomorrow. The situation with the little bun cannot wait. The sooner, the better. The following day, a resounding voice of a robust, middle-aged man echoed. Apologize at once. During the day, as Lan Xen opened the door, she found the very child who had instigated the ruckus the previous day being led to her by his parents by his ear. Chief, I sincerely apologize. After I heard about this incident last night, I gave that wretched boy a thorough scolding. Since Dicklan's departure, Lan Xen had assumed the role of chief of the Xianhua tribe. The boy, having been harshly reprimanded by his parents, cautiously glanced at the little bun hiding behind Lan Xen. I'm sorry, I was wrong to mock you. Lan Xen pulled the little bun forward, asking, would you consider forgiving him? The little bun pondered for a moment before nodding. I am a forgiving person. I forgive him. The child stared incredulously at the little bun, who was small yet clever, adept at feigning innocence, having suffered many times at his hands. He was taken aback by the little bun's swift forgiveness. Seizing the moment while the adults were distracted, the little bun made a cheeky face at him. The child, wide-eyed, tugged at his parents' clothing, exclaiming, Look! The child's parents glared at him. What is it? Look at the little bun. He is younger than you, but far more sensible. The child grimaced, knowing that a meal of bamboo shoots and meat awaited him at home. He would never dare to provoke this sly little bun again. Once the group departed, Lan Xen began to pack her belongings. She possessed a spatial pocket that could hold anything. However, with Meet Sai accompanying her, she had to be cautious not to reveal this secret. The little bun was exceedingly excited, trailing behind Lan Xen. Really? I can transform into a human soon. Lan Xen replied, Yes, but we must first travel to a distant place. You must listen to your mother along the way. We will also be joined by a formidable uncle. A remarkable warrior. Wonderful. The little bun exclaimed, darting around the room in excitement. Lan Xen gazed at him, her heart filled with joy. Lan Xen, are you ready? Meet Sai's voice called from outside. Lan Xen donned a small backpack made of animal hide and helped the little bun into his shoes. Calling out, I'm ready. Is that all you're bringing? Meet Sai observed the small backpack on her back. Lan Xen laughed sheepishly. Though the bag appeared small, it held much more. I'll carry you. Meet Sai transformed into a wolf before Lan Xen could react. The little bun, filled with envy, leaped onto Meet Sai's back, exclaiming, What a magnificent wolf! Lan Xen climbed onto Meet Sai's back as well, placing the little bun into the backpack. Once assured they were settled, Meet Sai let out a determined howl and charged toward their destination in the south. In the southern tribe, Tuer donned a beautiful coat of fox fur, fragrant with floral scents. Just as she was about to enter Siyian's tent, she was intercepted by Duoquai. What brings you here at such a late hour? Tuer replied, I wish to see Siyian. Duoquai stated, Come back tomorrow. The chief is unwell today. Tuer persisted. Siyian has not emerged from his tent for 2 days. I fear he may starve. I have prepared food for him. And I suspect you are deliberately obstructing me. She was determined to see Siyian. She had learned that these days marked his mating season, If she could meet him, everything would fall into place. Tu seethed with frustration, recalling that it had been 3 years since Si Yihan had not taken her as his mate. What all this commotion? Si Yihan's voice echoed from within the tent. Elated Tu called out, Si Yihan, it's me. I brought you food, but Duokwai won't let me in. After a long pause, a voice finally emerged from inside. Duokwai let her in. Tu shot a glare at Duokwai and joyfully entered the tent. Inside, it was dim, illuminated only by a sliver of pale moonlight. Set down the food and quietly approached Si Yihan. Si Yihan, when will you eat? His voice was hoarse as he replied, leave it there. I will eat later. Tu swallowed hard, boldly climbing onto Si Yihan's bed. Yihan, your voice sounds off. Are you unwell? Let me take a look. Suddenly, she gasped as Duokwai emerged from the shadows, brandishing a sharp bone knife. Duokwai spoke coldly to her. You should leave now. Tu shot him a furious look, but had no choice but to exit. Curse meddler! Always ruining my plans. Meanwhile, Si Yihan lay on the bed, racked with torment, his usually stoic face tinged with pain. The fervor of an adult male's mating season surged within him, sustained only by sheer willpower. Si Yihan had contemplated seeking out a female to relieve his urges, yet every crucial moment was clouded by the image of a female's sorrowful eyes, as if he had wronged her in some way. Another wave of desire surged, and he stifled a low growl, his mind involuntarily conjuring the silhouette of a female. Her back was smooth as jade, her inky hair cascading down to her waist, yet he could never discern her face. Who could she be? This inexplicable female seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Si Yihan was certain he had lost some memories. What exactly were those lost memories? The journey of Lanxin and Mitsai proceeded exceptionally smoothly. They had traversed a quarter of the distance in just 3 days, Mitsai having fought valiantly in the internal strife of the wolf tribe, carried an aura of bloodshed and intimidation that deterred most wild beasts from approaching Ti Noon. After sharing some jerky with the little bun, Mitsai lay down to rest while Lanxin ventured nearby to gather wild fruits. Once Lanxin had wandered far, the little bun opened his eyes from feigned slumber and poked the sleeping wolf beside him. Uncle, what is your name? Are you my father? This was the first time the little bun spoke to Mitsai. His curiosity and admiration for this suddenly appearing uncle palpable. Mitsai transformed into his human form, nearly laughing. Kid, I am a wolf, and you are a lion. Do you honestly think I could be your father? The little bun bit his lip. Then do you know my father? Mitsai raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you so eager to meet your father? Do you like him? The little bun sulked. I do not like my father. My mother calls out his name in her sleep, and she always seems so sorrowful. Moreover, he has never visited me. I despise him. I will find him and take revenge for my mother. Mitsai perceived the boy's disingenuousness. His eyes had sparkled with hope when he had asked if Mitsai was his father. How could a child of this age not yearn for a father? This facade of strength bore a striking resemblance to Lanxin. Mitsai smiled. My name is Mitsai, so we shall be friends. The little bun blinked in surprise. Friends? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mitsai's voice dropped. I once mentioned that if your father caused Lanxin sorrow, I would take her back. The little bun pondered this deeply. What are you two whispering about? Lanxin returned, her hands filled with fresh fruits. Though her spatial pocket held ample food, she could not openly take it out. Lanxin pretended to search for a long time before retrieving some fruits from her pocket. The little bun covered his mouth, shaking his head as if to conceal their conversation. We said nothing. Lanxin smiled. I found some fresh fruits. Mitsai marveled, taking a bite of the sweet and juicy fruit. Wow, how do you always manage to find such fresh fruits? Little Bowsy, filled with pride, raised his tail high. For of course, my mother had a secret to share. However, before she could finish her thought, little Bowsy sealed his lips. Mother had once declared that her space must remain an absolute secret. Mitsai, intrigued, inquired, What is it? Little Bowsy, quick-witted, replied, There is an abundance of luck. Mitsai, perceiving the innocence of the child, did not ponder further. After their meal, little Bowsy soon fell asleep in the warm embrace of Lanxin. Mitsai turned to Lanxin and said, We are nearing the southern tribe. Do you have any plans? Obtaining the holy water is not a simple task. Lanxin responded, I have gathered information along the way. The holy water of the Southern Tribe is controlled by the shaman chief. Only 3-year-old cubs born in the Southern Tribe and warriors who have contributed to the tribe are granted the opportunity to bathe in the holy water. Mitsai remarked, but little Bowsy does not meet their criteria. He was not born in the Southern Tribe. Are you really going to seek him out? That individual is the chief of the Southern Tribe. He must possess a solution to no, I will not seek him out. Lan Xing asserted, little Bowsy is my child alone. He has no connection to him. Ever since Si Han departed from them, for whatever reason, Lan Xing had ceased to harbor any thoughts of him. Moreover, 3 years had passed. He might have already fathered children with 2 heirs, so why should she disturb him? Lan Xing looked at Mitsai and declared, I will become a warrior of their tribe to procure the holy water for little Bowsy. I have devised a preliminary plan. The Orc continent had never known female warriors that Mitsai's first instinct was to dismiss her as fanciful. However, upon reflection, he realized Lan Xing was no ordinary female. He had long witnessed her intelligence. Lan Xing countered, and what of you? What brings you to the Southern Tribe? Before he could respond, Mitsai suddenly adopted a wary expression. Shoo, there's a sound. Moments later, they were encircled by a pack of black dogs emerging from the underbrush. The leader of the pack bared its sharp fangs and barked menacingly. Hand over your food. The black dogs appeared emaciated, as if they had not eaten in ages, their eyes glowing a terrifying green. Lan Xing proactively tossed some food from her hands, stating, this is all we have. Several black dogs lunged ravenously for the food they ate. They could not help but grumble. At least you know your place. The cursed Southern Tribe has been plagued by floods this year, and food is scarce. We are forced to toil against the floods daily, treated like mere tools. It's far more comfortable to be out here as thieves. Others chimed in with their grievances. Exactly. They say that anyone who can combat the floods can become a warrior of the Southern Tribe. Bah, it's exhausting, one black dog lamented. Being a thief is indeed comfortable. But there are no females who look our way. Suddenly, one black dog glanced at Lan Xing. I think that female looks rather decent. Now that you mention it, I didn't notice earlier. The pack of black dogs began to close in on Lan Xing. Their eyes gleaming with desire, tongues lolling, making her feel repulsed. That Mitsai's expression turned serious. Lan Xing, protect little Bowsy. I will lead them away. The food is all in Lan Xing's backpack. Without giving Lan Xing a chance to respond, Mitsai snatched the backpack and dashed aside. All our food is in this bag. The pack of black dogs, seeing this, went wild with pursuit. Lan Xing, carrying little Bowsy, dared not run too far and climbed up a large tree to hide. Anxiously observing the unfolding conflict below, Mitsai, experienced in battle, found it easy to handle a few black dogs. However, as more and more dogs joined, he became encircled and began to tire, his movements noticeably slowing. One black dog seized the opportunity to bite his front leg. Lan Xing's heart tightened. If this continued, Mitsai would not last much longer. She placed little Bowsy on a branch and earnestly instructed, Mother is going down to assist Uncle Mitsai. You must not come down unless I call for you. Little Bowsy nodded. Mother, please be careful. Lan Xing retrieved poison powder, a bone knife, and some grass rope from her space. The poison was highly lethal, and haphazardly scattering, it could inadvertently harm Mitsai. She assessed the surroundings, secured the rope to the branch, and jumped down, landing atop Mitsai. Seeing her descend, he shouted anxiously. Yet, Lan Xing remained calm, whispering in his ear, run towards the wind, and once you shake them off, I will scatter the poison. Mitsai quickly followed her instructions, and they released the poison with the wind. A large number of pursuing black dogs fell victim to Lan Xing's poison, their bodies quickly deteriorating. And their once formidable teeth began to crumble. The remaining black dogs, bewildered by the chaos, were too frightened to advance and scattered in disarray. Once Lan Xing and Mitsai saw them retreat, they hurried back to find little Bowsy. He had obediently awaited them in the tree, only daring to come down upon hearing Lan Xing's voice. Lan Xing helped Mitsai lean against a rock, observing the blood streaming from his arm. I will bandage your wound. She reached into her backpack as if searching for supplies, but instead retrieved herbs from her space. Mitsai gazed at his freshly bandaged arm. The tranquility of his heart seemed disturbed by a pebble cast into a still pond, creating ripples. Over the years, Mitsai had traversed countless places and encountered various females, yet the image of Lan Xing lingered in his mind, Refusing to fade, he knew that Lan Xin had found a partner and that he should not intrude. Using his travels as an excuse, he sought to suppress his feelings. Yet his heart remained restless. By chance, he passed by the Crescent Moon tribe once more. He told himself it was merely a fleeting glance. To his surprise, he learned that Siyi Han and Lan Xin had severed their bond. Anger and sorrow were his immediate reactions, followed by a despicable sense of glee. He found himself rooted to the spot. He accepted it. He had fallen for Lan Xin. Among the wolf tribe, orcs were fiercely loyal to their partners, committing to a single mate for life. Having missed one opportunity, he vowed not to let this one slip away. Well, thankfully the injury is not severe. Lan Xin sighed in relief. A smile graced Meat Sai's face. However, it seems we have turned misfortune into fortune. Did you hear what they said? Lan Xin also smiled. As long as we assist the southern tribe with flood relief, we can earn the title of warrior. This way, we can take little Bowsy to bathe in the holy water point 3 days later. Two rather unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive orcs appeared at the southern tribe. Halt! The gatekeeper of the southern tribe blocked their path. Who are you? Lan Xin and Meat Sai exchanged glances, their faces smeared with a special black ash, rendering their skin dark and dull, obscuring their refined features and rendering them nondescript. Lan Xin feigned weakness, leaning against Meat Sai. We are siblings fleeing from the north. We heard that the southern tribe takes in refugees, so we have come here. The guard scrutinized them. Wait here, I will report this. Soon, an elder-like figure led them to a tent. I hear you have come seeking refuge in our tribe. Indeed. Do you understand that refugees seeking shelter in our tribe become slaves? The elder glanced at them. Are you willing to become slaves? To be a slave meant being treated as inferior, losing one's freedom and dignity. Meat Sai did not hesitate. Elder, my sister and I have endured hardship. All we seek is food and shelter. We are indifferent to becoming slaves. Following the escape of a group of black dog slaves, the tribe was short on labor for menial tasks. The elder, pleased at the prospect of 2 willing slaves, proceeded to ascertain their identities. He asked them a series of questions, to which Lan Xin and Meat Sai had prepared answers, responding flawlessly. Finally, the elder placed a string of grass rings around their necks. Xiaoyu, Lang Dong, from this day forth, you are slaves of the southern tribe. Xiaoyu and Lang Dong were the aliases Lan Xin and Meat Sai had provided to the elder. Lan Xin exchanged a glance with Meat Sai, her eyes sparkling with joy. Brother, we have succeeded. The 2 siblings embraced each other with palpable excitement. The elder observed their reaction, becoming increasingly convinced of their origins. Very well, you shall rest for the night. Xiaoyu, at the break of dawn tomorrow, you must rise to prepare food for the tribe. Lang Dong, you are to accompany the males up the mountain to hunt. Lan Xen and Mi Sai echoed in unison. Yes, the guard led them to a secluded, thatched hut. You will reside here. Once the guard had departed, Mi Sai cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated hut, thinking how miserly the southern tribe truly was. Lan Xen carefully lifted the sleeping little Bowsy from her backpack and placed him on the animal skin mat. Our current status is that of slaves. Having a roof over our heads is already a blessing. Taking advantage of the faint light, Lan Xen and Mi Sai tidied the rudimentary dwelling, making it appear somewhat less chaotic. Lan Xen then reached into her backpack and retrieved 2 pieces of animal skin. Handing one to Mi Sai, we shall sleep on these tonight. Mi Sai, astonished, gazed at her backpack. How could such a small bag hold so much? A flicker of guilt crossed Lan Xen's mind. All these items had been procured from her space. She could only chuckle awkwardly. Indeed, I find it quite remarkable myself. I could see the break of day. Lan Xen earnestly cautioned little Bowsy not to venture outside. He patted his chest, assuring her he would not. Mi Sai added a touch of intimidation. You must heed your mother's words. If you step outside and are captured by wicked individuals, you will never see her again. Little Bowsy was, in essence, a miniature version of Siyi Han. Should he be exposed, it would undoubtedly raise the tribe's suspicions. She had to ensure he remained well concealed. Before long, Lan Xen and Mi Sai were escorted by guards to the tribe, where numerous slaves adorned with grass rings around their necks had gathered to the forefront of the crowd. Lan Xen spotted a familiar figure, tall and elegant, bathed in sunlight, which seemed to enhance his air of nobility and pride. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by something profound. It was Yi Han. Lan Xian could not help but steal glances at him, as Yi Han seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning his gaze in her direction, a jolt of panic surged through Lan Xian as she feared being recognized, and she hastily lowered her head. The guard issued instructions. Male slaves and a leader will hunt in the mountains. Gather firewood. Female slaves will accompany me to wash clothes and cook. As Yi Han furrowed his brow, casting a glance into the crowd, he had distinctly felt the presence of someone significant, yet that feeling vanished as swiftly as it had come. Eluding his grasp, unable to shake the sensation, he continued to observe intently. Suddenly, one female slave lowered her head, resembling a timid quail, too frightened to raise it, unaware that her actions made her stand out even more in the crowd. She turned to follow the throng, seemingly eager to escape the vicinity. The more Yi Han watched her retreating figure, the more familiar it appeared, prompting him to call out, "Halt!" Lan Xian halted abruptly at the sound of Yi Han's voice. Her heart pounding in her chest. Had she been recognized? Yi Han's voice echoed again, "You, turn around." Lan Xian stiffly obeyed. Beside her, another female slave leapt up with excitement, mistaking the call for herself, and dashed towards Yi Han. "Leader, were you calling me?" However, Yi Han's gaze remained fixed on the slowly turning Lan Xian. To his dismay, the female slave who faced him bore an unremarkable appearance, perhaps even a touch unattractive. Her skin dull and lacking luster, as if coated with dust. Yi Han felt an unexpected wave of disappointment wash over him. This was not the individual he sought. Although he could not see her face clearly, he was certain that the woman from his dreams possessed skin as delicate and radiant as white jade, a stark contrast to the slave before him. Lan Xian found herself momentarily dazed by the sudden proximity of Yi Han's face. Quickly averting her gaze, adopting a demeanor of timidity and weakness, as Yi Han frowned, his disdain for indecisive, weak females palpable, he had not anticipated being misled in his judgment. This female was utterly incomparable to the one from his dreams. With a cold snort, he turned and departed. Lan Xian exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly. He had not recognized her. Uncertain whether to feel grateful or sorrowful, she found herself momentarily at a loss. "Hey, new arrival. What is your name?" The previously exuberant female slave patted Lan Xian's back. Lan Xian lowered her head. "I am Xiaoyu. What a peculiar name. I am Lu Tong, a donkey beastman." Lu Tong's skin was a healthy honey hue, and her personality was remarkably forthright. "Hello," Lan Xian replied. Lu Tong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she chattered incessantly. "Xiaoyu, did you sense that the leader showed interest in me? He called out to me just now. You must understand, the leader has never paid attention to any female before. Do you think I have a chance to become his mate?" Lan Xian unconsciously slowed her pace, her voice tinged with hesitation. "But doesn't he, the leader, already have a mate?" Lu Tong scoffed. "You clearly are new here. You mean Tu Air, right? Though Tu Air has been clinging to the leader these past few years. He has yet to take her as a mate." Lan Xian felt a constriction in her breath, muttering, "Is that so?" Although she did not understand why Yi Han had not taken Tu Air as a mate. It was no longer her concern. Lu Tong continued her chatter, scrutinizing Lan Xian's face. "However, you are quite unattractive. The leader must have been put off by your plain visage, which is why he left in anger." Lan Xian thought to herself, "This girl certainly speaks her mind." The leading guard brought them to a small riverbank, pointing to a large pile of clothes on the ground. "Before the sun reaches its zenith, wash these clothes. Otherwise, you shall not receive food today." Lan Xian surveyed the heap of animal skin garments, estimating it to be the entirety of the tribe's discarded clothing. The guard cracked his whip, the sound echoing sharply at Lan Xian's feet. "New slave, why are you standing there in a daze? Get to work." Lowering her head, Lan Xian began washing. With the snow season just past, the river water was still quite frigid. Soon her hands turned a painful red from the cold. Observing her plight, Lu Tong offered, "Let me help you with some of these." Lan Xian felt embarrassed. "No need, I'm fine." Unfazed, Lu Tong insisted, "Your face is as dark as earth. Yet your hands are so white. It would be a waste for you to wash clothes." Lan Xian murmured a soft thank you, As the guard moved further away, she leaned closer to Lu Tong and inquired, Lu Tong, do you know when the floods will arrive in the southern tribe? Lan Xin had only Lu Tong to turn to for answers. Lu Tong promptly covered her mouth. Floods are an ill omen. It is not something to speak of, but if overheard, one could be beaten to death. Lan Xin whispered urgently, This is important to me, Lu Tong. Please tell me. Lu Tong hesitated for a moment, then inexplicably divulged. About 30 days from now, it has been particularly severe in recent years. Lan Xin regarded her sincerely. Thank you, Lu Tong. Even with Lu Tong's assistance, the remaining workload was still substantial. Lan Xin felt as though she was becoming a washing machine, repeating the same motions, soaking, scrubbing, wringing. By the time all the clothes were washed, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. In her mind, she reminded herself to persist for just 30 more days. The guard came to inspect their work, punishing a few slaves who had not taken their task seriously. Ultimately, he distributed the tribe's leftover spoiled fruits as their reward. The tribe grants you this food. Gather here after eating. Lan Xin returned to the dilapidated tent, her limbs aching and clutching a few rotten fruits. Little Baozi. Upon hearing her voice, little Baozi joyfully leapt into her arms, exclaiming, Mother, you've finally returned. I've been here in the tent, not stepping outside at all. Lan Xin embraced him, her hand stroking his soft fur. What a good child. She set the rotten fruits aside and retrieved clean food from her space to fill both their stomachs. Little Baozi, concerned, held her hand. Mother, what happened to your hand? Lan Xion's hands were red from the cold, looking quite painful. Little Baozi took her hand, extending his tongue to lick it. Ow, just blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. Lan Xian felt as though her heart had been filled. The exhaustion of the day dissipated. Gradually, she noticed something amiss as a few drops of water fell into her palm, lifting little Baozi's face. She saw tears welling in his eyes. Did Mother get hurt to help me become human? Little Baozi doesn't want to become human anymore. Can we just go home? Lan Xin was deeply pained. You are your mother's precious darling. If you do not transform into human form, you shall become a creature of the forest, gradually forgetting your mother. Can you bear to forget your mother? Xiao Baozi placed his front paw on Lan Xion's arm. I do not wish to forget my mother, nor do I want her to be hurt. Lan Xion reassured him. Mother promises to take good care of herself from now on. With Lan Xion's assurance, Xiao Baozi managed to stifle his tears. Soon after, Mi Sai Air returned, his body marred with numerous bloodstains. Lan Xion abruptly stood up, exclaiming, How did this happen? Mi Sai Air grimaced as he sat on the ground, cursing the southern tribe, who treated slaves as less than human, using us as bait for ferocious beasts. How about you? Have you been bullied? What happened to your hand? Lan Xion hurriedly took out herbs to bandage him. I am fine. A bit of medicine on my hand will suffice. Your injuries are far more serious than mine. Observing the bloodstains on Mi Sai Air's body, Lan Xion fell silent for a moment before saying, Mi Sai Air, what if you leave the southern tribe? Lan Xion was no fool. She could vaguely guess the reasons behind Mi Sai Air's stay in the southern tribe. She found herself unable to respond to him, nor could she bear to witness his suffering. Yet Mi Sai Air was quite stubborn. Lan Xion, I chose to stay here on my own. It has nothing to do with you. Lan Xion had no choice but to remain silent, rummaging through her backpack to offer Mi Sai Air some jerky. Here, eat this. Mi Sai Air did not take it. Do we have much food left? Lan Xion could not reveal that her space contained enough provisions for them to last 2 or 3 years. She shifted her stance. Do not worry about it. I brought plenty of jerky from the Xianyu tribe. It is sufficient for the 3 of us. Only then did Mi Sai Air accept it. He gazed in astonishment at the backpack behind Lan Xion, which appeared small yet could hold so many items. It was truly wondrous. Lan Xion had promised Xiao Baozi that he must not sustain any more injuries. Thus, she needed to find ways to avoid strenuous labor. But as a slave, where was her right to choose? A few days later, Lan Xion received news from Lu Tong that Si Han was recruiting cooks. Lu Tong chattered excitedly. I heard that ever since the chief returned from the north, he has been unable to eat and has grown thin. If it weren't for my inability to manage the cooking temperature, I would want to try as well. This is a golden opportunity to get close to the chief. Lan Xion pondered thoughtfully. Yi Han used to have a hearty appetite for the food she prepared. Since he would not recognize her now, Being a cook would surely be easier than doing hard labor. She could give it a T-R-Y Lutong. I wish to T-R-Y Lutong clapped her hands. Yes. If you go, you can help me gather information about the chief. Lan Xin was curious as to why Lu Tong held Si Han in such high regard, and she instinctively asked. Lu Tong considered for a moment. Well, it's not exactly admiration. I simply think he is impressive. Lan Xin nodded in understanding. Lu Tong continued. Xiaoyu, if you wish to become the chief's cook, you must ensure that he notices you. There will be a bonfire gathering tonight. You must seize the opportunity. The bonfire gathering a slave. Lan Xin was not permitted to participate in the festivities. She could only help set out the food and tended to the fire, her feet barely touching the ground. The main attraction of the event was evidently the striking Si Han and his companion. To air, Lan Xin watched as they sat together like a pair of celestial beings, while she, a mere slave of the tribe, felt a pang of embarrassment and turned her gaze away. She needed to find a chance to draw closer. Si Han, are you not going to eat? Tu Air offered him the most tender piece of pig leg meat. Si Han, reluctant to refuse Tu Air in front of so many, accepted it and took a bite, yet he found himself unable to continue eating. This isn't right. The flavor is off. Si Han subconsciously felt that the meat should taste different, perhaps saltier and more fragrant. Yet he could not recall the exact flavor. Disinterested, he set the meat aside and explained, My appetite is not too good. Tu Air pouted, visibly displeased, and took the meat back, colliding with Lan Xin who was approaching. Lan Xin instinctively caught the meat in her hands. Tu Air vented her frustration on Lan Xin. You slave! What do you think you are doing? How dare you touch this meat with your filthy hands? Lan Xin feigned weakness, lowering her head and returning the meat, her legs trembling. I will prepare another for you. Generally, slaves who made such mistakes would be dealt with harshly. However, Tu Air did not wish to appear overly cruel in front of Si Han. Yet she also did not want to let Lan Xin off easily. Prepare another? Do you have any idea how precious this meat is? It was a hard-won catch by Si Han that morning. The southern tribe's forests are rich in fruit, but the beasts are incredibly fierce. Catching a single prey is no easy feat thus. The tribe's members often subsisted on fruits or scavenged seafood after storms. Only occasionally enjoying a morsel of meat when fortune smiled upon them, Tu Air grew increasingly agitated. She lifted Lan Xin's chin, demanding, What is your name? I have never seen you before. Lan Xin's eyes flickered. The slave is called Xiaoyu. I fled here from the north, and prior to my escape, I was a cook in the tribe. A cook. Tu Air's eyes lit up. Does this mean your culinary skills are exceptional? Perhaps this slave could whet Si Han's appetite. Lan Xin timidly nodded. Tu Air's gaze fell upon a basket of dirty fish behind her, testing Lan Xin's abilities. If you can transform that basket of dirty fish into a delicious dish, I shall let you off today. The surrounding beastmen regarded the unfortunate slave with mocking eyes. To them, dirty fish were considered a vile food, reserved for the lowest of slaves. To turn fish filled with foul water into a delectable dish was nothing but a challenge. Lan Xin turned to the basket of fish. Recognizing it immediately, she thought, This is not dirty fish. It is cuttlefish. Cuttlefish are a treasure in the modern world. Transforming them into a delightful dish is quite manageable. The surrounding beastmen gathered around, eager to witness how this unfortunate slave would fare. Luo Yang inquired, May I have a bone knife? The beastmen sighed in unison. This slave is truly dull. She's asking for her own demise. Someone in the crowd tossed out a bone knife. Lan Xin caught it deftly, took a plump cuttlefish from the basket, and sliced it open, removing its innards. Chapter 86. Lingering Concerns. Lan Xin explained, Dirty fish can actually be quite delectable. The reason you find it unpalatable is due to improper handling of the ink inside. Look, as long as we remove the innards, it will no longer spout ink, and we can squeeze out the remaining ink from its mouth. The beastmen of the Beastman continent held a natural respect for those with wisdom, and they quickly reassessed this little slave. Remarkable. This dirty fish, once processed, indeed looks appetizing. This slave is rather clever. Lan Xin then took a stick, speared the cuttlefish, and placed it over the fire to roast. Finally, she sprinkled some seasoning on it. What is that delightful aroma? A beastman who had been to the north recognized it. I know. That is barbecue seasoning from the north, invented by the Xianyu tribe as Wulon Xen. Lan Xin presented the roasted cuttlefish to Tu'er. I am finished. Would you care to try some? Tu'er could not help but swallow hard, her expression dismissive. I would never eat food from a slave. Dirty fish is meant for slaves. How could it be worthy of my noble status? Tu'er regarded Lan Xin with satisfaction. You have some skill. I shall spare you this time. But from now on, you will remain to prepare food for me. Tu'er, feeling triumphant, believed she had found a treasure. To capture the heart of a male, one must first capture his stomach. With such an excellent cook, she could provide Si Han with delicious food. Moreover, this female slave was so unattractive that she need not worry about her seducing Si Han. Lan Xin lowered her head, subtly curling her lips in a smile when no one was watching. Though she had not become Si Han's cook, she had become Tu'er's. While the plan had deviated somewhat, the goal was still achieved. Give it to me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, carrying an authoritative tone. Lan Xin froze momentarily. Looking up at the newcomer, slightly bewildered, Yi Han frowned as he regarded the seemingly dazed slave. Pointing at the roasted cuttlefish in her hands, impatiently reiterated, Give it to me. Lan Xin, somewhat reluctant, handed the squid to Si-H's. He inhaled the enticing aroma. He swiftly devoured the squid in mere moments. Only after finishing did he come to realize what he had done. The moment he caught that delightful scent, he found himself compelled to eat. It had been a long time since he had felt such an appetite. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Si Han glanced at Lan Xin and remarked, It's quite delicious. Lan Xin replied softly, Thank you. Observing the quail slave who was almost burying her head in her clothing, Si Han found her unexpectedly endearing. Turning to Tu'er, he said, Tu'er, I wish to have her as my cook. Lan Xin shot up her head, exclaiming, No. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She did not wish to have excessive contact with Si Han. Si Han cast her a sidelong glance. Lan Xin's heart raced in turmoil. She had nearly forgotten that her current status was that of slave. Leaving her without the liberty to choose that I've already promised Tu'er that I would be her cook. It seems rather inappropriate to go back on my word, as Yi Han scrutinized the slave before him. How intriguing. She clearly did not want to serve him as a cook, yet she invoked Tu'er as an excuse. A long-buried sense of mischief stirred within Si Han, and he inquired of Tu'er, Could you spare this slave for me? Naturally, Tu'er would not refuse Si Han, especially since the slave was rather unremarkable. She felt no sense of threat that Yi Han. If you ask, I am more than willing. Their brief exchange sealed Lan Xin's fate. Biting her lip, Lan Xin felt the weight of the situation. Yi Han observed the sudden change in the expression of the female slave before him with great amusement. It seemed that the days ahead would not be dull. The method Lan Xin used to prepare the squid quickly spread throughout the tribe. What was once disregarded as mere slave fare transformed into a beloved delicacy. Lan Xin's circumstances improved significantly. Despite her identity as a slave, the beastmen ceased to treat her as one since this event, in the Ore continent. The two most valued commodities were food and labor. Anyone who could enhance the abundance of either would naturally earn respect. Soon, Lan Xin began her duties as Si Han's cook, much to the envy of Lu Tong, in the tribe. Only those of noble status could afford a dedicated cook. Lan Xin also felt the truth of it. Being a cook was undeniably easier than performing menial tasks. However, Si Han had a peculiar habit. He insisted that she not only prepare his meals, but also remain until he had finished eating. Each time Lan Xin watched him savor her dishes, bowl after bowl, she questioned Lu Tong's words. Had Si Han truly lacked an appetite before? Si Han, noticing the slave beside him, lost in thought. Wrap the table. I want roasted corn for dinner. Since Duokui had ventured north 3 years ago, bringing various foods and techniques back to the south, the southern tribes had begun cultivating peppers, corn, and a variety of other crops. However, frequent floods over the past few years had led to poor harvests. Lan Xin nodded eagerly. Of course. Suddenly, Si Han furrowed his brow. Why did this female slave always appear so timid? Did he seem frightful? He had deliberately kept her near to encourage her courage. Yet after several days, she seemed to have grown even more timid. You, look up, he commanded, startled. Lan Xin feared he had uncovered her secret. and under his intense gaze. She struggled to lift her head. In that fleeting moment, something flickered in Si Han's mind as he scrutinized Lan Xion's face, but he could no longer grasp that fleeting peculiarity, feeling an uncharacteristic irritation. "You may leave," he said tersely as Lan Xion exited. Her heart raced. This could not continue. It would surely lead to her undoing. Initially, she had thought being a cook meant she could leave after preparing the food, but she had not anticipated needing to stay and accompany Si Han while he ate. The longer this went on, the more likely it was that he would recognize her, and little Baozi would surely be exposed. She needed to devise a plan to escape, even if it meant returning to menial labor. In the evening, Lan Xion roasted 5 ears of corn and sprinkled them with chili powder from her space. "Is it ready?" Si Han's voice echoed from the tent. Steeling herself, she entered. "It's done." Inside the tent, a small fire crackled, and as she presented the corn to Si Han, the matches popped and crackled, creating a warm, rustic atmosphere. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nostalgia, as if she had returned to the beginning. Back then, when she first arrived in the Ore Continent, she and Si Han had shared this very tent. A violent cough interrupted her reverie as Yi Han's eyes watered from the spice. "Did you put chili on top?" Lan Xion, frightened, lowered her head. "Don't you like it? I'm sorry. Please don't kick me out." In her heart, she thought, "Please do kick me out." Even being sent to fetch water would be preferable. As Yi Han raised an eyebrow. "Why would I kick you out?" Lan Xion blinked in surprise. She knew he disliked spicy food. She had hoped to be cast out by adding chili to S. Yi Han noticed that her eyes sparkled, but on her otherwise unremarkable face, they appeared like pearls dulled by dust. He continued, "I quite enjoy it. Next time, add more." Lan Xion was momentarily stunned, nearly convinced he was being sarcastic, and exclaimed, "Ah." Si Han narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. "Your reaction suggests you were quite disappointed." Suddenly, it dawned on Si Han. This slave was not timid and cowardly. She had been avoiding him all along. From the very start, she had been evading him. Perhaps her choice to add chili was also deliberate. Once he realized this, Si Han could not help but laugh in irritation. What an audacious slave she was! Did he truly seem like a fearsome beast? Why was she so frightened of him? It was worth noting that other females in the tribe would gladly surround him. Si Han, too, was not immune to the typical male desire for conquest. The more Lan Xion shied away, the more he wished to keep her close. Lan Xion, observing the peculiar expression on his face, felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. Yi Han, not intending to unveil her little schemes, pretended to be oblivious and said, "I really enjoyed the corn you made tonight, so I've decided to reward you." Lan Xion felt a surge of foreboding. "What?" she thought, sensing an ominous premonition. "From now on, you shall be my personal slave. Go and pack your things. You will live with me from now on. Yi Han's tone was haughty, as if he were bestowing upon her a monumental favor. Lan Xion's eyes widened, nearly choking on her own blood. This was a far cry from her original plan. Would this not make her even more susceptible to exposure? Si Han frowned, his displeasure evident. "What's wrong? You seem quite unwilling." Gritting her teeth, Lan Xion replied, "No, I was just momentarily overwhelmed by surprise. It is my honor to serve the chief." As Yi Han looked at her stiff demeanor, a smile dancing in his eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. It was akin to a young male teasing a favored female to garner her attention. Being Si Han's personal chief meant she could no longer return to accompany little Baozi daily. Lan Xion would have to rely on Mi Kai for assistance instead. Fortunately, little Baozi adored Mi Kai, who, despite appearing carefree, was quite thoughtful and skilled at comforting the young ones. The two of them got along remarkably well. When Mi Kai learned that Lan Xion was to serve as Si Han's personal slave, she expressed concern. "What if he recognizes you?" Lan Xion smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. It seems he has completely forgotten about me. While I remain the one who clings to the past," at this point, a pang of pain shot through her heart. She feigned a light-hearted demeanor. "This is quite good. Serving one person as a slave is far better than